Marine Raiders versus Navy SEALs, two elite forces within the U.S. military's amphibious forces. But what's the difference between the two, and who is really the best? The Raiders trace their controversial history back to World War II. In the opening days of the war, the United States found itself on the back foot in the Pacific, and President Roosevelt recognized the need to both raise the morale back home after the devastating attack on Pearl Harbor and strike back at the Japanese in anticipation of a greater Pacific offensive. However, it would take time for the Navy to rebuild its capacity, which put the Marine Corps out of the fight until they did. Impressed by the success of the British commandos in Europe and abroad, the president requested an American counterpart be established for combat in the Pacific. Given their duty as amphibious assault troops, the Marines were a natural fit for this request, though there was significant resistance to the idea. In the eyes of much of the Marine Corps leadership, all Marines were elite soldiers, and there was little need to differentiate a separate group within the Marines for commando duties. Thus, the term Marine Commandos was rejected, and instead the 1st Battalion 5th Marines would be redesignated to simply the 1st Separate Battalion, with the creation of a 2nd Separate Battalion to accompany it. Admiral Chester Nimitz soon stepped in and told the Marines to knock the semantics off, instructing the Corps to develop these two units into elite commando units, specifically to conduct raids against lightly defended Japanese islands. To avoid any further controversy, the name Raiders was chosen and adopted, allowing precious Marine egos to remain unruffled for the duration of the war. On February 16, 1942, the Raiders were officially formed and would soon see combat duty. The Raiders would be heavily influenced by Major Evans F. Carlson, a legend in his own right, who had been part of the expedition to capture Pancho Villa in Mexico and a veteran of World War I. He served as an intelligence officer in China, where he was exposed to the tactics and strategies of the Chinese communist guerrillas, becoming deeply impressed with their effectiveness against Japanese occupying forces. It would be these experiences that would directly influence the Raiders' strategy and equipment. The men who would make up these elite units were handpicked from a group of volunteers. Carlson took command of one of the two Raider units, with Lieutenant Colonel Merritt A. Red Mike Edson taking command of the second. Carlson would eschew traditional American military doctrine, placing little emphasis on rank and instead focusing on skill and ability to mold natural leaders. He also introduced a process of indoctrination, instilling in each man the values that they were fighting for and why: the defense of the homeland and a Pacific liberated of the Japanese threat. He took deep inspiration from his time in China, describing to the men the horrors of Japanese occupation and the need to liberate the occupied territories once and for all. He also adopted the Chinese phrase gung ho as a motivational slogan, a term that would become widely adopted by the American military in the years to come. Rather than traditional troop structures, he also adopted his own method of organizing his forces, forming 6 rifle companies made up of 2 platoons each, with 3-man fire teams as the basic unit. The Raiders would be thrust into combat on August 7, 1942, as the 1st Raider Battalion landed on Tulagi in the Solomon Islands at the start of the Guadalcanal campaign. Serving as light infantry, highly mobile and adaptable, the Raiders proved a winning concept, and soon took to conducting raids from submarines. Unfortunately, on August 18th, 9 Raiders were accidentally left behind to be captured on a raid on Makin Island, with the men later beheaded by the Japanese. The Raider concept proved to be an apt one, but their success was their biggest enemy. Admiral Richmond K. Turner believed that Marines were ineffective at the Regiment Plus level. Their usefulness was better exploited when utilized as a smaller, more agile force. He pushed for the entire Marine Corps to be restructured in the style of the Raiders, which would lead to the rest of the Corps adopting a great distaste for those elite fighting units. Nonetheless, the number of Raiders grew with their successes, with 2 additional battalions created in the fall of 1942. Carlson's idea of forming men into 3-man fire teams and 10-man squads would become widely adopted by the rest of the Corps. However, the greater needs of the Marines would soon end the Raider program. By 1944, the Marines would have 4 divisions in active service, with 2 more being formed. However, these 2 new divisions were experiencing significant manpower shortages given the amount of Marines designated to specialized units. To get the needed 2 extra divisions fully manned, they'd have to pull from existing organizations within the Marines. By 1944, there was little need for command-style operations in the Pacific. The development of the amphibious tractor, which allowed Marines to land on beaches inside of vehicles, which could then continue providing fire support, eliminated the need for light infantry in large amphibious assaults. Further, with the momentum in the Pacific decidedly swinging in the Americans' favor, the Raiders themselves were more often than not finding themselves assigned to light infantry duties rather than specialized tasks behind enemy lines that they'd been designed for. Culturally, though, there was significant resistance from the rest of the Marine Corps on the existence of a, quote, elite unit within the Corps itself. On January 8, 1944, the Raiders would be no more. The men were absorbed or reformed into traditional battalions. The Raiders would disappear from history until August 6, 2014, when Marine Commandant James F. Amos announced that critical skills operators within Marine Special Operations Command would be rebranded as Raiders in honor of their World War II lineage. Today, Marine Raiders conduct general special operations missions, such as direct action, specializing in amphibious assaults. Raiders are designed to infiltrate enemy territory, typically from the sea, and steal, capture, or destroy extremely high-value assets. A typical example of this type of mission was the recent Ukrainian Special Forces raid on Crimea, which resulted in the elimination of all Russian security personnel and the destruction of an S-400 site. These types of direct-action missions typically open up critical vulnerabilities in an enemy's capabilities. The destruction of the S-400 site by Ukrainian Special Forces, many of which have trained with Marine Raiders, resulted in the penetration of Russian airspace by multiple volleys of missiles and drones with tremendous consequences. Special reconnaissance. In this role, Marine Raiders typically land first on a beach while remaining undetected. Operating in extremely small groups, the missions they're given are extreme risk, high reward, with the goal being intelligence gathering rather than a direct effect on the enemy. In this role, Raiders remain out of sight as much as possible, with the intelligence they gather on the enemy, terrain, and infrastructure being far more critical to a future military campaign than any damage they could do themselves. Security Force Assistance. The U.S. is heavily invested in the success of partner and allied governments, and in this role, Marine Raiders will often work alongside foreign partners to achieve goals beneficial for both the U.S. and its allies and partners. This can range from simply training partner nations' militaries, something U.S. Special Forces regularly engage in around the world, to joint raids, such as joint American-Filipino raids on al-Qaeda networks in the South Pacific. Counterinsurgency. During counterinsurgency operations, Raiders will work to neutralize insurgent networks and movements, attacking and dismantling them with direct action missions, but even more importantly, conducting psychological and civic campaigns to remove the threat. A typical counterinsurgency operation could involve raiding an insurgent stronghold, then pushing anti-insurgency propaganda, and lastly helping locals rebuild from the effects of war. Not all missions Raiders undertake involve killing or destruction. Counterterrorism. Similar to counterinsurgency, Raiders specialize in gathering intelligence on terrorist networks, surveilling them, and finally destroying them. Their goal isn't just to be the fires of retribution after an attack, but to deter or even prevent them through decisive preemptive actions. Support to combat weapons of mass destruction. A key concern during Desert Storm, Raiders aid theater commandos to combat the threat of WMDs by locating, identifying, and tracking WMDs in a combat theater. Typically, other tools would be used to neutralize the threat, such as airstrikes, but if need be, the Raiders can quickly move in to neutralize or capture WMD capabilities fielded by the enemy. Foreign Internal Defense. A mission shared by most U.S. Special Forces, Raiders will typically find themselves providing indirect assistance to foreign governments in their own national defense. An example of this type of mission is the training of Ukrainian regular and Special Forces units, with rumors that Raiders alongside SEALs and other American special operators are currently inside of Ukraine assisting its military in training and planning. Support to unconventional warfare. A mission that's the exact opposite of counterinsurgency. Raiders in this role will find themselves creating and fueling an insurgency movement. There are myriad examples of this throughout history, from the battlefields of World War II to very credible rumors that even right now U.S. Special Forces are directly coordinating insurgency movements from afar within Russian-occupied territories of Ukraine. Navy SEALs also trace their lineage back to World War II. At the onset of the war, the U.S. was on their back foot, but fully prepared to bring the thunder to Japanese forces across the wider Pacific. There was only one problem: there was little if any way of gathering intelligence on Japanese defenses, and with amphibious operations being so extremely risky, bad intelligence could get a lot of people killed. Thus, the U.S. military organized what would become the first SEALs, as a beach reconnaissance force made up of Army and Navy personnel, naming them Scouts and Raiders. Their mission would be to covertly identify and infiltrate a target beach for landing, then hold their position until the actual assault began. upon which they would guide the assault waves to their destination. The Joint Army-Navy force was not initially deployed in the Pacific. Instead, they embarked on the North Africa campaign in November 1942. The 1st Scouts and Raiders Group would see action during Operation Torch off the African coast, supporting Allied landings against Axis forces. They would then assist the Allied effort through combat in Sicily, Salonor, Anzio, Normandy, and the south of France. The 2nd group, codenamed Special Service Unit No. 1, just to be nice and confusing, was established on July 7, 1943, after the successes of the African campaign. This joint force would receive its first mission in September 1943 at Finschhafen, Papua New Guinea. They would go on to see combat in Gasmata, Otterway, Camp Gloucester, and the east and south coasts of New Britain, all without receiving a single KIA. However, despite their success, the Navy chafed at the inclusion of Army personnel in what was obviously an amphibious campaign. Thus, Army personnel were reassigned, and the Special Service Unit No. 1 would officially become an all-Navy force. Now renamed as the 7th Amphibious Scouts, these elite soldiers would be critical to the ongoing amphibious campaign against Japanese forces. Their duties would range from beach reconnaissance to taking soundings of maritime channels covertly, which would help plan submarine movements and amphibious assaults. They would also destroy beach obstacles and serve as a critical communications link during assault operations, ensuring clear communication between forces on shore and naval forces providing fire support offshore. They would even see service in China, conducting surveys of the Yangtze River, fighting alongside Chinese guerrillas, and conducting a 3-month survey of the Chinese coast right under Japanese noses by disguising themselves as low-wage immigrant workers. In September 1942, 17 Navy salvage personnel would undergo training for what would become the bread and butter mission of future Navy SEALs. These men would undergo training in demolitions, explosive cable cutting, and commando raiding techniques, ultimately infiltrating the Wadi Sibu River in North Africa and destroying the net and cable barriers protecting it from further infiltration. This paved the way for the USS Dallas to push into the river and deliver a force of U.S. Rangers who captured the airfield at Port Leyte, catching Nazi forces completely by surprise. In May 1943, there was an urgent need to dramatically expand naval demolition capabilities, and the Operational Naval Demolition Unit No. 1 was established at Amphibious Training Base Solomons in Maryland. 6 officers and 18 enlisted men were repurposed from the CB Dynamiting and Demolition School to undergo exhausting training, after which they were sent to assist in the invasion of Sicily. The program was so successful that the original training site had to be greatly expanded to accommodate new recruits, primarily taken from volunteers out of the Navy's Seabees and Civil Engineers Corps. The prototype SEALs would undergo a baptism of fire in the greatest and most difficult amphibious operation in history. During the landings at Normandy, these elite units would blow open gaps in German defenses critical to the success of follow-on forces. However, at Omaha Beach, they would succeed in their mission, directly influencing the overall success of the landings. After being assigned to Operation Dragoon in southern France, there was no further need for amphibious operations in Europe, and all personnel were transferred to the Pacific Theater, integrated into the underwater demolition teams currently making life unpleasant for Japanese forces across the theater. The Office of Strategic Services, itself a progenitor to the CIA, would also play part in the heritage of Navy SEALs. These American commandos were modeled after the success of British commandos operating behind enemy lines in Europe. They would often infiltrate enemy territory via amphibious delivery, making Navy personnel an easy fit into the OSS program. Once behind enemy lines, they would conduct reconnaissance and direct action missions against priority targets, as well as gather intelligence and stoke up insurgency movements. The general order of the OSS was to, quote, create hell for the enemy. A decade before the official creation of the SEALs, the OSS would establish the first Special Operations Combat Diver units in the U.S. military. During the Korean War, underwater demolition teams put their World War II expertise to great use. With a force of only about 300 men, the UDTs would infiltrate the Korean coastline from the sea and destroy bridges, tunnels, and all manner of coastal targets. It would be here that the SEALs would be able to trace back their deep partnership and camaraderie with South Korea's Navy Special Warfare Flotilla, which continues to this day. American and South Korean operators infiltrated deep into North Korea to destroy critical rail tunnels and infrastructure, while carrying out attacks on North Korean priority targets. However, Navy and other officials grew displeased with the use of UDTs in what was seen as a distinctively non-naval force role. Despite this, UDTs continued to operate across North Korea, with Americans showing up in places where their enemy didn't expect them to show up. They were critical to the success of Marine landings at Incheon and in mine-clearing operations across the Korean coast. On the 13th of October 1950, UDT operator William Giannotti conducted the first American combat operation with an early underwater breathing device, or an aqua lung. SEALs would officially come to being during the Vietnam War in January of 1962. With a critical need for unconventional and special operations forces, SEALs would be designed to directly support a massive $100 million expansion of U.S. Special Operations Forces announced by President Kennedy. The Navy, however, initially struggled to find its role within the larger U.S. Special Forces ecosystem, until Admiral Arleigh Burke, Chief of Naval Operations, recommended the establishment of elite guerrilla and counter-guerrilla units with the unique capability of being inserted via sea, air, or land. This cemented the SEALs as the premier special forces of the U.S. military, given their pre-existing expertise in amphibious operations. Once you know how to survive underwater, jumping out of an airplane or booting it over a mountain is easy as pie. Team 1 of the newly established SEALs would be stationed at Naval Amphibious Base Coronado in San Diego, directly supporting U.S. efforts in Vietnam. Team 2 would be established at Naval Amphibious Base Little Creek in Virginia Beach, Virginia, just in case the Soviets decided to do something monumentally stupid. The first SEALs would come entirely from personnel picked from the Navy's underwater demolition teams, many of whom were still veterans of the Korean War, making them some of the most experienced special operators in the world at the time. SEALs would be a significant cut above any other force the U.S. fielded, though, with extensive training in both underwater operations and high-altitude clandestine infiltration techniques, or the ability to fall out of the sky without the enemy noticing. Surprisingly, though, the first SEAL mission would not be in Vietnam, but rather in Cuba, with SEALs conducting clandestine beach reconnaissance in anticipation of a possible U.S. invasion. They also smuggled CIA agents onto Cuban beaches, including one mission to photograph Soviet nuclear missiles being unloaded dockside. The CIA would see the value in SEALs immediately and began to use them in covert operations starting in 1963. The CIA-SEAL partnership continues to this day, with the CIA recruiting directly from SEALs for its Special Operations Group, the most secretive and elite special forces you've never heard of. When you need to accomplish the impossible, you send in the SEALs. However, when you need a miracle, you send in the SOG. SEALs would go on to serve in conflicts around the world, with many of their operations remaining classified to this day. Their rivalry with Soviet Special Forces is well known, and it's rumored the two sides came into direct conflict multiple times throughout the Cold War. During the U.S.-led invasion of Iraq in 1991, the SEALs would be critical to the success of the U.S. assault on Kuwait, as a 7-man team single-handedly fooled the entire Iraqi military into thinking an invasion was coming from the sea by setting off explosives and setting up marking buoys just offshore. The deception moved large amounts of Iraqi forces to the east and away from the real axis of attack, creating massive vulnerabilities in Iraqi defenses quickly exploited by the coalition. During the global war on terror in the wake of 9/11, SEALs would prove true to their doctrine of infiltration via land, sea, and air, striking at terror networks across the entire world. From deep inside the heart of Africa to the Middle East and across the South Pacific, SEALs were instrumental in identifying and dismantling terror networks that spanned the globe. Marine Raiders are an elite force directly supporting U.S. special operations around the world, but SEALs are specifically designed to be a jack-of-all-trades force that excels at all of them. Which force is better than the other is summarized by the popular sentiment that when an international crisis rears its head, the first two questions the U.S. president asks are where is the closest carrier and where are the nearest SEALs. However, the question of which is better than the other is fundamentally flawed. Both play a critical role in U.S. operations that the other cannot fill easily, and both are part of a greater ecosystem that, together with allies and partners, safeguards the current liberal world order, fighting battles that conventional forces cannot. The United States and Russia are two global powers with a complicated history. Given the immense size of the two nations, as well as their power and influence over the rest of the world, they maintain one of the most critical and strategic foreign relationships of any two countries on the entire planet. But how do their armies stack up against each other? Specifically, why don't we take what are widely considered to be their top-tier troops from both countries and examine the key differences in their training, tactics, weaponry, and specialties? For the United States, while some might argue the case for the U.S. Army Rangers or the 1st Special Forces Operational Detachment, better known as Delta Force, It's perhaps more widely agreed that the best that America has to offer in terms of specialized fighters comes in the form of the United States' Navy SEALs. And in the other corner, Russia's most elite branch of its military would have to be none other than the infamous Spetsnaz. Now, it's important to note straight out of the gate, Spetsnaz as a term refers to a lot of different units within the Russian military. The word itself refers to units that are assembled by any special operations group of the Russian military to complete specific missions, whether that be their Navy, Army, Airborne Troop, or even the FSB, formerly known as the KGB. This means there is almost no such thing as a singular Spetsnaz unit. Furthermore, a Spetsnaz unit, assembled for a particular mission, might not consist entirely of active combatants. Some might have computer specialists or even rocket scientists working alongside or consulting directly with special operations troops. Members of both the SEALs and Spetsnaz groups are notoriously secretive since their existence and operations are considered matters of national security to the United States and the Russian Federation, respectively. It's largely due to leaks or carefully curated information intentionally released from within these governments that the public has had any knowledge of these two special forces units. Navy SEALs and Spetsnaz are famous, or infamous, depending on your perspective, for conducting high-profile missions, with SEAL Team 6 gaining widespread notoriety and media attention after their involvement in the assassination of Al-Qaeda leader and 9/11 terrorist attack architect Osama bin Laden. Comparatively, the primary difference between certain United States Special Forces groups like Delta Force or the Navy SEALs and Russia's Spetsnaz is that those examples are permanent military units that exist even when not on active duty. Spetsnaz are formed as and when they are needed. So for the purposes of this video, we'll be comparing the Navy SEALs to various different Russian specialized military units that could all qualify as Spetsnaz, such as Alpha Group, Spetsnaz GRU, and Russia's Special Operations Force. So let's begin where anyone hoping to join either the Navy SEALs or a Russian Spetsnaz group would start out: training. In order to join the SEALs, there is the prerequisite that the potential recruit has to already be a part of the United States Navy. This means that they'll have already had to have completed their basic training to join the Navy. From there, entering into training to become a Navy SEAL is entirely voluntary, although it comes with a few other caveats. Volunteers must be between the ages of 18 and 29 years old. They must also be a United States citizen with a high school education or equivalent with a score of at least 220 on their Armed Services Vocational Aptitude Battery, a multiple-choice test that determines whether someone is suitable for enlisting in the U.S. Armed Forces. SEAL candidates also need to be proficient in all aspects of the English language, with at least 20/70 vision, no history of drug usage, and they need to pass a physical screening test too, as well as having no prior criminal convictions. And that's just the requirements to become considered. Even ticking all those boxes doesn't guarantee someone will become a Navy SEAL. What are the requirements to enter training to join a Spetsnaz unit? Well, surprisingly, it can be hard to come across accurate information on that. For a while, the exact nature of Spetsnaz training was kept a closely guarded secret, even within Russia itself. The exact regime for new recruits was known only to those directly involved with the special operations, such as the GRU. No, not that guy from Despicable Me who stole the moon. These are the main intelligence directorate, the Russian Federation's foreign military intelligence agency, serving under the general staff of their armed forces. The GRU acronym was used in official capacity during the time of the Soviet Union. However, the modern iteration of the main intelligence directorate is still commonly colloquially known as the GRU. They're responsible for military intelligence operations and maintaining their own special forces units. So until the 1980s, the Soviet GRU would have been the only ones to know of the abilities required to join one of their Spetsnaz units. This secrecy led to a lot of unsubstantiated rumors about Spetsnaz groups until Mikhail Gorbachev, the president of the Soviet Union from 1990 to its dissolution in 1991, who'd also been effectively directing the country as leader of the Communist Party for 5 years before that, disclosed Russian state secrets in an act of good faith to ease international tensions with the US. After the policy of glasnost, meaning openness, stories of the achievements and abilities of Spetsnaz groups reached the Western world. According to books written by many former agents of agencies such as the GRU or KGB, the training of Spetsnaz recruits was designed to foster similar skills to those of Delta Force or the British Special Air Service. Anyone applying to join a Spetsnaz group didn't need any prior military training and didn't have a long checklist of requirements to start training, like the Navy SEALs. However, to train to join a Spetsnaz group, candidates did need to have completed at least the normal basic training before attempting to meet the harsh requirements of the Spetsnaz training regime. To become a fully fledged SEAL, Volunteer recruits are expected to pass 2 months' worth of initial training to prepare them, including a series of intense and demanding physical and mental screening tests. They will also have to undergo a rigorous basic underwater demolition/SEAL or BUDS training program that can last 6 months. It's said to be one of, if not the toughest of the programs within the U.S. military, enduring a constant barrage of mental and physical conditioning. Prospective SEALs are taught several specialized skills necessary for the type of operations they'll be undertaking should they successfully complete their training. These skills include basic water competency in swimming, underwater combat, weapons and demolitions training, and navigational skills on dry land. The BUDS program also includes the infamous Hell Week, a 5-day stretch wherein each candidate for the Navy SEALs is subjected to extreme physical exertion at an almost constant rate. Around the clock, recruits are in an almost constant motion, only permitted around 4 hours of sleep in the entire week. That's not 4 hours per night, it's 4 or 5 hours over 5 whole days, while the rest of the time they are either running, swimming, paddling, carrying boats on their heads, doing sit-ups, push-ups, rolling in the sand, trudging through mud, or paddling aboard boats. If that sounds like a lot to go through, it is, proven by the fact that only a quarter of every class of Navy SEAL candidates will successfully complete their BUDS training. Even then, it's still not over. Recruits for the SEALs are then further trained in tactics focused on working as a part of a small unit, parachuting, and operating in icy weather conditions. Making it through all that earns the recruit their trident, the official symbol of the U.S. Navy SEALs. After that point, they're assigned to a team of 16 fellow SEALs, wherein they will undergo several more months of advanced training. And training to join a Spetsnaz group is hardly a picnic either. Russian Special Forces training is as infamously brutal as that of the SEALs, if not more so. With these Spetsnaz training regimes, it's all about escalation. The pressure placed on each potential Spetsnaz candidate is set to exponentially increase, and as it does, so does the pain involved. Each soldier undergoing this regime is pushed to their maximum threshold, not just for physical pain, but mental and emotional anguish as well. Once they reach the absolute limit of their tolerance for all of these, the goal of the training is to push them even further beyond that limit. The exact activities employed in the training can vary slightly, depending on which branch of the Russian military or which of the intelligence agencies is training recruits for potential deployment into a future Spetsnaz group. Remember, Spetsnaz are formed as they are needed, so completing training activities doesn't mean a candidate just slots into the roster of an existing unit. Some examples of known parts of the training regime are assault courses. If you've ever gone to an outdoorsy summer camp, not necessarily even a military-adjacent camp, then you might have even tried one for yourself. They can be challenging, but not impossible to complete, right? Now try to imagine doing an assault course while being shot at with real bullets, not blanks, not BBs or paint. Spetsnaz candidates are put through live fire assault courses as part of their training. To be fair, the U.S. Special Operation potentials often face similar challenges. Other physically demanding activities they're put through include martial arts instruction with the use of real blades. This has often led to many recruits suffering permanent injuries from just their training alone, ranging from minor non-fatal stab wounds to full-on flesh wounds. Now, skills in hand-to-hand combat aren't much use when your opponent is wielding a firearm, a knife, or even just has a blunt object like a simple rock within reach. But the idea behind Spetsnaz candidates training in hand-to-hand isn't so much for them to implement these skills in battle. It's done more so to instill a sense of physical and mental discipline so that when an enemy opens fire, these future Spetsnaz operatives can ignore the flight part of their natural fight-or-flight response and head toward danger instead of running away from it. Much like their Navy SEAL counterparts beyond general combat training, these Spetsnaz hopefuls are also taught specific skills to the types of missions they engage in. This means learning infiltration methods for covert operations where they might be required to go undercover, such as sabotage, assassinations, and reconnaissance missions. This includes learning foreign languages and receiving training in cultural acceptance to allow these candidates to better blend in with the public of whatever country they're conducting their operations in. They're also taught how to bypass locks and utilize silent kill techniques, as well as parachuting and survival training for long durations in harsh environments. One of the core differences between the Navy SEALs and the various Spetsnaz groups is their purposes, which is reflected in their training. While there is some overlap, the SEALs are primarily deployed on small unit special operations missions in various environments. Given that they're a naval unit, this includes missions that require amphibious warfare, which is fighting in or near bodies of water. However, they also engage in direct raids or assault missions on enemy targets, capturing or killing high-value individuals, and gathering intelligence behind enemy lines, among other tasks like sabotage and demolition. This can occur in not just waterfront locations, but also in jungle, urban, Arctic, mountainous, and desert environments. Meanwhile, the primary purpose of Spetsnaz teams is to directly or indirectly support other parts of the Russian military, either by assisting them in combat missions or conducting special operations. Their training prepares them for covert operations, which often call for close-quarters combat and more unconventional forms of warfare, whereas the various SEAL teams report to a Navy commander who oversees the rotation and operations of the currently active SEAL platoons. Spetsnaz units are subject to a different chain of command structure. Since Spetsnaz is a part of whatever military or intelligence group formed it, they operate under the command of that specific arm of the Russian armed forces. A common misconception about Navy SEALs and Spetsnaz operators is that they're intended to be able to do everything and anything. The same can be said of almost all special forces across the world. Some believe they're expected to be capable of any and all specialized skills, every conceivable combat style, and are masters of utilizing any firearm imaginable. But these soldiers aren't superhuman, nor are they the kind of action heroes you might expect to see in the John Wick movies. Special forces are about specialization, not about being more than human. Both individual SEALs and Spetsnaz will have their own tasks and unique skill sets. Individual team members may be designated as medics, marksmen, or any number of other roles. Working together, though, the team becomes an elite fighting unit. While SEALs are generally trained to have broader capabilities ranging from reconnaissance to direct action and counterterrorism, Spetsnaz units are typically tailored for specific tasks and made up of personnel with that specific training. There are also various Spetsnaz groups specializing in missions on the front lines. Normally, they're tasked with destroying enemy strongholds and utilized in larger numbers as assault infantry. According to interviews with ex-Spetsnaz commandos, one of their tactics is to send a detached force to carry out an initial strike from the flank. These troops will deliver a quick blow, then move out, either on foot or by vehicle. The operational philosophy for Spetsnaz is always the same: get in and then get out as quickly as possible. Inversely, the Navy SEALs aren't a unit designed to partake in frontline combat. That's often reserved for larger conventional forces such as the infantry divisions of the U.S. Army. Special forces like the SEALs shouldn't be anywhere near the front lines during combat. Their role is to conduct operations behind enemy lines. In some cases where such forces exist, they will assist in training local militants to fight against an enemy, occasionally leading them in smaller assaults, but never fighting head-on with the conventional military. The Navy SEALs are highly effective in reconnaissance operations on a battlefield and other methods of preparing infantry for entering that space. Their other typical small unit missions are counterterrorism operations, which consist of actioning strategies to defeat potential terroristic threats. This is another way in which the SEALs and Spetsnaz groups are similar, as they exist to accomplish a lot of the same goals as each other on behalf of their countries. It's more so the specific ways they function that tend to differ, and the specific ways they conduct their operations. Another similarity that's also a difference is how these two forces are armed. Both of them are provided with some of the most impressive and deadly weaponry available to them, but it's their specific choices of arsenal that are different. When it comes to outfitting special forces, their gear is all specially selected depending on the tactics required for an operation. Factors like whether or not a weapon needs to be silent, if an enemy target will be far away or in close quarters, and whether a mission is taking place during the day or night, to name a few. It's no secret that both the Navy SEALs and the Spetsnaz have first pick of some of the best weapons and equipment that the US and Russian military have to offer. Starting with the Spetsnaz groups, it's long been rumored that they've trained with and utilized a piece of equipment known as a ballistic knife, which could fire its blade directly into an enemy's chest. This has since been revealed to be propaganda on the part of the United States, intended to add to the Red Scare and fuel the American public's fear toward Russia. However, that propaganda might have inspired some various Spetsnaz units, as since 1986 some have been issued an NRS-2 survival knife, which can not only cut through wire but can reportedly fire a 7.62mm pistol round up to 25 meters. Other notable Spetsnaz group weapons include the Dragunov sniper rifle and SV-98 bolt-action rifle. Snipers in Spetsnaz units are highly trained and lethal at long distances, many often using modernized SVDS rifles with folding stocks, or the latter bolt-action rifle, which is typically used with a mounted variable magnification scope, giving a range of 1,000 meters. While it can also be fitted with a sound suppressor for stealthier operations, this can severely limit the weapon's mobility. This is why the VSS Vintorez sniper rifle, a silent assault rifle, is a Spetsnaz favorite, especially during missions that require a great deal of stealth. Despite being initially developed in the 80s, this weapon still sees widespread use today among Spetsnaz operators. Additional weapons in the Spetsnaz arsenal are the AS-Val assault carbine, a silent 9mm assault rifle capable of firing subsonic rounds. Yes, that means each bullet travels slower than the speed of sound, making it perfect for silent missions. There's the AK-74, a standard-issue weapon for Russian soldiers used by Spetsnaz and regular troops. This is one of the many modernized versions of the classic AK-47 that exist, and these are typically lighter and more accurate than the original. The other variations found in the hands of Spetsnaz units also include the AK-103, the AK-12, and AK-15 rifles. Navy SEALs have plenty of expensive toys of their own too, given that they have an extremely large military budget, which is also exclusively allocated to their unit. They have access to top-of-the-line gear. Much like the Spetsnaz's own arsenal, the types of weapons used by Navy SEALs will vary depending on the type of mission they're conducting. Among some of the more commonly used in the hands of Navy SEALs is the M4A1 carbine, a shorter version of the M16 assault rifle, capable of semi-automatic and automatic firing. Its numerous Picatinny rails on the receiver and the handguards allow for various scopes, sights, grips, or other attachments, including underbarrel grenade launchers, to be fitted to the M4A1, giving it a great deal of versatility. SEALs are also known to be fond of the MK-17 SCAR-H, chosen to eventually replace a number of existing weapons used by not only them but other United States Special Forces units too. This is because the MK-17 comes in 3 different variations: a standard version with a 16-inch barrel, then a shorter 13-inch and a longer 21-inch. These different barrels are designed in such a way that they can be easily switched out, meaning the MK-17 can be altered to suit a desired role, either as a sniper rifle, an assault rifle, or a close-quarters weapon. Then, of course, it would be remiss of us to not mention the pig. And no, that's not a literal pig the Navy SEALs bring into battle, although one of those feral hogs could probably do some damage. The pig is the nickname given to the M60 machine gun, a weapon first developed following the Second World War that first saw a lot of action in the Vietnam War. The M60 and its various updated versions have long been a favorite light machine gun of the US Navy SEALs, given that it could be accurately fired from the shoulder or mounted to gunner positions on vehicles. The SEALs have long favored the M60 since the Vietnam War, and although its use was phased out in favor of more modern weapons in other branches of the US military, the most updated version, the M60E4, was still suited to the missions the SEALs conduct. Since they're often sent on raids and operations wherein traveling light is essential, and the Navy SEALs are specialists in amphibious warfare, moving from water to land quickly, the M60E4 weighing less than some newer machine guns and operating reliably in salt water meant it saw continued use up to the modern day. Overall, in terms of armaments, the case is pretty much the same for both. Their firearms are subject to change depending on what the objectives and requirements of the particular mission are. Navy SEALs and Spetsnaz operators alike can use a wide array of assault rifles, submachine guns, light machine guns, sniper rifles, and pistols. While both the US Navy SEALs and various Russian Spetsnaz groups are both highly trained units, equipped with a wide range of weapons and skills that enable them to complete their operations, the primary focus and structure of both these Special Forces units are different. The Navy SEALs specialize in a variety of small unit operations, while the different Spetsnaz groups vary in their function depending on which branch of the Russian military organized them. But in terms of which of these groups would be able to take on the other in direct combat, well, it's hard to say with any degree of certainty. Neither one usually engages in pitched battles like regular infantry. Given the specific types of missions SEALs and Spetsnaz are trained for, both possess soldiers in near-peak physical condition and a skill level that would make them fairly evenly matched. After all, the United States and Russia spent a staggering amount of their already enormous military budgets to ensure these units receive the highest level of training possible. With the United States, generally speaking, considered to be the wealthier of the two countries, that might give the Navy SEALs a slight advantage in terms of the advanced weapons and the gear their troops would have access to. But given the similarities in skill sets and training received by them and the Russian Spetsnaz operatives, any slight differences in gear would almost be negated. Both have access to weaponry that's among the deadliest currently available. During a direct engagement, having something like an AK-74 or an AK-12 in your hands doesn't make you much more or less effective than someone wielding an M4A1 or an MK-17 SCAR-H. While it's true some firearms have advantages, like better accuracy or more stopping power, in the end, the efficiency and reliability of any weapon all comes down to the skills of the person using it, rather than its technical specifications. So, in a fight between the SEALs and Spetsnaz, that would likely be the determining factor, the skill of the individual soldiers. After all, different Spetsnaz units exist to serve different purposes. Even though they've trained to operate in a number of different environments and varying missions, the SEALs would very likely perform differently against every different Spetsnaz variation. Up against most of the Spetsnaz units formed internally within the Russian army, the Navy SEALs could have the upper hand, given their equipment and training differ from that of standard soldiers. But better equipped Spetsnaz operators like those working under the FSB or the GRU are some of the most ruthless and feared in the world, and they have the training and equipment to back up that reputation. However, given the performance of Russian special forces in Ukraine to date, there is serious questions about their basic competency and effectiveness. While you regularly hear about daring Ukrainian special forces raids, such as the one that destroyed an S-400 battery in Crimea and opened the skies up for devastating missile attacks in Sevastopol, no similar stories of Russian operations are making their way out of the country, even from pro-Russian sources. This likely means that even Russia's best aren't quite meeting the mark. When it comes down to it, there is at least one similarity that both share. Both the US Navy SEALs and the Spetsnaz are special forces comprised of some very dangerous individuals who have been trained to make the world a cleaner place, at least from the perspective of their respective countries. It's 1966, the height of the Vietnam War, when Lance Corporal Richard Pittman and the rest of his platoon stumble into a living hell. It's an ambush. Nobody could have seen this attack coming, and with no way to plan for it, it's quickly turning from a fight to a massacre. Pittman and his fellow surviving troops are hopelessly pinned down, with no avenue for escape. The radios squawk with desperate requests for reinforcements, but it seems like those prayers are falling on deaf ears. Then something heavy lands in front of the Lance Corporal, dropped by one of his fallen comrades. It's easily over 20 pounds, much heavier than that rifle in his hands that feels like a flimsy cap gun by comparison. Pittman hurls his current firearm to the ground, making a mad dash forward to grab the bulkier weapon, an act that completely shirks his own safety in favor of the remnants of his platoon. He hoists the bulky weapon off the ground with all of his strength and squeezes the trigger. Bullets spew from the barrel at a rate fast enough to send over 500 rounds toward a target in a single minute. As he feels the immense kick of the recoil sending the weapon stock shuddering back, connecting with his own body, Pittman realizes why the rest of the boys took to calling it the Pig. Mere minutes and a hail of bullets later, two of the enemy's machine gun posts had been destroyed single-handedly by Pittman and the Pig he was now carrying. No time for celebrations, however, as before long the explosions of mortar fire rock the area around him, and the Lance Corporal is forced to haul all 23 pounds of the weapon in his hands as he makes a break for cover. Nearby, some of his fellow Marines are wounded, and he races over to them only to be met with an oncoming attack of around 40 enemy soldiers charging at their position. Taking up the Pig again, Pittman opens fire. The machine gun chews through the belt that feeds bullets into it, raining empty casings as it sprays wave after wave of oncoming attackers. But before long, the Pig is running on empty, and Lance Corporal Pittman is forced to drop the heavy weapon. Grabbing a firearm from one of his comrades and clearing the area with a grenade, Lance Corporal Pittman kept up the fight while dragging the wounded troops to a position with better cover. Pittman near single-handedly thwarted an enemy attack that day and was awarded the Medal of Honor for saving the lives of his platoon. But he didn't exactly do it alone. Lance Corporal Pittman had a little helping hand from a weapon that's seen plenty of action over the previous 66 years. Nicknamed for its bulky size and appetite for eating up ammunition, this not-so-little piggy has served with almost every branch of the United States military, and to this day, it's still used by the armed forces of multiple countries around the world. Say hello to the M60 machine gun. The M60 may have started to see action when it was first deployed in 1957, but it actually began its life much earlier in the late 1940s, in the wake of the Second World War and a victory for the Allied forces over Nazi Germany. The US Army was looking for ways to incorporate weapons that were similar to certain weapons that the German Army had used during World War II. Many of these offered troops flexibility in how their weapons were used on the battlefield, and it was this that the Allies, especially the US, sought to incorporate into their own new weapons, most notably the FG-42 automatic rifle and the MG-42 general-purpose machine gun were two pre-existing German weapons that directly influenced the design of the M60. Although the use of light machine guns on the battlefield hadn't been a recent innovation, having been used since the introduction of the Danish Madsen in the early 1900s, the M60 was intended to be a crew-served weapon. That means that it and other weapon systems like it would be operated by a crew of 2 or more individual soldiers. Each member of the crew would perform tasks that enabled the weapon itself to run at maximum operational efficiency. In the case of the M60, the crew operating it would consist of 3 members. First and foremost, there would be the gunner, as you can imagine, the person responsible for aiming and firing the weapon. They would also be responsible for carrying the M60 and, depending on their level of stamina, between 200 and 1,000 rounds of ammo. Alongside them would be the assistant gunner, whose job it was to carry spare ammunition and a spare barrel. The M60's barrel could be quickly changed out in the event of a jam or overheating. The assistant would also reload the M60 once it ran empty and spot targets for the gunner. Then thirdly, the remaining member of the crew was to be the ammunition bearer. They would also be responsible for bringing additional ammo of their own, along with a tripod, should the M60 need to be mounted for stability. However, one of the key elements of the M60's design was that it was also intended to be fired accurately from the shoulder, at least at a short range. This was a feature that during the weapon's development was carried over from the pre-existing M1918 Browning automatic rifle, or BAR. Given the size, weight, and bulk of the M60, it could also be fitted with an integral bipod, which are 2 legs at the front of the weapon that can fold under the barrel and when extended can bear some of the weight to help stabilize the machine gun. Now, the question you might be pondering is, if the US Army had access to existing weapons that their M60 was derived from, why go to all the trouble to manufacture their own version in the first place? Well, it largely came from a requirement all the way from the United States Congress. This gave preference to weapon designs that came from American arms manufacturers. Primarily so, the US couldn't incur licensing fees for the use of foreign-designed and manufactured arms, like the aforementioned MG-42. Additionally, Congress also wanted their military to be seen supporting US firms, so the decision to develop and adopt the M60 largely came about due to it being an all-American light machine gun. The M60 was first introduced and deployed in 1957 and incorporated various features of the earlier weapons that inspired its design. Perhaps its most distinctive feature was that it was a belt-fed machine gun that incorporated disintegrating links. Now, don't worry if those words all sound a bit too confusingly technical, we'll explain what we mean. A belt-fed weapon, or one that uses an ammunition belt, is any firearm that's fed ammo cartridges that are strung together. This is typically seen in a lot of rapid-firing automatic weapons, with the ammunition belt either feeding into the weapon freely or packed into a belt container that allows for more portability. The reason this is done, as was the case with the M60, is to minimize the impact that the weight of the ammunition had on the operational efficiency of the weapon. After all, carrying around one of these is hard work, especially without the other 2 members of the crew present. No soldier armed with an M60 wants to be weighed down by the bullets. The belt-fed ammunition of the M60 also allowed the machine gun to have a higher rate of continuous fire without the need to frequently change magazines. The specific ammunition fired by the M60 was the 7.62 by 51mm NATO cartridge, bullets that were commonly used in larger rifles. These cartridges would be strung together in a belt of what were known as M13 links. This is a designation given to a particular type of ammunition belt, sometimes referred to by the US military as disintegrating links. These were specifically designed to bind 7.62 by 51mm NATO cartridges together, and so the M60 was designed with this in mind. Whereas some older designs of links were connecting cartridges to each other at the neck, the links holding the M60's ammunition were intended to disintegrate after firing each shot. Well, not literally turn to dust, but come apart in a way that meant there was no excess weight of an empty ammo belt to carry. Each round fed into the M60 would be contained in one of those links. A semicircular loop holds the main body of the cartridge casing, while 2 small arms connect to similar loops that hold the next round in the belt. As the trigger of an M60 is pulled and the weapon is fired, the cartridge is pushed out of the links as the bolt of the machine gun goes forward. Within the internal mechanism of the M60 is what's known as a feeding pawl, which pulls the belt to the right, bringing the next round into place, ready to be fired. Meanwhile, the expended bullet casing is ejected out of the right side of the weapon. Thanks to the design of the disintegrating belt, the now loose link that held the previous round comes apart and is also ejected along with the empty casing. By the time the M60 saw its first ever deployments, the United States was already well into the second year of the Vietnam War. Many of their units were issued M60 machine guns, and these new weapons would often play decisive roles in the fighting. Before long, M60s were mounted on vehicles of every kind. The whole US military arsenal had been kitted out with these shiny belt-fed killing machines. Everything from choppers to tanks, trucks, and even boats had an M60 fitted on it, as the light machine gun was used in every conceivable way it could be. M60s were set up on tripods in fortifications to defend areas from attack, while US troops wore belts of its ammunition draped over their shoulders in order to carry the heavy ammo and keep their hands free to use and operate the weapon. Soldiers came to appreciate how well the M60 handled, along with the mechanical simplicity of its design, which made it easy to maintain and repair in case of damage. The newly deployed machine gun saw its widest ever use among the US infantry during the Vietnam War. However, it was far from a game changer for the US, whose forces would ultimately be forced to evacuate from Vietnam in 1973. Despite the effectiveness of the weapon in combat, the M60, along with a lot of other American weapons, wasn't well suited for the tropical climate and the harsh conditions of Vietnam. The Pig, as its nickname partially suggests, was a heavy beast, having to carry a combined nearly 30 pounds of weaponry and ammo while in the blistering jungle heat and intense humidity, and you're looking at a back-breaking task for even the toughest soldier. The environment of Vietnam also caused a lot of M60 machine guns to break. The weapon itself, being designed to be carried by a single soldier, meant that it had to be relatively lightweight, at least when compared to heavier artillery. But this lightweight construction meant the M60 was prone to malfunction, as critical parts like the bolt and the operating rod could wear away with continued use or become damaged in the kind of minor accidents you're likely to see in an active war zone. Jams were not uncommon too, especially when the M60s got dirty, and if spent bullet cartridges or the disintegrating links of the ammunition belt ever failed to eject from the chamber, then soldiers would require extra time to fix it and feed the belt back into their M60, which wasn't exactly the most ideal situation to be in if an enemy soldier was running at you. The M60 also featured a swinging lever that jutted out of its main body, and if this ever snagged a soldier's gear, it could detach the barrel and cause that crucial component to come away. It was for many of these reasons that Marine units didn't initially use the M60, instead preferring to stick to their older bars instead. However, the US Navy SEALs, the renowned Special Operations Force, were known to have a certain fondness for the machine gun. During the Vietnam War, they even utilized their own custom versions of the M60 machine gun, which sported shorter barrels and belts that fed into the weapons from backpacks full of ammunition, allowing for hundreds of rounds worth of uninterrupted fire without the need to reload. These weren't the only variants of the M60 to exist either. One of the first variants that was developed and issued to troops was the M60E1. This differed slightly from the original M60 when it came to placement of the bipod. The two legs could be utilized to stabilize the weapon during continuous fire. On the M60, the bipod was located beneath the barrel, which could provide the necessary support, but also ran the risk of getting in the way when the weapon's barrel needed changing. The M60 operator's manual recommended that soldiers perform a barrel change every 10 minutes, and during an engagement, a few seconds where that action is interrupted by the bipod being in the way could have made a crucial difference. So the M60E1's bipod was moved to the gun's gas tube, making these quick changes slightly easier. Later versions included the M60E3, which instead had its bipod mounted on the weapon's receiver, and it came with an ambidextrous safety switch and was overall 5 pounds lighter than previous iterations of the M60. However, this lighter frame and the M60E3's skinnier barrel meant this version was more prone to overheating and breaking. Eventually, while there's still some continued use of them today, the M60 would come to be replaced in the US Army by a pair of newer light machine guns. One of these is the M240 machine gun, first introduced in the 1970s. Comparably, this weapon was heavier than its predecessor, however, thanks to its improved design, it was considerably more reliable. The other was the M249 Squad Automatic Weapon, or SAW, which was much lighter. The M249 SAW combined the high rate of fire of weapons like the M60 with the lightweight portability and accuracy of a rifle. However, while most of the US Army and the Marine Corps started using these newer weapons, the M60's day wasn't quite done. The Navy SEALs had embraced the M60 since the Vietnam War, and the weapon's final iteration, the M60E4, saw a lot of usage among their ranks, becoming the most reliable model of the machine gun. This was in part due to the improvements that the M60E4 had over the original, including a selection of long and short barrel options for different ranged encounters. The M60E4 was also much lighter than both the M60 and the newer M240 machine guns, with an overall weight of around 21 pounds. Add that to the fact that the gun's barrels were lined with stellite, which improved the weapon's resistance to overheating and stopped it from wearing out as easily, and it also came with rails for attaching optics, as well as being lighter and smaller than the M240s. It was also reported to work more reliably in salt water, perfect for the SEALs who are known to conduct amphibious operations. Given that they're often sent on raiding missions and missions where it's essential for them to travel as light as possible, that makes the M60E4 far better suited for the type of operations the Navy SEALs are deployed on. Although, for the most part, the pig has been put back in the barn by a lot of the US military, surpassed by more improved modern weaponry. The M60 is still seeing some use amongst the Coast Guard, the Navy, and in particular the SEALs, over 60 years after it was first deployed during the Vietnam War. Not bad for a 60-year-old machine gun, right? They have a 92% washout rate. Time and again, their training has been described as the most mentally and physically tough of any special forces outfit in the world. Those who don't choose to quit have a better than even chance of suffering a serious injury, with one of the highest training fatality rates among special forces units on Earth. Some will even die. And if you want to be a US Navy SEAL, then you too will have to pass through the dreaded Hell Week. It starts with a bang. A lot of bangs, actually. One minute you're comfortably asleep in your bunk, if maybe a little drafty seeing as you're sleeping inside a tent by the ocean. And the next, the world has exploded into a cacophony of gunfire and explosions. Hope you had some nice dreams there, Sweet Pea, because you just woken up to a world of hurt. Instructors prowl the tents, barking orders and ripping students out of their cots. All the while, other instructors move through the camp firing off rifles and machine guns loaded with blanks. Others toss smoke and concussion grenades everywhere they please. You better be able to find your swim buddy in the chaos as instructors shout orders through the chaos of gunfire and explosions, because you do not want to be caught without your swim buddy. Then it's time to get your ass in the water. Hell Week is going to be long, cold, and extremely sandy, and it all starts on minute 1 of night 1. You'll be running into the freezing cold Pacific surf and locking arms with the rest of the students, letting the pounding Pacific waves slam into you over and over again, rapidly dropping your internal body temperature. You may have grown up the biggest, baddest guy in your block. Maybe you can bench press 300 pounds. Maybe you're an MMA champ. Literally none of that matters to the United States Navy. Thugs are a dime a dozen and of no use to the professional United States military. What interests the US Navy is men who are physically and mentally tough, and it all starts with the ice-cold Pacific Ocean washing over you at 2 in the morning. It's only been minutes since Hell Week began and already students are calling it quits. The freezing waters of the Pacific leach body heat away, dropping core temperature to dangerously low levels. Some of the students can't help it. Each human body is different, and theirs simply can't handle the cold and begins to shut down. Others don't have the mental toughness to shrug off the effects of hypothermia. Good. The United States Navy doesn't want them anyway. Quitting is encouraged. You're reminded of that on a nearly minute-by-minute basis, as instructors with bullhorns give voice to your innermost thoughts. It's too cold. If you stay in this water, you might die. Wouldn't it feel better to be in a nice warm bed right now, like the rest of the world? There's coffee and donuts, just over there, past a lonely silver bell. All you have to do is walk up to it and ring it once, signifying you're done. Then you get a nice, fat, juicy donut and some piping hot coffee to enjoy in front of your former classmates. People are doing it even now, and you can see the steaming fog of the coffee from your vantage point in the surf zone, right before another ice-cold wave slams into and over you, drowning you for just a moment. Now that you're good and soaked, with sand washed into every crevice of your body, it's time to get that body temperature up with some good old-fashioned PT. Hope you like push-ups, because you're going to be doing hundreds of them. But the United States Navy isn't heartless, and it doesn't want you to get bored. So they've even given you the privilege of alternating your hundreds of push-ups with hundreds of flutter kicks. It's the most exhausting workout of your life. But again, the Navy has you covered and gives you plenty of breaks. Just long enough for you to run, not jog down to the surf, link arms, and get smashed by the freezing cold waves all over again. If you had a watch, which you don't, you'd know that only 1 hour has passed since Hell Week has began, and already a tenth of your class has called it quits. All your push-ups and flutter kicks are boring the instructors, so it's time to switch it up. Now you're gonna low crawl 200 meters on hard pavement to get to the next evolution area, and your ass better not rise more than an inch off the ground as you move. In combat, you'll get killed. Here, it'll move you straight back to the starting area where you'll begin your low crawl all over again. By now, you've covered every square inch of your body in coarse sand, and you're dragging your worthless hide across hard pavement, digging that sand into your soft flesh. That's not road burn, student. That's the American homeland giving you a loving kiss. You can't so much raise your head until you can physically reach out and touch an instructor's boot. Then, well, did I mention that the instructors were bored? It's time to entertain them. You probably liked singing in the shower as a civilian. Well, the United States Navy would love to hear you sing, and they've provided the biggest shower in the world to be your stage, the Pacific Ocean. That's right, it's time to hit the surf zone again, lock arms, and start belting out tunes on request. The instructors love the classics. America, My Country 'Tis of Thee, and of course Anchors Aweigh, the Navy's own fight song. And they'll gladly accept some top 40 hits or even a few holiday jingles. So you better know more than a few songs by heart because you'll be singing them for the next several hours. Alright, you made it to dawn. Congratulations. Other Special Forces programs around the world will starve their recruits in order to test their mental toughness. The United States Navy takes the opposite approach, and you'll not only eat often, but you'll eat a lot, and most of it will be piping hot. But only because the Navy has to feed you like this. You may be able to slog through other Special Forces training on one protein bar every 2 days, but Navy SEAL training will absolutely kill you if you don't eat hot food often. You're burning a whopping 8,000 calories a day, and the warm food will make sure that your core body temperature doesn't dip so low that you die from hypothermia. If you've made it to Hell Week, you've definitely done long PT before, but you've never quite done it like this. You and several of your fellow students will be doing log PT for hours. Give your log a name. Get close to your log. Get to know its likes and dislikes, its hopes and dreams for the future. Because you and your team are going to be doing log PT for days. You'll carry your log, you'll push your log, you'll pull your log. You'll jog with your log, and you'll take nice rest breaks holding your log close as the Pacific Ocean's freezing cold waves slam into you over and over again in the surf zone. But the US Navy doesn't tolerate jealousy and other pettiness in its ranks. And all that time you've spent with your log has kept you away from your inflatable rubber boat. So you'll be spending plenty of time with it too. You'll be carrying your boat over your head for hours on end, to the point that friction will actually cause you to lose hair in patches on your head. Hopefully it'll regrow. If not, well, you're not here to look pretty and win beauty contests. You're here to help the United States Navy enforce a free and open world order on the high seas. It doesn't really matter where you run under the boat, go into the middle, and the 200 to 300 pound boat will be constantly pressing down on you. Go to the front or the back, and instead it'll be smacking you in the head as you run, possibly even giving you a concussion if someone on your team isn't pulling their weight. You get exactly 4 hours of guaranteed sleep during all of Hell Week. Because unfortunately, your mind is weak, and the United States Navy has not yet figured out how to operate sailors on an entire week with no sleep. But don't worry, it's a weakness they're working on. If you're smart though, you'll be catching a few blinks of shut-eye literally anywhere you can get it. Finish an evolution before the other teams, your reward is a few minutes of sleep. If the instructors are feeling egregiously generous, you might even get to rest by the fire so you can warm up. Even if you're not smart enough to catch sleep when you can, probably because you're from Arkansas, your brain will try and force it on you. It's your job not to let it do that, because the best way to repeat a training evolution is to fall asleep in the middle of one. By about the third day though, your pathetically weak human brain will start to get a bit buggy, and it's your job to push through the hallucinations of cartoon characters rowing the boat next to you to finish the evolution at hand. That's right, you don't have to carry the boat all the time, that'd be silly. Boats are meant to be on the water after all. So in order to reward your progress through Hell Week, the United States Navy gives you plenty of opportunities for a nice, relaxing cruise through stormy Pacific waves. Of course, you'll be paddling the boat yourself, and you'll be paddling on absolutely zero sleep and waves over 6 feet high for miles and miles at a time. Don't get swept out of the boat and drown, though. That would be incredibly inconvenient for the Navy, and honestly, just plain selfish of you. Hope you like whistles, because you're going to be hearing plenty of them throughout Hell Week. Each instructor carries a whistle, and it doesn't matter what you're doing or what you're carrying. The moment you hear that whistle, you better act. One whistle means drop, flat on your face as incoming rounds are on the way. 2 whistles mean stop whatever you're doing and low crawl to the instructor through sand, mud, or hard cement. You hear the whistle blow twice, you move, no questions asked. And you don't stand up again until you hear the 3 whistle all clear sign. By now you haven't slept or showered in days, and even before getting to Hell Week, you were probably concerned with personal hygiene. But the Navy's got your back, because guess what? It's time for more surf therapy. Lock arms and lay in that surf. Let Mother America hold you close with her barely above freezing watery embrace, over and over again for hours, until your teeth are clattering so hard you might actually need dental work after training, like many Hell Week graduates. Or you might not even notice. After all, you've been shivering this entire time as your body desperately tries to keep its temperature up so it doesn't die. And make no mistake, this training will kill you. That's why you get plenty of meals, and most of them piping hot. It's a matter of necessity. Because in order to prove that you can join the ranks of the most elite warriors the planet has ever seen, the Navy will put you through a week purposefully designed to bring you to the brink of constant death by hypothermia. It's not the strongest or the fastest or the best sharpshooters who make it through Hell Week. It's the most mentally fit, the most die-hard sailors who refuse to quit even when their body is on the verge of mechanical shutdown. Then and only then can you even begin to officially start your training as a Navy SEAL. That's right, everything you've endured until now hasn't even been a part of your official training. Hell Week actually takes place shortly after you're accepted into SEAL training. It's all been one big test until now, with Hell Week the final exam. So the United States Navy can see if you're even worth the incredible investment in time and resources it'll take to train you as a SEAL. Even after this, there'll be plenty of opportunities for you to fail. You might have made it through Hell Week, and you should absolutely be proud of that, sailor. But that doesn't mean you're anywhere close to getting your coveted Trident pin. You still have months of training ahead of you, along with the dreaded pool competency test, and plenty of opportunities to get washed out of the program. Then, even if you successfully complete all of the training, your instructors may simply reject you at the end of training. The SEAL community is so small that the odds of a new recruit ending up on a real-world mission with one of their instructors are high, and no instructor will accept a candidate they wouldn't gladly fight alongside with, even if they make it all the way to their final day of training without washing out. From video games to Disney movies to livestock to anime, we're about to take you on a crash course of some of the craziest things the Navy SEALs found inside Bin Laden's compound after he was shot dead. First, the surprising, before we work on our way up to the truly weird. Emails and extensive diaries were found on Bin Laden's computer showing that, contrary to popular belief, Bin Laden still had a lot more influence and control over al-Qaeda than anyone believed. He communicated with the group extensively through thousands of written correspondences, issuing everything from strategic commands to religious fatwas. Bin Laden didn't have an internet connection at the compound, so couriers would instead take his written emails on a flash drive and send them out from a local internet cafe. And that's sure to get a laugh out of anyone who knows anything about cybersecurity. We can only hope he was at least using a VPN. Other deeply personal things soon became CIA property after the raid, including Bin Laden's personal diary and the wedding videos of his son, Hamza. Incidentally, the wedding video actually had great strategic importance to US intelligence. It was widely believed that Hamza was being groomed to take his old man's place at the seat of the al-Qaeda table, but they hadn't received any photos of him since he was a child. Until now. This was presumably pretty useful intelligence, as Hamza bin Laden was killed by US forces in Afghanistan between 2017 and 2019. Okay, so that's all the serious stuff out of the way. Now, let's get strange. Did you know bin Laden was very possibly a gamer? While we can't ever know who was playing or watching what on the al-Qaeda leader's computer, he was cooped up for half a decade and had a multitude of video games on his PC. It's more than likely he used some of his favorite video games to blow off some steam. So what kind of games did this architect of terror like to indulge in? A big one was Counter-Strike, the iconic multiplayer game where two teams play as either terrorist or counter-terrorist groups in conflict with one another. We can only wonder which team he preferred to play as, whether he continued to do what he did best online, or if he decided to play as the counter-terrorists instead for a little escapism. He also had a pirated copy of Half-Life on his computer, and there's a kind of satisfaction in knowing that he died before he ever got a chance to play Half-Life Alyx. He also had Grand Theft Auto Chinatown Wars, the puzzle game Zuma Deluxe, and Sniper Elite Nazi Zombie Army 2, because we guess even bin Laden doesn't approve of Nazis. But he wasn't just a PC gamer. Bin Laden also apparently loved a good emulated Nintendo DS game, because he had a whole bunch of them. These included classics like Super Mario Bros. And Animal Crossing Wild World. Incidentally, he didn't pay for official releases of any of these games. The man truly was a monster. But wait, it gets weirder. Without going into too much detail, bin Laden's computer had a vast number of graphic screen caps from 8-bit Japanese adult games from the late 1990s. His computer also contained such classy file names as, no, we're not kidding, booby2.jpg and horsedance.flv. It must have been a very long 5 years. Incidentally, Osama bin Laden must have been an otaku, the Japanese expression for someone who's incredibly enthusiastic about niche topics, more commonly used in the West to describe someone heavily invested in Japanese culture and media. Bin Laden had a vast collection of anime on his computer, including Dragon Ball, Detective Conan, Bleach, and a little-known anime adaptation of the Devil May Cry game series. Incidentally, he also had a Dragon Ball video game as well as Final Fantasy VII. Doesn't quite seem like a hobby befitting of a man who had the top spot on the FBI's most wanted list for years on end. But enough about Japanese media. For a guy who despised the West as much as bin Laden, surely we couldn't expect him to indulge in anything as corrupt and sinful as Western TV and movies, right? Not quite, as it turns out. Bin Laden actually had a vast number of Western movies and TV shows, particularly cartoons. These included Cars, Ice Age, Dawn of the Dinosaurs, Chicken Little, and Ants. There's a real irony in a man as anti-Semitic as Osama bin Laden owning a Woody Allen movie about talking cartoon ants. Because he probably needed a laugh during his 5 years of de facto house arrest, he also kept several episodes of the cartoon Tom and Jerry on his computer, as well as an episode of Mr. Bean. He also had the movie adaptation of Resident Evil, which has made a number of viewers wish a team of Navy SEALs would storm in and shoot them. But he wasn't all about the fiction. Like many of you fine intellectually curious infographics fans, he was also a lover of documentaries. These included Mysteries of Egypt, Sex Crimes and the Vatican, BBC Battlefields, and Welcome to the 11th Dimension, the final part of Nova's Elegant Universe series, a surprising pick for a hardline religious fundamentalist. But without a doubt, bin Laden's favorite documentary topic was himself. That's right, bin Laden had a large number of documentaries about himself and his crimes, including biography, Osama bin Laden and Where in the World is Osama bin Laden. These presumably gave him a little bit of self-esteem boost whenever the isolation was getting too much for him. In the interest of balance, he also owned a copy of Loose Change 2, the 9/11 truther documentary created by Alex Jones, suggesting the attack was an inside job. We can only assume bin Laden thought of this one as a dark comedy. But looking at screens for all those years can really mess with your eyes. What about when one of the most evil men on earth just wants to kick back and read a book for a little while? Bin Laden had a pretty vast and varied library, including books on American diplomatic and foreign policy, including Noam Chomsky's Necessary Illusions, Thought Control in Democratic Societies, and Bob Woodward's Obama's Wars. He was also a big fan of books on conspiracy theories, such as the Illuminati and, of course, 9/11 conspiracy theories. He truly was the has-been one-hit wonder of infamous international criminals. And finally, some of the things on bin Laden's computer that were so odd they defy other categories. Internet videos, pictures, and of course memes. We're talking ancient memes too. He had saved a copy of Charlie Bit My Finger, the popular viral video from 2007, a respectable collection of funny and cute cat videos, and even an adorable picture of a stuffed monkey. He also had a weirdly high number of crochet guide videos, including a guide to crocheting an iPod sock. It's almost surreal to think that bin Laden had these goofy videos on the same hard drive as footage of Al-Qaeda beheadings. Bin Laden had a lot of saved YouTube videos on his computer before his death. Thankfully, because we started making videos only a few months before his death back in 2011, there was nothing from the infographic show on that deeply cursed hard drive. And finally, one of the strangest things of all on bin Laden's computer, his press release bloopers. You might remember the sinister videos of bin Laden sharing his ideologies and threats against the West on VHS tapes, normally sitting in a cave and flanked by his Al-Qaeda henchmen. But while in the Abbottabad compound, bin Laden filmed a number of practice videos that never ended up getting released to the public, serving almost as a kind of Al-Qaeda blooper reel from the master of terror himself. Personally, we can't imagine it'll be finding its way onto America's Funniest Home Videos anytime soon. And that's all you need to know about the strangest things the Navy SEALs found in the Abbottabad compound. Good riddance, bin Laden. We're sure they have a copy of Chicken Little in hell. A platoon of U.S. Navy SEALs gathers around the sparse cover at the base of a hill. The commanding officer receives a last-minute transmission and turns to his men with a grave look on his face. Despite being in almost constant action for the last 4 days and with only 4 hours of solid sleep to each man, the orders are in. The SEALs must take the hill. Leaving it in enemy hands would endanger friendly forces elsewhere. With grim determination, the SEALs check and double-check their equipment. They've got a job to do, but as the attack kicks off, the weary men are in for a shock for what awaits them. Machine gun rounds whiz over their heads as artillery drops just meters away. The ear-deafening explosions make them lose track of where they are or where they're going to. The smoke burns their eyes and blurs their vision, but that will not stop them from reaching the enemy position on the hill above. The only problem is getting there. To do so, they must crawl through hundreds of yards of mud and barbed wire, sometimes sinking all the way up to their neck in dirty water or mud. And if that was not enough, they must crawl through over 100 feet of piping filled with muddy water and possible snakes to get through to the other side. But even if they survive the hundreds of yards of fire-swept barbed wire fields and muddy ditches they must crawl through, the final obstacle is a rope bridge they must cross under fire and ensure that no man is left behind. Despite all these challenges, the men persevere and take the hill with no casualties, the unseen enemy retreating before they could engage in the close combat the SEALs desperately wanted. While this scenario might come straight out of a war movie, it's actually based upon the culminating event of Basic Underwater Demolition School, or BUD's, Hell Week. It's a testament of their combat training so far and incorporates lessons learned from the entire week, while teaching the aspiring SEALs that even when they're the most tired, exhausted, hungry, and weak, the most will be expected out of them. Combat is unforgiving and does not care what they've already gone through. Even though the scenario sounds intense, it actually is just a very small piece of what actually goes on at BUDS. Throughout the 7 months, the trainees, affectionately known as tadpoles by their instructors, attend one of the most difficult training programs on the planet. From day one, SEAL instructors are looking to maximize attrition, and for good reason. There's a high probability that today's trainee could be serving alongside an instructor tomorrow in an active duty SEAL team abroad. So while their methods might seem intense, out of the ordinary, or downright sadistic, they all serve the common purpose of crafting some of the world's finest warriors and ensuring those that do not want to be there quit. While that event might seem tough, the entire process from beginning to end is meant to find each trainee's limit and then exceed that every day. Before training even begins, all prospective SEAL candidates must attend what's called INDOC. INDOC is a 5-week precursor to BUDS that each person must pass just to begin training. It's here that candidates receive their first taste of the SEAL community. Their days are long and regimented, usually starting at 5 o'clock in the morning and ending 12 hours later. During those 12 hours, they're constantly being pushed physically. Whether it's group runs on the beach wearing boots and oots, also known as camel pants, doing group exercises, swimming for hours in the pool, basic diving, or tackling in the obstacle course, the instructors unleash a full barrage of training to get the most out of their students. While those might sound easy at first, the instructors have a way of making even the simplest of tasks impossibly difficult. For instance, as a part of their swimming qualification, students must learn the practice of downproofing. The purpose of this is to expose students to a variety of controlled in extremis, Latin for the point of death, situations to see how they react. Students must also be able to get to the surface safely if any of their gear fails while on a mission in the water. There are a couple of ways to do this, and one of the most common is having students tie their feet and hands together, then jumping into the pool to free themselves before they pass out. Another way instructors place students in extremis is by purposefully pulling off their diving equipment while in the pool, and then watching as the student clears and replaces it back in working order. Useful for sure, but definitely not for the faint of heart. The terror in the pool does not end there. Another seemingly impossible task is to swim 50 meters underwater. While that might sound easy, it's not uncommon for students to pass out during this evaluation. The obstacle course is another not-so-easy task. There's a wide range of high and low obstacles that require agility, speed, and endurance to conquer, including an almost 60-foot rope tower to climb. Making matters worse is that in BUDS it pays to be a winner, and the weakest students are often punished severely with more exercises and mind games, with the slowest runner of the obstacle course usually being buried up to his neck in the sand by his classmates. While the instructors in INDOC might seem like they're trying to humiliate and beat down the students for no reason, in reality they're beating them down only to build them back up. The best way they do this is by assigning each student a partner known as a swim buddy, which is to remain with him at all times. Each swim buddy cannot be more than several feet away at a time, and if they do, each person risks fear of expulsion from training. This selfless devotion to another is the beginning of creating a coherent team. By indoctrinating students now that at the end of the day all that matters, no matter how tired, stressed, or in pain they are, is the person beside them, only then can they truly begin to grasp what it means to work in a team. Those that cannot grasp the concept or who psych themselves out now leave the program. Once a prospective SEAL makes it through INDOC, the next most grueling phase begins. The first phase builds upon most of the skills learned in INDOC and pushes trainees past any sort of mental or physical breaking point they might have thought they had before. It's here that the students are first introduced to some of the SEAL pipeline's most legendary challenges. The first challenge they must overcome now and almost every day throughout their training is the infamous PT arena called the Grinder. The Grinder does not look imposing at first. It's merely the asphalt courtyard in between where all the men live in their barracks. One would not even know of its use as an epic training ground minus the various pull-up and dip bars that adorn its sides. But make no mistake, Many thousands of men have been made and broken upon it. Each day the men will train on the grinder. Thousands of push-ups, crunches, pull-ups, burpees, and other bodyweight exercises will be done here. But that's not all. Throughout their time here, instructors will continuously spray them with water to ensure their whole time spent here is wet. While this might seem refreshing in the scorching California summers, at night and in the winter it just adds another layer of misery. Speaking of being wet, this is one constant that trainees can count on their entire time at BWII. In fact, the instructors give it an affectionate name, wet and sandy. Whenever a trainee fails to perform or even at an instructor's whim, the men can be forced to run into the surf and roll around to make sure their entire bodies are covered in sand and water. The added discomfort of the gritty sand and the chafing to follow serves as a constant stressor to the environment. The punishment of the first phase goes beyond just expanding the physical torment of indoc, but the teamwork aspect as well. Now SEALs are broken up into roughly 6-man boat crews to an inflatable small boat, or IBS. The IBS is one of the foundational platforms SEALs must conquer, since this small, silent craft is what they use to creep up on enemy shorelines across the world. The IBS weighs several hundred pounds, and once seawater and sand are factored in, it feels like it weighs a ton since it's required to be carried over their heads wherever they go. The boat team is expected to work together to accomplish tasks. Those that perform well are usually rewarded with extra rest or warmth, while those that fall behind will face a variety of punishments from before, as well as a new one, rock portage. The beaches of Coronado are adorned with hundreds of rocks that jut out menacingly into the shoreline. Often as a punishment or at the direction of the instructors, boat crews are forced to row into the waves by these rocks and get smashed into them as the undertow flips their boats in the air. The punishments here go far beyond just physical though. For those that fall behind or fail to complete the events on time, they're assigned to what's called the Goon Squad. The Goon Squad is the slowest and lowest performing group of candidates in a class. These men are singled out for their extra remediation and punishment workouts that slowly suck their resolve. Here, men are usually forced into a downward spiral since the extra time it takes to complete these workouts puts them further behind everyone else still working toward the events of that day. Ultimately, very few men sent to the Goon Squad will ever regain their place amongst the rest of the class. Further compounding the mental torture is the ever-present bell. The bell sits in the center of the grinder and is a constant reminder that getting out is only 3 rings of the bell away. Any trainee at any time can walk up to the bell to quit. Doing so ends their misery but closes the door to the SEAL community forever. For those that manage to make it to the end of the first phase, there's one last event remaining that sends a chill down the spine of all who know its name: Hell Week. Hell Week is the culminating event of the first phase. It's a brutal event encompassing a continuous week-long beatdown that tests the mind and body of all those who dare partake in it. The week starts with the men eating a large meal for dinner and then going down to their cots in the tents on the beach. The instructors give them a few frightful hours of sleep until sometime, usually around midnight, an instructor busts into the tent with an M60 machine gun firing blanks and throwing a flashbang grenade, telling the trainee to start running. This event, known as the Breakout, signals the start of Hell Week. Throughout the entire week, the men will complete many of the events they've done before, only now they'll have no rest. The men are allowed 2 2-hour naps twice throughout the whole evolution. The chronic sleep deprivation makes them feel disoriented and hopefully lose focus on the pain and only on the next event. By the end of the week, those who did not quit or get dropped for medical reasons face their last challenge of a simulated combat scenario known only as Not So Sorry. Once this is complete, Hell Week is over and the next phases of their training can resume. While the next 2 phases are no less grueling than the previous 2, they're challenging in their own ways. Most of each class will drop out by the end of the first phase and very few leave during the next 2. Why that is can probably be explained that those who survive the first 2 are mentally and physically some of the toughest warriors on the planet. Almost all of those who complete Hell Week will go on to graduate from BWII. Just exactly why that is probably because learning the actual skills of advanced diving and small unit tactics are things that can be taught, while the mental and physical toughness of being a SEAL is something students either have or do not. In times of crisis, the Commander-in-Chief has the entire United States military at their disposal. When it comes to dangerous and sensitive missions, there are certain elite soldiers who can get the job done. The elite soldiers we're talking about are the Navy SEALs and the Green Berets. Each is a special forces branch of the military. Let's take a look at the similarities and differences between these two military powerhouses. The name Navy SEAL tells us two things. The first is that this is the Special Forces branch of the Navy and that they conduct missions on sea, air, and land. This is what the acronym SEAL stands for. These elite soldiers are used in direct raids, reconnaissance missions, and action against terrorist forces. The Navy SEALs can trace their heritage back to World War II. During the war, elite naval soldiers were assigned to naval combat demolition units and underwater demolition teams. The missions they carried out were to disarm mines and recover sunken objects. These dangerous missions required the best soldiers the Navy had to offer. They were nicknamed frogmen after their green suits and amphibious nature. These frogmen eventually evolved into what's known today as the Navy SEALs. Due to Cold War tensions in 1961, President John F. Kennedy called for an increase in special forces. The following year, the U.S. Navy created the first two SEAL teams. The soldiers were recruited straight from the underwater demolition units. Navy SEALs continue to carry out important and top priority missions to this day. Green Berets are the Special Forces unit of the United States Army. Green Berets specialize in counterinsurgency. Like the Navy SEALs, the Green Berets can trace their history back to World War II as well. However, the name Green Beret did not come into use until the 1950s. The idea behind creating Green Beret squads was to create small tactical teams that could sabotage enemy communications and supply lines. The first actual Special Forces unit in the U.S. was formed in 1952 under the U.S. Army Psychological Warfare Division. 2 years later, the Army Special Forces soldiers incorporated their iconic Green Berets into their uniforms to distinguish themselves from other branches of the military. In 1962, the Army Special Forces gained official and exclusive rights to the Berets, thus immortalizing the name Green Berets in history. Navy SEALs and Green Berets both have their own requirements for candidacy. In order to become a Navy SEAL, you must have at least 20/40 vision in your best eye and 20/70 in your worst eye with no color blindness. This means that some people are disqualified just on eyesight alone. You must have a minimum Armed Services Vocational Aptitude Battery score of 220 and to be 28 years old or younger. The final requirement is that you need to be a U.S. citizen and eligible for security clearance. You must meet all these requirements before you will even be considered for the training regiment. In order to be considered for the Green Berets, an applicant must be a U.S. citizen and between 20 to 32 years of age by the day they're sent to Infantry 1 Station Unit training. You must also be an active duty member of the Army or National Guard and qualify for airborne training. To meet strength and endurance requirements for the Green Berets, an applicant must complete a minimum of 49 push-ups, 59 sit-ups, run 2 miles in under 15 minutes and 12 seconds, and do 6 pull-ups. How did the training regiment stack up between the Navy SEALs and Green Berets? Training for a Navy SEAL is consistently rated the most difficult training out of any branch of the military. The training for a Navy SEAL is made up of 3 core pillars. The first is to create men of character, which means to train each soldier to uphold the Navy's core values. The next pillar of training is physical. Navy SEALs must be physically fit and trained to work in every environment, but most especially water. The final pillar of training is technical. The training to become a Navy SEAL requires soldiers to be intelligent and able to quickly learn new tasks. There are 2 months of preparatory training before a soldier can even begin their Navy SEAL training. This preparatory period includes demanding physical and mental screening tests. Once the preliminary training is over, SEAL candidates enter a 6-month basic underwater demolition training program. This is the part of the training that is cited as being the most difficult training in all of the U.S. military. The candidates must undergo constant physical and mental tests. They're also trained in basic water competency skills, underwater combat, weapons and demolitions training, and navigation on dry land. Then there's Hell Week, and it lives up to its name. This part of SEAL training is 5 days or more of candidates being pushed to their breaking point through intense physical and mental exertion around the clock. They're only allowed about 4 hours of sleep the entire period. It's at this point about 75% of candidates fail or drop out. If a candidate makes it through Hell Week, then they're put through weeks of intermediate training, including small unit tactics, parachuting, and cold weather operations. But nothing is as difficult as Hell Week. If a soldier can make it through all of the rigorous training exercises, then they're awarded the Trident. This is the official Navy SEAL symbol. Once the soldier receives their Trident, they are assigned to a SEAL platoon, where they have several more months of advanced training for specialty skills. It's after this point that soldiers can call themselves a Navy SEAL. Green Berets start out with basic combat training. Candidates who aspire to be Green Berets must also have completed advanced individual training and U.S. Army Airborne School. Soldiers then need to report to Fort Bragg to complete a 6-week course in physical fitness and land navigation called the Special Forces Preparation Course. Next, the candidates need to go through the Special Forces Assessment and Selection Training. During this training, soldiers' survival skills are tested and their physical and mental fitness is pushed to its limits. The final phase of the training is the Special Forces Qualification Course. This is a 53-week training course in small unit tactics, combat marksmanship, advanced special forces tactics, language and cultural training, and unconventional warfare. Once these 53 weeks are over, the soldier can finally be deployed as a Green Beret. Navy SEALs and Green Berets are both elite Special Forces units. The Navy SEAL training is more difficult to get through, but the Green Berets training is a longer process. There's currently around 2,500 Navy SEALs on active duty. There are about 7,000 Green Berets on active duty. Reports state that the number of Green Berets may be decreasing. The strain of repeated deployments and failure to meet recruiting targets are starting to take its toll on the Green Berets. The amount of soldiers in a squad differs between Navy SEALs and Green Berets as well. SEAL squads consist of approximately 16 men, but may be divided into smaller squads and fire teams as needed. Green Beret squads work as 12-soldier teams known as an A-team. Each member of the team has a specific job within the squad. The two Special Forces branches have specific mission types. However, Green Berets and Navy SEALs do work together from time to time. There have been missions where the two branches are deployed to complete missions together, and other times where a squad is a mix of Navy SEALs and Green Berets. Normally, Navy SEALs are assigned to specific missions based on the skills required. In the case of Navy SEALs, the skill set of the squad drives the decision of where they'll be deployed. Green Berets are assigned to 9 different types of missions. These missions are unconventional warfare, foreign internal defense, direct action, counterinsurgency, special reconnaissance, counterterrorism, information operations, counter-proliferation of weapons of mass destruction, and security force assistance. The squad is deployed based on the geographic focus of the Green Beret platoon. If the squad has been trained in Middle Eastern cultures, they will most likely be deployed to that region of the world. But in extreme circumstances, Green Berets are sent wherever they're needed most. When it comes down to it, the training necessary to join each elite force is rigorous and difficult to get through. You can be sure that the soldiers from both branches of the military will be skilled and lethal. But what about their weapons? How do Navy SEAL weapons stack up against the weapons of the Green Berets? For handguns, the Navy SEALs use a 9mm Sig Sauer P226, which can have a 20-round clip. The other option Navy SEALs have is the Mk23 Mod 0 45 caliber offensive handgun, which has a standard 12-round clip. Both handguns are equipped with a suppressor and laser aiming module. These modifications allow for stealthiness and better accuracy. For rifles, Navy SEALs use a plethora of different guns. Most common is the M4A1, which has a 550-yard range and a 30-round magazine. SEALs have also been known to use the AK-47 along with submachine guns, shotguns, and sniper rifles to supplement the firepower in their squad. The standard issue handgun for the Green Beret is the Glock 19. This pistol was selected for its low visibility, which allows it to be concealed easily. This is important as the Green Beret uniform might change to meet mission requirements. The Glock 19 magazine capacity can vary from 6 rounds to 33 and can fire over 100 rounds a minute. The two most used rifles for the Green Berets are the Mk17 Scar and the M4 Carbine. The Scar is designed for mid-range engagements and has a standard 20-round magazine. The M4 is used by soldiers who prefer the customizability of the gun and its light weight. Green Berets will choose the right gun for the specific mission they're assigned. Another difference between the Navy SEALs and the Green Berets are the crafts they use from mission to mission. Navy SEALs have a wide variety of vehicles at their disposal for deployment. They use aquatic crafts such as the SEAL Delivery Vehicle and the Combat Rubber Raiding Craft, a 15-foot heavily reinforced inflatable rubber boat. The Navy SEALs also have several other ships and larger craft for deployment and extraction. On the other hand, Green Berets tend to only use one vehicle, the Ground Mobility Vehicle. It's a lightweight, all-terrain truck that can be used in a variety of environments and missions, and it would seem that the Ground Mobility Vehicle is versatile enough to complete almost any Green Beret assignment. The fact that the Navy SEALs must work in the water and air as well as on land means they need a more diverse array of delivery vehicles. Deployment time varies within each Special Forces branch. SEALs typically operate on 18-month cycles and are deployed for 6 months at a time. However, some units with special assignments or skills have their own schedules. They may be deployed more frequently but for shorter amounts of time. Green Berets deployment lengths can vary, but deployment time is normally between 90 days and 15 months. All in all, Navy SEALs and Green Berets are well-trained elite soldiers. They can get deployed anywhere around the world for a variety of missions. Both Navy SEALs and Green Berets have to go through hell and prove they have what it takes through months of training. These soldiers are the best of the best and are given the equipment they need to complete any mission. Sometimes SEALs and Green Berets work together, and I'd hate to be the mission target for that squad. Marine Scout snipers are among the deadliest warfighters in the world. They serve a variety of purposes and often far away from friendly units that could accidentally blow their cover or alert enemies. Scout snipers often work in pairs, with one actually pulling the trigger while the other partner spots and collects vital data. They can be employed in multiple roles on the battlefield. The most common one that comes to mind would be Overwatch. That's when snipers provide top cover to advancing infantry units to identify major threats like machine gunners or other snipers. Taking these dangerous units out enables the infantry to move forward safely. Snipers are more commonly given reconnaissance missions where they must go deep into enemy territory simply to observe and take notes of enemy movements and positions. Lastly, and the most dangerous mission is when snipers perform surgical strikes on selected high-value targets. A high-value target could be a top officer, terrorist leader, bomb maker, or any number of individuals who might have a lot of security around them. Heightened security measures would make conducting a regular attack risky, and if they're surrounded by civilians, it would avoid unnecessary suffering. A scout sniper must be able to get in close enough undetected to make an accurate shot, then slip away, all while being hunted by the enemy. Because of these incredibly dangerous mission sets, Marine Scout snipers only choose a select handful of people to ensure the best Marines are put in these kinds of harrowing situations. The process for a Marine Scout sniper starts all the same for thousands of eager recruits every year: enlisting in the Marine Corps. While there are certainly many hurdles that go into just joining the military, the basic principles of being physically and medically fit, a clean criminal record, and the ability to pass a drug test is standard for entry. Another initial hurdle is doing well on the ASVAB exam. The ASVAB, or Armed Services Vocational Aptitude Battery, is a common exam given by all the armed forces to see what areas you're naturally good at. To become a Marine Scout sniper as of right now, you must become an infantryman first. Contrary to popular belief, it's rather difficult to obtain an infantry contract since the competition is fierce, meaning that those interested need to score well above the minimum requirement to be competitive. So after studying well for the ASVAB, staying in shape, and keeping your nose clean, you head off to boot camp. Marine Corps boot camp is no joke and is designed to break you down mentally and physically only to rebuild you as a member of the world's greatest Marine Corps. While at boot camp, it's best to learn every bit of knowledge from the drill instructors as possible, especially for marksmanship, since this will form the foundation for your Marine Corps career. One of the minimum requirements to even attend Scout Sniper School is to shoot at an expert level. The Marine Corps Marksmanship Test is an annual event that recruits must first pass in boot camp. Marines fire a total of 50 rounds at targets 200, 300, and 500 meters away from the standing, kneeling, sitting, and prone positions. This test is scored between 250 to 350 points with 3 different levels. Those wanting to be a scout sniper need to get a score of at least 305 to obtain the expert level of marksmanship. After completing boot camp, infantry Marines must now compete in one of 2 School of Infantry courses. The School of Infantry course is one of the most punishing courses that any enlisted Marine can go through. Over the course of 59 days, newly minted Marines will build on the knowledge they learned in boot camp and apply it to real-life scenarios. During the course, they'll learn techniques of patrolling, defending a position, and identifying improvised explosive devices. Marines here will also learn to use more advanced weapons like grenade employment and machine guns. After the first several weeks of training, Marines branch off into whichever infantry specialty they were assigned after boot camp. Riflemen, mortarmen, machine gunners, and light armored scouts all receive job-specific training. Upon graduation from either the School of Infantry East or West, Marines can now hit the fleet into their first operational infantry unit. During the next several years, Marines could serve anywhere in the world, whether it be in the jungles of Okinawa, the deserts of Southern California, the woods of North Carolina, or the combat zone of Afghanistan. Marines everywhere should expect a not-so-easy lifestyle. It is during this phase of an aspiring scout sniper's timeline that Marines must wait several years biding his or her time. That's because of the rank requirements and often unit-specific requirements. To even be eligible for the Scout Sniper course, Marines must attain at least the rank of Lance Corporal. Obtaining this rank might take several years for some depending on what rank they enlisted at and how many people get promoted each year. Most people take about 2 years to reach this rank after enlisting. But while you're waiting to meet the minimum rank requirements, you still have to stay in shape and refine your shooting skills learned in boot camp. This is necessary since a first-class physical fitness test score, the highest level, must be achieved at the date of the course convening, as well as having a current expert rifle qualification. During this time, you must also stay out of trouble and avoid getting into large amounts of debt since snipers are required to hold a minimum of a secret security clearance. Getting in trouble with the law as well as owing too much money are common issues that would prevent you from obtaining a security clearance and a spot as a Marine Scout Sniper. There are a variety of other pre-qualifications that must be met before even stepping on board one of the 3 Scout Sniper courses. You must have at least 1 year remaining on your contract to attend the school, which means if you did not make the rank needed fast enough, you might have to re-enlist just to attend the course. You must also have a correctable vision to 20/20, and colorblind applicants are discouraged. You also cannot have any history of mental illness in your medical record, and you must be a volunteer. While that might be surprising, with such a tough school and a great need for snipers on the battlefield, more than one command might be tempted to force people to go to fill this desperately needed quota. If you can manage to meet all the requirements, there's still at least one obstacle remaining before being allowed to attend the course. While not officially required, the Scout Sniper School highly recommends attending a variety of additional courses before reporting to the schoolhouse. Some of these courses include things like land navigation, calling for supporting fires, and reconnaissance marine. Additionally, the school also recommends that Marines become proficient at some of the core tenets of sniping, such as marksmanship, stalking, field sketches, and range estimation prior to attending this as well. Why they highly recommend all of this additional training before attending Scout Sniper School is because of the traditionally high attrition rate. In recent years, it's not uncommon for more than half a class to fail the course for one reason or another. The instructors and Marine Corps leadership realize that the current 59-day course is not enough time to develop most people without prior preparation from infantrymen into some of the world's deadliest marksmen. Because of these stringent recommendations, often screeners and training evolutions are held at the divisional and regimental level to best prepare interested candidates for selection. Those that perform well at these unit-level training evolutions will be recommended by their chain of command to attend the course, since they only want to send people who have the best chance of succeeding. So after finally waiting and training for 2 to 3 years, multiple schools, and possibly seeing combat, you're finally ready to enter the final stage of Scout Sniper training. The Scout Sniper course. There are 3 Scout Sniper courses with 1 on each coast as well as 1 at Quantico, Virginia, to take over the extra overflow of students. Soon after arrival at the course, you're quickly reminded that Scout Snipers live in the areas that no one wants to go to make their shots. One of the very first events after students make their ghillie suit is to completely submerge their bodies in the pig pit, a muddy, mosquito-infested hole in the woods. After doing this, the students are ready for training. Throughout the course, physical fitness is a large part of the daily routine. While certainly tough, there is no Hell Week equivalent to Buds here. Rather, the crux of the course focuses on a series of 4 must-pass events. The very first one comes a month into the school. It's known as the Distance Qualification Course. On this course of fire, Marines must hit at least 28 shots on a range with targets 300, 500, and 1,000 meters. Failing the official range twice means you fail. The next hurdle is the stalking course. Stalking is a traditional sniper method of matching their ghillie suits to surrounding territory and then crawling within the distance of the enemy undetected to get their best shot. This course is incredibly difficult and one of the main failure points for many students. Students are often forced to do what's called skull dragging, which keeps the body perfectly level with the ground, and they drag their faces in the dirt. The students must do this until they get within 300 meters of the instructors undetected and fire a blank shot at them. The instructors then hold up a series of cards to make sure that the Marine is actually within the required distance to reading them, which simulates being in range for an accurate shot. After firing, a Marine instructor known as a walker walks within 10 feet of the student who fired. If the instructor still cannot see him, he fires again, and the instructors look to see if the shot disturbed anything around him. If they still cannot see the student, the Marine passes with a perfect score. Every Marine Scout Sniper must obtain at least 1 perfect score to pass stalking. After passing these 2 first phases, the Marines then focus on their most difficult shooting hurdle, the unknown distance range. The unknown distance range is slightly different than the known distance range in both how it's conducted and scoring. The students practice for weeks on the known distance range before the final qualification event while at the unknown distance range. Literally every shot matters over the next 2 weeks. This is because the scores from each day are averaged, and the Marines need an average of 80% to pass. The range is difficult as there are 10 targets from several hundred to up to 800 meters away, all at random intervals. Marines must quickly assess not only the range but the environmental conditions as well to get a shot off in less than 5 seconds. The skill is vitally important since Marines in combat will rarely have known distances at which to fire at enemies. After passing this evolution, Marines must face their final test. As in real life, scout snipers might be operating far behind enemy lines. If one of them gets hurt, no one is left behind, meaning they're going to have to be carried, sometimes for miles, for medical help. Instructors simulate this by making the class carry 4 dummy casualties weighing 200 pounds each, along with all the other Marines' gear, for a brutal 23 miles. The march takes over 8 hours and usually starts late at night, with Marines finishing in the morning. Upon the completion of this last event, they officially move from their previous title of professionally instructed gunmen to hunters of gunmen. The path to becoming a Marine Scout Sniper is not easy and takes years of preparation and training. Because of the strict requirements, even to enter the course, Marines must perform at their best day in and day out for years. Even with all this preparation that Marines have before arriving at the school, every skill they've ever learned is put to the test. Mentally, physically, and emotionally, Marines will have to perform under stressful and difficult circumstances. But if they have what it takes, they can join an elite group that only several thousand Marines in U.S. history have ever joined. Sure, you've heard of Air Force One, the luxury plane reserved specifically for whenever the US president takes to the skies, but what you might not know about is Marine One, the state-of-the-art luxury $215 million presidential helicopter often reserved for the direst emergencies, or yet another taxpayer-funded round of golf. That's right, the POTUS has their very own personal chopper, ready to be utilized anytime, anywhere. The price of your average commercial helicopter runs from lows of around $250,000 to the low millions, which begs the question, what makes Marine One so insanely expensive, with a cost around 100 times what you can expect for an average non-combat helicopter? Let's take a step inside this flying presidential suite and find out. First, we need to get technical because Marine One isn't always just one helicopter, it's the military call sign for any helicopter carrying the president, and is operated by Marine Helicopter Squadron 1, also known by the way cooler name Nighthawks, who are based in Quantico, Virginia. The 2 varieties of Marine One currently available are a larger variant of the Sikorsky SH-3 Sea King and the smaller, lighter Sikorsky UH-60 Blackhawk, a name you might find familiar from the 2001 movie Black Hawk Down. The respective unit costs for each of these 2 helicopters are typically south of $10 million, but they've still provided safety and reliability for U.S. presidents for over a decade. However, this is expected to change in 2021 with the introduction of an entirely new piece of Marine One technology and the star of today's video, the Sikorsky VH-92A. The VH-92A is the beast with the $215 million price tag per unit. This marvel of technology has been in the works since October of 2014, when the U.S. Navy granted a $1.24 billion engineering and manufacturing development contract to Sikorsky, a subsidiary of weapons development company Lockheed Martin. After several years of development and testing, the Nighthawks themselves finally gave their seal of approval after a test takeoff and landing at the White House in 2018. Upon its release, the VH-92A will be one of the most advanced helicopters in the world, with a list of design features that would make any mechanical engineer worth their salt start blushing. So what goes into protecting the most powerful golfer on Earth? This new Marine One offers state-of-the-art encrypted mission communications technology, the Collins Aerospace ProLine communication and navigation radios, which gives Marine One full duplex satellite communication capabilities. The helicopter also takes advantage of an ARC-244A digital FM radio twinned with an MIL STD-1553 avionics data bus. In layman's terms, it uses a particularly advanced computer system to transfer data efficiently between the various component parts of the helicopter with full independence of any external computer systems. And as a little cherry on top, Marine One also has integrated onboard Wi-Fi thanks to a Wi-Fi router and Ethernet cable, so the president can tweet from above. But the cutting-edge avionics, meaning electrical equipment fitted into an aircraft, don't stop there. The cockpit, manned by one pilot and one co-pilot, also boasts 2 high-tech display control panels and 4 multifunctional display units for unparalleled awareness and control. It even features spare flight critical systems, preventing what's known as a single-point failure. Couple that with a traffic collision avoidance system, or TCAS, a health and usage monitoring system, or HUMS, an enhanced ground proximity warning system, or EGPWS, and an advanced weather radar, and you have yourself a perfect recipe for a truly presidential flight. But you're probably thinking, well, accounting for traffic and the weather is one thing, but what about other safety features? The thing costs $1/8 billion here, and we're dealing with the leader of the free world. Thankfully, the VH-92A has you covered there too. The engineers behind Marine One have truly thought of everything, including de-icing systems, lightning protection, flaw tolerance, built-in protections against electromagnetic interference to keep the helicopter protected from an electromagnetic pulse in the event of a nuclear explosion, and even bird strike protection. Or if the world decides to go all Alfred Hitchcock during one of the president's flights. What if someone decides to attack the president while in transit though? Of course, the system isn't just designed to defend against potential acts of God. Marine One is also designed to account for potential enemy attacks. One of its 2 main lines of defense are its laser-based directional infrared countermeasures, or DIRCMs. Because most offensive air-to-air and surface-to-air missiles work on the principle of infrared seeking, the DIRCMs on Marine One pulse out infrared flashes that confuse the tracking systems of potential incoming missiles, essentially jamming them. But that's not all Marine One has up its exceedingly expensive sleeves. The chopper is fitted with decoy launchers capable of firing out a distracting payload to redirect the attention of an incoming deadly projectile. Throw in ballistic armor and advanced sensors that can warn the pilots of impending attack far in advance, and you have a flying presidential fortress that's exceptionally hard to take down through any but the most extreme measures. But hey, nothing's foolproof. What if these defense or safety systems fail, whether from an incoming missile or a flock of particularly anti-American pigeons? If the helicopter ever fell from the sky, would it become a fiery lump of metal filled with presidential puree? Thankfully, no, because those engineers are at it again. The fuselage, meaning the main body of the aircraft, has been designated crash-worthy by all testing metrics. According to official releases from Sikorsky, the fuselage has a twin turboshaft power plant and a fully articulated composite main rotor. The helicopter's retractable tricycle landing gear includes 3 separate twin-wheel units, ensuring a soft and stable landing. And the crash safety measures don't stop there either. Special care has been taken to make sure the self-contained fuel system is as crash-worthy as physically possible, reducing the risk of a fire breaking out in the event of a crash. Even the seats are designed to absorb the energy of a crash, keeping the Marine One helicopter passengers safe if it ever came crashing down. So you can rest assured that Marine One is the safest anyone could possibly be inside a helicopter, which definitely contributes to its utterly insane price tag. The engine is no slouch in this department either. The craft is powered by 2 General Electric CT-788 turboshaft engines, each of which is probably worth more than your house. The Marine One helicopter's power plant is also fitted with a pneumatic starting system and an integral particle separator, with a Honeywell 36150 auxiliary power unit to supply emergency juice to all the revolutionary onboard systems we've just described to you. All this power equates to an impressive flying height of 14,000 feet above sea level and a startling speed of 165 knots, with a cruise speed of 151 knots. That equates to around 189 miles per hour and 174 miles per hour respectively. For some perspective, the top speed of the new Marine One is around 25 knots greater than that of an average helicopter, which typically levels out at around 140 knots. Only the best for the President of the United States. Of course, no vehicle would ever be truly presidential if it lacked the creature comforts that America's highest political office has become so synonymous with. Air Force One is a luxury plane, so is Marine One a luxury helicopter? You better believe it. In addition to the free Wi-Fi, the new Marine One has the rare helicopter luxury of true standing room at 1.83 meters or 6 feet, so President Trump, who's believed to be 6'2", would only need to crouch slightly to fit in the main cabin. The Marine One helicopter is roomy by anyone's standard with its 1.2 meter or around 4 feet width, with a capacity of around 19 passengers or 10 passengers if you want to have a little more legroom. And while helicopters are typically unbearably noisy, the Marine One cabin is designed with low acoustics in mind, so the passengers can speak to one another in a normal tone of voice despite the powerful rotor outside. While there are certain limitations to what we can currently know about the decor of the new Marine One, based on the fact that it isn't supposed to enter service until next year, we can make some reasonable assumptions from President Trump's very specific interior design tastes. Some preliminary renderings show the plush white leather interiors we've come to expect when we think of presidential opulence, as indicated by the interior of his private 757 jet and modifications to the interior of previous Marine One models. President Trump shows a preference for chrome, cream, and wood grain surfaces, none of which come cheap. If his gold-plated New York apartment wasn't enough of a clue, President Trump has a taste for conspicuous consumption, and the interior of the new Marine One is unlikely to buck that trend. From the outside, the livery of the new Marine One is best described as classic. It's largely a dark military green with the iconic white top of all of the Marine One helicopters. This color scheme is so intrinsic to every model of Marine One that the helicopters are often colloquially known as white tops. And if you think the hefty $215 million price tag on one of them could ever leave you without any money left over for rent, wait until you hear that the US government put in an order for 6 of them as part of a first low-rate initial production contract. A little excessive, don't you think? After all, the president can only fly one of them at a time. Well, yes and no. While buying 6 Marine Ones may seem like a classic exercise in Trumpian excess, it's actually part of a wider safety tactic employed by the Nighthawks for a number of years, called the presidential shell game. In an emergency situation, when the Marine One flies, it does so with a formation of 5 identical decoy helicopters meant to protect the president's personal helicopter from attack. It seems bizarre that the US government would employ a technique typically reserved for aspiring magicians to protect the president, but seeing as Marine One hasn't been down yet, there must be something to it. While it'll never be the president's primary mode of transportation, after all, Air Force One is just more practical for long-distance and cross-country travel, it does accompany the president everywhere he goes. Marine One and its doppelgangers are typically transported along with the president's luxury limousine on either a C-17 Globemaster or a C-5 Galaxy military transport aircraft, ready to roll out and take off at a moment's notice. In a situation where the president is under direct attack, there's rarely time to gear up Air Force One for an immediate flight, and the presidential motorcade is considerably more vulnerable than Marine One to all forms of attack, from improvised bombs to roadblocks. While as helicopters go, Marine One is built with luxury in mind, it's never been the primary intention. The function of the Marine One helicopter in all its forms since President Eisenhower's tiny, cramped Bell H-13J during the Cold War is to facilitate a quick getaway for the president if the situation turns south, whether the problem is a terrorist attack or the beginning of a nuclear war. In the beginning, the duty of Marine One, once referred to instead as Army One, was shared between the US Army, the Marines, and the Secret Service. The title made the final switch to Marine One in 1976 after the United States Marine Corps took over the operation entirely. Unsurprisingly, the whole program got a major shot in the arm after the September 11 attacks in 2001. With the fear of another attack on the nation's key power centers imminent, the pressure to drive innovation toward better protected presidential vehicles increased massively. It was a few years after this, and against stiff competition from other defense contractors, that Lockheed Martin and Sikorsky Aircraft secured the contract for designing and building the president's personalized Marine One helicopters from then on. While thankfully the second attack on the United States never actually came, we were left with a path of design innovation that led to the $215 million technological marvel that keeps President Trump safe today. If the United States president is lucky, they won't have to use Marine One all that much, seeing as it's reserved for less than ideal situations. However, without this piece of cutting-edge aviation technology, the president is under considerably greater risk of attack, and considerably greater risk of that attack being successful. As a heartwarming final touch, during a presidential inauguration, the Nighthawks offered the outgoing president one final ride in the Marine One from the Capitol to Joint Base Andrew, where their tenure as president officially ceases. And thanks to that $215 million price tag, it'll be the safest helicopter ride they've ever taken. In the 2011 movie Captain America: The First Avenger, the moment they realize that Steve Rogers has the makings of a superhero is when he jumps on a dummy grenade to save his comrades. To sacrifice yourself for your fellow soldiers in a combat situation is one of the most honorable things a military serviceman can do, even earning you the coveted Medal of Honor, an award given for exceptional feats of bravery and personal sacrifice. Only 103 Medal of Honor recipients are alive today. Jumping on a live grenade will probably net you a Medal of Honor, but it's also a pretty surefire way to die in action. So imagine the kind of person it takes to do this at the age of 17 with 2 grenades, miraculously survive, and then go on to defy death once again. That person is who we're talking about today on this episode of the Infographic Show. This is the story of a war hero and an almost indestructible man, Jacqueline H. Lucas, aka Mr. Immortal. Jacqueline, who more commonly went by Jack, was born on Valentine's Day in 1928. These were truly humble beginnings, growing up in the town of Plymouth, North Carolina, along the Roanoke River. Growing up with the more traditionally feminine name, Jacqueline, Jack learned to be extra tough to compensate, enhancing his natural athletic abilities from a young age and learning to beat up anyone who made fun of him. However, in spite of his drive and toughness, life didn't always come easy to young Jack. When he was 11 years old, his father, local tobacco farmer Lewis Harold Lucas, died tragically at the young age of 45. Jack loved his father and so took his death particularly hard. Like a lot of adolescents struggling with feelings of grief, Jack began to misbehave and act out. His mother, who never remarried despite living to the truly impressive age of 96, was still grieving herself in the aftermath of her husband's death. Feeling like she was unable to control young Jack, she enrolled him at the Edwards Military Institute in the local town of Salemburg. For a lot of people, being abruptly enrolled into a military school after your father's untimely death would be a nightmare. For Jack, however, it was when he really came into his own. As we mentioned before, Jack was a naturally big and athletic kid. By age 14, while most people his age are still in braces, Jack was 5'8" and 180 pounds of solid muscle. In the regimented macho environment of military school, Jack put his physical aptitude to the test and excelled in an insane variety of sports. These included hunting, trap and skeet shooting, horseback riding, wrestling, boxing, basketball, softball, and the American pastime, baseball. He quickly rose through the ranks at Edwards Military Institute, gaining the rank of cadet captain. During his time there, he even earned the coveted position of captain of the football team. If everything kept progressing in this direction, it's very likely Jack would have left the institute and became a superstar athlete. However, wider circumstances unfolding across the globe dramatically changed the course of Jack's life. Europe was experiencing what would later be known as World War II, as Hitler's expansionist Nazi forces, with the help of Mussolini's fascist Italian regime, wreaked havoc on neighboring countries. The United States under President Franklin Roosevelt had vowed to stay out of this messy European conflict. However, everything changed for the US and for Jack Lucas on December 7, 1941. Pearl Harbor, the surprise bombing and kamikaze attack by the Japanese military on an American naval base in Honolulu, Hawaii, that left over 2,300 American soldiers dead. This event sparked uproar across the nation, but it particularly resonated with young Jack Lucas. At 14, he was still 3 years below the legal enlistment age, and he didn't have his mother's permission, but that didn't matter to him. He was feeling that same rage and grief he felt after his father's death, but this time, there was an enemy to fight, and you better believe that Jack Lucas was going to join that fight. But there were still those two pesky issues of his age and his lack of parental permission. However, Jack had his own methods for getting around this. Namely, in August of 1942, he broke out of military school, where they declared him AWOL, and crossed the state line to Virginia. There, he bribed a public official to forge documents saying he was 17. His next stop was the Marine Corps Recruitment Center in Norfolk, Virginia. There, he forged his mother's signature and fully enlisted in the United States military. All before the age of 15, when most of us are too afraid to ask our crushes to prom. He was sent for recruitment training at the Parris Island Marine Corps Training Depot in South Carolina. Much like his time in military school, Jack excelled in his training. His years of hunting, trap, and skeet shooting in Edwards Military Institute had paid off, as he was declared a sharpshooter in rifle qualification. He was a full-fledged Marine by age 14. Jack was already eager to jump straight into the action, but the US military had different ideas. They gave him a post in the Parris Island Training Battalion, doing largely manual labor for them. It was a far cry from the action Jack was expecting when he enlisted. Luckily for him, Jack had never been the kind of guy to just sit around and complain. Instead, much like his days in military school, Jack abandoned his post to follow more exciting prospects. Namely, he got a ride to the military base at Pearl Harbor, telling a USMC officer that his assignment to the training battalion was the result of a clerical error and that he was supposed to have been given a more active combat position. However, this clever plan didn't quite work out because he was given a military trucking job. Driving supplies from place to place didn't exactly make him feel like a valuable soldier. Over time, the frustration of inaction was starting to drive Jack a little stir-crazy. Once again, he began acting out, like any teenager who feels he's being treated unfairly. Jack was disciplined by his superiors for once again going AWOL, this time to head into Honolulu proper and meet girls. He was also arrested for getting hammered and instigating a bar fight. In one instance that feels like something straight out of Animal House, Jack was reprimanded for bringing a crate of beer into his barracks. Jack responded in the only way he could, punching the military policeman who reprimanded him square in the jaw. He was court-martialed and spent 5 brutal months in the stockade. Unluckily for his superiors, 5 months of eating bread and breaking rocks did nothing to dull his rebellious warrior spirit. Getting tired of causing trouble in Hawaii, Jack figured that if the military wouldn't deploy him in combat, he'd just deploy himself. A short trip down to the local docks later, Jack had become a stowaway on board the USS Withdrawal, a transport ship bound for the front lines out in the Pacific. Being a natural-born survivor, Jack was able to remain hidden from the crew for a solid month during the journey. He survived off of scraps, motivated by knowing that in a matter of weeks and then days, he'd be able to join the heat of the battle. And soon enough, Jack got his wish. His time to truly shine came on February 20th, 1945, just less than a week after his birthday. He was a private in the 1st Battalion, 26th Marines, 5th Marine Division. While the other soldiers were armed with M1 Garand rifles, Jack, who wasn't even meant to be there, was going in with bare hands. When the bullets started flying and his comrades started dropping around him, Jack grabbed a rifle of one of the dead soldiers and charged into the fray. Nothing would stand in his way. Jack ran across the beach, which was being torn up by machine gun fire and artillery. He didn't care. Eventually, he hit the tree line and he teamed up with a group of 4 other surviving soldiers. They grouped together and pushed deeper into the jungle, preparing to take on the Japanese forces embedded in machine gun dugouts and complex military tunnel networks. Jack and the 4 soldiers launched an attack on a heavily fortified Japanese machine gun nest, but upon actually reaching the nest, they found it empty. This was because the 11 Japanese soldiers manning the nest had already escaped through one of the tunnels and were climbing out of the ground behind them. Jack and his new comrades whipped around and opened fire. Jack's first shot tore through the head of a Japanese combatant, killing him instantly. Great start. Then his second shot jammed. Not so great. Shots were exchanged in a brief but intense firefight until a live Type 97 fragmentation grenade landed at Jack's feet. Without a second's hesitation, Jack threw his body down onto the grenade and yelled for his comrades to take cover. A second grenade landed near him before the first one had even had a chance to explode. He immediately grabbed that one too and held it against his chest. Then, one of the grenades exploded, releasing not only the blast force, but the deadly shrapnel directly into his body. Luckily for him and his team, the second grenade didn't explode. His surviving Marine comrades, inspired by Jack's act of great courage and heroism, managed to fight off the Japanese soldiers and turn the tide of the fight. Afterwards, they were shocked to find that Jack was both alive and conscious, something that seemed utterly impossible at the time. Well, impossible if you aren't Jack Lucas, a man who later earned the incredible nicknames Mr. Immortal and the Indestructible Man for his death-defying feats. Navy corpsmen ran to the rescue, grabbing Jack and taking him back to their hospital ship on a stretcher. On the way, they had to repel relentless Japanese banzai attacks with their trusty .45 pistols, but they were able to get him back safely. There, Jack had to receive 21 life-saving surgeries, where they removed over 250 pieces of shrapnel from his body. It pierced every single major organ in young Jack's body, but against all odds, he made a full recovery as well as successfully saving his 4 fellow soldiers. Not bad for his first time on the battlefield. 7 months later, he became one of the handful of people to collect his own Medal of Honor alive and in person. It was given to him by President Harry S. Truman at age 17, making him the youngest recipient of the Medal of Honor in American history. Having gotten the rage-fueled adrenaline out of his system, Jack returned home to complete his schooling. He'd be the only 9th grader in the U.S. with extensive war wounds and a congressional medal. Even in civilian life, Jack Lucas never had a dull moment. He got a college degree, went on a speaking tour, and appropriately for a man whose birthday was on Valentine's Day, he got married 3 times, including, according to his autobiography appropriately named Indestructible, one who hired a hitman in an attempt to kill him. Said hitman was unable to finish what the Japanese grenades started. But Jack's days of service and insane death-defying luck weren't over. To get over his fear of heights, like a truly crazed individual, he joined the 82nd Airborne at the age of 40 as a paratrooper. However, during one of his training jumps, tragedy struck and his parachute didn't open. He fell 3,500 feet, and for anyone else, this would be a certain death sentence. They'd be cleaned out of cracks in the sidewalk with a toothbrush. But Jack, who seemed to be an action movie protagonist in the flesh, saved himself by falling into a commando role. He got up and walked away unscathed. By the time his work with the 82nd Airborne was over, he'd achieved the rank of captain for the 3rd and final time in his life. After finally and fully returning to civilian life, Jack sold beer in Washington for a living. He got to meet with presidents up until the end of President Clinton's time in office, and also finally got to experience some well-earned rest and relaxation. He passed away in 2008 at the ripe old age of 80 from cancer. That's a heck of a lot longer than most people who get blown up by grenades and fall out of planes without a parachute, but Jacqueline H. Lucas was never most people. In one corner, we have the United States Amphibious Warriors, proudly proclaiming themselves the first to the fight. American Marines have a rich history of fighting and winning some of the bloodiest battles in history. In the other corner is the ancient saboteur, spy, and assassin, the Japanese ninja. Hello and welcome to another episode of the infographic shows Who Would Win. Today we're pitting a US Marine up against an ancient ninja, comparing training, weapons, and techniques to decide a victor. The US Marine Corps was founded on the 10th of November 1775 by Captain Samuel Nicholas, who was tasked with raising 2 battalions of combatants who would fight shipboard actions against the vastly superior British fleet. From their infancy, the Corps has been an amphibious and expeditionary force, whose job is to quickly respond to hostile forces and secure a beachhead for the rest of the US military to break through. Sometimes this is quite literal, as the Marines are the primary amphibious force of the US military, with the Army having some but not many amphibious capabilities. This means that Marine units have to be capable of taking hostile beaches and then holding them against typically superior numbers long enough for the Army to land and establish a true foothold. To accomplish this job, the Marines are equipped with everything from landing craft to their own attack helicopters, and even their own Air Force, all meant to support these dangerous and very aggressive operations. Marines undergo 13 weeks of initial training at boot camp, where they learn everything from land navigation to marksmanship, and the fundamentals of the Marine Corps' martial arts program. This aggressive martial arts technique has its foundations in bayonet and close quarters combat techniques, taught all the way back to the days of boarding parties aboard wooden sailing ships. During World War I, those basic techniques were supplemented with unarmed combat techniques, such as boxing, giving American Marines an edge in close quarters trench warfare. Between the 2 world wars, Colonel Anthony J. Biddle pulled together the various training programs under one umbrella and standardized techniques to be taught across the entirety of the Corps, with the fundamentals based on boxing, wrestling, savate, and fencing. During this transitional period, Chinese-American Marines brought their knowledge of Kung Fu into the Corps, which was quickly integrated into the existing training program. In 1956, Lieutenant Colonel Ralph Hayward instructed Gunnery Sergeant Bill Miller to develop a new curriculum that could be used by a Marine to quickly kill an enemy while unarmed, whether the Marine weighed 110 or 210 pounds. Miller created a new training program by pulling together various martial arts styles, such as Okinawan karate, judo, taekwondo, wushu, boxing, and jiu-jitsu. This program would go on to evolve into the line system in the early 1980s, as current training was found to be too inflexible in situations that did not require lethal force, such as the peacekeeping operations Marines increasingly found themselves carrying out. This resulted in the Marine Corps Martial Arts Program, still in use today, which teaches both lethal and non-lethal self-defense techniques from a wide variety of combat styles from around the world. The MCMAP system focuses on the development of mental, character, and physical discipline, and all Marines are required to achieve a tan belt qualification or entry-level qualification, and infantry Marines must attain at minimum a green belt qualification or a third step qualification. Other combat arms of the Corps must attain a gray belt qualification or second step qualification. Training is ongoing throughout a Marine's enlistment and supplements their continued marksmanship, leadership, and tactics training. The Japanese ninja have their origin in feudal Japan, when competing warlords often hired out ninjas to spy on their enemies or assassinate rivals. Pulling from various martial arts and unifying various techniques into a single discipline, ninjutsu, training differed from clan to clan, and each clan's training techniques and styles were very closely guarded secrets. Typically, ninjas were trained from childhood, with children singled out to continue the clan's tradition based off their physical and mental acuity. Often, the role of a ninja would be passed on from father to son or even daughter, and trained at secret camps deep in the mountains. Because a ninja could find his or herself facing off against a ninja from a rival tribe, the specific techniques and training styles of each clan were kept secret, so that a ninja could always pull off a trick a rival might never expect. While samurai of the time were overglorified brutes for the most part, much like European knights, ninjas were true specialists with a lifelong dedication to perfecting their minds and bodies for the purpose of sabotage, spying, and killing. Ninja training focused on improving speed and agility, with ninjas forced to walk with their bodies leaning forward or to a side so that they would naturally walk quickly in order to maintain their balance. Ninjas also trained to walk with wooden sandals over fresh ice in order to achieve perfect balance and learn how to tread silently. Because of their need to often break into secure fortresses or simply evade foes, great emphasis was placed on learning how to climb quickly and silently, with ninjas learning how to climb both freestyle and with the aid of climbing tools. To improve their jumping prowess, ninjas would often load themselves down with heavy rocks and repeatedly jump up and down, developing the leg muscles to incredible degrees. It was rumored that a trained ninja could leap 7 feet into the air vertically, though that might have been more than a fair bit of exaggeration. Ninjas also placed a strong emphasis on mental training and preparedness. In order to lessen fear and boost self-confidence, ninjas learned a technique called kujikiri, or the creation of magical signs with the fingers, which was meant to assist them with self-control in moments of danger. Not believing the signs to hold any actual magical power, they were merely a mental exercise that helped the ninja calm down and handle stress while in a life or death situation. Ninjas also chanted Buddhist sutras in order to remain in control of their emotions, a handy thing for a deadly assassin. Lastly, ninjas trained extensively in the use of various weapons, not just hand-to-hand combat techniques. As such, ninjas were trained to be master swordsmen, bowmen, proficient in a variety of throwing weapons, and expert horsemen. All in all, the ninja was a career professional specializing in mind, body, and soul for only one thing: killing and spying. So who would win in a matchup between the two? Starting off at range, the American Marine is going to bring his trusty M4 carbine to the battle, with the M16 proving to be a bit too unwieldy in close quarters urban combat. The M4 was quickly adopted as a replacement for the venerable rifle, though it sports many of the same features. The rifle fires a 5.56 caliber round at 2,900 feet per second, with a max effective range, or range where it can deliver accurate fire, of 600 meters. For ranged combat, the ninja brings the venerable Yumi, or Japanese longbow, to the fight. Made of bamboo, the Yumi was a powerful bow for its time that could deliver an arrow with enough power to penetrate a samurai's armor up to 30 meters and could deliver accurate fire to a max distance of 140 meters. It's clear that at range the Marine is the clear winner and the ninja has practically zero chance of survival. But what about in hand-to-hand combat? At close quarters, the Marine can wield either a traditional K-bar knife or his trusty E-tool, or entrenching tool. The K-bar is a knife first adopted as a combat knife by the Corps in 1942 and quickly became one of the most iconic pieces of military hardware in the world. The knife typically features a 7-inch carbon steel clip-point blade with a leather-wrapped handle in order to preserve the grip when bloody. The E-tool, on the other hand, is primarily used for the hasty construction of fighting positions and can be used as a shovel or locked into place as a pick. It is also, however, a terrifyingly effective close-quarters weapon, featuring sharpened edges that can easily split a human skull. The E-tool may not be specifically designed to be a hand-to-hand weapon, but like the Marines themselves, is flexible enough to be very deadly when need be. A ninja brings his trusty sword to the fight, which can come in a variety of styles, but is typically a 500mm blade that is much shorter than those used by traditional samurai. The reason for the difference in blade length becomes apparent when you consider that ninjas typically expected to fight in very close quarters and inside rooms and hallways, where the shorter blade would be much easier to wield. It was also designed to stab rather than try to cut through several layers of armor, seeking out vital points in the body and bringing very quick death. In close quarters, the ninja has the clear advantage. His sword is not only vastly superior to the K-bar combat knife, but much more wieldy than the Marine's E-tool. While a single blow from the E-tool might split a ninja's skull in half, the superior speed and focus training a ninja has behind the use of her sword would dictate a clear winner. Without weapons, the result would be much the same. The average Marine is better trained in hand-to-hand combat than most members of any other military force. Yet in the end, the ninja is a professional assassin, trained from childhood to master their body as a combat tool. Marines are professional soldiers, but even their training is simply no match for a lifelong dedication to the martial arts. While individual encounters would vary, and there are certainly some American Marines who are world-renowned martial arts experts, on average, a close-quarters fight will always go to the ninja's superior and lifelong training. Plus, as masters of psychology and manipulation, a ninja would simply call a Marine a soldier and kill the Marine while he spent a half hour complaining loudly about how Marines aren't soldiers. The archives are open. In its history of over 100 years, the FBI has classified many documents. Until now. Now these government secrets are open for anyone to see. Here are 50 of the most insane declassified secrets of the FBI, including details on one of America's most mysterious residents. Number 50. Alive or dead? In the aftermath of World War II, the entire world celebrated the death of the Nazi leader Adolf Hitler. But despite the confirmation that his life had ended in a Berlin bunker as the Allied troops marched in, rumors started to spread. Did Hitler actually escape like so many of his Nazi allies, maybe to South America? Did he shave his mustache and go undercover as an everyday suburban man, as one ill-advised sitcom imagined? The rumors persisted enough that in the months after the war, the FBI investigated evidence of his survival, and the declassified documents showed, nope, he's dead. It wasn't the only FBI investigation related to the war. Number 49. The wife. J. Robert Oppenheimer, the brilliant physicist heavily responsible for the United States winning the race to the atom bomb, was largely trusted by the US government, despite some past leftist ties. But he was also married, and the FBI had some doubts about her. A trained biologist, she worked for the government at Los Alamos to help determine the body's vulnerability to radiation. The FBI was more concerned with her early life when she'd been involved with communist activist Joseph Dele Jr. and joined the Communist Party. This led to her being investigated by agents about her current ties and to her husband's clearance being reduced. But many FBI investigations during the era were much more wide-reaching. Number 48. Detention. Even before President Roosevelt's infamous executive order that led to the imprisonment of the United States' Japanese-American population, the government was hard at work arresting people. During the war, anyone deemed a security threat could be rounded up and detained by the government during the national state of emergency, and it centered on three groups: Japanese Americans, German Americans, and Italian Americans. All were arrested with little room for appeal, and the FBI kept an exhaustive list of the numbers. But being investigated by the FBI isn't always a negative. Number 47. The Money Man. It's rare for someone to play a key role in the home front for two world wars, but Bernard Baruch wasn't an ordinary man. The stock market magnate was chairman of the War Industries Board under Woodrow Wilson and advised President Roosevelt on industry and production decades later. When anyone is that close to the president, the FBI will want to take a look at him. Did they find any red flags on the man? Given that he was later appointed to the United Nations Atomic Energy Commission by Harry Truman, it's likely a no. And in some cases, it's all about confirming what's already known. Number 46. Operation Paperclip. When the US government decided to recruit former Nazis to help with the nuclear and space programs after the war, they knew they would need thorough background checks. After all, they were okay with some Nazis, but not the worst of the worst. The FBI was tasked into digging into wartime activities of these scientists and deciding if they were valuable and relatively clean enough to become Americans. Now, on the FBI's websites, Americans can dig into the original reports of figures like Arthur Randolph and Wernher von Braun. But sometimes the FBI was looking to prevent war before it happened. Number 45. Flying solo. While the US never went to war with the Soviet Union, paranoia was high about the communist nation infiltrating and sabotaging the Americans. That's why the FBI created Solo, an intelligence effort that spanned 2 decades. It's placed agents within the Communist Party of the United States to discover if they were passing information to communist nations like the Soviet Union or China. The operation was largely headed by 2 agents, now declassified as Russian Jewish immigrants Morris and Jack Childs, whose background gave them the skills needed to infiltrate Russian communist enclaves. But not every espionage investigation is above board. Number 44. In the bag. How do you get a search warrant when the subject of the investigation is classified? Simple, you don't. During the 1940s and beyond, the FBI frequently pulled off what was called black bag operations. This was when the organization would simply break into residences or businesses under the cover of darkness and search for evidence, without ever informing the subject of the search that they were being watched. Many of these never escalated to criminal prosecution, so they weren't disclosed until the files were declassified. The tactic continued until 1966 when the Bureau ordered it stopped and it was declared unconstitutional in 1972. But not all targets of FBI investigation are as obvious. Number 43. The Lady of Peace. Jane Addams was one of the most prominent early feminist reformers, a tireless advocate in the progressive era for women's suffrage and public housing. She even became the first American woman to be awarded with the Nobel Peace Prize for her role in the anti-war and anti-imperialist movement. So, why is there an FBI file on the woman? How about a treason investigation? When World War I began, Addams held fast to her anti-war beliefs and she founded a women's party devoted to peace. In the 1920s, when she opposed the persecution of communist activists, the FBI started monitoring her, but came up empty on criminal charges. But one peace movement led to more investigations than any other. Number 42. Yippee? The Vietnam War was deeply controversial, and many anti-war activists wound up being investigated by the government. Chief among them was Abbie Hoffman, whose brushes with the law would lead to what became known as the Trial of the Chicago Eight. His group, the Youth International Party, better known as the Yippies, was frequently investigated by the FBI over a period of 5 years. Those digging through the FBI archives will find a whopping 50-part series on the colorful figure who wound up being portrayed by Sacha Baron Cohen in the movie The Trial of the Chicago Seven. One bloody day would come to define the Vietnam protest movement and lead to years of FBI investigation. Number 41. Blood on American soil. It started out as any other peace rally in 1970, with students at Kent State University in Ohio protesting the National Guard presence on campus as the war expanded to Cambodia. But what wasn't typical was the National Guard opening fire on the unarmed crowd, killing 4 students and wounding 9 others. 2 of the dead were bystanders, not protesters, and massive rallies around the country protested the killings. Ultimately, none of the guardsmen who fired were criminally prosecuted. But the FBI spent years investigating the shooting, and all those documents can now be read in a 22-part series. But some FBI cases are a lot less serious. Number 40. There's no place like home? Few pieces of movie memorabilia are more iconic. Dorothy's iconic ruby slippers from The Wizard of Oz. That's why it was such big news when they were stolen from the Judy Garland Museum in 2005. The theft was reported to the police, but the interstate smuggling operation was soon taken over by the FBI. It took the government organization more than 10 years to track down the thief, and even then it took multiple agents on a sting operation before the rare shoes were returned back home where they belonged. But some cases might be a little silly. Number 39. Sing that song. WWII. Oh no. Me gotta go. The song's probably stuck in your head now, right? Or not. But what does it actually mean? No one really knows, and neither did the FBI. When the popular song by the Kingsmen debuted in 1963, it became a sensation, and many people wondered if the song was hiding a dirty little secret. Were the words secretly pornographic? Were they hiding a coded political message? The FBI spent a full year investigating the song and its creators and came up empty, as the lyrics remain as unintelligible as they were back in 1963. It wasn't the only time the FBI got involved in music. Number 38. Not Fab. Everyone loved the Beatles, if their army of screaming fans was any indication. But the government wasn't as fond of the shaggy-haired British band, and the Nixon administration had a particular grudge against left-wing songwriter John Lennon. Nixon was convinced that Lennon was plotting to influence the 1972 election with his popularity, and the FBI launched an investigation that led to the Immigration and Naturalization Service starting the process of deporting Lennon. While Lennon was never banned from the country, he did back off plans for an American tour, a victory for Nixon that was later exposed by journalist John Wiener. But you might be shocked by just how many celebrities have FBI files. Number 37. Before the White House. Ronald Reagan having an FBI file shouldn't be a surprise. After all, they probably like to know about the president. But he was on the agency's radar long before 1980. In 1947, when he was the president of the Screen Actors Guild, he had a file. But why would they want to know about the staunch conservative, surely the last suspect anyone would have as a communist agent? Because Reagan was such a strong anti-communist that he and his then-wife Jane Wyman worked with federal agents to turn over the name of any actors they thought might be communists. The future president was an informant. But one more beloved figure had FBI ties as well. Number 36. The Mouse's Secret. Walt Disney was notorious for being a traditionalist, and the man behind Mickey Mouse and the Disney parks didn't like anything that shattered the illusion of the all-American happiness in his properties. That included people with unpopular political views, which led to his deep ties with the government. He had worked with them on World War II propaganda films, and long after the war, he was still cooperating with them, giving them information on un-American activities in Hollywood. He continued working with them through his death in 1966 and was even named a full special agent in charge contact. But many celebrities have files for less official reasons. Number 35. The Lady Sings. Why would Whitney Houston have an FBI file? The late singer lived a controversial life, and it got her on the government's radar. While her troubles with drugs and money and her often chaotic relationships landed her in the tabloids, the FBI was more interested in her associates. Many people from her life tried to take advantage of her, including a stalker who tried to blackmail her for $250,000. But why would one of the least controversial singers of all times be on the list? Number 34. Take Me Home? John Denver seemed like the guy next door, with his easy-listening country music songs being the type your parents sing along to on a long car ride. But the FBI saw things differently. Up until his death in a plane crash, Denver had amassed a 33-page FBI file. It was mostly concerned with his anti-war activism as a young man and his occasional drug use, but it also followed stalkers and death threats he picked up as a celebrity. The FBI even got involved in some notorious tabloid stories. Number 33. The Bombshell. Anna Nicole Smith was famous for marrying a much older man who died not long after. She inherited most of the fortune, much to the anger of the oil tycoon's son, E. Pierce Marshall. The two were involved in a vicious court battle over the massive bank account, vicious enough for Marshall to believe Smith tried to kill him. This led to an FBI investigation that ultimately decided there wasn't enough to charge Smith. Ultimately, it was all for nothing. Marshall and Smith died within a year of each other in 2006 and 2007. But even the original bombshell was on the FBI's radar. Number 32. Government prefers blondes? Marilyn Monroe has been the subject of countless government conspiracies due to her mysterious death. But the FBI wasn't interested in that. They were more concerned with her love life. One of Monroe's many loves was acclaimed playwright Arthur Miller, who was believed to have communist leanings. Due to Monroe's influence, the FBI kept an eye on her, which led many to believe the government might have been involved in her death. But she wasn't the only icon to wind up in the FBI's files. Number 31. Lucy! Everyone loved Lucille Ball, who along with husband Desi Arnaz created one of the most iconic sitcoms of all time. But Ball was an eccentric woman who once claimed she picked up spy chatter in her tooth fillings. The FBI was more concerned with her political leanings, as the comedy star had been affiliated with the Communist Party in the 1930s. Ball was repeatedly interviewed and denied having any ongoing communist affiliations. While she was never placed on the notorious blacklists of the 50s, her file grew to 156 pages. But some stars had a rougher road with the FBI. Number 30. Hardly Silent. Charlie Chaplin was best known for the physical comedy and for famously opposing Hitler with his silent film The Great Dictator. But he was anything but silent off the screen. He was a political activist who was believed to be a communist sympathizer. Chaplin was a British citizen who worked a lot in the United States, and J. Edgar Hoover wanted to make that more difficult. He even famously blocked Chaplin's return to the US in 1952, which led Chaplin and his wife to depart for Switzerland permanently. This next target wasn't afraid to fight back. Number 29. Turnabout is fair play. Truman Capote likely expected to be investigated by the FBI. After all, the author behind Breakfast at Tiffany's was a well-known left-wing activist who supported Fidel Castro in Cuba and exposed the injustices of the U.S. justice system. But why did the colorful author have a 200-page FBI file? That might be because he made a personal enemy of J. Edgar Hoover by spreading rumors that the FBI chief was in a homosexual relationship. Sometimes it's not anything someone does, it's what the FBI thinks they can get. Number 28. Hard Rock. Rock Hudson was one of the first true matinee idols, a handsome movie star who became a sensation in the 60s, but he had a secret, and the FBI was ready to take advantage. Hudson, a closeted gay man, was interviewed by the FBI, and the 34-page FBI file can be accessed online, but not all of it. The file is still heavily redacted, which has led many to wonder what the FBI wanted with Hudson, who famously became one of Hollywood's first AIDS casualties. Sports brought a surprising number of figures to the FBI's attention. Number 27. The Breakthrough. Few figures in American history have become more universally loved than Jackie Robinson, the man who broke Major League Baseball's color barrier. But after his accomplishment, Robinson refused to be quiet and play ball. He became involved in the civil rights movement and supported presidential candidates from both parties. But what got him on the FBI's radar was his support of a Harlem facility for the International Workers' Order, which had supposedly had communist ties. But one sports icon was on the FBI's radar for far less savory reasons. Number 26. Shame of the Yankees. George Steinbrenner was many things, including the owner of the Yankees during one of their most successful periods, but he was also a notorious crook. He made illegal donations to Nixon's re-election campaign, wound up paying a $15,000 fine, and then campaigned to be pardoned of the charges. While he eventually got his wish, his shady financial dealings led him to have an extensive FBI file from 1986 to his death in 2010. Sometimes people get investigated before a big promotion. Number 25. The man for the jobs? Steve Jobs is a big name to anyone who loves their Apple computer or iPad or iPhone, but he was on the government's radar as early as 1991. George H.W. Bush was considering appointing him to the Export Council, and the FBI conducted routine background checks. What they found wasn't routine, and it likely torpedoed his appointment. Not only did they find out that he experimented with LSD as a teenager and spoke positively of the drug, but many people stated that they believed Jobs was a serial liar and a manipulator. But why would the FBI investigate Helen Keller? Number 24. Silent No More. Most people know Helen Keller as the young deaf-blind child who was taught to communicate by vision-impaired schoolteacher Annie Sullivan. But as soon as Keller learned to communicate, she was determined to never be silenced again. She became involved in feminist causes, opposed President Wilson's policies, and even co-founded the American Civil Liberties Union. A proud socialist, she quickly wound up on the government's radar where she has a 45-page FBI file, something she would no doubt be proud of. But many of the FBI's files were about the infamous, not the famous. Number 23. The Big Man. Few names appear in the FBI's archives more than Al Capone, the legendary Prohibition-era gangster. While Capone's most storied opponent was Agent Elliot Ness, Ness never worked for the FBI, but the Bureau was keeping tabs on him anyway. Capone was ultimately tripped up not by his smuggling and mob activities, but because he underpaid the government and was nabbed for tax evasion, something the FBI's 36 files on him no doubt caught. Even Supreme Court justices could be on the Bureau's radar. Number 22. The Good Judge. Thurgood Marshall had a complex life, rising from being a civil rights activist and lawyer to becoming the first black judge on the Supreme Court. But his FBI file doesn't look the same as most activists. As an early member of the NAACP, Marshall knew that he would be spied on. That's why the savvy scholar reached out to J. Edgar Hoover in the 50s and met with the FBI leadership. By providing information to them, he helped protect the organization from accusations of being a communist front. But not all judges had such a stellar reputation. Number 21. The Bad Judge? When Abe Fortas was appointed to the Supreme Court by Lyndon Johnson in 1965, he was already a close ally of the president, maybe too close. He was plagued by rumors of obstruction of justice, and when he was going to be elevated to Chief Justice after only 3 years, the investigation picked up heat. The FBI's files showed that he had been the target of serious threats. Ultimately, his nomination for Chief Justice failed, and Fortas resigned from the court. And some cases are more by public demand. Number 20. Where did she go? When Amelia Earhart disappeared during her attempt to be the first woman to fly across the Atlantic Ocean, it was highly unlikely to be a criminal case. Everyone believed that she had encountered some mechanical or weather trouble and likely crashed, never to be seen again. But that didn't stop the iconic airwoman's 1937 disappearance from being looked into. Countless Americans wrote into the FBI asking for assistance in finding her. And while there was never an investigation, her file mostly consists of those letters. It wasn't the only disaster to get an FBI investigation. Number 19. Up in Smoke. The Hindenburg Zeppelin disaster became one of the most famous air disasters of all time when the massive airship caught fire, killing 35 people. While it's now considered a tragic accident, the FBI initially investigated it for sabotage. Their case focused on one Joseph Spa, a comic acrobat who was one of the first passengers to see signs of trouble and jumped before the ship crashed, suffering only minor injuries. While Spa was seen as an anti-Nazi activist and accused of being a saboteur, the FBI didn't find any evidence of an organized plot. Another, even more famous disaster wound up on the FBI's radar. Number 18. The Challenge. When Space Shuttle Challenger went up in flames, taking all the astronauts with it, the Cold War was still at its peak and the paranoia was running high. Could the Soviet Union have struck a devastating blow against the US space program? The FBI investigated with over 100 pages of reports now declassified, and much like the Hindenburg, didn't come up with any evidence of sabotage or terrorism. Sometimes the FBI gets closer to Hollywood than you might expect. Number 17. Real life. Why would the FBI have files on a noir film from 1951? Because the title was I Was a Communist for the FBI, and it followed the story of a real spy who worked for the FBI in the 1940s. The film was a patriotic thriller that portrayed the Second Red Scare as a justified response to the threat of communism, but the FBI still had to investigate to make sure they were being portrayed well and no classified documents were being leaked. But not every FBI file is serious business. Number 16. Thumbs Up. Why would Gene Siskel, the late film critic best known for sparring with Roger Ebert on which film deserved a thumbs up, be in the FBI's files? Was someone there a really big fan of The Silence of the Lambs, which he memorably panned? Siskel's FBI file is one of the shortest, only one page, and a letter from FBI Director William Sessions congratulating him on winning the Golden Plate Award. Receiving that letter from the FBI was probably terrifying before it was opened. It wasn't the only time the FBI got involved in things that might be considered silly. Number 15. Hollyweird. While Lucille Ball was investigated on her own, it isn't the only time her sitcom showed up in the FBI files. In 1977, the FBI was pulled into an elaborate copyright infringement scheme when they were tipped off by studios that someone was attempting to illegally distribute copies of famous movies and TV shows. In addition to Lucy, these included classics like The Partridge Family and The Twilight Zone. Not exactly high crimes, but the studios thought differently. But not every file the FBI is declassified is a case file. Number 14. So you want to be an FBI agent? If you want to wear the badge, you better start studying. The FBI doesn't just take anyone, and the best information you might get comes from the agency themselves. The legal handbook for special agents was released as part of the FBI archives, containing 137 pages of the procedures they use to track bad guys. Just don't count on it teaching you everything. The version released is almost 20 years old, at the very dawn of the digital era. And you might be surprised by who you find in the FBI's archives. Number 13. My privacy. Digging through the archives, you'll find both famous names and non-famous ones who got on the FBI's radar. They can spy on just about anyone if they have cause, and most of their targets don't get charged and never find out they were investigated. That means they could have files on everyone, even you. If you're feeling paranoid all of a sudden, the good news is you can find out. A Freedom of Information Act request can unseal those things on you if they exist and aren't classified, if you're ready to see their thoughts on your browsing history. But some FBI cases are just bizarre. Look to the skies. Number 12. The first memo. Guy Hoddle was a special agent working at the Washington field office who seemed to be a competent man, which made it all the more surprising when he sent a bizarre memo in March 1950. He claimed to be relaying information from an Air Force investigator about the recovery of 3 flying saucers in New Mexico. Not only did he describe them in detail, but the memo claimed that the 3 bodies of extraterrestrials were recovered. Needless to say, no evidence of this was ever confirmed. But it wouldn't be the only investigation into UFOs by the FBI. Number 11. The Con Man. Silas M. Newton was already a powerful man in the oil industry when he contacted the FBI. He claimed to have a device that could find minerals and oil in the ground and was generally regarded as a charlatan. That didn't stop him from claiming he had seen a flying saucer crash land on his territory in 1950. No evidence of it was ever found, and he later changed his story. The FBI's 6-part file on him covers almost 20 years of con artist tactics, but it hasn't stopped UFO fans from using him as a source. But was the FBI really concealing the truth? Number 10. Not so majestic. It was one of the biggest bombshells in the search for UFOs. A document titled Operation Majestic 12. Sent to 2 different FBI offices, it revealed a conspiracy dating back to the Eisenhower administration to recover and investigate alien spacecraft and conceal it from the public. The 22-page memo would have been the biggest scandal in government history if it was real. An investigation revealed it to be a forgery, and it was uploaded with one additional word: bogus. But some famous UFOs were investigated. Number 9. What happened at Roswell? For over 70 years, the events in Roswell, New Mexico have fascinated the public. And while it's been exaggerated in many ways, there was a real event, and a 1-page FBI memo describes it. People reported a mysterious flying disc shaped like a hexagon and suspended from a balloon. Not exactly the massive alien spacecraft, with many people thinking it resembled an odd weather balloon more than an invasion. One particularly terrifying phenomenon wound up on their radar. Number 8. Those poor cows. In the 1970s, western and prairie states found themselves dealing with a rash of animal mutilations, mainly cattle. The animals often had odd sigils carved into them and seemed like they'd been mauled by some sort of machine. At least that's what the description said. While many possible causes that weren't alien were proposed, including satanic cults, no answer to the disturbing phenomenon was ever found. It was enough to get the organization to actually start a new division. Number 7. Look to the skies. There were enough reports of strange sights in the sky that a new organization was founded, the National Investigations Committee on Aerial Phenomena. Starting in the 1950s, it worked with the FBI to share reports of unexplained flying objects and determine possible causes. While the correspondence didn't actually result in any UFOs being discovered, the Bureau continued working with them as well as cooperating with the Air Force on a project titled Project Blue Book. But did the FBI ever crack the code of the country's most notorious location? Number 6. Let's break in. Sure, a bunch of guys on the internet thought that they could break into Area 51 and free ET, but we're no closer to figuring out exactly what's in there. Does the FBI archive help with that? Not really. Area 51 isn't under their jurisdiction, and most people working there might not even know. To get some clues, you'd have to look at their rival agency, the CIA, which did actually mention Area 51 in some documents, with no details, and no hints at what might be inside. But the FBI did investigate some seriously bizarre things. Number 5. Mind readers? Is ESP a real phenomenon? Are there actually people who can read minds and predict things before they happen? The FBI vault states that ESP is considered a perception of information about events beyond what can be learned from the senses or past knowledge. It's a vague phenomenon, and the investigation didn't make it any clearer. They spent 3 years and likely a lot of money to determine there was no scientific support for ESP. And sometimes the FBI might be its own worst enemy. Number 4. The rivalry. The FBI handles domestic affairs and the CIA handles international affairs. You'd think that that'd make them natural allies, but it doesn't always work out that way. The two agencies can be bitter rivals and hesitant to share information. That often leads to missed opportunities for cooperation, especially in cases where international threats are plotting against the United States homeland, like what happened on 9/11. And what does the FBI say about that fateful day? Number 3. The 9/11 files. Few files were more anticipated for declassification than the first documents on the September 11, 2001 attacks. Particularly, many people were wondering if it would shed light on possible involvement by the Saudi royal family in the attacks, and other conspiracy theorists wondered if they would reveal that the US government was involved. The documents shed some light on intelligence failures but didn't implicate anyone new. Sometimes Hollywood doesn't live up to the hype. Number 2. Declassified. When CBS announced a new documentary series titled The FBI Declassified in 2020, many people wondered how they could get away with it. Were they sharing government secrets? Would the FBI break down the door mid-broadcast? Turned out the answer was no on all accounts. The 6-episode documentary shared profiles on some well-known cases, but didn't declassify anything, which probably accounted for the low ratings. But one case might be more mysterious than any other. Number 1. Getting hairy. There is no American legend that fascinates people more than Bigfoot. Is there really a giant hairy humanoid lurking in the woods? The rumors were enough that the FBI actually investigated the legend in the 70s, combing the woods for evidence of hairs, footprints, and waste material. In 1976, they actually did find long hairs that couldn't be matched to any species. The declassified investigation was declared inconclusive, which was more than enough for true believers to say, the truth is out there. It's the closing days of the Second World War, and despite defeat being a near certainty, the German army is still fighting ferociously, forcing Allied troops to pay for every inch of territory with their blood. Just outside the Vosges Mountains, an American infantry platoon is under heavy assault by a well-coordinated and armed German advance. Several M10 tank destroyers are lending their fire to the battle on the American side, but one by one they are hit by German Panzerschrecks and anti-tank munition, forcing their crews to abandon the vehicles. Amidst the chaos, one soldier sees that his men are about to be overrun, and he immediately orders them to make a break for the woods behind them. To cover their retreat, the soldier leaps up and rushes to a burning tank destroyer, hopping atop it and manning the 50 caliber machine gun, standing alone against a horde of oncoming Germans. Just 2 years earlier, Ali Murphy found himself being rejected for military service by first the Army and then the Navy and finally the Marine Corps. The 5'5" would-be soldier was too short and underweight, the military doctors all said. Plus, to boot, he was too young, only 16 years old. Yet there was a war on, and the pain of Pearl Harbor was still deeply felt by Murphy and most Americans. Plus, the US had just suffered crushing defeats in the Philippines. Murphy wanted to fight, and he wasn't going to stop trying to enlist until he was allowed to. Faking his birth certificate with the help of his sister, Murphy was finally accepted into the Army on the 30th of June, 1942. Taunted for his short stature, Murphy nonetheless immediately proved a very capable soldier, earning his marksman badge with rifle component bar and expert badge with bayonet component bar. Graduating from basic training, Murphy was sent overseas to the Mediterranean theater, acting as a platoon messenger in Algeria, while the Allies trained for their upcoming assault landings on Sicily. Weeks later, Murphy found himself on a speeding landing assault craft, plowing through the stormy seas with swells several feet high. A freak summer storm had sprung up overnight, preventing the landing of paratroopers meant to strike the German defenders from behind and ease the pressure on the landing sites. The weather was so bad, however, and the sea so violent, that the German commanders relaxed their defenses, thinking no Allied commander would be insane enough to risk amphibious landings in such extreme wind and rain. Yet from out of the gloom and the howling wind, there suddenly came the thunderous booming of battleship batteries, raining death down amongst the German defensive positions. And just behind the fiery onslaught were lines of Allied landing craft, bringing 150,000 soldiers into the soft underbelly of Axis-held Europe. Murphy hit the beach with his men that day, and while on a scouting patrol came across 2 fleeing Italian officers, which he shot and killed. Having survived the violence of the initial landings though, a severe illness sidelined Murphy, and he was forced into a field hospital for a week. Rejoining his unit, he was then sent to Salerno, landing near Battipaglia, where he and 2 other soldiers were ambushed by a German unit. Their withering barrage immediately cut down one of the soldiers, leaving Murphy and another soldier alone against a squad of 5 Germans firing at them from a fortified position. Responding with hand grenades and their own machine gun fire, Murphy and his comrade killed all 5 Germans, sadly too late to save the injured soldier's life. 1 month later, Murphy joined in the assault against the Volturno Line. The southernmost line of German defenses meant to slow down the Allied assault into Italy. There, Murphy and his men repelled a counterattack by 7 German soldiers, killing 3 and taking 4 prisoners. For his leadership and excellence on the battlefield, Murphy received a promotion to sergeant, only to be promoted just 1 month later in January 1944 to staff sergeant, still only 19 years old. Hospitalized with malaria, Murphy was out of action for a week and a half before rejoining his men at the First Battle of Cisterna, a disastrous American defeat that saw the loss of over 700 U.S. Army Rangers. As U.S. forces licked their wounds, Murphy found himself taking shelter in an abandoned farmhouse along with his unit. Suddenly, a German panzer discovered their position, and Murphy crawled out alone on his belly, drawing close enough to destroy the tank with rifle grenades. For his incredible heroism, Murphy was awarded the Bronze Star with V device. Months later, Murphy found himself once more on a landing craft, being tossed around the choppy seas as he sped to shore on the south of France. The Normandy invasion had been successful, and Allied forces from a now defeated Italy would join in the retaking of France by catching the Germans between a northern and southern invasion, squeezing the Nazis back into Germany. Under heavy fire, the landing craft hit the beach, and men rushed forward to destroy the German defenders firing down on them from fortified bunkers. As the invasion force pushed out of the beaches, Murphy and his platoon found themselves picking their way through a beautiful French vineyard, a surreal moment of peace and calm amidst the incredible violence raging all around them. However, the peace was quickly shattered as German infantry opened fire on the Americans, wounding and killing several. Murphy's squad's machine gunner had been detached from the rest of his unit and desperately in need of some heavy suppressing fire. Murphy braved a storm of bullets to retrieve the weapon and then incredibly rushed back into the fray and began returning fire, killing 2 German soldiers. Suddenly, the German fire slacked off and stopped, and 2 German soldiers left their position inside a house with their hands up, appearing to surrender. Murphy's best friend responded and approached the soldiers, ready to take them prisoner, when suddenly Germans hiding inside the house opened fire, killing him instantly. In a fit of rage, Murphy stormed the house completely alone as the Germans poured fire in his direction. Incredibly, Murphy avoided being hit and, armed with only his rifle, killed 6 Germans, wounded 2, and took 11 prisoner. For his and his men's heroism that day and in the following days, Murphy and his unit received the Presidential Unit Citation. Murphy's seemingly invulnerability, however, came to an end when on the 15th of September 1944, he was wounded by a mortar blast, shrapnel cutting deep into his heel. Just a few weeks later, though, Murphy was back in action and would earn a Silver Star for assaulting a German machine gun position, killing 4 and wounding 3. Just 3 days later, engaging the Germans at Lumay in the Clure River Valley, Murphy and his unit found themselves unable to take a heavily defended hill from their German defenders. Crawling alone forward toward the German position, where he could get a better vantage point, Murphy directed his men and their assault via radio, even while Germans rained machine gun and rifle fire down on him for over an hour. After successfully taking the hill, Murphy earned a bronze oak leaf cluster for his Silver Star and a battlefield commission to second lieutenant. Joining the assault into the heart of France, Murphy and his platoon were ambushed by German snipers on the 26th of October. Picking his way from cover to cover, Murphy managed to make his way right up to the German position, taking 2 of the soldiers prisoner, while suddenly a 3rd sniper shot him in the hip. Spinning on his attacker, Murphy leveled his rifle and put 1 round directly between the sniper's eyes. For his injury, Murphy received his first bronze oak leaf cluster for his Purple Heart, but partial loss of his hip muscle due to the removal of gangrene from the wound forced Murphy out of combat until January. By that time, though, the Allies were pushing the Germans steadily back and out of France. Joining his men at the Colmar Pocket in the Vosges Mountains near central France, Murphy and his men found themselves in the thick of some of the most brutal fighting of the war. Determined to force the Allies back into the sea, a fierce German counterattack broke on the U.S. lines like a storm. Caught out in the open, Murphy called for any fire support available to prevent the Germans overrunning their position. A detachment of M10 tank destroyers responded and immediately began engaging the Germans. However, German fire quickly began eliminating the vehicles one by one. Firing from a hastily prepared defensive position, the blast of a Panzerschreck striking an M10 just feet away rolled over Murphy. Knowing his men would be killed to the last if they remained out in the open, Murphy ordered his men to make a break for the woods behind them. Remaining at his position alone, he fired at the oncoming Germans while also directing artillery fire over the radio. Murphy knew he needed to lay down some heavy suppressing fire if his men were going to have any chance of making it to safety, but he was armed with only his M1 rifle. That's when Murphy spotted the 50 caliber machine gun atop the destroyed M10, and ignoring the flames, smoke, and incoming German fire all around him, Murphy made a mad dash for the burning wreck and crawled atop it, manning the heavy machine gun and laying down a withering barrage of fire at the oncoming Germans. For over an hour, Murphy stayed atop the burning vehicle, returning fire against the Germans and advancing vehicles. The mighty 50 caliber machine gun, nicknamed Ma Deuce by US forces, belched out high-speed death, shredding even the armor of the German vehicles. Wounded in both legs and finally out of ammunition after over 60 minutes of fighting, Murphy finally left the burning wreck and crawled his way back to his men in the woods behind him. Having killed and wounded 50 Germans and knocking out several German vehicles, Murphy ignored the wounds to his legs and led his men in an assault to repel the German counterattack, pushing the enemy back and securing the US position. On guard against a second counterattack, Murphy refused to be evacuated to a field hospital and remained with his men as his wounds were treated. For his heroism that day, Murphy was awarded the US military's highest decoration, the Medal of Honor, given only in the most extreme cases of gallantry and heroism. His wounds proved to be too great to rejoin the fighting this time, however, and Murphy was moved from the front lines to regimental headquarters to act as an Army liaison officer, a well-deserved rest for an incredible soldier. Audie Murphy would ultimately become one of the most highly decorated soldiers in US history, and even earned several awards and citations from the French and Belgian governments for heroism. Unable to continue service due to his injuries, Audie left the military at the end of the war and began a very successful career as a Hollywood actor, starring in several films featuring his own exploits in combat. Sadly, Murphy would go on to be killed in a plane crash on the 28th of May 1971, though his body would be interred in Arlington National Cemetery, where it remains one of the most visited graves. The term fragging, or the deliberate killing of your military colleagues, was coined during the Vietnam War. It was a shockingly common phenomenon during that conflict, but why? Why were American soldiers killing their own officers? What drove them to do it? How did they get away with it? And what impact did this unprecedented level of murderous insubordination have on how the military operates today? Before we get to that, let's talk a little bit about the Vietnam War and how it all began. The Vietnam War lasted from 1955 to 1975, making it a 20-year-long hell for all involved on both sides. It was a divisive conflict, and to this day, many Americans question if the United States should have gotten involved. The main driving force for the United States invasion of Vietnam was the domino theory, the belief that if one country were to become communist, all of the neighboring countries would do the same. The US feared communism would spread to South Vietnam and the rest of Asia. In an attempt to stop this from happening, the US government sent supplies, funding, and military advisors to South Vietnam, involving the United States in what was, at the time, a civil war. Ho Chi Minh was the leader of the Viet Minh, a communist resistance army that fought against the Japanese and French occupation. Ho Chi Minh wanted to unite Vietnam under a communist government. The country had been under French colonial rule since the 19th century, and during World War II, the country had been invaded by Japan. When Japan was defeated in 1945, they withdrew from Vietnam, and this would be the first domino falling. If you'll pardon the metaphor, that would lead to the Vietnam War. Emperor Bao Dai was in control of the country until he abdicated in 1945 at Ho Chi Minh's urging, leaving the country in the hands of the Viet Minh. Bao Dai spent a year as supreme advisor to the Viet Minh until he left Vietnam for Hong Kong, but the French and Viet Minh continued to unsuccessfully ask him for political support. When a coalition of Vietnamese anti-communists formed a national union, they told Bao Dai they would support him, but only if he would seek independence for Vietnam. Bao Dai would align himself with them. In 1955, Ngo Dinh Diem, a staunchly anti-communist politician, became president of the government of the Republic of Vietnam. Both sides had the same goal of a united Vietnam, but drastically different ideas on what a unified Vietnam would look like politically. Ho Chi Minh and his supporters wished for a communist government, while Bao Dai and Ngo Dinh Diem looked for a government closer to what existed in Western countries. Diem's forces received training and equipment from the United States military and the CIA, and they would use this to punish Viet Minh sympathizers in the South. Diem would refer to them as the Viet Cong, meaning Vietnamese communists. He had 100,000 people arrested, of which many were tortured and executed. In the United States, America was equally divided on the war. The first substantial student protest occurred in October 1963. At the time, the United States had only sent American military advisors to Vietnam, but students across the United States were speaking out, and they were united under the belief that the Vietnam War was wrong. The protests grew in strength as the conflict escalated, and some of the protests turned violent. When American troops were sent to Vietnam, they were surrounded by death and cruelty. American soldiers had to go up against the Viet Cong, who relied on guerrilla methods. They set traps in the jungle and would ambush American soldiers. And crucially to what would follow, many of the American soldiers were also not there voluntarily, but brought over due to the ongoing draft. Out of 27 million eligible men, the United States drafted 2.2 million American men during the Vietnam War. Although only 25% of the military were draftees, it also spurred a lot of men into joining the military to avoid being drafted into it. There were a lot of people who did everything in their power to avoid the draft, including intentionally failing aptitude tests and fleeing to Canada. It's not surprising that resentment would build between soldiers and their superiors. Although the total is incomplete, from 1969 to 1972, there were around 900 cases of known or suspected fragging during the Vietnam War, which resulted in 99 deaths and an untold number of injuries. From 1970 to 1971, the incidence of fragging increased even as the United States was withdrawing from Vietnam. But by the end of the war, it's believed at least 450 officers and 600 United States soldiers had been killed by fragging, and 1,400 had died under mysterious circumstances. Fragging was not new, as similar incidents had occurred prior to the 1960s, but it became far more prevalent. It was a way for soldiers to discourage those in charge from being too enthusiastic for combat. As the Vietnam War grew more and more unpopular, the soldiers lost morale. They saw no reason to risk their lives for a losing war that many of them didn't even support. There were a lot of soldiers who were given a one-year tour of duty, and this meant there was less cohesion among units. For some, it was self-preservation, killing their officers to ensure they might get out of the Vietnam War alive. American soldiers were staring down the Viet Cong as the United States was making little progress in the war. At times, fragging was used in order to remove leaders that soldiers viewed as incompetent or a threat to their survival. Soldiers resented that unit leaders would risk their soldiers' lives for personal gain. Fragging had surprising consequences, such as opium addiction among American soldiers. In some units, soldiers used fragging in order to fight anti-drug policies, so officers would tolerate drug use and general insubordination among their soldiers due to a fear of fragging. Without any restrictions on narcotics, drugs became freely available to the already traumatized soldiers. There were incidents where unit leaders who were considered too strict would be given warnings from soldiers. When a unit leader would enforce discipline or regulations, sometimes they would find a frag grenade with a safety pin left in it and their name written on it in their bunk. Other times, soldiers might have discharged a smoke grenade under their bunk. These always had a loud and clear message, and unit leaders would back down due to the threat of fragging. If you're wondering if anyone was ever caught committing the offense, it wasn't many, and even fewer people were convicted of the crime. Lower-ranked GIs united to protect their fellow soldiers, and they helped make it difficult to identify the guilty party of the incidents. Of those who had been convicted, they were given incredibly light sentences. Some were sentenced only to 10 months in jail. There were some notable incidents. In 1969, after the assault on Hamburger Hill, there was an underground GI newspaper that had placed a $10,000 bounty on Lieutenant Colonel Weldon Honeycutt's head. Honeycutt had ordered and led the attack at Hamburger Hill, and the bounty had led to several unsuccessful attempts on Honeycutt's life. Hamburger Hill was a 10-day battle where in a remote valley in South Vietnam, American troops fought for control of a 3,000-foot-tall hill. After days of a bloody and vicious battle, they were able to take the hill, but they would abandon it only days later. After they abandoned it, the North Vietnamese would return to reoccupy it. Many saw it as a senseless loss of lives, and the debate continues to this day. Anger over the loss of life most likely incentivized American soldiers to want Honeycutt dead. In 1970, in Vietnam's Quang Ngai province, 25-year-old Captain Scott Edward Schneider was the commander of United States Army Artillery Battery. At 1:40 a.m. on August 17th, he was killed when an American soldier threw a frag grenade into his quarters while he slept. He died instantly. Private David K. Laughlin would be charged with his murder. 19-year-old Laughlin was described as a druggie, known for using hashish, LSD, and meth. He was also known for consuming a 6-ounce bottle of Obesitol on a daily basis. Obesitol was a drug that combined several amphetamine salts in order to treat obesity. Laughlin would spend most of his time in a nearby village with a group of Marines. One of his platoon mates recalled that he would spend his time smoking opium with the old men. He was assigned menial chores, mostly due to his drug habit and absences, and he was prohibited from operating complex artillery. Schneider would eventually demote him from specialist to a private, or an E4 to an E1. They believed Laughlin's motive for the murder was a drug-induced grudge. Laughlin would plead guilty to unpremeditated murder, and he was sentenced to 25 years of hard labor. In 1979, Laughlin would be released after just 8 years and 7 months of his sentence. While drugs played a large part in fragging, racial tension was also considered a motivating factor in some cases. On March 15, 1971, at an Army base in Bien Hoa, Lieutenants Thomas A. Delwo and Richard E. Harlan, 2 white men, were killed by a grenade being thrown into their sleeping quarters. When Billy Dean Smith, a black private, was arrested for the crime, the prosecution argued that Smith had actually meant to target Captain Randall L. Rigby and First Sergeant Billy Willis due to their racist encounters with Smith. When Smith's case received international attention, it was moved from Vietnam to Fort Ord, California. The defense argued that the grenade pin had been planted in Smith's pocket after the attack. They alleged he had been targeted due to his anti-war statements prior to the murders. According to Black Scholar magazine, Smith was the logical guilty party because he was a black GI with a bad attitude. Billy Dean Smith was found not guilty. It wasn't unusual for the fragging incidents to miss their intended target. In 1969, a new commander was put in charge of Battery D of the 11th Marines at Phu Loc. Due to his style of discipline, he became unpopular with some of the Marines. On February 27th, someone threw a grenade into his sleeping quarters hoping to frag him, but he wasn't in his quarters that night. Instead, the explosion would kill First Sergeant Warren E. First, who was scheduled to return home to his family in just a few days. They never convicted anyone of his murder. At the Quang Tri Combat Base on April 21, 1969, someone threw a grenade into the company office of K Company, 9th Marines. First Lieutenant Robert R. Roweller would die as a result of the explosion. Private Reginald F. Smith would go on to brag to a colleague about the murder, which led to him being apprehended. As he told of his exploits, he still had the grenade ring on his finger. Smith would plead guilty to the murder, and he was sentenced to 40 years. He wouldn't finish his time, though. On July 25, 1982, he was murdered by a fellow inmate. Army captain and incoming commander of the 188th Military Police Company, Roy Moore, was strict. When he arrived near Da Nang, he would quickly discover that some of the MPs had developed addictions to drugs and alcohol. Moore comfortably filed disciplinary charges against addicted and insubordinate soldiers. Unsurprisingly, he received threats of fragging. One night, Moore was told that one of his soldiers, Kidwell, a known drug user, had shot First Sergeant Howard and planned to attack Moore next. Moore took precautions to defend himself against Kidwell, only to discover he'd already been taken into custody and was in his office. Kidwell was court-martialed and First Sergeant Howard survived the attack. The United States Army wasn't the only one contending with fragging. It was prevalent in the Australian military as well. Lieutenant Robert Thomas Convery of the 9th Battalion of the Royal Australian Regiment died on November 23, 1969 at the age of 22. After a night of heavy drinking with his battalion, a grenade was placed in his tent in Nui Dat around midnight. He was killed when the grenade exploded as he slept. He was due to return home in 5 days. Later on, Private Denzel Allen would be convicted of his murder and sentenced to a life sentence in Riston Prison, but he would only serve 10 years and 8 months. In one case, a booby trap may have saved a man's life. Eugene Linden was an American author who once wrote about the demoralization of American troops in Vietnam in a 1971 Saturday Review article. He told the story of a company commander in the 23rd Infantry Division. The captain was injured when he fell on a punji stick, a booby trap that's a simple spike made from sharpened bamboo. It turns out this was a life-saving event, as it removed him from combat. He was informed by a medic that all of the men in his unit were most likely pleased that he'd fallen on that stick. The medic explained to him that his unit felt he constantly put his men in danger and lacked common sense. The men had been talking about fragging him until he fell on that punji stick. Fragging statistics mostly cover incidents that involve explosives, typically grenades, but there are also several hundred murders by firearms. In those cases, it was typically men of equal rank shooting each other, though. According to the statistics on hand, less than 10 officers were killed by their colleagues via firearms. There were rumors of enlisted soldiers deliberately killing officers and non-commissioned officers using the chaos of the battlefield to get away with it. Another incident at Nui Dat involved Private Paul Raymond Faraday opening fire into the sergeant's mess of the Royal Australian Army Service Corps with his SLR rifle. On December 25, 1970, Faraday shot and killed Sergeants Alan Brian Moss and Wallace James Galvin and wounded Sergeant Frederick Edwin Bodle. He committed the crime after an all-day drinking session. Faraday was described as being paranoid and prone to fits of rage by an Army psychiatrist during his court-martial. Witnesses would state that Faraday was aware of his own actions, and they provided details of previous altercations with Faraday. Faraday would be convicted on 2 counts of manslaughter and 1 assault with a weapon. Of his 10-year sentence, Faraday only served 8. The United States military began to instill tougher restrictions on access to weapons to try to minimize the number of fraggings. They would instill post-fragging lockdowns until the investigation was completed. In May 1971, the United States Army had to temporarily stop issuing grenades to all units in Vietnam, and they confiscated weapons, ammunition, grenades, and knives. Despite their best efforts, this didn't reduce the amount of fragging incidents. If they couldn't get it from the American military, soldiers would find weapons through the black market in Vietnam. Fragging played a role in why the United States switched to an all-volunteer military, dropping the draft altogether. Nixon signed the legislation to end conscription on September 28, 1971, but it wouldn't go into effect until January 27, 1973. When Nixon ran for president in 1968, he had promised he would end the draft. Nixon also believed that ending the draft would put an end to protests. He thought that middle-class Americans would lose interest in the war if they didn't fear that they or their loved ones might be sent to fight. Despite running on that, Nixon wouldn't act on his promise for the first years of his presidency. In fact, a draft was originally due to expire in June 1971. Instead of allowing it to expire, Nixon asked Congress to approve a 2-year extension on it. They'd even compiled draft priority numbers for men born in 1954, 55, and 1956. Congress would not extend the draft, though. Vietnam led to a great deal of resentment from American soldiers. Many soldiers were also faced with Agent Orange, a mixture of herbicides that the United States used to clear foliage. It was meant to take away the Viet Cong's hiding places, but it's also believed that nearly 3 million American soldiers might have been exposed to Agent Orange. Many of these soldiers who were exposed later developed cancer or other medical problems, including Parkinson's disease. In 1979, United States veterans were able to bring a class action lawsuit against the 7 herbicide manufacturers who produced Agent Orange. They would settle out of court in 1984, creating a $180 million fund to compensate 250,000 victims and their families. It's also believed that exposure to Agent Orange is responsible for abnormally high amounts of miscarriages, skin disease, cancers, birth defects, and congenital malformations among Vietnamese people in the 1970s. American soldiers not only witnessed brutality, they participated in it as well. On March 16, 1968, the United States committed one of its darkest atrocities during the Vietnam War in the village of My Lai. The village of 700 civilians was invaded by the Charlie Company, 11th Brigade Americal Division, and they slaughtered 504 Vietnamese innocents, including children, within 3 hours. There were no reports of opposing fire from the village, but Lieutenant William Cawley, the commander of the unit, ordered his troops to enter the village firing. Civilians were clubbed, stabbed, and women were assaulted. The soldiers mutilated some of their victims by carving C Company on their chests. Only one American was injured during the massacre when he accidentally shot himself in the foot while he was clearing his pistol. Robert Maples, one of the soldiers at My Lai, refused to open fire at the Vietnamese civilians in a ditch. His commanding officer trained his own weapon on him, and Maples still refused. Meanwhile, helicopter pilot Hugh Thompson Jr. threatened to open fire on his fellow Americans, desperate to protect the Vietnamese villagers from being massacred. He threatened to report the massacre as well. He had blocked the American soldiers with his helicopter, and he had his crew aim their guns at the American troops and rescued villagers hiding in a bunker. When Thompson noticed movement in one of the ditches, he landed so the crew chief, Glenn Andreotta, could rescue a young boy from the ditch. The boy was covered in blood but uninjured. Thompson would report the incident to his Army officers, but while that did lead to a ceasefire, it also led to a cover-up. The United States military would work diligently to keep what happened in My Lai a secret. L. Mendel Rivers, the chairman of the House of Armed Services Committee, would later claim that Thompson was the only guilty party there that day since he was the one who had turned his gun on his fellow Americans. It's no surprise that Thompson would throw away the Distinguished Flying Cross that they'd awarded him for saving the lives of the Vietnamese villagers. When given the medal, the citation made no mention that the hostile fire he faced was from the American side. Thompson believed the United States military wanted to buy his silence. He would receive the Soldier's Medal in 1998, but he refused to accept unless they gave the award to his door gunner, Lawrence Colburn, and the late Andreotta. Sadly, Glenn Andreotta had died in a crash 3 weeks after My Lai. The United States military couldn't keep the lid on My Lai forever. especially after Ron Rittenauer, a 22-year-old gunner in another unit, wrote letters to 30 congressional and military officials a year later. Someone connected to the military called a part-time political columnist from the Village Voice to tell them about a United States soldier being court-martialed for the massacre at the Vietnamese village, but the Army didn't want anyone reporting on it. Naturally, the columnist, Jeffrey Cohen, was interested. He called a freelancer named Seymour M. Hirsch and told him about the story, and it was Hirsch who would dig deeper into what had happened. Hirsch would fly out to Salt Lake City to meet with Colley's lawyer, and he would travel to Fort Benning, walking around the base until he found Colley to interview him. Hirsch would uncover the story for the American public, later winning the 1970 Pulitzer Prize for international reporting. When the public learned about the My Lai massacre, anti-war sentiments rose further. The investigation into the massacre uncovered widespread failures in leadership, discipline, and morale. The United States military had lost many career soldiers over the course of the ongoing war. If they hadn't been rotated out or retired, they were killed. They'd been replaced with draftees who lacked experience. Military officials blamed the disappointing talent pool for the military deteriorating. They argued that if they had more educated middle-class draftees, someone like Calley, an unemployed college dropout, would have never been the leader of a unit. Although he had dropped out of college, in 1967, Calley had managed to graduate from Officers Candidate School at Fort Benning, Georgia. Calley would testify that he was ordered by Captain Ernest Medina to carry out the slaughter in My Lai. However, all the photographic and recorded evidence pointed to Calley alone. Calley was sentenced to life in prison, but he was released in 1974. He was given a dishonorable discharge and entered the insurance business afterward. The Vietnam War was in hindsight a travesty for all involved, with flaws that cost countless thousands their lives trickling down from the very top of leadership. Fragging is just one more shade of red amidst the overall atmosphere of tragic, bloody chaos. A Nazi soldier opens the hatch to his Panzer tank. He scans the horizon for enemy Soviet forces. Suddenly, a single soldier pops out from behind a kitchen tent. He holds a rifle in one hand and an axe in the other. The Soviet has a crazed look in his eyes as he runs toward the Nazi tank, screaming at the top of his lungs. He swings his axe back and forth, ready to decapitate anyone who gets in his way. Shocked, the Nazi soldier slams the hatch shut and peers through the viewport. The Soviet soldier leaps into the air and lands on the tank. The man who would later take down this and other Nazi tanks using his axe and deception was Ivan Pavlovich Sereda. The craziest part was that he was only a cook. That's right, this Soviet war hero who would go on to destroy tanks and successfully fight off countless Nazi soldiers during World War II started out as a cook in the Red Army. Ivan was drafted into the 91st Tank Regiment in 1939, just after Nazi Germany launched their invasion into Poland and started World War II. At the time, Germany and the Soviet Union had a non-aggression pact, but Stalin and the rest of the Soviet leaders did not trust Adolf Hitler to keep his word. This would turn out to be a smart decision. The Soviet Union started amassing tanks and troops along their western border just in case Hitler decided to break his pact. Ivan Pavlovich Sereda wanted to serve his country and asked his superior officers to transfer him to the front lines. They looked at him and thought for a moment, and then his CO shook his head. He told Ivan that anyone could shoot a gun, but not everyone could cook as well as him. His talents were needed in the kitchen to keep the troops fed, which was just as important as being stationed at the border. Ivan disagreed but followed his orders. Then in February 1941, Nazi Germany started amassing troops along the Romanian-Soviet border near where Ivan and his tank platoon were stationed. The Soviets had been keeping close tabs on the war in Europe. Hitler and his Axis powers seemed to be decimating the continent. However, Great Britain was still a thorn in the side, and the Soviets didn't think Hitler would be bold enough to launch an offensive on a second front. But he was a psychopath, so anything was possible. Ivan's regiment was repositioned and stationed in the small forest near Dvinsk, which is now Daugavpils in current-day Latvia. For several months, there was no action. It just seemed like both sides were at a standoff, and Hitler might actually keep his non-aggression pact. But then on June 22, 1941, Ivan and his regiment heard a crackling voice come over the radios. The Soviet communications network was not very reliable, and it was difficult to make out exactly what was being said. But between the static, the words everyone was dreading were heard. The Nazis had launched an invasion into the Soviet Union. The attack was called Operation Barbarossa and consisted of over 3 million soldiers and approximately 3,000 tanks, 7,000 pieces of artillery, and 2,500 aircraft. Ivan was only a cook, but he couldn't help but feel a sense of duty. He wanted nothing more than to be promoted so he could fight on the front lines, but it was not to be for the moment. The Nazis began bombing cities along the border as they pushed through the Red Army. Their forces decimated Soviet resistance and advanced further and further into the motherland. Ivan in the 91st Tank Regiment had seen little action, But in August 1941, that was about to change. Word had reached them that the Germans were moving closer to their position. The tank battalion was sent out on a scouting mission to see if they could intercept the incoming Nazis. Ivan was left all alone at the camp to prepare dinner for later that evening. Ivan was cutting up potatoes and other vegetables to put into a hot stew that would keep his comrades warm and their bellies full. It was a quiet afternoon. The wind blew gently across the field where Ivan whistled to himself as he cooked. As he took a break from stirring and stepped out of the tent that served as the kitchen, he heard the sounds of engines in the distance. He thought that his regiment must be returning from patrolling the area, so he continued to cook. The sound of the tank started getting closer and closer. The pots and pans in the kitchen began to clang against one another as the ground shook from the approaching tanks. They didn't seem to be slowing, which made Ivan nervous. The area where the supplies were kept and the tanks were parked was a decent way away from the kitchen, but these tanks seemed to be rolling right up to the tent. Ivan poked his head out to see what was happening. From where he was, he couldn't see over the embankment on the other side of the road. He stepped out from inside the tent and walked toward the road. He slowly climbed up the small hill and peered over the side. What he saw was startling. 2 German tanks from the 8th German Tank Division were heading toward him. He ducked back down behind the ridge and paused for a moment. He could hear the tanks continuing straight toward him. Ivan had wanted so badly to be on the front lines, and now he was. The only problem was he was all alone, and he was up against a heavily armored Panzer 38T. In an ideal situation, he would be with a platoon of men, or at least in his own tank, but that was not what fate had in store for him. As he peered back down over the embankment, he saw one of the tanks peel away and head in a different direction. However, the other Panzer was still moving straight toward him. Ivan slid down the hill and ran behind his cooking tent. Just as he disappeared from sight, the Nazi tank crested the hill and approached the road. The roar of the engines began to slow as the tank came to a stop. The hatch of the German Panzer 38T creaked open, and a Nazi soldier stuck his head out. He scanned the area for any Soviets, as this appeared to be their encampment, but he didn't see anyone. Ivan was panting behind the tent. He closed his eyes and slowed his breathing. The air was cold. His breath rose like steam coming off a hot pot. Ivan looked to his left and saw his rifle leaning against a crate. He grabbed the rifle and a grenade resting on top of the box. Ivan knew that the Germans would roll over him if he didn't do something quickly. Or even worse, they could lie in wait for his comrades to return and launch a surprise attack. Ivan decided that he would need to take out the tank himself. He moved around to the side of the tent. His foot bumped into something resting on the ground. He looked down to see an axe impaled on a log that he was chopping. Ivan looked at the axe for a moment and then smiled. He had an idea. Ivan picked up the axe, peered out from behind the tent, and prepared to do something crazy. When the Nazi looked the other way, Ivan ran toward the tank, screaming like a madman. He fired his rifle with one hand while swinging the axe wildly with the other. This surprised the Nazi, who quickly retreated back into the tank and shut the hatch. He screamed to the tank crew that they were under attack. The machine gunner swiveled the 7.92mm ZB-53 machine gun toward the crazed Soviet running at the tank. He pulled the trigger. Bullets started whizzing by Ivan's head. They ripped through the tent behind him, but Ivan managed to dodge back and forth to stay out of the direct line of fire. Miraculously, he made it to the side of the tank without being hit by a single bullet. Ivan launched himself off the ground and scrambled up onto the Panzer's hull. He moved toward the front of the vehicle and brought his axe down on the machine gun. He hit the barrel of the gun over and over again until it bent and jammed. Ivan had disabled the tank's close-range weapon, and now he needed to deal with the crew inside the metal behemoth. The Nazis began to yell. The tank's engines roared to life. It started to move with Ivan on top of it. He looked around for some way to stop the Nazis from getting away. He used his axe to cut off a piece of tarp that was holding down supplies on the hull of the tank. Ivan grabbed the tarp and stuck it over the viewport so the crew inside couldn't see where they were going. The tank began to swivel back and forth. Now Ivan had to think of a way to get the Nazis to come out of the tank. He began shouting at the top of his lungs for his comrades to start setting grenades under the tank in order to blow it up. This was a bluff, as there were no other Soviet soldiers around, but the Germans didn't know that. Ivan continued to shout orders and bang on the hull of the tank with his axe. This confused the Nazis inside, who now thought there was a whole platoon of angry Soviet soldiers outside the vehicle. Ivan continued to shout at the Germans to give up or their tank would be blown up with him inside it. He even used different voices to make it seem as if there were more people than just him banging on the tank. The Nazis tried desperately to escape, but since they couldn't see, they had no idea there was only one man outside their tank holding them hostage. After several minutes of this charade, the Nazis shouted from within the bowels of the tank that they wanted to surrender. Ivan smiled to himself as he agreed to their surrender and told them to come out one at a time. The first Nazi crew member turned the locking mechanism on the tank's hatch and exited the armored vehicle. He was greeted by Ivan holding up his rifle and instructing the German soldier to line up along the tank. The rest of the tank crew followed. Ivan had captured 4 Nazis and a Panzerkampfwagen 38T tank single-handedly. When the Germans realized they'd been duped, they were likely extremely ashamed, and at that point they didn't even know that Ivan was only a cook. That evening, the rest of the tank regiment returned to camp. They found a Nazi tank with its crew tied up waiting for them. The Soviet soldiers got out of their vehicles and looked in astonishment as their cook, Ivan Pavlovich Sereda, exited the kitchen with hot food in his hands. His superior officers asked him what happened, and Ivan gladly recounted the events of the day to them. The Soviets examined the vehicle, interrogated the Nazis, and found that Ivan was telling the truth. He really had captured the Nazi tank using nothing but his rifle and an axe. That night, as all the Soviets ate the meal that Ivan had prepared, they listened to his daring story of how he'd managed to trick the Germans and take them all prisoner. They were all astonished at his tale. His commanding officers immediately took him off the kitchen duty and promoted him to scout. He'd finally gotten what he wanted. Ivan was sent on missions to scout Nazi positions in the area and bring information back. The story of how he used his axe to destroy a machine gun on a German tank and then capture the crew spread like wildfire across the Soviet Union. It was used in propaganda posters to bolster the morale of troops. Ivan was now a war hero, but he didn't let it go to his head. Only a few weeks after taking out the Nazi panzer with his axe and becoming a scout, Ivan captured another tank and demolished a unit of Nazi soldiers. This time he was better equipped, but what he did was no less miraculous than his first battle with a tank. Ivan and a group of scouts were conducting reconnaissance on an area that was reported to have German soldiers patrolling it. As they made their way through the forest, the birds were singing, and the sun warmed the air. They reached the tree line and sighted a group of Soviet soldiers running down a dirt road. Ivan was going to make his presence known when suddenly a Nazi tank broke through the trees. The tank fired its cannon at the retreating Soviets, causing the trunks of the trees to explode into shards of splintered wood. The debris went flying everywhere as the machine gun aboard the German tank opened fire. The bullet slammed into the ground all around the retreating Soviet force. As the tank laid down covering fire, a group of Nazi foot soldiers appeared from behind the armored vehicle. They started to pursue the Soviets down the road while the tank followed. The Nazis shouted at the Soviets to halt. However, if they were caught, they'd be tortured for information, so rather than surrender, the Soviets dove behind fallen logs and returned fire. But the support of the tank was too much, and the members of the Red Army appeared to be doomed. Ivan fell back to the tree line and stealthily worked his way behind the tank. The Soviets fired at the tank, but the armor was too thick, and the bullets bounced off harmlessly. The Nazis continued to advance forward. While the tank and Nazi soldiers were focused on the trapped Soviets, Ivan climbed up the back of the vehicle. He carefully stepped over the gear strapped to the tank's hull and made sure his footsteps made as little noise as possible. Since the machine gunner was firing at his comrades, they couldn't hear Ivan scurry across the top of the tank and unlock the commander's hatch. Ivan armed a grenade, opened the hatch, and peered down into the opening for a moment. He locked eyes with the Nazi commander sitting in the middle of the tank. The German yelled to warn the others, but it was too late. Ivan dropped the grenade into the tank, slammed the hatch shut, and jumped off the moving vehicle. The grenade detonated, killing everyone inside. He'd done it again. Ivan had single-handedly captured another tank. Without missing a beat, Ivan jumped back on the tank and ran to the hatch. Even though he'd killed the tank crew, the Nazi soldiers were still advancing on his comrades. Ivan threw the hatch open and climbed into the smoldering inside of the tank. The bodies of the crew were covered in shrapnel and blood. Ivan moved the gunner's body out of the seat and took position. He turned the turret and aimed directly at the advancing German force. Taking a deep breath, Ivan peered through the sighting tube and made sure everything was lined up. He squeezed the trigger. The tank buckled as the shell was ejected from the barrel. It flew through the air and slammed into the middle of the Nazi unit. The detonation threw bodies everywhere. Around a dozen of the German soldiers were instantly killed or seriously injured. The rest laid down their guns and immediately surrendered. They were now sandwiched between their own tank, which was controlled by the former cook turned war hero, and a squad of angry Soviet soldiers. Confused as to what was going on, the Soviet troops cautiously approached the Nazi tank. Its barrel was still smoking. They asked whoever was inside to come out slowly. Ivan popped the hatch and poked his head through the hole with a smile on his face. The entire unit let out a cheer. When Ivan returned to base after his impromptu rescue mission, he was greeted with even more accolades. On August 31, 1941, he received the Presidium of the USSR for exemplary performance of combat tasks as the command on the front of the fight against the German invaders and showing courage and heroism. He also received the title of Hero of the USSR, the Order of Lenin, and the Gold Star Medal. He would soon be transferred to another unit, but one of his former comrades said that the 91st Tank Regiment kept his axe as a battle relic and a reminder of Ivan Pavlovich Sereda's heroism. There was no time for Ivan to celebrate his awards, however, as the worst fighting of the war was yet to come. Ivan was made platoon leader of the 4th Infantry Regiment and gained command of the 46th Infantry Division of the 1st Shock Army. He saw some combat during this time, but it was when he was promoted to company commander of the 7th Infantry Regiment that things got really intense. This unit was sent to Leningrad during the siege of the city, which would become one of the bloodiest and most brutal blockades the world had ever seen. In fact, many historians believe that the siege of Leningrad was actually a form of genocide because of the Nazis' systemic starvation and murder of civilians who were stuck in the city. Things got so bad during the siege that there are accounts of Soviet civilians cutting off their own flesh and eating it for sustenance. The siege began on September 8, 1941, when the Nazis secured the last road into or out of the city, and didn't end until January 27, 1944, 872 days from when the blockade started. It was at this point that the Red Army was able to overcome Nazi forces and push them back toward Germany. Ivan joined the fight to hold Leningrad at the beginning of the siege, as it was pummeled by Nazi artillery. He would not stay for the duration of the battle, as his skills were required in Moscow only a few months after the siege of Leningrad had begun. While in Leningrad, Ivan was likely deployed for reconnaissance and saboteur missions. With his ability to take out tanks in unconventional ways, he might have been ordered to disrupt enemy artillery encampments and try to break the siege. During these missions, Ivan and his unit would use forests surrounding the city of Leningrad to hide from German forces. Using the cover of night, they could place bombs near ammunition stores and do their best to hinder enemy operations. We don't know the exact role that Ivan played in the defense of Leningrad, but it may have been just as crazy as his other two major run-ins with the Nazis. After a few months of fighting at Leningrad, Ivan was made the company commander of the 185th Infantry Division of the 30th Army and sent to the Battle of Moscow. On November 27, 1941, Ivan and his unit met up with other Soviet forces near the city. The brutally cold temperatures of the Soviet winter were quickly approaching. Although the Red Army didn't have the supplies and equipment they needed, all of the soldiers, including Ivan, had survived decades of winters in their country. It would not be enjoyable, but the Soviets knew how to handle the brutal weather. The Nazis, on the other hand, were worn down from months of battling Soviet forces to get to Moscow. Ivan and his men were set up along the outskirts of the city to stop the advancing German forces. They would send tank regiments to try to break through the Soviet defenses, but units like Ivan's had laid down mines and set up kill zones where they would ambush any Nazi forces that came through. With each day that went by, the weather got colder and colder. The Germans were beginning to freeze to death. Although Ivan was now in charge of his own company, he may have also helped out in the kitchens where his career in the military had begun. He carried his axe with him, as it was a valuable tool not just for defeating Nazi tanks but also for chopping wood to keep his soldiers warm. By December, Ivan and the rest of the Soviet forces had held off wave after wave of Nazi advancement toward Moscow. The Germans could not break the line. Their army was starving and freezing to death when on December 5, 1941, the Soviets launched a counteroffensive that would push the enemy away from Moscow and back to Germany. By January, the Nazis could no longer fight back. Temperatures were recorded as low as -42 degrees Celsius or -44 Fahrenheit. The German Luftwaffe couldn't fly their planes as their wings and propellers were frozen in place. Ivan and the Soviet forces at Moscow pushed forward and destroyed any German force that was unable to escape the harsh landscape and climate of the Soviet Union. But the weather and continuous fighting also took their toll on the Red Army, and a stalemate developed. Ivan continued to fight the Nazi invaders for the duration of the war. His expertise and heroism allowed him to move up in the ranks of the Red Army. Ivan was a lieutenant when the war came to an end in 1945. He retired but still had a desire to serve the people of the Soviet Union. He became chairman of his village council to help rebuild after the devastation of World War II. Unfortunately, the toll of war does not end when the fighting stops. Due to breathing in harmful fumes from tanks, spending countless nights in below freezing weather, and harmful chemicals that were ingested while fighting the Nazis, Ivan's health began to decline rapidly in 1950. He passed away at the age of 31. From the time he could join the military to the day he died, Ivan Pavlovich Sereda served his country and gave his life to the Soviet Union. He died a highly decorated war hero and remains the only known chef to take out a tank using an axe. The American General William Tecumseh Sherman is often quoted as saying that war is hell. Few members of the military have more of a right to believe that than the subject of today's video, Lieutenant General Sir Adrian Carton de Wiart. This hard-as-nails officer of the British Army served in the Second Boer War in South Africa, World War I, and World War II. He sustained horrific injuries in the line of duty and was brought to the edge of death more times than a person could count. However, war was definitely not hell for this borderline deranged military hero, Adrian Carton de Wiart. For this unkillable soldier, it was more like home. While de Weert has been held up by the English as a legendary example of courage and national pride, he was actually half Belgian, half Irish. He was born in Brussels, Belgium on the 5th of May 1880. His father was a Belgian aristocrat, lawyer, and diplomat, Léon Carton de Weert. Léon was a man of high international regard, as Grand Cross of the Egyptian Orders of Osmandia and Megidier, and a Knight of the Belgian Order. Needless to say, having a father with two such prestigious titles could have easily set Adrian up for a charmed life. His mother was Ernestine Zephyrine Emily, an Irish woman who would die quite early in Adrian's life. The same can also sadly be said of 3 of Adrian's young sisters. Even from a young age, Adrian Carton de Weert's life played out like fiction. Growing up, his reputation was marred by rumors that he was secretly the illegitimate son of Belgian King Leopold II. Much of Adrian's childhood was split between Belgium, England, and Egypt. Due to his father's business dealings in the Middle East, young Adrian became fluent in Arabic. When Adrian's father remarried, this time to the English woman Mary James, Adrian was shipped off to a Catholic boarding school in Birmingham, UK. He attended the oratory where he was trained to become the quintessential British gentleman and also an avid sportsman. Adrian was being groomed to follow his father's path into business and law, but Adrian had other ideas. The founder of his boarding school, John Henry Newman, was famous for saying, "Fear not that thy life shall come to an end, but rather fear that it shall never have a beginning." Even if Adrian had never heard this quote, its sentiment clearly resonated deeply with him. The courtroom held no satisfaction for Adrian Carton de Weert. For as long as he could remember, he yearned for the excitement of battle, the thrill of war, and he knew that as soon as he got an opportunity, he would eagerly enlist. That opportunity presented itself with the beginning of the Second Boer War in 1899. At the time, Adrian was attending Balliol College in Oxford, trying to earn a law degree. He was an unimpressive student, underperforming in exams and being dispassionate toward his studies. When Adrian heard about the war, he immediately fled Oxford and found his way to the nearest enlistment center. Adrian knew he needed to be involved in the war somehow, saying later in his memoirs, "At that moment, I knew once and for all that war was in my blood. If the British didn't fancy me, I would offer myself to the Boers." The enlistment center was where Adrian ran into his first obstacle. He was 19 at the time and the enlistment age was 20. This didn't do much to stop him though, as Adrian lied about his age, his parental permission, his citizenship, and enlisted under the name Trooper Carton. Before he knew it, he was off to war. Adrian's long and illustrious life as a military serviceman was about to begin. The Second Boer War was a conflict between Imperial Britain and the local forces of South Africa, the Orange Free State and South African Republic, also known as the Boer States. Adrian became a member of the Middlesex Yeomanry, a volunteer cavalry regiment. He served alongside Paget's Horse, an elite British cavalry unit that acted as the backbone of Britain's ground offensive in the Boer conflicts. However, while he was serving in the Orange River Colony, he was struck down. Not by enemy soldiers, but by a sudden fever. He was hospitalized for a brief period before re-enlisting with the local military corps. Adrian experienced his first of many injuries while attempting to cross a river in South Africa, where Boer commandos ambushed him and shot him in the stomach and groin. He was no older than 20 at the time. When he was found injured by his superiors, they asked him if there were many Boers in the area. Adrian's reply, "No, but the few were very good shots." Adrian survived and was shipped back to England for treatment, where his furious father chastised him for skipping school. But Adrian didn't care. He may have been shot, but he survived, and now he'd truly gotten a taste for the thrill of battle, a thrill he didn't intend on giving up. When Adrian fully recovered, with his father's begrudging approval, he quit college and decided to pursue a military career full-time. He took an extravagant first-class plane trip back to Cape Town, handing out huge tips to the air hostesses and landing almost completely broke as a result. But Adrian didn't mind. He was a soldier again, and that made him feel alive. In South Africa, Adrian began to act out. He was promoted from trooper to corporal before being immediately demoted for threatening to punch a sergeant. While he managed to reach the rank of second lieutenant during his service in South Africa, he saw practically no combat, which Adrian found extremely frustrating. He was a fighter and a playboy with a love of gambling, drinking, socializing, and hunting. The one thing Adrian couldn't abide by was boredom. So when the Second Boer War came to an end, he applied to be sent to British Somaliland. There, British Imperial forces were fighting against a guerrilla warfare campaign led by Mohammed bin Abdullah, known to the colonialist authorities by his nickname, the Mad Mullah. However, instead of immediately getting his combat wishes, he was instead stationed in Mutra, India. There, his boredom drove him to create more trouble. Mounted pig hunting became his favorite pastime because it was the closest thing to real combat he could get. Even this caused him injuries, as after falling from a horse, his horse also fell on him, cracking his ribs and ankle. Adrian's frustration grew so great that he even shot an Indian servant in the butt after a petty squabble. His superiors jailed him for his act of wanton violence. He'd spend the next several years killing time, but not enemy soldiers, in various British and Allied territories across the globe. Adrian used his oodles of downtime to practice physical fitness, getting so strong he was capable of ripping apart decks of playing cards with his bare hands. Though that skill probably didn't make him popular with fellow soldiers in the barracks who just wanted to play some poker. In this time, he swore allegiance to the king and officially became a British citizen. During his deployment in Europe, he also married an Austrian countess with a ridiculously long name: Friederike Maria Carolina Henrietta Rosa Sabina Franziska Fugger von Babenhausen. He was doing pretty much everything except fighting. When World War I broke out, Adrian was ecstatic and finally deployed to British Somaliland to join the war against the Mad Mullah. Adrian was assigned a squadron of the Somaliland Camel Corps, tasked with hunting down the dervishes, followers of the Mad Mullah. During a daring attack on one of the Mullah's fortresses, Adrian, wrapped up in the adrenaline of the fight, decided to charge in head first. Unsurprisingly, the dervishes shot Adrian 3 times in the face, taking out his eye and blowing off half of his ear. Because Adrian seemed to be borderline immortal, this didn't kill him. He lost that eye forever and was sent back to England for treatment and redeployment. When describing this conflict later on, Adrian said, "It had all been the most exhilarating fun." The British Army conceded to Adrian's wishes to be assigned to the Western Front, on the condition that he wore a glass eye. However, because he found the glass eye to be uncomfortable, he tore it out in the cab taking him to the airport. Adrian was more of an eye patch guy. Later, biographers would even describe him as looking like a gentleman pirate. Adrian joined the 4th Royal Irish Dragoon Guards, a cavalry regiment stationed along the Western Front in February of 1915. During the Second Battle of Ypres, while attempting to relieve an infantry unit, Adrian's regiment was fired upon by a German artillery unit. Shell fragments and exploded parts of his own wristwatch utterly mutilated Adrian's hand. It only left part of his palm, and his 2 remaining fingers were hanging on by some thin tendons. When a field medic refused to amputate the fingers, Adrian just tore them off at the stump and carried on. Adrian then fought in the Battle of Soma and was once again a hard-as-nails lunatic. Other soldiers reported seeing Adrian tearing the pins out of grenades with his teeth and throwing them into enemy territory with the hand that still had fingers. During the assault on the occupied village of La Boisselle, after the sudden deaths of 3 unit commanders, Adrian took command of all 3 units and led them to victory across no man's land. He was awarded the prestigious Victoria Cross for his act of valor in battle. Like any adrenaline junkie, Adrian wanted to maintain the high. He continued charging ahead in battle after battle, until another near-death experience in the Delville Wood trenches, a series of trenches so treacherous they earned the nickname the Devil's Wood. There, a sniper blasted him straight through the back of his skull. Predictably, he didn't care, nor did he care in subsequent battles when he was shot once again in the ear, hip, leg, and ankle. Whenever Adrian was released from the hospital, he ran straight back to the front line, having the time of his life. In the aftermath of World War I, he remarked that he really quite enjoyed the war. In the interim between World War I and II, Adrian couldn't bear to remain out of conflict. He took part in battles across Eastern Europe, assisting Poland in its wars against Lithuania, Czechoslovakia, the Ukraine, and Soviet Russia. In classic WWII style, he achieved numerous feats of daring high-octane action. He survived several plane crashes, nonchalantly brushing off the resulting injuries. He also fought off an onslaught of Cossack cavalrymen with a single revolver when they attempted to hijack a train he was protecting. Even when he fell off said train while it was moving, he was quick to jump back on and continue the battle. After victory in the Polish Wars, Adrian remained in Poland for 18 years. However, when World War II began, Adrian didn't hesitate to jump back into the battle. Using a fake passport, he returned to the UK and re-enlisted. By this point, Adrian was 61 years old, with 1 eye and 1 hand. it didn't stop him, because as you've probably gathered by this point, basically nothing could stop Adrien Carton de Wiart. Initially, Adrien narrowly survived taking part in a few disastrous operations to drive the Nazis out of Northern Europe, all of which failed. In 1941, British Prime Minister Winston Churchill gave Adrien a secret envoy mission to offer assistance to Tito in Yugoslavia. However, during this mission, the Wellington bomber transporting Adrien and his comrades crashed into the Mediterranean Sea. Adrien, despite being an elderly, half-blind amputee, still managed to swim himself and a wounded fellow soldier back to the shoreline. He was then taken to a POW camp for British officers in Vinciliata Castle near Florence by Mussolini's forces. Was this the end of Adrien's story? Of course not. He and 5 other prisoners, all of whom were in their 50s, built a 60-foot tunnel under the castle and escaped. They posed as Italian villagers despite not speaking a lick of Italian, and managed to evade capture for over a week before getting found and taken back to the castle. When Mussolini was deposed and killed, Adrien and the other prisoners were freed and returned to the UK. This would be Adrien's final war, but not the last of his experience in international relations. He was sent on a diplomatic mission to China, and while he didn't kill anyone, he still managed to exercise his trademark brand of foolhardy bravery. He told Chairman Mao Zedong to his face that he hated communism. Mao apparently took it in good humor, and just because he was a creature of habit, he survived another plane crash during his stay in China. Adrien finally passed away not from war but from natural causes at age 83. He died in his County Cork home in Ireland, survived by his wife and 4 children, none of whom were mentioned in his memoirs, though in Adrien Carton de Wiart's defense, he had a lot of ground to cover. It's summer 1943, and the Allied forces have moved to secure the Mediterranean from the Axis powers once and for all. This means one thing: neutralizing Italy, a staunch German ally led by the fascist dictator Benito Mussolini, sweeping away the Italian Navy, which performed atrociously against Allied forces. Allied soldiers at last began to make landfall on Sicily. From captured airfields, American and British bombers could now reach Rome, and an intense bombing campaign begins against Italy's capital. The intent is not so much to damage Italian industry and its warfighting ability, but rather to capitalize on the low morale of Italian troops and citizens and force them to overthrow Mussolini, thus suing for peace with the Allies. Throughout the war, aside from a few notable exceptions in Africa, Italian forces performed extremely poorly, and soon Hitler was sending experienced officers to supervise his allies' military. The Germans saw it as a babysitting assignment, and the Italians were simply sick of war. They'd been lied to after all. Mussolini had promised to turn the Mediterranean into a giant Italian lake, and now the Allies were on Italian territory. The time was ripe for revolution, and shortly after the beginning of the bombing campaign, the Italian government ousted Mussolini, imprisoning him on a mountaintop ski resort, a secure prison for one of the world's most dangerous men. This was a disaster for Hitler, but he had one ace up his sleeve: a single man, Otto Skorzeny, possibly the most dangerous man of World War II. Skorzeny had made a name for himself as a firebrand Nazi and devout fascist, quickly climbing the ranks of the German military. Skorzeny's first ambition had been to become a pilot, and shortly after the invasion of Poland he had volunteered for the Luftwaffe, but was denied for being too tall. At 6 foot 4 inches, Otto was a formidable man indeed, and when his imposing bulk prevented him from becoming a pilot, he joined Adolf Hitler's personal bodyguard regiment instead. As Hitler launched his invasion of the Soviet Union, Skorzeny was back on the front lines, fighting with elite SS units. As the Nazis pushed closer to Moscow, Skorzeny received orders from Hitler himself. He was to capture several key Communist Party buildings and the NKVD headquarters. This would have afforded the German military with huge amounts of valuable intelligence and bid a devastating blow to Soviet fighting morale. But Skorzeny's greatest prize was the sluice gates to the Moscow Canal. Hitler had plans to open the sluice gates wide and let all of Moscow flood, turning the Soviet capital into a lake. Fortunately for the Soviets, the German advance began to falter and then halt. Far too valuable to be lost on the Eastern Front, Otto Skorzeny was ordered back to Germany after being hit in the back of the head by shrapnel. Healing from his injuries, Skorzeny had nothing but time on his hands, time that he used to contemplate his previous orders to capture important communist buildings, the Soviet secret police headquarters, and the Moscow Canal sluice gates. Skorzeny felt that the German military lacked units specialized in such forms of unconventional warfare and began to develop theories on waging unconventional warfare deep behind enemy lines. He studied historical partisan movements and spoke with experienced infantry and paratrooper commanders. In a time before Special Forces, Otto Skorzeny was developing the first modern plan for a Special Operations Task Force. Skorzeny's task force would operate deep behind enemy lines and use subterfuge, espionage, and intelligence rather than brute force to achieve its objectives. By Skorzeny's accounting, a small team of specialized commandos could easily accomplish more than an entire company of infantry could. He was only too right, as British commandos were already training and preparing for deployment behind enemy lines on mainland Europe. The powers that be were slow to listen to Skorzeny, however, at least until British commandos began raiding behind enemy lines in Europe to devastating success. To even his staunchest critics, Skorzeny was quickly proved right. A small team of elite soldiers could in fact accomplish far more than entire companies of infantry could. Skorzeny's name was quickly put forward to command Nazi Germany's first true special operations training schools, and soon he was made commander of the Waffen-Sonderverband ZBV Friedenthal Special Forces Unit. Germany may not have been short on syllables, but they were short on allies, and one of Skorzeny's unit's first missions was to parachute behind enemy lines in Iran and contact local tribes. It was hoped that tribal members in Iran could be incited to attack Allied supply lines to the Soviet Union, which despite its massive manpower was almost completely reliant on American supplies for its war effort. Luckily for the Soviets, the effort was deemed unsuccessful when most of the tribes contacted refused to take part in raids. Skorzeny's next efforts, however, would be much more fruitful for Nazi Germany. After Mussolini's ousting from power by the Italian Grand Council of Fascism, Hitler knew that the Italian king would declare an armistice with the Allies. This would be a major setback for the German war effort, as Italy had forced considerable resources to be dedicated to the Mediterranean by the Allies. It also threatened his links to oil supply routes in the Middle East and would give Allied aircraft access to Germany's southern flank if Italy allowed Allied warplanes to be stationed on its territory. Thankfully, the mighty Alps made an overland invasion of Germany from Italy all but impossible, but still Mussolini had to be restored to power, and there was only one man who could get the job done. Locating Mussolini was not easy, as the Italians feared that the Germans would doubtlessly launch a rescue. Hesitant to simply hand him over to the Allies as no armistice had been declared yet, the Italian government had hoped to use Mussolini as a bargaining chip as it sued for peace. To keep the German rescue effort at bay, the Italians moved Mussolini from location to location, making him difficult to track. For weeks, Skorzeny and some of his most trusted men worked the streets of major Italian cities, gathering intelligence and intercepting radio messages. Skorzeny made free use of counterfeit British pounds, created in yet another unconventional Nazi war plan to defeat the Allies, to bribe Italian officials, and recruit double agents and informants. At last, Mussolini was located, and a rescue plan could be put into effect. But rescuing Mussolini would be one of the riskiest operations of World War II. Fully aware of a plot to rescue their fascist dictator, the Italians had taken great precautions with the imprisonment of Mussolini. They moved the dictator to a mountaintop ski resort high in the Apennine Mountains, which could only be accessed by a cable car. The cable car station was itself guarded by Italian infantry, and at the mountaintop resort, Mussolini was guarded by 200 elite Carabinieri guards. The resort was in effect a fortress, with only the cable cars leading up to the top of the mountain. Any troops attempting to use the cars would be slaughtered long before they got a chance to disembark. Rescue would be impossible. But the Italians never counted on the borderline insane daring of Otto Skorzeny. Realizing that the only possible way to get to Mussolini would be to avoid the rail cars altogether, Skorzeny consulted with some of the best Luftwaffe pilots, and he had one question for them. Could a glider be landed on the grounds of the ski resort despite the treacherous mountain air currents? Most agreed that technically, yes, it should be possible, but the risk was insane. Unpowered gliders would be completely at the mercy of tumultuous mountain wind currents, and landing room on top of the mountain was already extremely limited. Even if gliders made it safely, it would be a miracle if they stopped in time before tumbling off the edge of the mountain. On the 12th of September 1943, the weather was at last suitable for the attempted rescue, and Otto Skorzeny and his men loaded up onto 10 gliders. Each glider carried a single pilot and 9 soldiers, bringing a total of 90 elite SS troopers to face off against 200 heavily armed Italian Carabinieri. But Skorzeny had a trump card to play in this gambit. Flying alongside him was General Fernando Soletti, head of the Polizia dell'Africa Italiana, and a respected officer. Skorzeny gambled that if caught unawares in a surprise attack and with the presence of a respected Italian officer, the Carabinieri would stand down. He'd soon find out. As the gliders lifted into the air, 2 companies of German paratroopers launched an attack on the forces holding the cable car station at the base of the mountain. The fighting was fierce, but the Italians were quickly overwhelmed by the far more experienced and capable German troops. Still, not a single German would live to reach the top of the mountain unless Scorzani was successful, and so the troops held their position to prevent Mussolini being moved via the cable cars. The mountain currents made flying treacherous, more so for the unpowered gliders. The bombers towing the first 3 gliders decided that they needed to gain more altitude before releasing the gliders, and thus began long, slow, looping turns to gain altitude. This would threaten the delicate timeline that the operation needed for success, however, and Scorzani ordered the rest of the planes to continue, regardless of the risk to the gliders. If Scorzani could not take and evacuate Mussolini quickly, then more Italian forces would soon be on their way. Released from their 2 hooks, the gliders shuddered in the tumultuous winds of the Italian mountains. The pilots, among some of the best in Nazi Germany, fought the controls to keep the gliders stable and on course. Incredibly, one by one, the German gliders made the almost impossible landing on the tiny tabletop shelf of land at the top of the mountain. Although one of the last to arrive crashed, severely injuring many of its occupants. Leaping from the gliders, though, the bulk of Scorzani's force was soon running toward the hotel. Scorzani had given his men a strict order. Not a single one of them was to open fire unless Scorzani opened fire first. If Scorzani was injured or died, then one of his officers would be the first to open fire. It was critical that the assault force capture Mussolini without having to fight the 200-strong Italian defenders. With General Fernando Soletti ordering the guards to stand down, the Italians laid down their arms and allowed Mussolini to be taken. In less than an hour, one of the riskiest operations of World War II had succeeded without a single shot being fired. Scorzani would be an overnight hero to Nazi Germany and earn his place in the Special Forces Hall of Fame if he survived the final phase of the plan to rescue Mussolini, the escape. German forces would be unable to provide security for Mussolini if they tried to bring him down the mountain and move him by land. Therefore, a small plane was ordered to make the incredible risky landing atop the mountain. This would be Mussolini's ticket off the mountain, but there was a problem. The small plane only had enough power and room for its pilot and 1 other passenger, and Scorzani refused to leave Mussolini out of his sight. The pilot argued with Scorzani, telling him that there was little chance that the plane could hit the required speed for liftoff if it were carrying the weight of the 3 men. Scorzani refused to budge. Mussolini was his personal responsibility, and he would be the one to see him brought before the Führer himself. Then Scorzani pointed out the obvious. If the airplane required velocity to generate lift and the takeoff area was too short, then it would simply have to gain speed by falling off the side of the mountain. Scorzani climbed aboard the tiny plane alongside Mussolini and, under the threat of being shot, ordered the pilot to take off. The tiny plane sputtered to life and began to roll toward the edge of the mountain, slowly picking up speed. As the precipice loomed before them, the pilot's worst fears were realized. The plane could not take off overburdened as it was. The wheels soon left the ground as the plane pitched over the mountainside. By some miracle, however, the plane shuddered its way back to horizontal after a brief dive. Against all odds, Scorzani had pulled off one of the most daring rescue operations in history. Otto Scorzani would go on to achieve great success during the waning days of World War II, cementing his place as one of Nazi Germany's most dangerous soldiers. The man became an international special forces legend, and most of his training and operational methods would go on to influence or be outright adopted by special forces programs around the world. Perhaps most surprising of all, however, would be Scorzani's eventual role as a Mossad agent working for the Israeli secret organization and helping bring Nazi war criminals to justice. Somewhere down the line, a dog starts barking ferociously. You don't need any more warning than that, as you and the 4 men you're playing chess with immediately rip at the canvas bag at your sides holding your gas masks. In the fury to tear your gas mask over your head and secure it in place, you knock over the worn and beaten chessboard, sending the pieces to the muddy floor. In a few minutes, the dog's barking is muffled. Its owner must have finally fitted a mask to it after putting his own on in a hurry. That dog's lucky. A few months ago, the few dogs on the front lines would be killed by incoming gas attacks. Thanks to their incredibly sensitive noses, these war dogs are capable of sniffing out gas attacks a minute or 2 before the fog-like haze settles over the front lines. Typically, the Germans blast the front with artillery shells modified to release dangerous gases rather than explode on contact. On days like today, though, when the wind is blowing from east to west and is strong enough, they can release the gas from directly outside their own trenches and have it blow across no man's land. The type of gas that might be delivered varied. Sometimes it's largely harmless tear gas, an irritant that served to suppress the enemy's ability to fight back effectively. This is typically followed by a massive assault across no man's land though, and the effectiveness of gas masks in filtering the gas as well as its non-lethal properties made it less and less appealing as the Great War ground on. Germany would later claim that it begun using chemical weapons in a bid to secure quick victory, and therefore grant the world the mercy of a short war with few casualties. Man's best intentions quickly went awry. Tear gas quickly made way for three deadlier gases: mustard gas, phosgene, and chlorine gas. Chlorine gas could be easily spotted if lookouts were actually paying attention, as it moves across the battlefield like a sickly yellowish-greenish cloud. During day attacks, it gives plenty of warning and allows men to quickly don their protective gas masks. For that reason, the Germans and the Allies quickly take to using gas at night, where it can't be as easily spotted. Phosgene gas is chlorine gas's deadlier older brother. It lacks the distinctive colorization of chlorine gas, making it harder to spot, and even worse, symptoms would only set in a day or two after being poisoned. All the warning you would get was the sudden smell of wet, musty hay, and then a day or two later you'd be drowning in your own fluids. Ironically enough though, the gas you must fear the most is mustard gas. It's the most widely used chemical agent of the war. While chlorine and phosgene gas are deadly and could cause havoc on the body internally, there is a peace about knowing that if you were exposed to them, you'd likely soon die. Mustard gas, though, doesn't come with such a guarantee and is perfectly survivable. Yet breathing it in would scar your lungs for life, leaving you permanently short of breath. The giant blisters it produces on exposed skin are not only plentiful and extremely painful, but can also disfigure a man. And in the poor hygiene conditions of Europe's trench war, these blisters could burst and become infected, leading to a protracted, terribly slow death to infection or amputations. Better to die relatively quickly than linger on in agony. But you don't know what kind of gas the Germans are launching today. You do your best to protect as much of your skin as you can anyway. You scramble, rifle in hand, to a pre-prepared fighting position along the massive trench that has been your home for months. Each man has their own slit in the trench, consisting of a slightly elevated position from where they could comfortably stand and fire at incoming soldiers. As you do your best to sight down the barrel of your rifle, you scan the banks of gas clouds for human figures. Gas attacks of this sort are typically preludes to a massive attack. It's summer and the gas mask is stifling hot. Your eye holes fog up constantly and you have to try to breathe shallow to limit the fogging so you can actually see out of your mask. The gas washing over you terrifies you, and you're afraid to breathe at all now. The smallest compromise in your mask will have you sucking in deadly air. You hope that your charcoal filter will continue to filter properly. The constant humidity of the muggy trenches can seriously compromise the effectiveness of the filters. You yearn to rip the hot, muggy, uncomfortable mask off your face, but you know that to do so would be to invite certain death. Instead, you'll sit and bear it for hours on end, at least until the all clear is called. That's, of course, if the Germans don't attack. And that's when you hear it, the telltale sounds of hundreds of boots pounding the ground in front of you. There's no battle cry, no shouts from officers rallying their men forward. The gas masks of both sides are wearing make such feats impossible. There's only the sudden roaring of hundreds of rifles on both sides, mostly yours, like a freak thunderstorm sprung to life from out of the clear blue sky. Typically, attacks are preempted by massive artillery barrages that can last for a day or longer, and more than once you've had to hunker down for days on end as metal death rained down all around you. This time, though, the Germans have aimed for a surprise attack. Closely following the deadly banks of fogs, they silently released into the strong wind to cover their attack. You fire your rifle at the incoming horde of enemy soldiers. The Germans are too busy crossing no man's land to bother firing back. Everyone knows that the only hope for victory is to cross no man's land and dive into the enemy's trench. And once there, victory becomes a brutal hand-to-hand battle for survival. Prisoners are rarely taken, retreat is impossible. Tally too long in no man's land or try to retreat across it, and the machine guns will find you. A fact that the Germans are currently discovering. You thank your lucky stars that the machine gunners along your section of trench were quick to don their gas masks and are unaffected by the deadly vapors. Of all the weapons in World War I, the machine gun is the most responsible for the deadly stalemate that runs the length of the European continent, spitting out hundreds of rounds a minute. The only way to silence it is to charge headlong into its withering fire, and yet just as effective as it is on the defense, it's all but useless on the offense, the guns being far too bulky and difficult to carry across no man's land. Thus, the Great War has devolved into suicidal rush after suicidal rush, the machine gun's body count rising by the day. Now, withering machine gun fire from several positions strafes across the German advance. Men fall under its fire by the dozens, and yet incredibly the charge continues. The constant barrage of rifle fire is shockingly inaccurate. No surprise given the difficulty and accuracy firing a rifle while wearing a bulky gas mask, and in the rush across no man's land, it's machine guns that claim most victims. It's absolute lunacy, you think to yourself, to continue charging forward into the teeth of the big guns, even as you see dozens of your fellow soldiers fall before them. Then again, what choice does a charging soldier have? Retreating across no man's land will just leave them as vulnerable as charging across it. Once you're up and over the top, there's only one way to live, and it's forward. The first Germans are coming over the trenches, numbers too great even for the machine guns to overcome. Neither side needs much accuracy now in such close quarters, and the hot, fetid, and poisoned air in the trenches is now filled with acrid gunpowder as well as the deadly gas. The mixture creates a grayish fog that permeates the scene, adding a surrealness to the brutal and often hand-to-hand combat that breaks out across the front. Men stab with bayonets or knives, their rifles largely forgotten and too cumbersome for the close-in fighting. You can't tell time in the thick of the melee, but your lungs are bursting with the exertion of frantic breathing through your gas mask. Fighting in such conditions, both sides can barely manage more than a few minutes of intense combat before falling nearly completely exhausted. Entire sections of trench will unofficially fall under enemy control briefly, both sides simply too tired to keep fighting and desperate for a brief rest. The machine guns took too great a toll on the incoming assault though, and the Germans' numbers are low. You spend the afternoon doing the grim work of killing in close quarters, and the narrow, tight confines of the stretches is all too often the work of a butcher killing men too exhausted to defend themselves anymore. Some will be taken prisoner after surrendering. Most simply won't. You push away the consequences of your actions for now. Those are for a living man to deal with, and right now, there's no guarantee on your life. The battle over, the grim work of removing corpses must be attended to and quickly. The trenches must be prepared for a fresh attack coming at any minute. For now, German and Allied corpses alike are simply stashed into the small cutaways along the trenches as defensive fortifications are fixed and manned, you and the rest of the exhausted survivors preparing for a possible second wave. As the hours pass and night comes through, it becomes clear that there's no stomach in the Germans for another attack. You're grateful. You've also no stomach for more bloodshed today. At last, the all-clear signal is given for the gas, and after half a day struggling to breathe through a mask caked with sweat and blood, you rip the thing off. You thought you'd be careful before taking that first breath, the fear of lingering gas still fresh in your mind, but you're so exhausted that you greedily gulp down the fresh air, and despite the stench of gunpowder, the sickly sweet smell of the dead, and the slightly nauseating tinge of gas, that breath of air is sweeter than any you've ever tasted in your life. The Germans might attack again at night, so you can never truly afford to let your guard down. But whether they do or not, there are basic housekeeping duties to be done that are necessary in the trenches. Disease is already rampant in the muddy, unsanitary conditions of the trenches, and there's little need to aid it along, so you and a detail of soldiers work to move the dead through the network of trenches, connecting yours to those at the rear. Somewhere back there, a graves detail service will separate the German soldiers from the Allied soldiers and give as best a burial as possible. By the time you're done, you're too exhausted to even eat. But your work isn't done yet. Your life depends on two key pieces of equipment, your mask and your rifle. And thus, before you can even think of getting a few hours of much-needed sleep, you set to the task of maintaining both. Your gas mask is relatively easy to maintain, and you check it thoroughly for tears. You dry off the charcoal filter and do your best to keep it free of mud and excess moisture. Your rifle, though, is a different affair and requires a complex breakdown of its components along with a thorough cleaning. Until you arrived at the front, you had no idea just how much of war is spent simply cleaning one's weapon. They certainly left that detail out of the heroic war stories you grew up listening to. It's also important to tend to your feet, though not an easy feat. As the war has dragged on, one of the greatest sources of casualties is the dreaded trench foot. The trenches of Europe are routinely filled with water from runoff or rain, and your feet are constantly submerged in muddy, fetid water. The water rots away at the flesh, and if you don't take enough care of them, you'll find yourself shipped back to the rear for a double amputation of feet. It's not easy, but you do your best to dry them as often as possible. Exhausted by your post-battle maintenance though, it's finally time to retire for a few hours of sleep. You head into a small slit cut in the back of the trench, not much more than a hole in the earth that's your personal sleeping place. It's slightly elevated above the floor of the trench, so at least most of the water runs out and down to the trench floor. But while the French and Germans enjoy entire rooms cut into the earth, you don't get much more than this, a simple hole. For you though, it's the height of luxury, and as your heavy eyes close, it's not long before you're fast asleep.
Today we're pitting the American soldier head-to-head versus the Russian soldier and looking at the different capabilities, training, and equipment that each brings to bear. With tensions starting to heat up between the two former Cold War superpower adversaries, what would a showdown between East and West actually look like from the average soldier's perspective, and who would fare best in a war that would surely be more catastrophic than both world wars put together? First though, let's take a look at the background and recent history of both nations' armed forces. Though no longer the juggernaut that threatened Western Europe with its endless hordes of armored battle tanks, Russia still retains a formidable military. Unlike most nations on Earth, and perhaps with its rival America being the only other exception, Russian troops have faced ongoing combat action since the end of World War II, albeit at a much lower intensity than the United States. The largest conflict in modern times that Russia engaged in was the invasion of Afghanistan in December of 1979. Acting in support of a communist Afghan government, the Soviet Union soon found itself in a similar quagmire as the United States in its own invasion decades later. Ultimately a strategic failure, the Soviet Union finally pulled out of the country almost 10 years later in February of 1989. The United States, by comparison, has been involved in high-intensity combat action nearly every decade since the end of World War II. From Korea to Vietnam, Grenada, Iraq, and then the double invasions of Iraq and Afghanistan, America has fought wars in nearly every climate and continent on Earth. Ultimately though, it would be the US's own invasion of Afghanistan that would best highlight the key differences in American and Russian combat doctrine and capabilities. When Soviet troops entered Afghanistan, they did so much like America, with overwhelming force spearheaded by columns of tanks and infantry fighting vehicles overwatched by tremendous air support. Also like America, the initial Soviet invasion saw little resistance from the Afghan Mujahideen, who could not hope to match Soviet military power on a one-on-one basis. Much like the United States, Soviet troops had been trained to fight a conventional war against a conventional enemy, NATO, where enemy soldiers were clearly identifiable by their uniforms and battle lines clearly drawn across each side. The Mujahideen would exploit this Soviet warfighting doctrine by instead fighting a guerrilla or asymmetric war, wherein they would launch lightning raids before retreating into the countryside or melting into the local population, thus denying the Russians a chance to bring their formidable firepower to bear on any discernible enemy. Exactly like America's own war 2 decades later, each element of the Soviet armed forces would come into play, but the bulk of the war effort would be executed by small groups of soldiers. The small unit action nature of both the American and the Russian-Afghan war thus gives us the best comparison point for the two nations' infantry forces. So how well exactly did each nation's soldiers perform? Both nations entered the guerrilla war phase of their Afghan campaigns at major disadvantages. Russian and American infantrymen had both trained for decades to face each other on European battlefields, and thus each nation's infantry were primarily trained in mass unit tactics and combined arms warfare, wherein they would work in collusion with other ground, air, and fire support elements. Trained to defeat columns of armored tanks and hordes of enemy infantry, the intimate door-to-door nature of both nations' Afghan war proved a steep learning curve. The very first and greatest weakness exploited by the Afghan Mujahideen was both nations' lack of training and experience in close quarters combat. During the Afghan-Soviet War, Russian infantrymen became notorious for their extremely poor performance once the enemy closed in to within 50 meters, once even breaking and retreating when a token force of Mujahideen surprised a superior Russian force by popping up from sewer tunnels within mere meters of their position. Just a few years into the war, Russia's performance in close quarters was so poor that troops were mostly kept in fortified garrisons and would rarely engage in routine security patrols. American troops would initially face the same challenges, with similar poor performance. While poor Russian performance was due to a variety of reasons, such as low morale, unwilling conscripts forced to fight, and varying quality of training, American troops instead became a casualty of their own superiority. With unmatched air and ground-based fire support, American infantry had become accustomed to hunkering down when engaged and calling in for overwhelming fire support to destroy the enemy, a luxury that Russian troops did not always enjoy. However, faced with a door-to-door war and an enemy that struck from amidst the civilian population, the Americans were forced to forego their fire support advantages and would have to fight soldier to soldier like their Soviet counterparts had 2 decades prior. During the first 2 years of the war, this proved to be a very painful lesson. However, within the first 6 months of the invasion, American basic training and infantryman training programs had already begun to incorporate CQB, or Close Quarters Battle Training. Within years, the United States had completely revamped its training programs and began fielding an infantry force with great expertise in door-to-door urban combat. Though other factors, such as technology and more advanced equipment, would play a role in minimizing US casualties versus their Soviet counterparts, it is American flexibility that would ultimately see them perform far better than the Soviet Union soldiers had decades earlier. Not only did the United States exhibit greater flexibility in its national training structure, but this adaptability has for a long time been a hallmark of American warfighting doctrine. Unlike their Russian counterparts, who were trained to obey orders from very much a top-down command structure, US troops have for a long time been encouraged to act with a degree of autonomy, allowing small unit commanders with on-the-ground situational awareness to make command decisions that a Russian unit would need much higher authority for. This allows American troops to react much more quickly to the chaos of war, and though the US and Russia have thankfully never faced each other in combat, the difference between the two military doctrines was shockingly clear in the first American invasion of Iraq in 1990. Following a rigid, Russian-style top-down command structure, Iraqi forces, who at the time commanded one of the world's largest and most formidable militaries, were utterly decimated by a fast-acting American-led invasion that outpaced Iraqi military leadership's ability to relay orders in a timely manner to troops that needed them. But what about the capabilities of each nation's individual soldier? On a strictly one-on-one comparison, how does each nation's infantryman stack up against the other? The best place to start is by looking at the primary armament of each soldier. Though modernizing to a new battle rifle, the bulk of Russian ground forces still utilize the tried-and-true AK-47. Called the greatest rifle ever made, the AK-47's legendary fame is not without merit. Seeing action in nearly every battlefield around the world since its invention in 1949, the AK-47 has proven reliable in every environmental condition possible. Firing a 7.62mm round at 715 meters per second, the AK-47 has major stopping power and penetration both, and is easily capable of the much vaunted first contact kill, or ability to neutralize an enemy with the first round on target. By comparison, the United States fields the M4 carbine, a rifle that many, even within the US Armed Forces themselves, have for a long time considered inferior to the Russian AK. An evolution of the American M16, it is also a reliable and proven rifle, but suffers from a lower mass bullet as it utilizes the smaller 5.56mm round. While this lighter bullet gives the M4 greater accuracy at greater range than the AK-47, it has been very loudly criticized for lacking in stopping power. In fact, one of the greatest complaints about its performance in the recent Iraq-Afghan war was that it would take multiple hits on target to neutralize an enemy, with the lighter round propelled at a whopping 910 meters per second, often zipping straight through an unarmored opponent and leaving little physical damage behind. This criticism has plagued the M4 nearly since inception, and many American servicemen lament that the one area the US military has always lagged behind their Russian counterparts in is the main battle rifle. Though the American M4 affords greater range and accuracy, in today's urban door-to-door wars, it is the Russian AK-47 that has a clear advantage. Yet history has proven that it is the men and not the weapons that win wars. After the fall of the Soviet Union, Russian forces have suffered from long years of neglect, while American forces have continued to build on their hard-earned battlefield expertise, adding to a rich tradition of proficient warfighters. Yet Russia is a nation that has faced annihilation repeatedly throughout its troubled history at the hands of superior foes, and has emerged battered, bloodied, but triumphant from each challenge.
It's D-Day, World War II, and Canada has joined the international struggle to politely ask Hitler to stop being a mass-murdering Nazi dickhead by sending her soldiers to kill as many Nazis as they can. Amongst the men charging the beaches of France that day is one Canadian infantryman serving with the Régiment de la Chaudière, Leo Major. In his early 20s, Major joined the Canadian military years earlier in a bid to prove to his estranged father that he was someone to be proud of. Major would soon prove that, as he single-handedly helped put a considerable dent in the rapidly shrinking global supply of Nazis. Major manages to make it off the landing beach intact, while many around him are felled by German artillery and machine gun fire. Making his way past the bunkers guarding the beachhead, he stumbles across a German communications team working from the back of an armored truck. A proper Canadian through and through, Major proceeds to politely introduce himself to the Nazi soldiers with his bullets. Moments later, several dead Nazis are all that remains of the communications team, and Major has managed to single-handedly secure an incredible intelligence victory for the Allies. The armored truck is loaded down with German radios and codebooks, a veritable treasure trove that will allow the Allies to monitor German radio broadcasts for weeks to come. Days later, the Germans make a compelling counter-argument for the Allies to please leave Europe, sending huge formations of tanks and infantry against the Normandy beaches. The Allies sternly refuse the invitation to leave Europe in Nazi hands, and Major soon finds himself going up against a squad of elite Nazi Schutzstaffel, the feared SS. In a fierce firefight, Major and the men of his unit managed to destroy the SS, but not before one of the men threw a phosphorus grenade, which exploded and coated parts of Major's face with burning phosphorus. Rushed to a field hospital, Major suffered some burns to his face, but tragically, he also suffered the loss of his left eye, which the phosphorus had rendered blind. The medical officer in charge informed Major that his part in the war was done, and that he would soon be returned home. Major, however, had different plans. He marched straight to his commanding officer and demanded that he be allowed to remain, pointing out very obviously that he in fact had been born with 2 eyes, because God had seen fit to give him a spare just for this very reason. After proving that a man really only needed 1 eye to look down the barrel of a rifle or into a scope and kill Nazis, Major was allowed to stay. From then on, he would wear a trademark eye patch and begin referring to himself as a pirate, which, if you lose an eye killing 4 members of the most elite Nazi warriors, you totally get to do. From this moment on, Leo Major would become a bona fide Nazi-eradicating pirate sniper, and we double dog dare you to tell us of a more awesome job title in history. Canada's pirate sniper would fight across France, gradually helping the Allies push back the Nazis and liberating town after town. A year later, as Major joined Canadian forces fighting in the Netherlands, he was sent to scout alone for a patrol of fresh recruits who it was feared had gotten lost. Making his way to a small Dutch town in freezing cold rain, Major spotted 2 German soldiers walking along a dike and immediately took one prisoner, using him as bait to try to capture the other. The second soldier, however, possibly because he believed a real-life pirate had just time-traveled to the present and now demanded his surrender, panicked and tried to go for his weapon, forcing Major to shoot him dead. By now, the Allies had learned that Germans made some of the finest soldiers in the world because they were really good at listening to orders. So Major made his way to the unit's command post with his prisoner in tow and captured the unit's commanding officer. Major ordered the German to surrender his unit, and because if you yell at a Nazi loud enough with an authoritative voice, they pretty much do what you tell them to do, the majority of the German unit surrendered. 3 men, however, raised objection to being captured by a single, possibly time-traveling Canadian pirate, and Major silenced those objections by killing them dead. Marching his nearly 100 prisoners back to Allied lines, nearby Waffen-SS unit saw an entire unit being held prisoner by a single man and opened fire. Major, however, considered this nothing more than a rude interruption of his afternoon stroll and ignored the SS troops, though the SS managed to kill 7 of their own and injure several others. Upon returning back to friendly lines, Major was chosen to receive the Distinguished Conduct Medal, the oldest British medal for gallantry, and second only to the Victoria Cross. Major, however, refused the medal, as if he accepted it, then it would be British General Bernard Montgomery who pinned it on his chest. And in Major's view, Montgomery was a puffed-up blowhard interested only in his own glory. Given the fact that Montgomery had just sacrificed the lives of thousands of Allied paratroopers in the disastrous Operation Market Garden 2 months prior, Major had a rather good point. When a secret Nazi programmed to travel back in time to stop the first pirate from being born, so that Major would never exist, failed to stop his rampage across Europe, it would be a mine that nearly knocked Canada's pirate sniper out of the fight for good. In February 1945, Major was assisting a military chaplain load German corpses from a burned-out Tiger tank into an armored personnel carrier. The chaplain and the driver then sealed themselves in the front compartment while Major rode in the back with the dead. Minutes later, the APC ran over an anti-tank mine, and later Major would recall that he remembered only hearing a loud blast and the feeling of being thrown up into the air and coming down hard on his back. He would awake later to two medical officers doing their best to treat the wounds across Major's body, which had very suddenly developed an allergic reaction to landmine explosions. Drifting into consciousness, the first thing Major asked was if the chaplain was okay, though the medics ignored the question. The chaplain and the driver had both been killed in the blast. Major was rushed to a hospital, the truck having to stop every 15 minutes so that the medics could administer a fresh morphine injection for the terrible pain in his back. Drifting in and out of consciousness, Major eventually was made stable, though the doctors had terrible news for him. He had broken his back in 3 places. He had also shattered 4 ribs and both ankles. The war was over for Leo Major. The Nazis had at last eliminated their pirate sniper scourge. Or that's what would have happened if Major hadn't sought out a second opinion on his injuries from himself. A week later, Major fled the military hospital, and we have to remind you here that he did this with a back broken in 3 places, 4 shattered ribs, and while fleeing on 2 broken ankles. If the military was going to be stupid enough to send him home for something as measly as a debilitating, crippling injury, then he would just have to get away from the military for a while. Hitching a ride to the Dutch town of Nijmegen, Major stayed with a family he had met while previously passing through the area. The family gladly took him in, and Major informed his broken body that it had exactly 30 days to fix itself before Major would return to the business of killing Nazis. Major would end up only giving his shattered bones 28 days to heal though, as everyone knew that the war would be winding down soon and there'd be no more Nazis to crush, at least not until 2018. Major returned to his unit, and luckily for the Allies, his commander decided that it would be best not to punish the man who had single-handedly captured almost 100 Nazis just for going AWOL so he could avoid being sent home. A month later, Major would repeat this incredible feat, though in a far more spectacular fashion. When asking for volunteers for a dangerous recon mission, Major and his best friend Corporal Willy Arsenault both stepped forward. They would be tasked with reconning the Dutch city of Zwolle, which was currently under the control of Nazis. Their mission was to discover the number of German defenders and then contact the Dutch resistance, so that later a full assault could be launched on the town. After arriving at Zwolle, Major and Arsenault decided that a full-blown battle would devastate the beautiful little town, and so instead, they chose the next rational course of action. Simply captured the entire town by themselves. Defended by well over 100 Germans, the duo snuck into the town with the same trick in mind that Major had used earlier in the war. Simply capture the commanding officer and order the Germans to surrender, then shoot any that declined. Unfortunately, Arsenault gave away the two's position and a firefight erupted, during which Arsenault was killed. This proved to be a slight mistake for the Germans, as watching his best friend get gunned down drove Major to go all Super Saiyan and murder the living crap out of 2 of the Germans before the other dozen fled for their lives. Still, Major persisted with his self-appointed mission, knowing that a full-scale battle would devastate the civilians trapped in the town. Ambushing a German officer, Major told the man that Canadian artillery would begin firing on the town at 6 a.m., causing untold casualties amongst the Germans and civilians alike. Believing that they were facing insurmountable odds, the Germans agreed that holding the town would be foolish, and so Major returned his weapon to him and let him leave unharmed, hoping that the officer would warn the rest of the Germans about the terrible bombardment they would soon be facing. Then Major decided to fool the rest of the Germans into believing that the town was under full-scale attack by Canadian forces, and thus he ran across the town like a madman, firing his submachine gun and throwing grenades, making such a racket that the Germans were fooled into believing the Canadians were attacking. As he ran across the town raising hell, Major would regularly run into groups of German soldiers, and 10 times throughout the night, he captured groups of up to 10 men and ran them back to the Canadian troops waiting outside the town. After handing over each batch of prisoners, Major simply rushed back into the town to keep waging World War II all by himself and do it all over again. Eventually, he discovered the Gestapo HQ and set the building on fire. When he then discovered the SS headquarters by accident, he got into a close-quarters firefight that saw 4 Nazis dead and the other 4 flee for their lives. By 4:30 a.m., all the German soldiers in the town had ran for their lives, and Major had successfully captured an entire city by himself. For this feat, Major was awarded the Distinguished Conduct Medal, which he accepted this time. Sadly for Major, World War II was soon over, and he returned to civilian life to work as a pipe fitter. Just 5 years later, though, the Korean War broke out, and while it wouldn't be the same as killing Nazis, Major decided that killing communists would simply have to do. He volunteered for service and he joined a scout and sniper platoon. A few years later, ceasefire talks were planned between both sides. Knowing that a ceasefire would lock each side's forces into their current positions, both sides attempted to capture strategic positions they could hold on to and reinforce during the ceasefire. In one corner of the war, American troops held the spot known as Hill 355, a commanding position which allowed whichever side that held it to control over 20 miles of terrain around it. The Chinese decided that they wanted that hill for themselves and sent 40,000 men against the US's 3rd Infantry. After 2 days of fighting, the Americans were forced to retreat, and after a failed counterattack, the hill remained in Chinese hands. To make matters worse, the Chinese army had also taken up position on Hill 227, near Hill 355, which in effect left UN forces nearly surrounded. Major, now in command of his own platoon of scout snipers, was immediately dispatched to shore up Canadian and American defenses. However, deciding that the best defense is a good offense, Major once more chose to creatively interpret his orders and led his men as they snuck into the middle of Chinese positions on Hill 355 in the dead of night. At a signal from Major, the men all opened fire, and the Chinese, confused and panicked at why and how they were being fired at from within their own ranks, fled the hill. An hour later, though, the Chinese regrouped in 2 divisions numbering at a staggering 14,000 men, launched a counterattack. Reinforced with some Canadian and American troops, the UN forces were still hopelessly outnumbered. And yet, the Chinese had failed to take into account the fact that Major was in fact a certified Nazi-murdering pirate sniper. Major's own commanding officers also failed to take that fact into account. And when he was ordered to retreat, Major noted that there was little if any cover for his men if they tried to make a run for it. And thus he declined the order and proceeded to politely request the Chinese get off his hill by killing hundreds of them. Holding against incredible odds for an entire night, Major would go on to earn his 2nd Distinguished Conduct Medal. After the Korean War, Major settled into his civilian life and raised a son to ensure that the pirate bloodline would not end. He would return to the Dutch city of Zwolle regularly and befriend its inhabitants, who thanked him each time for liberating their city and sparing them the horror and suffering of being caught in a full-blown battle. The city would go on to honor him by naming a major road after him. And in 2008, Major would finally be laid to rest at the age of 87. Or at least that's the official story. And we here at the Infographics channel believe that as a possible time-traveling pirate, Major actually left our timeline to find Earths in an alternate dimension where Hitler had won, liberating one timeline after another from the rule of Nazi dickheads. January 26, 1991, night, the Iraqi desert. 2 SUVs barrel across the moon-bright desert toward Chris. He crouches low, getting into position. His body shakes from the wild pounding of his heart. He breathes deep and thinks of his 2-year-old daughter. His hand steadies. The vehicles are closer now, 55 yards away, then 40 yards, 30 yards. At 20 yards, he pulls the trigger. A rocket whooshes from the launcher. The first SUV explodes with a heavy bang, thick smoke billowing up. Chris launches a grenade at the second SUV, nailing its hood. Then he pops up and charges toward the vehicles, spraying bullets in case there's anyone still alive in the wreckage. Satisfied that he won't be chased anymore, Chris turns and runs until it feels like his heart is going to burst. For now, he's escaped the enemy. He doesn't know if anyone else in his patrol is alive or dead. His only chance for survival is to walk across the desert and cross into Syria. It was supposed to be a straightforward mission. During build-up to the ground invasion of Iraq, B Squadron of the 22nd SAS is stationed at a forward operating base in Al Juf, Saudi Arabia. 3 8-man patrols, Bravo 10, Bravo 20, and Bravo 30, are to infiltrate deep into Iraqi territory on intelligence-gathering missions. The main task of Bravo 2 is to find a good lying-up position and set up an observation post to monitor the main supply route, or MSR, that runs between the town of Hatida and 3 airfields. It's thought that the Iraqi army is moving Scud missile launchers along this route. The patrol is to report on enemy movements via radio or SATCOM. After 10 days, a chopper will resupply them or move them to a new location. Bravo 2 consists of Patrol Commander Sergeant Andy McNabb, Sergeant Vince Phillips, Corporal Chris Ryan, Lance Corporal Dinger Pring, and troops Bob Concilio, Legs Lane, Stan McGowan, and Mark Cover. On the night of January 22nd, an RAF Chinook drops the soldiers into the Iraqi desert. Unlike the other 2 patrols, Bravo 2 opts to travel on foot instead of bringing vehicles. It's a decision they'll soon regret. The mission gets off to a rough start. The desert's colder than expected. It's hard work moving their heavy equipment. They'd misjudged the terrain from poor, outdated maps. Bravo 2 soon realizes that the spot they're in is hot. There's an anti-aircraft encampment less than a quarter of a mile away. Legs, the patrol's radio man, has trouble contacting command on the radio. The day after their insertion, Bravo 2 is compromised when a young goat herder stumbles upon them and then alerts other people. In the afternoon, the patrol finds themselves hunkered down in a wadi or a dry river channel. From about 219 yards away on a bluff, 2 Iraqi men watch them. It's a tense moment, and then Chris makes a bad mistake. He waves. It's meant to be a disarming gesture, but he waves with his left hand, which is offensive in Arab culture. The men instantly begin firing their weapons. Bravo 2 returns fire and the situation rapidly deteriorates. The Iraqis are quickly joined by a dump truck full of men with AK-47s. As the firefight rages on, the patrol retreats further down the riverbed, struggling under the weight of their heavy haversacks while shooting and trying to evade getting shot. Chris activates his Tactical Rescue Beacon, or TACB, and yells that they're under attack. Andy also activates his TACB. Though their beacons are set to different frequencies to alert both the US and SAS forces, neither gets a response. Bravo 2 ditches their biggest packs so they move faster. Legs leaves behind radio equipment. At the last minute, Chris runs almost 20 yards back to get a hip flask his wife had given him as a present out of his discarded pack. Miraculously, the patrol escapes the Iraqi fighters. They regroup some distance away. Amazingly, no one had been hit, but they lost a lot of their gear. Not sure if their communications have gone through, they decide not to wait for a rescue to show up and head for the Syrian border. As dusk falls, Bravo 2 detours and doubles back through the rough, rocky terrain in case they're being followed. Then they walk south. Periodically, Mark switches on his GPS to get a fix on a satellite. They then check their maps to determine which way to go. After walking for several hours, Stan collapses. He has on thermal underwear and the fast pace has caused him to sweat hard. He's dehydrated. Chris, who's trained as a medic, gives him rehydrate powder mixed into water. Some of the others want to find a safe hiding spot and leave Stan behind, but Chris won't allow it. He cajoles and threatens the semi-conscious Stan into continuing to walk. When they venture near the MSR, fearing discovery, Chris sets an even more punishing walking pace. Stan and Vince keep up with the rest of them. After about an hour, they pause to consult which way to go and discover that the rest of the patrol, Andy, Bob, Mark, Legs, and Dinger, are missing. From higher ground, they pause to look out over the desert floor, but don't see the missing soldiers. Chris turns on his TACB, and to see if by chance Andy has his on, they'd be able to communicate. Unfortunately, there's no answer. The patrol is down to 3 soldiers. Chris, Stan, and Vince walk on, occasionally trying to contact Andy on the TACB. At around 5 a.m., having hiked some 43 miles through the night, they take shelter in a ditch. They take turns sleeping and keeping watch. As the day wears on, it grows colder and begins to snow. After resting, Stan seems better. Chris's feet are beginning to grow blisters due to his rough wool socks. The 3 snuggle together in the muddy, snowy ditch until dark. At night, they set out, trying to navigate toward the border via compass. They walk for hours in the freezing cold. Vince gets belligerent and loses his grip on reality due to hypothermia. Eventually, he falls behind. Chris and Stan briefly retrace their steps, but they can't find him. Chris makes the difficult decision to press on, and Stan agrees. The patrol is now down to 2. After walking for hours, near morning, Chris and Stan cuddle for warmth in a wadi and sip whiskey from Chris's flask. Thankfully, it's a sunny day and they're able to dry out some. Chris eats 2 biscuits, the last of his food. They've lost track of time, but they think it's Saturday, January 26th. Midday, they hear the jingling of bells. Goats. Along with the goats comes the threat of them being discovered again. Chris wants to ambush and kill the herder, but Stan doesn't want to kill a civilian. Against Chris's wishes, Stan steps out of their hiding places and tries to communicate with the herder. Unfortunately, the surprised herder doesn't speak English and they don't speak Arabic. Stan decides to go to the nearby village with the herder. Chris begs him not to go, but Stan's adamant. Chris tells him he'll wait until 6:30 p.m. for Stan to come back. As promised, Chris waits until dusk for Stan to return before checking his compass and walking north. He's walked for about 15 minutes when he sees the lights of an approaching SUV. Thinking that it's Stan, he runs toward the SUV, and that's when he notices a second set of headlights. Stan would never send 2 vehicles. Chris turns and runs from the SUVs, and that's when they begin to chase him across the desert. After Chris destroys the SUVs with his rocket launcher, he continues his trek toward Syria. Now out of water, he keeps thinking that he should reach the Euphrates River soon, but doesn't. Eventually, he sees a small village with crops. Surely they're near the river. Chris stealthily skirts the village as the dogs start barking. At the river, he tries to fill his water bottle, but discovers that the water is shallow over a layer of silt, so he wades out further and ends up getting sucked down by quicksand. Luckily, Chris is able to struggle free. He carefully fills his water bottle, and the water is murky, foul-smelling, but it tastes good. Chris realizes he can't cross the river, it's cold, and the middle current is too strong and unpredictable. He has to go another way. Chris spends the next few nights hiking through the desert, occasionally zigzagging miles out of his way to avoid villages, vehicles, and goat herders. He sips a little whiskey when he needs a pick-me-up. With each step, his blistered feet grow more painful. During the days, he hides in the wadis or culverts and rests. Sometimes he turns on his TACB, but there's never any answer. He consults its map, but has trouble lining up landmarks with it. Chris crosses the MSR again and becomes demoralized by a highway sign which announces that Al-Qaim is 50 kilometers, which means that the Syrian border is 80 to 90 kilometers away. He thought he was much closer. The lack of water becomes an urgent problem again. Starting to get careless from exhaustion, Chris stumbles into a signal base, but manages to avoid the soldiers, at times crawling and shimmying across the ground. He finds a clear spring and fills his water bottles. Then Chris accidentally wanders into the large compound of a local politician. A huge portrait of Saddam Hussein is painted on one of the buildings. As the day approaches, Chris is deciding where to hide when he realizes that two men are headed in his direction. There's no way they won't see him when they pass. Despite his exhaustion, Chris's training takes over. He ambushes the men, stabbing one in the throat with his knife. He wrestles the other man to the ground and, using a judo hold, snaps his neck. He drags the bodies into the tall grass by the riverbank to hide them. Chris takes refuge in a stinky sewer culvert full of rotting trash and feces. He can barely maneuver his stiff fingers to open his water bottle. Finally, he gets it open and takes a sip. The water tastes metallic and seems to burn Chris's mouth. He spits it out and uses his flashlight and compass mirror to check his tongue. Everything looks okay. He tries a second mouthful of water with the same reaction. Clearly, the water's bad. Chris dumps it out, very disappointed. It's been 8 days since he had a proper meal and 2 days since he's run out of water. Chris's feet continuously ache, but he doesn't dare take his boots off because he doesn't know if he'll be able to get them back on. Furthermore, he's lost feeling in the tips of his fingers, and due to the dirt stuck under his fingernails, infection has set in. Chris dozes uncomfortably in the culvert, waiting for dark. At night, Chris is finally able to escape the compound area. He limps toward the town of Krabillah but can't find it. Later, he'd learn that Krabillah was blacked out due to war and he'd gone right past it. Eventually, Chris comes to a big barbed wire fence. Finally, is this the border? He manages to cross it with only minor injuries and staggers on. Suddenly, there's a blinding light and Chris wakes up sometime later. He drags himself to his feet and keeps going. He has several random blackouts. Chris sees a dwelling in the distance and makes for it. He turns on his TACB. If need be, he'll kill someone for water. The goat herd family, although surprised and rather suspicious, helps Chris. He manages to ask where he is and they can confirm that he's in Syria. They give him water, sweet tea and flatbread, but he can't swallow it. For the first time in days, he takes off his boots. His feet are rotting, the toenails falling off. An older woman washes his feet. For a while, he's able to lay by a fire, warming his feet and letting them breathe. Through sounds and sign language, Chris communicates that he wants to go to the police. He gives the family a gold coin for their help. That actually makes things grow tense. They want more money and threaten him with an ancient rifle, but he mimes that he's out of money. The young man is aggressive about taking Chris to town, so Chris carefully eases his feet back into his boots, and he and the young man stand on the side of the MSR and hitch a ride. The camel farmer driver who picks them up speaks a little English. Chris lies to him, saying that he's a crashed airline pilot. Halfway through the ride, the driver kicks the young man out and sends him back home. Chris starts to worry. In the tiny town, they stop for gas. The farmer gets belligerent. Chris tries to bargain with him. The farmer whips up a crowd of people. Chased by a mob, Chris runs into a police station. The police take away his kit and open it. It's a tense moment when they find his .203 automatic rifle grenade launcher. Luckily, an official who speaks English shows up and asks for information. Chris provides his correct name and birth date, but lies about his regiment and repeats the crashed pilot story. Strip searched, blindfolded, and 2 wild car rides later, Chris ends up in Damascus. He's delivered to the head of the Mukhabarat, the Syrian secret police. The secret police allow home to finally get properly cleaned up. For the first time in several days, Chris sees himself in a mirror. He's gaunt. He's dropped from 176 to 140 pounds, losing 36 pounds in 10 days. Though the authorities provide him with a feast, he can't eat. He can only drink water. Per Chris's request, they take him to the British Embassy. He's questioned by embassy brass and writes down his whole story. They work out the route he took, and chances are the spring he drank from was contaminated with nuclear effluent. After a few days of government red tape, Chris flies into a base in Cyprus. From there, he ends up in Riyadh, where he's interviewed multiple times by the brigadier and colonel in command of the Special Forces. The rest of Chris's patrol is still missing. No one knows what happened to them. The other patrols, Bravo 1 and Bravo 3, had declared their areas too dangerous upon arrival and had been extracted shortly thereafter. As it turns out, Legs had been given the wrong radio frequencies, and the base only received 3 garbled messages on January 24th. The Army waited 2 days before mounting a search, which had to be aborted due to bad weather. Another search was mounted on the 27th with a focus on the most likely escape route, but they didn't find the patrol. A third search was also aborted, this time due to an ill pilot. On February 24th, the ground war launched and was over in 5 days. As it turns out, 5 members of Bravo 2, Stan, Dinger, Mark, and Andy, were separately taken as POWs, ultimately ending up in the same prison. Eventually, they were handed over to the Red Crescent and released after the war. Legs died from hypothermia while trying to cross the Euphrates. Bob died after being caught in a firefight, and Vince died of exposure in the desert. The patrol originally broke into 2 because Andy heard a jet and stopped to use his TAC B. Bob, Legs, Mike, and Dinger had been behind Andy, so they stopped with him. After trying to contact the jet, the men saw movement ahead and thought it was an Iraqi patrol, so they stayed put until the patrol moved on, and by that time, Chris, Vince, and Stan had vanished. Chris physically recovered in about 6 weeks. The dentist had to remove some loose teeth, and Chris's gums had receded due to malnutrition. He also had a blood disorder from drinking dirty water and a high level of enzymes in his liver produced in reaction to the nuclear effluents. Thankfully, he didn't have radiation poisoning. It took Chris much longer to overcome the recurrent nightmares and psychological scars the mission caused. In all, he walked just under 200 miles in 10 days.
The British Army Special Air Force, aka SAS, began operations in 1941 during the Second World War. The reason for having such a specialized set of soldiers was to get behind enemy lines and attack them from within, or at least destroy what they could while gaining intelligence. It still takes part in operations that involve the United Kingdom, but as it's very much a covert special forces unit, much of what the SAS does is a secret. The Navy SEALs, Sea, Air, and Land Team, was formed much later when President John F. Kennedy established them in 1962 as a clandestine unit which, like the SAS, would take on special missions much of the time in very hostile environments. They also act under a veil of secrecy and are sometimes referred to as America's Secret Warriors. If both these units are so secretive, then how does one get a job with them? Well, with the SAS, there is a small problem to begin with if you are a mere civilian. They won't allow you to apply. So to start with, you must already be in the British Armed Forces or be a soldier in the British Commonwealth. Another way to get in is to join the SAS Reserves, and they do accept civilians. As long as you've passed the reserve training and worked with them at least 18 months, you can apply to work in the SAS proper. To apply for the SAS, you should be between 18 and 32 years of age and be in amazing physical and mental shape. You'll be required to do at least a 3-year stretch. Women can apply, but have so far been excluded from most combat movements. To apply, you must accept that you know the harsh demands expected of you, people have died during training, and that means signing an Army General Administrative Instruction form. You're basically acknowledging you are willing to go through hell. Next comes the medical, the battle fitness test, which will mean running fully kitted or squatted for 1.5 miles in 15 minutes. Apparently 10% of applicants don't even make it past this point. That pace for even an average person in running shoes and shorts isn't too bad. Now you start your real training. To join the Navy SEALs, you need to be a natural-born or naturalized American between the ages of 18 and 28, although at 17 you can join if your parents say it's okay. If you want to become an officer, you can be up to the age of 33. The first woman ever started the training in 2017, but dropped out soon after. You'll need to have a clean record, and many background checks will be done. You'll then undergo physical and mental tests, including an eye test to make sure you have under 20/70 vision. As for what shape you must be in, well, you are going to go through hell with the SEALs, so they suggest you follow their Navy Special Warfare Physical Training Guide. This includes lots of long and short swims and runs, lots of interval training, as well as other workouts. As for other strength training, their gym workouts basically tell you you'll have to be as strong as a bull as well as have all the cardio attributes. You'll be screened before you can start training, and that will mean you must show that you can run 1.5 miles in 11 minutes, but not squatted. This also comes after a 500-yard swim in 12.5 minutes, 42 push-ups, 50 sit-ups, and 6 pull-ups, all with a short rest in between. Once you actually start training with the SAS, the first phase lasts 4 weeks. This will test your endurance and ability to navigate through the wilderness, that being a harsh mountain range in Wales. In 2015, a young recruit died during this exercise just half a kilometer from the end. He died at the part nicknamed WWII, standing for Voluntary Withdrawal Valley. 2 other soldiers died that day too, leading to an inquest into the treatment of soldiers. Some of the activities in the mountains included a 15-mile hike to start with. Those that can get through that then have to do a 40-mile hike carrying a 55-pound backpack, a rifle, plus their food and water. They are not allowed to use any established trails, but they do have a map and a compass. After that, they can rest a bit and start the weapons training phase, as well as do parachute training. After that, there is 6 weeks of jungle training, usually in the rainforests of Belize, Borneo, or Brunei. The last phase is called Escape and Evasion, which will mean being forced into some horrible survival scenarios, as well as learning how to handle being interrogated. This will include humiliations and other psychological harassment, as well as being blindfolded, deprived of sleep, given nothing to eat or drink, being put in stress positions, imprisoned in a small cage, and having to listen to loud noises all the time. SAS tough guy turned novelist said physical injuries finish a lot of people off during training, but you need a lot of strength of will to get through the psychological stuff. In 2016, the Washington Times reported that 1 Navy SEAL died in 3 out of the last 4 training classes. One was a drowning, another a suicide, and another a car crash after drinking heavily. The Post states that the 6-month training will include a 7-day stretch of little sleep, self-induced hypothermia, and brutal physical conditioning known as Hell Week. It's Hell Week where most recruits drop out. The training in Colorado starts with 5 weeks of pre-training in class. Get through that and you enter the realm of pain and indignity. The Navy SEALs website doesn't go into specifics, but states that you'll be tested to your limits of fatigue. This will include running through sand, swimming in oceans, sometimes in the middle of the night with your clothes on, rappelling down cliffs or buildings at speed, enduring cold and heat, getting lost and finding ways out, combat training, long-distance underwater dives, weapons and explosives training, mission planning, tactics training, and more. Hell Week seems to be the worst part. One soldier described it as being designed to put you through 24/7 days of no rest and continual harassment. From his class of 300, only 19 completed the training. In all, it will last 5.5 days and you'll almost continuously be pushed to your limits. You are allowed no more than about 4 hours sleep during the entire training. You'll also have to deal with integration in what's called the Survival, Evasion, Resistance, and Escape phase. Former SEAL Brandon Webb said it will involve sacks over your head, being beaten with sticks, and humiliation. It's here, he said, that some people lose their minds. At least after that, you get some classroom time. For 7 weeks, you'll also have a land warfare phase as well as parachute training. If you pass it all, you'll be given the Navy SEAL Trident, but then have to do advanced training. This will include sniper, communications, and free fall parachute training. Once you are done, you'll have way more weapons to use than a regular soldier. In the SAS, this will include a C8 carbine assault rifle, an ultra-compact individual weapon, an M16, an HK MP5 submachine gun, an HK 417 sniper rifle, an AW50 anti-material rifle, handguns, tear gas, canister launchers, stun grenades, rocket launchers, portable anti-personnel mines, grenade launchers, surface-to-air missiles, and many more things it will take too much time to talk about. You'll also, of course, get all the kit, including things like body armor. According to the Navy SEALs website, your regular SEAL on land will carry such things as the Colt Automatic Rifle 15, the M60 machine gun, M203 grenade launchers, a shotgun, an SASR 50 caliber sniper rifle, an M107 anti-material rifle, a Beretta M9 handgun, a 20mm Gatling gun, and AT-4 rockets. Again, these are just some of the most used weapons, as the list is endless.
It's 2025, and after a strange shift in geopolitics and world powers, the USA and the UK have found themselves going to war with each other. These longtime allies that once fought side by side in World War II in Afghanistan have become arch enemies fighting for global dominance. The rest of the world looks on in horror. But who will win? There's one fact that's hard to ignore. One side is larger than the other by a long way. The United States. Based on size alone, the US military is the clear winner. It boasts over 1.4 million personnel, compared with a measly 149,000 in the UK. That might not guarantee success if the whole US Army consists of untrained airheads and idiots, but it doesn't hurt. Especially when you consider the amount the US spends. The American military budget is a huge $740 billion, compared with the UK's much smaller $49 billion. How cute. Money can't buy you everything in life, but it helps to win wars. But to be fair, both countries take their military spending seriously. In terms of GDP, the USA spends 3.4% on the military, and the UK spends around 1.7%. That figure won't help the Brits win a war, but it's something they can nurse their national egos with. So far, things aren't looking good for the Brits. They've been outnumbered and outspent. Let's see if they can turn things around with their equipment. As they say, it's not all about the size, it's about how you use it. Which country has the best weapons, gadgets, and vehicles? If we're talking about quantities, the USA gets an easy win here, as you'd expect. They spend far more on the military overall, so of course, they have more stuff. The UK only has 227 tanks compared to the USA's 8,370. As for armored vehicles, the UK has 4,673 and the USA has 41,760. Is the UK's lack of resources such a big deal? Experience shows us that yes it is. During the Afghanistan conflict in 2007, the British Army stationed in the south of the country had been finding it increasingly difficult to maintain peace over the last 3 years because of their lack of equipment. Guess who had to sweep in to save them? The Americans. The U.S. Brigadier General Lawrence Nicholson brought in 4,000 Marines with a new approach. Go big, go strong, go fast. The new forces weren't exactly successful in maintaining peace, as anyone familiar with the Kandahar massacre and the Maiwand district murders will know, but they were good at going big and going strong, which could give the US an edge in battle. In Afghanistan, the British used Jackal vehicles, which are designed for maneuverability rather than protecting the person inside. The Americans had MRAPs, or mine-resistant ambush-protected vehicles. Although MRAP tanks are classified as light armored vehicles, they weigh a massive 14 to 18 tons and are a lot sturdier than the Jackals, designed to withstand the improvised explosive devices that threatened troops during the Iraq and Afghanistan conflicts. They were much more effective at keeping the troops safe from danger than anything the Brits had. However, the US Marines seem to have plenty of admiration for the Brits and what they achieved despite their lack of equipment. So that's something. One American Marine commented, "The biggest thing I noticed was the vehicles they drive. You guys are friggin' gutsy. I wouldn't get shot at in one of those." Does having more flimsy vehicles make the British the weaker side, or just more badass? It depends on which way you look at it. Another difference between the British and US armies is their deployment of women on the front line. We don't want to say women are better or worse in the military than men, because that'd probably start a war in the comments section, so we'll let you decide, but it's definitely worth mentioning. In Afghanistan, the US Marines were shocked to see women wandering around shower blocks wrapped in nothing but a towel, with no cares in the world. The US does have women in the armed forces, but they aren't always allowed to be on the front line or live in close proximity to their male counterparts. In the UK, on the other hand, women are seen as equals. Revolutionary concept. Despite their surprise at the close working and living relationships between women and men in the British Army, the US Marines soon realized these women were professional soldiers they needed to take seriously. But could the initial shock be a trump card up the sleeves of the British? Anyway, time to get on to the important stuff. The real factors that determine the success of a military side. Who can handle the most alcohol? It's a contentious topic. The British are known for drinking more heavily, and they can start at a younger age, but the US soldiers might give them a run for their money. Around 40% of US soldiers indulge in binge drinking. I know what you're thinking. What does this have to do with the power of their militaries? Although drinking is a skill that might be impressive on a wild night out on the town, it's not a positive thing during combat. It's important for soldiers to keep their mental health stable over extended periods of combat. The soldiers might use alcohol as a way of coping with difficult experiences they encounter during the military instead of talking about them. Over half of British servicemen and women drank at a level that could harm their health in 2018, most likely to self-medicate for a mental health condition such as PTSD or post-traumatic stress disorder. Similarly, alcohol as a coping mechanism is a huge problem among veterans. Wow, things just got dark. Back to a more lighthearted topic. You can't mention the drinking preferences of the British without mentioning their ultimate beverage of choice, tea. In contrast, the US prefers coffee. Does this affect the combat performance of either side? Time to find out. Many British tanks and armored vehicles are fitted with water-boiling devices. Cube-shaped kettles enable the troops to boil water inside the protection of a tank and drink tea to their heart's content. Maybe that's why the British were willing to sacrifice the sturdiness of their vehicles in Afghanistan. This might seem a bit eccentric, not to mention pointless, but hear us out. During World War II, a large number of fatalities were caused by crew members having to leave the safety of their tanks when they needed a break. There was only one reasonable solution: let them make a brew inside the tank. That way, the troops were less of a target for enemy fire. 10 out of 10 for ingenuity. Who knows, maybe this could be their secret weapon in a future war. There's nothing like a fresh brew to keep an army going. But don't discount the Americans, because they also seem to recognize the importance of a lovely warm beverage. The U.S. Army aims to ensure coffee is always available to its soldiers, whether in ration packs or at garrisons. Sometimes there are shortages, so improvisation comes into play to give the soldiers their daily fix. During the Korean War, some soldiers indulged in sock coffee filtered using a sock. Or, if the worst comes to worst, they just mix instant coffee granules with cold water and down it like a shot of vodka. Lovely. It's worth it to have that caffeine coursing through your veins ready for battle. Clearly, both sides have their vices, but we'll have to give the Brits the edge on this one, based purely on the fact that they're less likely to drop dead from swallowing some questionable feet fungi. In this capitalist world, soldiers aren't just fighting for their national pride or a noble cause. They also want to receive their paycheck at the end of it all. The draft ended in 1973 after the Vietnam War in the USA, making the Army a professional, career-oriented force. In the British Army, the national service officially ended in 1960, and it transformed into a professional army in 1963. So who gets the fattest check? New recruits in the British Army start on a salary of £15,985 a year in training, soon going up to £20,400 when becoming a private. After a few years, if they can reach the rank of sergeant, the salary will go up to £35,853 a year. That's around $46,000. In the U.S. Army, new recruits can expect to earn $24,512 a year as a private first class after initial training. A sergeant earns anything up to $29,610 a year. So we have a clear winner here. Let's hope the Americans don't find out, or they could end up switching sides. Now that would be an interesting war. With so much money, you'd hope the British soldiers would go through a half-decent training program. Let's find out if that's the case. In the UK, most soldiers complete a 14-week common military syllabus, followed by specialist training for different trades and divisions. US soldiers train for slightly less time. They complete a 10-week basic combat training course, then complete more career-oriented training. Overall, both countries offer a similar style of training based on fitness, discipline, and weaponry. It's hard to say that one country is definitively superior here, but there is one key difference: the age of the recruits. A U.S. soldier must be 17 to join the forces with parental consent, or 18 without the consent. Meanwhile, Brits can join at the age of 16 if they have parental consent, making the UK the only NATO country to recruit young people into its military at age 16. It's a controversial policy, considering these recruits must remain in the Army until they're 22, and they can't even vote or drink alcohol until they turn 18. With literal boys among them who might have joined the forces as a rash decision, could British soldiers be flakier and less mature than their US counterparts? Or is their youth just a testament to how tough they are? But this is just the beginning. Average soldiers might make up the bulk of the Army, but what about the guys that are really well trained? We're talking about elite special forces. The British Army has the famous SAS, or Special Air Service. Founded during World War II, it's one of the oldest special forces and has the highest entry requirement of all British forces, with the motto, "Who dares wins." The SAS is respected and feared across the globe in equal measure. It's heavily involved in reconnaissance and counterterrorism, meaning most of their work is below the radar and people like us can't get too nosy about it. However, they do plenty of cool and hardcore stuff, like rescuing hostages. Not to be outdone, the US Army has the highly respected and admired Delta Force, also known as the 1st Special Forces Operation Detachment. Formed in 1977, it's known as one of the most secretive U.S. forces and specializes in counterterrorism and hostage rescue. Sounding familiar yet? Allegedly, the Delta Force was modeled on the British SAS. We want to give the Brits the point here for sheer originality, but it's not exactly good news for them if the Americans know the training secrets and operations of their elite forces. That's a rookie error if there ever was one, especially when there are way more U.S. soldiers and they have better equipment. What about the heads of the armies? The U.S. Army serves the government of the USA, making the President of the U.S. Commander-in-Chief. Meanwhile, the British Army serves Her Majesty the Queen as head of the armed forces, who is also their Commander-in-Chief. Her Majesty the Queen Elizabeth is closely tied to the British military, having been a wife, mother, and even grandmother of individuals serving in the armed forces. During World War II, the Queen, who was then Princess Elizabeth, joined the Auxiliary Territorial Service herself and learned to maintain and drive military vehicles and ambulances. She even achieved the rank of Honorary Junior Commander while doing her part for the war effort. By comparison, the current US president, as of this script's writing, claimed to suffer bone spurs when it was his time to serve his country. Points here for the badass monarch up to her elbow in Greece, fixing combat vehicles and serving her country. Overall, the British and American armies are matched fairly evenly in terms of their training and structure. It doesn't exactly come as a surprise, considering their histories are so closely linked. Realistically, the Americans would likely have the upper hand in any war against the Brits due to sheer manpower and weaponry. But let's hope the two sides can settle their differences over a cup of tea or coffee. Arthur Wehrmuth crawled through the mud of the Philippine jungle. He paused to let a squad of Japanese soldiers march past. Once he was in the clear, Wehrmuth continued to stealthily make his way through enemy territory. He spotted a small hill that overlooked an enemy camp. Wehrmuth made his way to the ridgeline and took aim at the Japanese soldiers below, then unleashed a rain of lead from his Thompson submachine gun. The confused soldiers shouted, "How did American troops get behind us?" What they didn't know was that the Americans causing so much chaos and destruction was actually only one man, a man who would later be called the One-Man Army of Bataan. Arthur Wehrmuth was assigned to Company D of the 57th Infantry during World War II. What made this squad unique was that it consisted of mostly Filipino soldiers. A small group of American soldiers, including Wehrmuth, was attached to the 57th Infantry. The squad itself was nicknamed the Filipino Scouts, as their main mission was reconnaissance and infiltration behind enemy lines. Sent to the Philippines in 1941, it didn't take long before Wehrmuth was promoted to the rank of captain of the Filipino Scouts. As the much larger Japanese force pressed forward, Wehrmuth and his men repelled attack after attack. They were heavily outnumbered and outgunned, but with Wehrmuth's leadership they caused numerous setbacks for the Japanese army. In January of 1942, the Japanese launched an offensive against the Allied forces. It seemed that the American and Filipino soldiers would be overrun and the islands would be lost, but Wehrmuth had other plans. He grabbed his Thompson submachine gun, two .45 caliber pistols, and as many grenades as he could carry. He covered his skin in dirt and camouflaged his helmet with foliage. Wehrmuth snuck across enemy lines and hid in the dense jungle. He waited for a Japanese patrol to pass by. Eventually, a heavily armed squad crossed his path. He was so well hidden that one of these soldiers almost stepped on him. The enemy squad was heading toward the Allied lines. Wehrmuth knew that if he stayed with the squad, he would be able to surprise them from behind once they were engaged with the Allied forces. As the last Japanese soldier passed, Wehrmuth stepped to the end of the line and followed the Japanese soldiers as if he were one of their own. They proceeded miles through the dark jungle, the Japanese unaware that Wehrmuth had infiltrated their ranks. When the soldier in front of him made too much noise, Wehrmuth shushed him. The Japanese squad neared the fortified position of the Philippine scouts. Wehrmuth did not want to get caught in the crossfire from his own soldiers, so he decided it was time to get away, but not before causing a little chaos. Wehrmuth purposefully stumbled into the soldier directly in front of him. As he pretended to grab onto the man for support, he handed him a live grenade. Wehrmuth gave the enemy soldier a shove and then dove into the protection of the jungle. The Philippine scouts could hear screams from in front of him. All of a sudden, the grenade went off, taking enemy soldiers with it. More importantly, the explosion gave away the position of the Japanese squad. The Philippine scouts, with the help of Wehrmuth from behind, made quick work of the enemy troops. It was acts of courage and destruction like this that earned Wehrmuth the Japanese title the Ghost of Bataan, a name that he rightfully deserved, as each one of his adventures behind enemy lines got crazier and crazier. Although Wehrmuth was a one-man army and could cause mayhem by himself, he often worked with his close friend and brother-in-arms, Jock. Jock was a massive 6'4", 220-pound Filipino soldier. As they fought together, they quickly became friends who always had each other's backs. Wehrmuth liked working alone, but Jock was adamant he'd go with his captain as backup whenever Wehrmuth volunteered for a dangerous mission. Jock saved Wehrmuth's life on more than one occasion. The most notable time this happened was on a mission to uncover a Japanese tap into the Allied communication systems. This mission was so astounding that a portrayal of it would end up in wartime gum packages back in the United States. It had become obvious that the Japanese were able to tap into the Allied communication lines. They seemed to know too much about Allied movements and plans. The commanders asked for volunteers to scout the wires along the front lines to find and disrupt the Japanese wiretap. Wehrmuth was the first to volunteer. Jock immediately stepped forward to join his captain. They set out together to locate and dismantle the deadly problem. The two men made their way through the damp jungle. They had to dodge poisonous snakes, deadly spiders, and the watchful eyes of Japanese snipers. They searched and searched for the wiretap, but came up empty-handed. Wehrmuth and Jock started to make their way back to the Allied defensive position. On their return journey, Wehrmuth got tangled in what seemed like a vine at first. He tripped and landed in the mud. As he went to cut the vine, he noticed that it wasn't a vine at all. It was a wire. Wehrmuth and Jock followed the wire. Suddenly, Wehrmuth fell into a camouflage ditch, landing directly on top of a shocked Japanese soldier who was tapped into Allied transmissions. Wehrmuth pushed off the enemy soldier and drew his pistol like a cowboy in an old Western movie. He fired and killed the Japanese soldier who was too slow to draw. Wehrmuth slowly made his way to the recording equipment to get a better look at how the Japanese had tapped into the Allied communication system. He was so fascinated by the technology that he did not notice two other Japanese soldiers who had crept up on him from behind. The sound of a branch snapping behind him caught his attention. Wehrmuth spun around, but this time he drew his gun too slowly. One of the Japanese soldiers plunged a bayonet into his arm. The rusty metal scraped along his bone and pinned him to a wall. Wehrmuth knew he was in big trouble. There was only one person who could save him. He called out for Jock. "Japanese! 2 more down here!" he yelled. Jock raced to where his captain had fallen into the ditch. Without hesitating, Jock jumped into the hole. He landed hard on the ground below. When Jock looked up, Wehrmuth was struggling in hand-to-hand combat with the Japanese soldiers. Jock pushed off the ground and launched his huge body toward the assailants. He used the butt of his rifle to bludgeon one enemy unconscious. Jock next turned to the second enemy. He shoved him away from Wehrmuth and shot the remaining Japanese soldier. After the threat had been dealt with, Jock ran over to Wehrmuth to tend to his wounds. His captain had nearly passed out from the pain in his arm and loss of blood. Jock carefully removed the bayonet and bandaged the wound. He threw Wehrmuth across his soldiers and carried him back to the safety of the Allied base. If it weren't for Jock, the one-man army of Bataan might have died in that Japanese ditch. This story and the exploits of Wehrmuth made it back to the US. He was seen as a living war hero. The successful mission of finding and dismantling the Japanese wiretap by Wehrmuth and Jock made headlines. It was so well known that a drawing of the mission was placed in the wrappers of Wartime gum to help fund the war effort. Wehrmuth spent a lot of time in and out of the hospital. He would get patched up, and even before the doctor gave him the all clear, he would ask to be sent back to his squad. His next exploit was so insane, you won't believe how he managed to get out of it alive. Allied headquarters had determined that the only way to disrupt the Japanese advance was to destroy a bridge that allowed them easy access into the area surrounding Manila. There was only one bridge in the area, but it was deep behind enemy lines. Someone needed to sneak far into Japanese-held territory and blow up the bridge, otherwise Allied forces would quickly be overwhelmed. Arthur Wehrmuth volunteered for the job. He set out just before dawn when the sun was low in the sky. Most of the Japanese soldiers were still asleep at the time. Wehrmuth carried the 2 5-gallon drums of gasoline with him to create a distraction before he blew the bridge up. He made his way into the town of Calagiman, which is where the bridge was located. He stuck to the shadows of alleyways to keep out of the sight of enemy snipers and guards. Hundreds of Japanese soldiers inhabited the town. It was a main hub for transporting supplies. The plan was that once Wehrmuth set fire to the town, the Allied artillery would unleash a barrage of shells on Calagiman. This would serve as a distraction so that Wehrmuth could make his way to the bridge and detonate the TNT to destroy it. He snuck to the far end of the town and began spraying gasoline onto the walls of the thatched roof buildings. He struck a match, set the buildings ablaze, and waited for the chaos to ensue. Japanese soldiers ran out of the burning buildings on fire and screaming. They rolled on the dirt ground to put out the flames as artillery shells began falling from the sky. Wehrmuth made his way to the bridge. He tried his best to stay in the shadows, but he was running out of time. He made a break for the bridge, running up one of the main streets. Wehrmuth was spotted by the enemy soldiers who began shooting at him. He dodged fire in the streets, ducked under the flying bullets, and dove for cover. He caught his breath and began running toward the bridge again. He was almost there when a stray bullet ripped through his leg. The pain was immense, but Wehrmuth ignored it and sprinted to his target. He placed the charges while providing his own cover using his Thompson submachine gun. He blew up the bridge successfully and disappeared into the jungle. Upon returning to the Allied headquarters, he was debriefed and sent to the hospital where the bullet was removed from his calf. This was when Wehrmuth received his first of several Purple Hearts. After the surgery, Wehrmuth had no choice but to wait in the hospital until his leg healed. However, as soon as he felt strong enough, he discharged himself and returned to the front lines to join his squad. He continued to lead his men with bravery until March of 1942, when Wehrmuth and his Philippine scouts were ordered to recapture Mount Bukat from the Japanese. This was a suicide mission, but Wehrmuth was not going to disobey orders, and he would do everything he could to take the high ground. It would be an uphill battle that would nearly cost the one-man army of Bataan his life. As the squad moved up through the jungle, they were ambushed. One of the enemy soldiers rushed toward Wehrmuth, trying to stab him with a bayonet. Wehrmuth dodged the attack and wrestled the Japanese soldier to the ground. He pulled his knife and plunged it into the enemy. The Philippine scouts fought off ambush after ambush, losing men in the process. They dealt heavy losses to the Japanese forces as they pushed forward, but the cost was great. As they fought up the mountain, bullets ripped through the jungle trees and into the squad. There was a Japanese machine gun dug in across a stream. There was no way for Wehrmacht and the Philippine scouts to move forward without destroying the machine gun first. Wehrmacht mustered his bravery and led the squad in a daring counterattack. He pulled the safety ring out of a grenade and tossed it at the machine gunner. As the grenade left his hand, Wehrmacht was struck in the chest by a bullet. The bullet chipped a rib before passing through his lung. Members of his squad grabbed their captain and pulled him to safety. They retreated back to base to get Wehrmacht to a hospital. This wound was the worst one yet. The doctors told Wehrmacht he was done fighting and needed to stay in the hospital. But Wehrmacht knew his brothers were still out there trying to take the high ground. He would not abandon them. Wehrmacht was in the hospital for about a week until he could wait no longer. Against doctor's orders and with pus oozing out of his wound, he made his way back to the Philippine scouts, but it was too late. The Japanese forces were pushing the squad back. Wehrmacht was too weak to sneak behind enemy lines and ambush them like he had done so many times before. He called for a retreat. As the squad made their way back down the mountain, Wehrmacht slipped and tumbled down a ravine, slamming his head on a jagged rock below. He was knocked unconscious and had to be carried back to the hospital by his squad mates. This would be the end of the reign of the one-man army of Bataan. While in the hospital, the Japanese defeated the Allied forces in the area and took all who remained captive. But his fight to survive was not yet over. Wehrmacht was so wounded that he was unable to be sent into the Bataan Death March, where around 70,000 American and Filipino prisoners of war were marched 70 miles to a POW camp. Thousands of soldiers were forced on the trek and died en route to the prison. Once he recovered, Wehrmacht was sent to work on building a runway for Japanese aircraft to land. He and the other men working on the project sabotaged it so the runway buckled under the weight of landing bombers and damaged them. He was then put on the Hell ship, or Yokumaru, as one of 1,620 prisoners. This ship was bombed on December 15, 1944 by aircraft from the USS Hornet. The American ship thought the Oryoku-Maru was carrying enemy troops, not prisoners of war. The mistake cost the lives of several hundred POWs, but Wehrmacht survived this ordeal as well. Eventually, Wehrmacht was imprisoned in Mukden, Korea, where his prison camp was finally liberated by Soviet forces in August 1945. When he was returned to the American military, he weighed almost 80 pounds lighter than at the beginning of the war. Wehrmacht was finally going home, where he would receive the Distinguished Service Cross for his actions in the Philippines. He had become a household name in the United States as a war hero, affectionately called the one-man army of Bataan by newspapers and civilians alike. Arthur Wehrmacht was credited with over 116 kills, received the Silver Star, and 3 Purple Heart medals. The Vietnam War is in full swing, and back home in the USA, hordes of civilians are protesting the US's involvement in what's seen as a pointless war almost every day. The government pushes back against these protests, stating that it's important to cut off communism wherever possible before it spreads like a plague. For 12 men on patrol deep in the jungles of South Vietnam, though, none of this matters. What matters now is their own lives. It's near dusk and the men are cautiously making their way through thick jungle back to their fire base. They're not far now, only 2 or 3 miles away, but are very wary of running into an enemy ambush. The Viet Cong and their North Vietnamese allies have taken to hitting American patrols on the way back when the men are exhausted after hours fighting in the jungle and being eaten alive by mosquitoes and other creepy crawlies. Suddenly, a rifle opens up, and then a dozen more. The GIs hit the ground and return fire. A quick heads up reveals that no one's been hit. It's hard to see the enemy, but it's getting dark enough that the muzzle blasts reveal each shooter's position. The men must be careful to kill their target without being killed in return. In the midst of the firefight, one of the American soldiers suddenly notices a large, hulking figure, which he had assumed was a big bush, stand up and immediately flee across the battlefield. The creature is impressive, clearly at least 7 feet tall, and with a body that's pure muscle. Thick, matted fur, not fur, it's hair, covers the creature's entire body as it crosses the jungle in huge bounding steps. The American is in shock and briefly forgets all about the ongoing firefight. On the other side of the battlefield, there's an alarmed cry from the Viet Cong fighters, and the firing dies off briefly. The enemy soldiers shout a word over and over again, and suddenly one of them fires on the creature. Several American soldiers see the creature get struck by enemy fire, roar, but keep on going. The Viet Cong are in a near full panic now and begin to retreat, allowing the Americans to flee the ambush. The next morning, the American GIs relate their encounter to their commanding officer and ask for permission to investigate the ambush site. Working their way back to the battlefield, the men quickly identified the location of the firefight and where the beast was originally seen. As they searched, they made a grisly discovery. An enemy Viet Cong soldier lays dead, a frozen look of horror still on his face. The body has been mutilated, practically ripped apart, and there's not a single bullet wound on it. This encounter is not new to American forces operating out of Vietnam though, and the locals quickly inform the soldiers that what they're encountering is a creature they have known for generations. The Batutut, Uze, or Noi Zoom, otherwise known as the Jungle People. These creatures have been known by the locals to inhabit the deep jungles of Vietnam and Southeast Asia, exactly the places that have now been turned into battlefields. Initially, American troops quickly make allusions to Bigfoot or Sasquatch of North America. By the time of the Vietnam War, Bigfoot mania was already sweeping the United States. Tracks of a giant biped humanoid had been discovered in Northern California at a construction site a few years ago, and the tales of the elusive Sasquatch had begun to flood the media as witnesses silent for years for fear of ridicule began to come forward with their tales. Experts claim that the creature is a hoax and that no such great ape could possibly still be living in North America without being discovered. And yet, the footprint evidence continues to pour in from all across the nation, and eyewitness accounts along with them. Strangely, the creature seems to not be uniform in size or even appearance across North America, with witnesses in the north and west of the continent describing it as having black or reddish fur, while witnesses in the south of the United States describe it as having light brown to reddish fur. What is intriguing is that the descriptions of the beast, and even the tracks photographed or collected as plaster casts, all seem to fit the general geographic description of the mystery animal. Could all these people be in on one big hoax? These rock apes, though, as the GIs begin to call them, couldn't be more different than the Sasquatch of back home. These mystery apes stand about 6 feet tall, a full foot to 2 feet shorter than the North American Bigfoot, and their fur is brown and black like a Sasquatch but bare in the knees and the soles of the feet, hands, and the face, more akin to an orangutan or a chimpanzee. Behaviorally, they couldn't be further from the North American Bigfoot. While American Sasquatches are widely said to be gentle, even shy creatures who rarely ever act aggressively, these rock apes are highly aggressive and bold creatures, often charging straight at humans who trespass into their territory. With their powerfully muscled bodies, the result of being caught by one of these creatures is perhaps best evidenced by the sorry condition of the Viet Cong fighter the American soldiers in our opening story discovered. Much like Bigfoot though, the rock apes are said to be active at night or at dusk, which could help to explain why they're so rarely ever seen, and why they've avoided scientific detection. Unlike Bigfoot though, rock apes are known to travel in pairs, while Bigfoot is rarely ever spotted in a group. With a jungle full of dangers though, it's perhaps no surprise that rock apes see a need to travel in groups. Sightings of rock apes were surprisingly common throughout fighting in Vietnam by both sides of the conflict. One NVA general became obsessed with capturing a specimen alive and even ordered a hunting party be formed, though most of the soldiers and locals were too terrified of the animal to ever approach one willingly. It would be American soldiers who nicknamed the creature the rock apes for the way that the animals would hurl back rocks thrown at them, and on several occasions even live grenades. Skeptics claimed that American troops were seeing orangutans and misidentifying them in the thick jungle, except that while orangutans did once inhabit Vietnam, they went extinct there thousands of years ago. Another candidate for the rock ape was the gibbon, which was native to Vietnam and inhabits the area in large numbers. The sheer size disparity between a rock ape standing nearly 6 feet tall and a gibbon which can weigh as much as 20 pounds, though, makes that highly unlikely. The unsettling conclusion may simply be that at least some rock ape sightings were real, and not the result of misidentification. The creatures were at least real enough and spotted often enough that one hill where they were frequently sighted ended up being called Monkey Hill by the Americans. Interestingly, the creatures were never spotted in the jungles near the coastal areas or close to civilization, and instead only in the deepest parts of the Vietnamese jungle. This perhaps explains why the animals were so fearless toward humans. Their extreme isolation in the deepest jungles would have rarely ever brought them into contact with humans, aside from the few villagers living extremely isolated lives. Seeing as prior to the war no sizable human presence had ever entered these jungles for long, it's perhaps not surprising that combatants on both sides might have stumbled across an entirely unknown great ape species. The encounters would continue to pour in throughout the war though, and sometimes with a very large amount of eyewitnesses. One encounter as told by soldiers of the 101st Airborne details an encounter between a troop of rock apes and an entire infantry platoon that was settling into a quick lunch. Apparently, the apes were suddenly spotted breaking clear of the jungle and advancing along a trail on the ridge of Nui Mo Tao, a large hill that would end up being the site of the Battle of Phu Loc. The American infantry immediately thought the figures were Viet Cong and opened fire with M16s, machine guns, and even grenade launchers. The figures quickly fled into the jungle. Unlike a normal animal though, these rock apes appeared to rush through the trees, almost as if waiting for a break in the gunfire to charge the American troops, even stepping out briefly to howl and flash huge fanged teeth at them. The creatures also let loose with howls and barks, much like angry dogs, a behavior that's common to many apes and even attributed to the North American Sasquatch. Eventually, the soldiers realized they were not firing at people and ceased their fire, and as the animals retreated, they searched the area but found no bodies. Another incredible account relates to the story of a full-blown battle between rock apes and American Marines. Taking place on Hill 868 in Quang Province, the battle began with a unit of Marines deep in the jungle radioing back to their HQ that they'd spotted movement in the jungle near their position. The Marines, likely a patrol made up of around 30 men total, were told to hold their position and not give themselves away, simply observe the enemy's movements and radio back. After a few minutes, the Marines nervously radioed back stating that they'd been surrounded by what looked like hairy bipedal humanoid creatures. Likely assuming the creatures were nothing more than the gibbons so common in the area, the Marines were told to simply toss rocks at them in order to scare them away. Upon throwing rocks though, the creatures became enraged and began tossing rocks back at the men. Suddenly, what sounded like a pitched battle was heard over the radio, complete with men yelling, inhuman screams, and the sounds of gunfire. A patrol sent to reinforce the Marine unit discovered a battlefield littered with several corpses of rock apes along with many injured Marines. This account, however, relies entirely on eyewitness testimony, as no evidence of these rock apes was ever recovered. The veracity of this particular tale is in serious question, though given the nature of the fighting in Vietnam, it may come as no surprise that nobody took the time to try and recover a body. Still, such a stunning incident should come with more hard evidence than scattered eyewitness testimony, and for us, we're willing to file this story away as a possible tall tale. Hard evidence for the rock ape wouldn't appear until 1974, a year before the end of the Vietnam War. With both sides reporting the existence of the creature, Professor Va Quy of Vietnam National University decided to lead a North Vietnamese expedition into the jungle to search for it. While he never discovered a real rock ape, he did photograph and make plaster prints of extremely curious tracks. The tracks were said by locals to have been formed by the Batutut, a creature that they'd shared stories of for generations. Curiously, the print, much like many Bigfoot prints, shows features that are strikingly similar to apes, while being much larger than that of any known ape. As had been said of many Bigfoot prints thought to be authentic, if these were hoaxed, then they would have been hoaxed by someone with detailed knowledge of ape physiology. Sightings of the rock ape continue to this day, and though no hard evidence has been gathered, perhaps the best evidence for the existence of these creatures is the sheer amount of reported sightings. Then there's also the fact that these are creatures believed to be real flesh and blood animals by locals, rather than mythical spirits or animals of legend. Skeptics point to a lack of remains or physical evidence as reason to doubt its existence. And yet these are the same skeptics who were also stunned in the early 1990s by the discovery of the Saola, an animal described as an Asian unicorn. The Saola was spoken of by natives for generations too, and yet science denied its existence until a body was finally found in 1992. Since then, the animal has been officially classified and is considered one of the rarest mammals in the world. Perhaps if a large mammal like the Saola can lurk in the deepest jungles undiscovered for thousands of years, then so too can an equally rare and terrifying beast such as the Vietnamese Yeti, the legendary rock ape. The date is 1945, and the war in the Pacific is not going well for Japan. What started out as a campaign of blistering successes that saw the Japanese Empire spread across Southeast Asia has turned into a fight for its life against the United States. The words of Admiral Isoroku Yamamoto just after the raid on Pearl Harbor now ring in every Japanese commander's ears. "I fear all we have done is awaken a sleeping giant and fill him with a terrible resolve." Pushed back across the Pacific and every front, the situation only worsens for Japan, as they now also face growing Russian forces on the eastern borders of their collapsing empire. Each Russian soldier eager for revenge after suffering humiliating defeats in the decades prior to World War II. Yet the Japanese Bushido Code is clear. There can be no surrender, even in the face of certain defeat. But of all the soldiers in the Japanese army, few would embody the Bushido Code more than Hiro Onoda, who would continue waging World War II for 30 years after its end. Born on March 19, 1922, Onoda joined the Japanese Imperial Army when he was 18 years old. Onoda was one of a long line of warriors, able to trace his family's fighting ancestry all the way back to samurai ancestors, that took part in the frequent wars that plagued Japan's feudal history. His own father had served in the Japanese cavalry and died in the Second Sino-Japanese War, showing an aptitude for outside-the-box thinking. Onoda was soon training as an intelligence officer in an elite commando school, the precursor to modern special forces training. The Nakano School trained troops specialized in jungle and guerrilla warfare, sabotage, counterintelligence, and propaganda skills that would come in great use for Onoda in the years to come. In 1942, Japan had seized the Philippines and overthrown the Filipino government, forcing the surrender of their U.S. allies. Just 2 years later, though, Japanese forces were spread thin around the South Pacific, and America, indeed full of terrible resolve, had pushed Japan back on every front. Now they threatened the Philippines themselves, an important strategic position in the war. With its proximity to the South Pacific sea trade lanes, control of the Philippines would allow the US to threaten Japan's oil supplies, and if that happened, then the rest of the Japanese fleet had only months of supplies to fight with. The Philippines must be held at all costs, and so a bloody resistance of the American invasion began. By winter of 1944, though most of the Japanese were forced off the major islands and to the smaller islands that ring the archipelago, on December 26, 1944, Onoda was dispatched to Lubang Island and instructed to engage in a guerrilla warfare campaign against invading U.S. troops. Conventional Japanese military protocol, however, demanded that Japanese troops face the invaders head-on, rather than retreat and fight in an unconventional war from the shadowy jungles the way Onoda had been trained and ordered to do. Upon arriving at the island, Onoda's superior officers refused his previous orders and prevented him from carrying out his objectives, which was to abandon several fortified defensive positions and flee to the jungles before launching a series of surprise attacks against a nearby airfield and pier. Hopelessly outnumbered and overpowered, the Japanese defensive garrison was utterly defeated when American forces landed on February 28, 1945. Seeing that defeat was imminent, Onoda, who was under strict orders not to surrender or take his own life if defeated, ordered 3 other soldiers, Private Yuichi Akatsu, Corporal Shoichi Shimada, and Private First Class Kenshichi Kozuka, to follow him into the jungle and begin a resistance against the American invaders. U.S. forces quickly left the island after eliminating the Japanese garrison, though, and Onoda began to engage in guerrilla raids against local Filipino troops. Noticing a lull in the fighting, though, around October of 1945, and with no way of contacting any other Japanese unit to learn of Japan's surrender, Onoda assumed that the main course of the war had shifted somewhere else, but continued his guerrilla campaign regardless. Onoda and his men laid ambushes for local farmers and engaged in shootouts with police forces in the area, and the U.S., realizing that there was an active Japanese resistance still on the island by troops who had no idea the war was over, began to drop leaflets informing the soldiers of Japan's surrender. Onoda eventually stumbled across one of these leaflets, but immediately assumed it was propaganda, meant to lure him and his men out so they could be captured. His training and propaganda techniques only made Onoda more suspicious of the leaflets, and in his mind, he was but one of several Japanese units still fighting behind enemy lines. Surely Japan had been pushed back, but defeated? Impossible. Toward the end of the year, though, more leaflets were dropped in the jungles of the Philippines, and this time with official surrender orders signed by General Tomoyuki Yamashita of the 14th Army. Onoda carefully scrutinized the orders, but once more his propaganda training kicked in, and he surmised that these were fake too. More so, however, the idea that the entire Japanese army had surrendered seemed ludicrous to Onoda and his men, who firmly believed that Japan would fight until the very last man, just as they were now doing. For 4 more years, the team of guerrillas continued their war against the people of the Philippines, raiding farms for supplies and attacking police forces and farmers. The men sabotaged fishing boats and generally engaged in as much destructive activity as they were capable. Trained to live off the land, Onoda and his men gathered what fruits they could and stole rice, grain, and other foodstuffs from their raids on local farmers, and continued their war with a stash of ammunition and grenades that could see 4 men fight for years to come. In 1949, however, Private Akatsu came to the realization that the war was over and left the unit to live by himself in the jungle for 6 months before surrendering to the Philippine Army on March of 1950. Akatsu let US and Filipino authorities know of the other men still fighting in the jungle, and the US underwent a campaign to track down family members of the other 3 holdouts. Eventually, they obtained family photos and letters from relatives all urging the soldiers to surrender, airdropping the messages across Lubang Island in 1952. Unfortunately, upon discovering the letters and photos, Onoda assumed that the Japanese homeland had fallen and their loved ones were now living under American occupation, and thus forced to write those letters. This belief only filled Onoda and his men with greater resolve to continue resisting. 2 years later, though, Corporal Shimada was shot and killed by a Filipino search party that was looking for the men, intending to arrest them and bring them to trial for the murders they had committed. For another 18 years, Onoda would continue his war alongside Private First Class Kenshichi Kozuka, clashing with police forces and farmers until in 1972, Kozuka would be killed by police while raiding a local village. Onoda was now all alone, and still, he refused to surrender. In 1974, Japanese adventurer Norio Suzuki embarked on a trip around the world. Lieutenant Onoda had become something of a celebrity in Japan at this point, who had become entranced by the soldiers' refusal to surrender. As the highlights of Suzuki's trip, he declared that he wanted to see Lieutenant Onoda, a panda, and the abominable snowman, in that very order. In February of that same year, Suzuki landed in Lubang Island and managed to track down Onoda, greeting him by saying, "Onoda-san, the Emperor and the people of Japan are worried about you." Suzuki informed the old soldier that the war had been over for decades, yet Onoda still said that he would not surrender until relieved of duty by a superior officer. The Japanese government quickly tracked down Onoda's surviving commanding officer, Major Yoshimi Taniguchi, and flew him to Lubang. On March 9, 1974, and 52 years old, Onoda emerged from the jungle, still dressed in his service uniform and carrying his rifle and service sword, accepting the order from his commanding officer to at last surrender. Later, he would surrender his sword to the President of the Philippines, who granted Onoda a pardon for his many crimes. Upon returning to Japan, Onoda was hailed as a hero, yet Onoda was deeply troubled by the Japan he returned to. He did not believe that Japan should have apologized for the war in Asia, and he was utterly dismayed to discover that the military had been dissolved by the Allies. Uncomfortable with the new liberal Japan, who wanted to distance itself from its warlike past, Onoda became involved with right-wing politics, calling for Japan to return to its former military might and become a world power again. Luckily, nobody paid much attention to Onoda, and unable to accept a peaceful liberal Japan not under the thumb of military, Onoda eventually moved to Brazil in 1975, where he would spend most of his life. Onoda's 30-year war was an incredible, if foolhardy, act of dedication. While initially praised as a national hero and a soldier's soldier by the Japanese people and admirers around the world, Onoda's return and troubling penchant for authoritarianism quickly saw him fall out of favor with a population thoroughly sick of war. In the end, Onoda was a relic of the past who couldn't accept the change that had gripped the world after the horrors of World War II, change which valued international cooperation over empire building. March 5, 1944, the Burmese jungle, U.S. Army 849th Engineer Aviation Battalion Camp. "Get back!" yelled 21-year-old Private Herman Perry. He stood in the road brandishing his M1 Garand rifle. Lieutenant Cady ignored the warning and stepped closer. Sweating, sobbing, probably coming off an opium high, Perry was losing it, having a breakdown. He wasn't going to let Cady take him into custody. He wasn't going to do more time at the parasite-infested hellhole known as the Lido Stockade. Despite Perry's erratic behavior, Cady wasn't about to back off. This boy had a smart mouth. He'd been AWOL. He was a troublemaker. He needed to be punished. Besides, there was no way that Perry would shoot. That would be suicidal. Now less than a foot away from Perry, Cady stretched out a hand toward him. Bam! Cady jerked and crumpled to the ground. For a split second, everyone stared in disbelief at the fatally wounded Cady. Then Perry swung his gun around and trained it on the other officers as he backed away down the road. As he neared the trees, he turned and ran, vanishing into the brush. During World War II, the United States segregated its armed forces. Sure, there were a couple of African-American combat units created mainly for political reasons, but the majority of African Americans who served were relegated to menial tasks including cooking, cleaning, and construction. That's how close to 10,000 African Americans ended up being shipped to Burma. These men are stationed there to build what will end up being a boondoggle, a 1,072-mile supply road to run through the Burmese jungle connecting Lido, India to Kunming, China. Some 5,000 white Americans are also sent to work on the Lido Road. However, many of them are officers overseeing the black soldiers. The Burmese jungle is torturous. It's hot, humid, the vegetation's dense, the terrain is rough, it's easy to get malaria or dysentery, and it's hard to avoid the leeches, lice, and mosquitoes. Even worse, sometimes man-eating tigers lurk in the brush, clothes rot, and the food rations are poor. Building the Lido Road is backbreaking, far harder than Perry's North Carolinian childhood of picking cotton in a sharecropping family. The soldiers have mandatory 16-hour shifts. Bulldozers supplied by the Army quickly break down, and the GIs are forced into manual labor. They use hoes and pickaxes to dig the muddy, rocky red soil. Many of the black soldiers work side by side and become friendly with coolies, unskilled native laborers. As a result, the black soldiers pick up bush lingo, Urdu, and Hindi. They trade in the local black markets for moonshine known as jungle juice. Some soldiers, including Perry, seek solace from the grim drudgery of their lives in opium and marijuana. When Katie was attempting to take him into custody, Perry was coming off a 2-day drug bender. After shooting Katie, a panicked Perry runs into the jungle. Oh God, he killed someone! For 3 days, Perry stumbles through the jungle in a daze. Not knowing what to do, he veers back to the Lido Road. He runs into some soldiers from a different unit working on the road. They feed him and pass along messages from his friends in the 849th Battalion. Military police are looking for him. Perry decides to surrender. At nightfall, he stands by a bridge for the Namyong River. Sooner or later, a patrol will come by and he'll turn himself in. While waiting, Perry sits down his rifle. Hearing gunshots somewhere nearby, Perry gets worried the MPs are gunning for him and they'll kill him outright instead of arresting him. Spooked, he slips into the jungle again, accidentally leaving his gun behind. Perry spends several days wandering in the jungle. Luckily, he speaks some bush lingo, which allows him to beg for rice from Naga farmers. The Naga are an ethnic group native to northeastern India and northwestern Burma. Some of the tribes live remotely and stick to traditional practices, including headhunting. For the most part, the British and Americans ignore the Naga as long as they stick to making war on each other and not Westerners. March 18th. Around 2 weeks after he'd killed Katie and fled into the jungle, Perry runs into some British troops. Perry, who's always been a smooth talker, thinks fast and makes up excuses as to why he's alone in the jungle. He's able to charm the Brits into giving him some food rations. It's hard going trekking through the remote Patkai's foothills, but the farther away Perry gets from the army, the better. One day, Perry's hiking up a dense mountain slope when he sees something spine-chilling, a basha, or a temporary shelter often made with bamboo. This basha is decorated with human skulls, to which water buffalo horns have been attached. Perry has stumbled into the head-hunting Naga village of Tumga. Believe it or not, Perry delights the villagers by giving them the remaining canned food rations he got from the British. The Ang, or village chief, invites him to be his honored guest. Perry takes a liking to the chief's 14-year-old daughter. She seems to return his interest. Perry has a new problem. How do you flirt with a girl and impress her warrior father when you don't know the culture or speak the language? The answer is gifts. Perry hikes some 8 miles down the mountain back to the Lido Road. Somehow he manages to get a hold of a load of army goods. Most importantly, he gets an M1 Garand. In Naga culture, tiger pelts and claws are prized. The act of killing a tiger is seen as a virile feat of masculinity. Compared to the clubs and flintlocks the Naga have, with his modern gun, Perry is seen as having the ability to kill many a tiger. The village is impressed. Perry is considered an important man, and the chief allows Perry to marry his daughter. The first few months of Perry's married life are pretty good. He struggles with malaria, but due to his stockpile of army rations, he's rich enough to hire servants to work his fields. Perry spends much of his time hunting monkeys and tigers. He grows fluent in his wife's language. The couple's excited to find out that they're expecting their first child. Many nights, the tribal musicians play flutes and drums while the tribe chants, takes psychoactives, and dances. Meanwhile, the army has offered a 1,000 rupee reward for information leading to Perry's capture. That's upwards of $14,500 in today's money. They assume that he's headed for the city, so they've been searching for him in Calcutta. The legend of Perry is beginning to grow. Warranted or not, he's becoming a folk hero. To the black GIs who stew with the resentment of daily petty racial humiliations, Perry is awesome. Apropos of what actually happened, they see Perry as someone who fought back against the man and won. Eventually, Perry becomes homesick. When he was drafted into the army, he left behind a young daughter and a girlfriend in Washington, D.C. Also, his stockpile of rations is quickly dwindling. he begins to hunger for Western items, especially cigarettes. He hires runners to go down the mountain to trade at the black market in rural towns. Finally, the army finds a clue. In the summer, some 5 months after Perry vanished, a coolie finds the rifle Perry accidentally left behind when he panicked at the bridge. The army realizes they've been searching in the wrong place. They put out feelers in rural towns near where the gun was found. Eventually, a rumor reaches their ears about the chief of Tkumga having a black soldier as a son-in-law. Army brass is incredulous. They never would have expected an unarmed tenderfoot like Perry to survive for so long in the jungle. A runner who had gone to the town of Namyong to get rice quickly comes back to tell Perry that there are men searching for him. Perry leaves his wife in Tkumga and goes to Noksa, or a satellite village. July 20th. Captain Walter McMinn and a small posse of MPs, along with hired Naga guides, go on a 3.5-hour hike up the mountain to Tkumga. None of the Americans speak any Naga. They use a picture of Perry and hand signs to communicate. The posse learns that Perry's gone to the Noksa. By the time that the posse huddles outside of the Noksa making a plan, it's twilight. The MPs get a guide to go ask Perry to borrow his gun for a hunt. The ploy works. It's a common request and Perry agrees, which leaves him unarmed. Army snipers sneak through the brush and position themselves around Perry's basha. They have to be careful. It would be diplomatically unwise to accidentally kill any Naga. While eating dinner, Perry sees flickers of light outside. The Naga don't have flashlights. It can only mean Westerners. Perry thinks about trying to sneak into the pitch-black jungle behind the village, but tigers have recently been a problem. He grabs a dao, or short Chinese sword, and lights a bamboo staff to use as a torch. Getting up his nerve, Perry goes outside. McMinn immediately blinds Perry with his flashlight, ordering him not to move. McMinn fires, but misses. Perry takes off, and the soldiers chase him, shooting as they go. Perry seems to vanish into the jungle, escaping the ambush, but then they find his body at the bottom of a hill. Perry's been shot in the chest. Around 10 p.m., McMinn hikes several hours back to Namyong to get a doctor and more soldiers. Even with the extra manpower, it ends up being a 9-hour ordeal to carry the stretcher bearing the 170-pound severely injured Perry down the mountain to reach Lido Road. From there, an ambulance takes Perry to the 73rd Evacuation Hospital at Xingbuyang. Perry spends the next several days recovering. While Perry's hyped up on morphine and other medical drugs, he's frequently interrogated. At first, he denies being Perry, but then finally admits his identity and confesses to shooting Katie. He's coerced into signing a 3-page document that he's told is a statement of what had happened, though Perry thinks some key facts are missing or distorted. Against his better judgment, he notarizes and signs the paperwork. On August 28th, Perry is deemed healthy enough to be transferred to prison. He's sent to the notorious Lido Stockade, the very prison he was trying to evade when he shot Katie in the first place. This is his second stint in the stockade. Several months before the whole shooting incident, Perry had spent hellish months in Lido, convicted for disobeying orders when an officer tried to assign him extra work. Though Perry's sentence for disobedience was 90 days, he'd been forced to serve an extra couple of weeks in the stockade without an explanation. The army assigns Perry a lawyer, Captain Clayton Oberholzer. Unfortunately for Perry, Oberholzer only has experience as a civilian lawyer and has never handled a felony. The fact that Perry killed Katie is indisputable, but Oberholzer hopes to get the charges reduced from premeditated capital murder to manslaughter, the difference being life in prison versus execution if convicted. Perry is also accused of desertion and willful disobedience. September 4th, 1944. Perry's court-martial takes less than 6 hours. Oberholzer fumbles a chance to get the sworn statement Perry made while drugged tossed. He botches explaining that the morning of the murder, a distraught Perry was headed to see Lieutenant Colonel Hyatt, the commander of the camp, who had an open-door policy to chat with the soldiers, white or black. Katie went out of his way to accost Perry with the intent to take him into custody, consciously seeking to prevent him from seeing Hyatt, who might have limited Perry's punishment for going AWOL. When Oberholzer brings up Katie's history of abuse toward black GIs, the tribunal warns him that Katie's character isn't on trial. The vote is unanimous. Perry is dishonorably discharged, must forfeit all pay, and will be hanged by the neck until dead. As part of the Army's due process, the verdict condemning Perry to death must undergo a review by 3 members of the Judge Advocate General's Department in New Delhi. All the way across the world, Perry's mom gets a letter from the Army informing her that her son has been court-martialed, convicted of murder, and is sentenced to hang. Bewildered and frightened, she scraps together some money and hires the best lawyer she can get. Her lawyer submits a brief to the Washington-based office of the Judge Advocate General's Department. The Washington office informs New Delhi that a brief for the Perry case will shortly arrive in the mail. Nearly a month later, on December 15th, the New Delhi office transmits a classified message asking about the brief. It hasn't arrived. It's been lost in the mail. Meanwhile, Perry has been stuck in limbo, imprisoned in Lido Stockade. He spent his time watching and memorizing guard schedules. Then, on December 15th, Perry makes his move. Late at night, he crawls under the rear of his tent. The sleepy soldier standing guard at the entrance to his tent doesn't notice. Perry only has 11 minutes before the next time the guards make a circuit. Using wire cutters he stole while on work detail, he quickly cuts a hole in the prison fence just big enough to wiggle through. Protected by strips of coarse wool cut from his prison-issue blanket, Perry crawls through the drainage ditches filled with barbed wire. After that, he runs through a field at the stockade's edge and disappears into the jungle. Sweet freedom. Perry stops to catch his breath. He's free, but some 80 miles of mountainous jungle separates him from his wife and unborn child. How's he gonna get home? Army brass loses their minds when they realize that Perry has escaped. The Lido Stockade's warden and 8 guards are formally reprimanded for negligence. The army again puts a 1,000 rupee bounty on Perry's head. They radio broadcast Perry's description in several languages and print wanted posters. By airplane, they drop some posters on the village of Tkumga. The illiterate Naga villagers collect them, impressed that pictures of the chief's son-in-law are falling from the heavens. MPs begin stopping black soldiers at random based on the chances that they might be helping Perry. Whenever they can, many black soldiers tear up the wanted posters. They enjoy swapping tales and rumors of the Jungle King. The law brief in defense of Perry finally reaches New Delhi on December 27th. The advocate judge's review finds some of the army's actions questionable, but reconfirms the verdict of execution. In the wee hours of January 1st, 1945, Perry is almost caught at an abandoned timber camp by a posse of MPs who had heard rumors of a black soldier hiding there. Luckily for Perry, he's a light sleeper and escapes into the jungle just in time. A bullet barely grazes him. The MPs recover a .45 pistol Perry accidentally left behind. February 19th. 2 black soldiers, Staff Sergeant Toomer and T4 Troxler, are buying liquor in the town of Makum when Perry suddenly storms the bootlegger's shack. Somehow he's gotten a replacement .45 pistol. He mugs the 2 soldiers of 95 rupees and forces the bootlegger to cook him dinner. Perry asks Toomer and Troxler to do him a favor. He wants them to bring a truck stocked with rations, clothes, a tent, a knife, and ammunition in the next 24 hours. They agree to meet Perry in Makum the following night. Even though he stole money from them, Toomer and Troxler debate what to do. Ultimately, they decide to tell the army, mainly out of fear of what could happen to them if the army found out that they had suppressed information about Perry. They inform Major Earl Owen Cullum, commanding officer of the 159th Military Police Battalion at nearby Chauba Camp. Cullum decides to set up a trap. The soldiers will arrive with the truck and the army will ambush Perry. Toomer and Troxler agree to help as long as the army keeps it a secret that they betrayed the Jungle King. However, Perry has anticipated a trap. A crowd of coolies shows up to meet Toomer and Troxler. The army doesn't see Perry, but even if he's there, they can't shoot without risking a diplomatic incident. Suddenly, from among the crowd, Perry sprints for the truck and hops aboard. He forces Toomer and Troxler to drive away down the road, but there's a snag. A checkpoint's coming up. Perry gets out of the truck to trek through the jungle around the checkpoint. Toomer directs Perry to meet them at a grassy field on the far side. Perry doesn't know that this is the army's plan B. As he reaches the field, MPs fire at Perry, but again he escapes into the jungle. This time he's wounded. A bullet nicked his right foot. He packs it full of moss so it won't get infected, a trick he learned from the Naga. Perry limps through the jungle and hides in a rice paddy. Hours later, he awakes to the barking of German shepherds. The army's caught up to him. Perry escapes yet again. This time, the tip of his nose gets grazed by a bullet. He puts moss on this wound, too. Cullum receives a scolding note from his commanding officer for letting Perry get away. Cullum vows to capture Perry. February 22nd. A desperate Perry hides by the side of the Lido Road. His new plan is to board a truck, hide among the supplies, and hitch a ride over the mountains. When the truck reaches Burma, he'll ditch it and disappear into the jungle. But Perry is unwell. The gunshot on his foot is very painful. Also, he's had to drink river water and has caught dysentery. When Perry tries to hop on the back of a slow-moving truck, he's too weak and falls in the road, dropping yet another .45. The gun skids further away as it hits the ground. Perry realizes that a coolie has witnessed his failed hijack attempt. Spooked, he quickly melts back into the jungle. For the third time, he leaves a gun behind. Cullum starts a mobile posse to hunt Perry. He begins visiting town after town to question locals. He also coordinates with the British and native police forces. He and his fellow posse follow Perry's trail for over 2 weeks. Cullum eventually figures out that Perry's headed in the direction of the town of Namrup. Perry's following the southeastern branch of the Tsang River. It's a long, indirect route to Tunga. However, Perry's probably taking this way because just south of Namrup is considered the gateway to the Naga heartland. Here, Perry would be able to make friends. Chances are some of the Naga tribes speak the same language as Perry's wife. Cullum realizes he has only a few days to catch up with Perry before he vanishes into a remote area again, maybe this time forever. Meanwhile, Perry's been growing weaker by the day from dysentery and malnutrition. He's surviving on stolen sugarcane and begging farmers for rice. Stupidly, Toomer and Troxler mention they're snitching on Perry to a colleague. The army has to evacuate them from Asia over threats of murder from Perry's fans. After a long, rough journey, the posse arrives in Namrup. Cullum receives a tip as to where Perry is. He's staying at a rural farm a few miles away. The posse waits until nightfall before hiking to the farm. Cautiously, the posse fans out and surrounds the farmer's basha. They find 3 Naga tribesmen wearing traditional dhotis sitting by a fire outside of the home. Cullum senses that there's something not quite right. He takes a closer look at the men. He then grabs one of them. It's Perry. He cut his afro and borrowed native clothing, hoping that he can pass for Naga by firelight. For the last time, Perry is taken into custody. Under tight security, a sickly Perry is transported to the Chabua stockade and kept in an isolation cell. The army decides not to return him to Lido stockade. They fear a potential racial uprising. Perry's interrogated by MPs who want to know where he got his guns. Perry refuses to snitch. He's sorry over Katie's death, but also says that he would have killed his pursuers if he had a chance. March 15, 1945. A few days after his capture, Perry is woken before dawn and under extremely tight security transported to Lido stockade. Per his last request, Perry is allowed to write a farewell letter to his brother Aaron and given a final cigarette before he's quietly hanged just after 7 a.m. March 17th. Perry's mother receives a notice from the army informing her of her son's death by judicial asphyxiation due to his own misconduct. Despite repeated requests for information, she hasn't heard anything since her lawyer submitted the brief in December. She knows nothing of her son's escapades or anti-hero status. Some months later, a small group of black GIs are on an expedition through the Patkai Mountains to check for survivors of a crashed cargo plane. They hire some Naga guides and end up spending the night at a remote village where one of the guides' relatives lives. As guests, the GI are served a special treat for dessert, canned fruit cocktail. One of the soldiers curiously inquires as to where the cocktail has come from. The next morning, before they leave, the soldiers are taken to the only basha in the village, painted a bright yellow-orange. It turns out to be owned by the chief's teenage daughter.
They say war proves mankind doesn't need to invent monsters, as the monsters were inside us all along. Yet sometimes, soldiers report sightings of what can only be described as actual monsters, or in other cases, otherworldly beings. Are these battlefield stresses, or are men whose lives literally depend on remaining alert and aware, seeing things that the rest of us might miss? Do mythological beasts stalk our battlefields? Do curious aliens observe from a distance, making notes on our primal, savage nature? That's what we'll try and figure out today in this special episode of the infographic show's greatest mysteries, famous wartime paranormal sightings. The first paranormal event on our list comes from World War I and has become a staple of sea monster stories. At the outbreak of the war, the British steamer Iberian was cruising just off the coast of Ireland when it was attacked and sunk by the German submarine U-28. As the U-28's captain, Baron von Forstner, and 7 other crew members watched the ship sink from the sub's conning tower, there was a sudden, large underwater explosion, likely from the ship's boiler detonating. The blast flung debris and men clear out of the water, but as the captain and his men watched incredulously, an animal about 65 feet long was flung into the air as well by the force of the explosion. Described as crocodile-like in shape, with pairs of strong front and hind legs adapted for swimming, and a long head that tapered towards the nose, the monster was visible for about 10 to 15 seconds as it was blown out of the water before sinking back into the depths. Skeptics suggest that the story was fabricated by Baron von Forstner, and sadly 6 of the alleged eyewitnesses were all killed during the war. Only the ship's cook survived the war, though he would refuse to comment on the story. The 61 survivors of the Iberian also made no mention of the creature, though with their ship sinking and then exploding in the waves beneath them, they were probably a little busy with the matter of survival at the time of the brief sighting. Outright fabrication by a baron and naval officer, or confirmed sighting of a surviving ancient seafaring sauropod? We might never know, but the resemblance to other sea monsters around the world is uncanny. Our next paranormal sighting comes from the jungles of Africa. Colonel Remy van Lierde was a decorated Belgian pilot who became an ace during World War II after escaping from a German prison camp. In 1959, flying a mission on behalf of the UN during the crisis in the Congo, Lierde spotted a monstrous snake slithering through a clearing in the jungle. Amazed at the size of the snake below him, Lierde brought his chopper low and began a series of passes so he could get a picture of the beast. Successfully snapping one photo, Lierde went on to claim that the snake reared up as the chopper flew low, raising a head the size of a donkey's over 10 feet into the air. Liarde's photograph is unfortunately slightly blurry, though it does show what seems to be an incredibly large snake. Given Liarde's background, it seems unlikely he would go through the trouble of making up a story and then fabricating a fake photo to go along with it. And if that's not enough, in 2016, workers building a dam in Brazil discovered a whopping 33-foot, 882-pound anaconda lurking in caves near the construction site. The discovery of snakes that regularly exceed 26 feet in length lends further credence to Liarde's story and photograph. From war-torn jungle to war-torn jungle, we now move to the skies above Vietnam, where in 1968, C-130 Loadmaster Robert L. Pollock and his flight crew experienced a truly perplexing and troubling event. Flying just off the coast of Vietnam and exhausted after a 20-hour day of back-and-forth flights, ferrying troops and cargo, Pollock was seated in the empty cargo compartment when he noticed movement at the rear of the aircraft. Looking up from the paperwork he was completing, Pollock was stunned to see a whirling gray, cloudy mass forming at the rear right troop door, spinning clockwise and filling the rear of the aircraft within seconds. Fearing a high-pressure fluid leak that was atomizing the fluid and filling the compartment, Pollock used the interphone system to ask the pilot if there were any indications of trouble of any kind, to which the pilot responded, no. As the misty fog filled the compartment, Pollock was joined by the engineer, navigator, co-pilot, and pilot as the mist continued to creep forwards toward them. In an interview, Pollock recalls that when the navigator said, "This is spooky," he felt anger, as up to that point, he was sure that what they were witnessing was some sort of aircraft malfunction and not anything paranormal. Double-checking their instruments, the crew still found no problems with the aircraft. Finally, placing his hand in the mass, Pollock recalls that the strange fog was so thick and opaque that his hand disappeared from sight. Holding onto each other, Pollock and the engineer walked into the mass, still thinking that there was some kind of mechanical failure of the aircraft, and that if they did not find the source soon, it would fill the cockpit and put them in serious jeopardy. Plunging into the mass, the lights in the aircraft disappeared, and the two were forced to feel their way around the cargo bay by touch, keeping in contact with the rest of the flight crew, who called out constantly, inquiring about their well-being. According to Pollock, the strange mist did not burn or sting his eyes, nor make breathing difficult. He also felt no threat from the mass, though as he made his way out of it, he was still fearful of it filling the cockpit and blinding the crew as they tried to land their plane. As if on cue, the fog or mist slowly began to recede, moving straight back to the same door it had apparently entered through, whirling counterclockwise this time, before disappearing into nothingness. Upon landing, Pollock and the rest of his crew never mentioned the incident between each other ever again, Pollock owing the silence on the matter to the fact that they were a veteran combat crew and in the midst of war, surviving anything that did not kill them outright was enough not to worry about it. Our next wartime paranormal entry comes from post-revolution Russia in 1925 and was reported by one of the most credible eyewitnesses one could ask for. General Mikhail Stepanovich Topilsky was on a mission hunting anti-Soviet guerrillas hiding out in the western segment of the Pamir Mountains when his troop came upon a small village that regaled them with stories of ape-like creatures that lived in the mountains. Dismissing the stories as local superstition, the general ordered his men into the mountains where they soon discovered several sets of distinctly human-like tracks in the fresh snow. Making notes of the tracks in his personal journal, General Topilsky and his men pressed on in their mission to find the guerrillas, finally tracking them to a large cave high in the mountains. After the resulting firefight, the general's men took prisoners, and amongst them, a man who told Topilsky of weird ape-man-like creatures that had attacked them with clubs. According to the prisoner, his band had managed to kill one of them, which plummeted down an icefall. The general ordered his men to dig for the creature's corpse, finding it in short order. Per the general's notes, the body belonged to a male creature about 5 foot 5 inches tall, elderly or old, judging by the grayish color of the hair in several places. Though the general did not skin the corpse as he had originally planned to, and instead ordered his men to give it a proper burial, he made detailed notes of the body, noting that the creature was covered in hair, not fur, with large, hairless feet covered in hard, brown skin. One may be forgiven for thinking a bunch of bored soldiers on patrol may make up an exciting story to impress their peers, but would a general in the young Soviet army risk his reputation to fabricate a tall tale? Unfortunately, with no physical evidence, it's up to you to decide. Monsters haunt our dreams, and seemingly too our battlefields. But are soldiers around the world really encountering monsters, or simply unknown biological specimens and strange but perfectly natural phenomenon? Without hard proof, we may never know.
It's burning hot outside. Temperature's well over 100 degrees, and the air conditioning on our up-armored Humvee barely does a thing unless you press yourself right up against the vent. I'm really tempted to let down the window, but even when the wind blows out here in the desert, it just feels like a blow dryer to your face. Also, we're stopped, and it's hardly safe to let your bullet-resistant windows down in this part of the country when your vehicle's at a dead standstill. I'm a fire team leader, and my team and I are providing escort security for a VIP in the Humvee in front of us. Directly in front of his Humvee is 2 others, and the lead Humvee stopped because of a suspicious pile of trash on the road ahead. But now everyone's on edge when they travel these roads. The insurgency has been hiding IEDs in everything from children's toys to random piles of trash and triggering them as a NATO column moves by. We've stopped for about a minute now, and I'm getting really nervous. This is my first deployment, and I've heard stories about what happens when your convoy sits still for too long. On the radio, I hear the VIP, some general, call out to the lead vehicle, "Just shoot the damn thing and drive past." That actually sounds like a good idea. It's moments later, and the lead vehicle opens up with a 50 caliber machine gun in its turret. There's a dull thump sound, and past the 3 vehicles in front of me, I can see a cloud of dust rising up into the air. Yep, it was an IED after all. Suddenly, I'm more nervous than I was before, if that's even possible. We were supposed to have an MRAP with us to clear the way. That's a mine-resistant, ambush-protected vehicle that we've been told can take an IED to the face and keep on trucking. They just got in theater though, and as usual, maintenance issues means they weren't ready to go when we needed them. The lead vehicle is waiting until visibility is restored before pressing forward again. No point driving straight through a thick dust cloud into whatever may have been waiting for our lead vehicle to take that IED and get knocked out. There's zero chance any insurgents in the area know of our VIP cargo, but to them, hitting one convoy is as good as any other. They just want to score casualties. Still nervous about sitting still, I tell our Mark 19 automatic grenade launcher gunner, who is looking behind us and providing rear security, to keep his head on a swivel. Then it happens. There's a dull thwack 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 sound, and 3 cracks appear on the driver's side bullet-resistant front window. I can see dull sparks from rounds pinging off the armor of the Humvee in front of us. Without needing to be told, the M60 gunner in that Humvee immediately spins his turret and starts putting out fire into the field to our left, where the firing is coming from. My mouth goes dry. This is it, and I very desperately want one of 2 things to happen. I want the convoy lead to order us to dismount, because sitting in a Humvee is not a good place to be when the bad guys have RPGs, even if you're driving an up-armored version like we are. I also want the convoy to just press forward, pedal to the metal, get the hell out of here. That's exactly what doctrine states in most situations. You push out of the ambush zone, but we don't move. Then we get a question over the radio. Are we receiving fire to the rear? Negative. After a moment, the convoy lead asks for our gunner to lay down a 100 meter by 100 meter barrage on the field we're taking sporadic fire from. I yell at my gunner, who seems eager to obey the order. A half second later, there's the dull thumping from the huge automatic grenade launcher, and in my stomach, I can feel the impact of the 40mm grenades exploding. He puts out fire in a 100 by 100 meter square as instructed, because we can't see the shooters, and in my head, I remember practicing the same tactic when I too qualified on the Mark 19. I always pictured myself painting a giant box, the grenades being full of paint and making sure every single square inch of that box got filled in. The fire we were taking dies off long before our gunner finishes his job, then immediately turns his turret around to provide rear security again. We sit in silence for a few moments, and the order to go forward is given. I look down at my watch, and incredibly, only 2.5 minutes have passed since we stopped for the suspected IED. My first combat felt like hours, and it was barely 150 seconds. Later we get word that a security sweep of the area found the remains of 3 bodies. When I hear the news, I realize that these guys weren't the real deal. Probably just some fired up kids hoping to take out some Americans and make a name for themselves. The real insurgency is a lot better at their jobs. It's now 2 days later, 1800 hours. We just got out of a briefing for tonight's op and are headed for Chow. We've been tasked with providing security for some intelligence guys as they lead us to a house in a local village. Tonight's gonna be a snatch and grab. The target is a bomb maker who is suspected of being pretty high up the chain, and likely the guy who either built the bomb the teenagers who got themselves KIA the other day tried to use, or planted it himself and left them behind to try and take out some Americans. The intel guy suspected he's been sent there by his higher-ups to try and bolster the local insurgency. This area has been relatively quiet for years, but we're getting intel from locals that the insurgent forces are moving back in. If we can take this guy alive, it'll be a huge intelligence victory. So we're told over and over again how important it is we practice strict fire discipline. Also, the house is located in the very center of the village and packed right in next to 2 other houses on each side. The walls in most of these houses are really thin, and even our M4s can punch through these walls and hit someone on the other side. Limiting civilian casualties is critical. Nobody wants to be responsible for killing a civvy. I'm scared to death, but I try not to show it for the sake of my team. The prospect of going into the middle of a village to try to snatch a high-ranking enemy VIP makes my stomach churn. We've trained extensively for urban combat, even went through FBI training in close quarters battle or CBQ, and I know it can be a nightmare. There's too many places to hide or get ambushed from. Civilians everywhere. In military parlance, it's a total shit show. Also, tonight we can't go in with heavy weapons. We're limited to just M249 saws on the Humvees, and even those are for emergencies only. The M249 is like the smaller cousin of the M60 or the M240 Bravos, and there's something about seeing the big 60s or 240s on a turret that makes me feel safer, or preferably a 50 cal in a Mark 19. Everyone's in high spirits though. Only one other guy on our team has seen combat before, our sharpshooter. He doesn't really like to talk about it, but none of the snipers ever really do. Through a long-range scope, you can see the faces of the people you shoot at, and that makes the war real personal for those guys. It's now 0100 hours, and we're rolling back down a road en route to our target. The great thing about this part of the country is that few of these places have electricity, and the clear desert skies let you see more stars than you've ever seen in your life. The starlight is good for us. It lets us drive our Humvees and one escorting Bradley without headlights. Everyone uses night vision instead. Our vehicles may be loud, but we want to give the enemy as little a heads up as possible. A half hour later, we're rolling into the village, and everyone's on high alert. I remember asking during the briefing why we didn't just stop short of the target and hoof it. I feel safer approaching on foot without the vehicles making a bunch of noise and alerting the village the moment we enter. They want this to be a quick operation though. Literally drive up to the guy's front door and yank him out before anyone has a chance to react. On paper, it seemed like a good idea. In reality, I have my doubts, and those doubts grow as I start to see curtains being pulled back in windows and faces looking down at us in surprise. We're at the target block of houses within a minute of arriving though, and I find myself hopeful that we're fast enough to take off guard anyone who might be protecting the enemy VIP. I tell our driver to pull to the back of the houses. Us and a second team are tasked with securing the rear of the buildings and making sure nobody makes a run for it or tries to ambush us from this location. We're out of the Humvee in seconds, taking up positions overlooking the rear and corners of the 5-block row of houses. I look back and see my gunner in the turret behind the 249, and something in my gut tells me to get him off that turret. This is supposed to be a fast op, in and out, so it makes sense for him to stay in the turret, but I can't explain. Something tells me to get him and that gun down, so I do. He ends up taking position by one of the tires of the Humvee, proned out and gun facing down the road we're on. I can hear the entry team bash the front door in, and on cue, 2 of our guys back here pop flashbangs inside the 2 windows on the rear of the small target house. Up front, they do the same thing, and almost simultaneously, there's the roar of 4 or 5 bangers going off at once. We have no idea where in the 1-story house this guy is at, but we're not taking any chances. If he was awake and waiting for a fight, I guarantee he's no longer in a condition to do so. Everybody gets tense, waiting for the sound of gunfire, but there's nothing. Just the screaming of some civilians, a man and his wife and kids run out of one of the next door houses and take off down the street fleeing in terror. We let him go. Then there's a call over the radio. We hit the wrong house. The intel guy screwed up. Bad. The only people inside are an old woman and her 2 older daughters. The old woman's in bad shape from the bangers and she needs medical treatment ASAP. I hear the call to abort. We lost the element of surprise, and the last thing our 20-man crew wants to do is get caught with our pants down, as they currently are, in the middle of this village. Everyone starts rushing for the Humvees. Up front, they're taking the old woman and her daughters into the Bradley so they can rush them back to base for medical attention. Briefly, I think about my own grandmother. What if it had been her in that house? We made this mess. Now we gotta clean it up and make it right. Suddenly, there's light, then heat. Finally, a roar. I'm staring up at the sky and I can barely hear anything. Slowly, my hearing comes back. Then I look over at my Humvee just 40 feet away and it's in flames. Took an RPG and it looks like the gas tank got hit. There's burning diesel everywhere. Immediately, I look for my gunner and I see him miraculously laying down fire towards a house a block over. The thick, heavy-duty tire and axle somehow protected him from the blast. War is so random sometimes. My head's all fuzzy as I look at my gunner firing away, and I keep remembering, don't fire unless you need to, and keep off the 249s unless absolutely critical. There's civilians everywhere. I open my mouth to tell him to stop firing, but then I see the dust that's being kicked up all around me. Little explosions of dust everywhere, and I realize we're being shot at a lot. My hearing finally comes back as I crawl for cover behind a short concrete wall. The air is full of sharp cracks, and it dawns on me that that's the sound of being on the wrong end of a bullet. I make contact with my team, checking for any casualties. Everybody's fine, but the other team with us has a guy down. My mind races as I take stock of the situation. We're being told to extract ASAP, but I radio back that our Humvee's out and we got 1 casualty. The fire's coming from a house directly up the street from us, and I realized that this was probably the house we were looking for all along. Just our luck to be caught right out there in the open in front of it too. There's fire coming from 2 of the front-facing windows, and somewhere to the left of the house in another building as well. My guys are returning fire best they can, and the 249 is chewing up the front of the house, but having to stop for reloads every 30 seconds or so. He's got no assistant gunner with him this time to help him reload. We weren't supposed to need it. I can see the figures darting in and out of the house to the left and right, and I realize they figured out that we're just a small team, not even a full-strength platoon's worth of soldiers, and 3 of them are intel guys I'm not sure have fired a rifle since basing. I remember my training. We studied the Russian invasion of Afghanistan a lot. Their biggest mistake was staying put when under fire, letting the Mujahideen maneuver on them and outflank them. They took huge casualties because of that. We don't stay put. I order my saw gunner to stick with the other fire team to protect the wounded. Now they have 2. And I take my 2 other guys and make a break to our left. We duck behind another row of houses and start slowly sweeping forward. We may be under strength, but we've been trained to fight aggressively. A second fire team from the front of the house is mirroring our movement on a parallel street. One of their Humvees got knocked out as well, and we're down to 2 Humvees in the Bradley. Not enough room to move everyone out. We didn't bring spare vehicles because, again, we were supposed to be in and out. The US military has learned from its mistakes. Too often units have sat still, holding defensive positions waiting for extraction or a chance to make a break for it, racking up casualties the whole time. Not us. We got one way out of this mess, and that's to jump straight into the teeth of it. We take 4 guys completely by surprise. They're practically jogging down the middle of the street, not even bothering to move tactically, rifles up. Guess they expected us to hunker down, to sit still. Their mistake. They'll pay for it. It's a lot like shooting targets at the firing range. A few quick squeezes on the trigger and it's over in a couple of seconds. The 3 of us opening up almost simultaneously. We're now just a few houses over from the new target house, which is being hammered by one of the front team's 249s and incredibly still has people shooting back out of it. The other fire team maneuvering up also ran into their own bad guys, but they got pinned down in a firefight. Yes, their perps were smarter about how they moved toward an ongoing fight. We fixed the number of hostiles by now though, 2 still firing inside the house, and 3 engaging the fire team maneuvering up the street across from us. There's another estimated 3 down inside the house, 2 in front of it after trying to make a break out the front door, plus the 4 my team got. That's 14 hostiles total, 9 now KIA, who were all either living in or next to the target house. Suddenly, I'm really happy we didn't hit the right house. It would have been a bloodbath for the entry teams. It's a small village though, and the good news is that with so many hostiles in one spot, it's unlikely there's reinforcements coming from anywhere else. This gives me an idea. It's insane, and and I surprise myself when I realize I'm already transmitting it over the radio. I'm even more surprised when we get the go-ahead. We've been cleared to storm the house, take out the last 2 guys, hopefully seize the enemy VIP still alive, all with a 3-man assault squad. It's insane, I keep telling myself as we move toward the rear of the house, guns up and eyes trained on the windows and doors around us, but especially the rear door of the house. It's been left wide open, probably from the haste the guys trying to maneuver on us were in. I'm afraid. Damn afraid. I'm about to literally jump into the shark's mouth and take guys with me, but I push it out of my mind. I realize that this is the first time I've been afraid since the fighting actually started. I've been running on pure adrenaline, brain falling back on training. I go back to that place and I try to think about what's coming next as just another training exercise, just another breaching exercise. Move in, shoot the stationary target dummies, don't shoot the civilian dummies, reset the course, do it all over again. At the back of the house, I peer into one of the rear windows. There's what looks like a messy bedroom that sleeps at least a dozen guys. Blankets all over the floor, but it's clear. The back door leads to what I'm assuming is a hallway. Slowly, the 3 of us maneuver on that door, stopping just to the right of it. This was my stupid idea, so it's my head that peers out and into the open door. Long hallway, and I can hear what sounds like 2 guys firing from one of the rooms at the end of the hallway. Looks like they didn't leave any rear security. Again, probably expected us to sit tight, defend our casualties, and wait for extract. This is a new war though, we don't sit and wait for air support anymore. Hit us, and we're going for the jugular. I call for the gunner still putting fire on the house to aim high. The machine gunner is now shifting his fire up, hitting the roof of the building so he doesn't inadvertently put rounds through the thin walls and into us. By keeping up the fire though, he's drawing the attention of the 2 guys still inside, making them think they're still taking direct fire. I take point. Again, it's my bad idea. Might as well be the first in. Also, it's my team. The thought of one of the guys buying it and me going home safe because I was 2nd or 3rd in scares me more than this firefight. We stack on the side of the door, just like in training, ready to burst in almost simultaneously. The 3rd man on the stack squeezes the shoulder of the 2nd guy, who in turn squeezes my shoulder. That's the cue. And on getting that squeeze, I silently whip into the door, rifle up and ready. It's supposed to be a 4-man stack, but we adapt. I push past the first door on the left and the 2 men behind me whip into the room. I hold position just past the door, still focused dead ahead where the shooting is coming from, a room further down the hall on the right. A second later, the 2 come out of the door, whispering all clear. We press forward once again. The hallway is tight, too tight for the guys behind me to safely fire if anything happens without running the risk of hitting me in the back, so I'm all the security we have as we move forward. I'm duck walking, my feet spread widely apart and chest forward to the enemy. That way if I do take a round, it'll go straight into the thick armor plate covering my chest. It's an awkward technique to learn at first, but we've practiced it so long that it's easy as regular walking for me. I keep expecting someone to pop out ahead of us, but nobody does. The 2 firing away in the room ahead to our left are still completely unaware we're in the house. There's a body up ahead lying in the hallway. By now we're close enough to the front that I can see all the bullet holes in the walls where our rifle and machine gun fire tore straight through the thin walls of the home. This guy must have caught rounds that came through the closed front door when the fight started. I take a quick look at the body, which is lying face up, and then call for the man behind me to cover me as I take a knee real quick. His rifle goes up as I duck down, checking a photo in my pocket the intel guys provided us with. Yep, it's him, the bomb maker. Now, just another KIA. The entire mission is basically pointless now, just 2 loose ends left to tie up. The saw gunner out front has been strafing the far left side of the house and the roof to make it seem like he's still opening up on the bad guy shooting out the window. Now I call him over the radio. He pulls his fire up even higher, putting it clear over the roof of the building and into the sky. Me and my team are directly outside the bad guy's door now. I don't feel anything. Just another run through the CQB course back home. Nothing to it but swing in, fan out, take out your dummy targets, and press on. I feel that squeeze on my shoulder, and operating purely from instinct, I swing into the doorway and press forward. In CQB, you slice up a room into individual fields of fire, and each man has his own slice. It's vital you clear your slice first, even if there's no bad guy there, because if you ignore it to open up on a bad guy in somebody else's slice, you could miss someone. And now that bad guy you didn't put down is going to put you down and your team down. I swing into the room and press forward just like in training. First man in, I'm responsible for the far left rear corner of the room, away from the front-facing windows, away from the bad guys. The second and third man are in the room just split seconds after me. There's silence at first, then the roar of gunfire coming from my guys. My slice of the room is clear, so I turn to the known threats, but they're already down. They never saw us coming, never dreamed we would do anything but hunker down and try to defend ourselves. In combat, whoever has the initiative is typically the victor. We've been trained to be aggressive, to seize the initiative and deny it to the enemy, keep him off balance. Tonight, that training saved our lives. I think about this night later, and I find myself glad that my slice of the room had been clear. I'm glad it wasn't me that had to put down a hostile at point-blank range, close enough to see their face. Guns, tanks, stealth jets, and lasers? The US military has a pretty advanced army, and buried in those vaults are some of the strangest weapons ever invented. Here are the craziest military weapons the army still uses today. Number 20. Atchison Assault Shotgun. Everyone knows the positives of a shotgun. They hit like a tank, complete with an earth-shattering sound. The cons? Very limited capacity. That makes it useful for scaring off a daughter's boyfriend or blowing the head off a zombie, but maybe not so much in combat. Military weapons require both accuracy, ease of use, and high capacity, not something shotguns are typically known for. Enter the Atchison. Also known as the Auto Assault 12, this gun is one of the only automatic combat shotguns ever created. It only needs the user to make a quick trigger pull to fire and can fire up to a whopping 300 shots a minute. While this model was designed in the 1980s and has largely fallen out of favor, future designs built on it and combat shotguns are still used today. Making them even more useful, the powerful recoil that comes with a shotgun, knocking many an unexpected user off their feet, is barely present here. It takes the power of a shotgun and combines it with the accuracy and use of a rifle. But sometimes the best way to survive combat is not to be seen. Number 19. Adaptive Camouflage. It's hard to get a convoy through enemy territory. One wrong move and you could come under attack from dozens of snipers, and staying under the radar is easier when you're not taking massive military vehicles with you. Camouflage has been used by militaries for thousands of years, often as simple as the color of clothing soldiers wear. But disguising something large like a tank is a different story. In 2011, that all changed as BAE Systems announced an incredible new program that could protect convoys from enemy eyes. But could someone really make a tank invisible? Surprisingly, yes. The adaptive camouflage system was simply surprisingly effective. The sides of the armored vehicle would be covered with around 1,000 hexagonal panels that would take thermal images of everything around the vehicle. They would then reflect what was on the other side, creating an image of an area without the vehicle in it. Alternatively, the camouflage could reflect the chosen image, like a harmless car driving through, to eliminate suspicion. The infrared stealth system remains one of the top choices for high-tech camouflage available today. Sometimes what an army needs is strength. Number 18. Hulk. No, they're not dropping a green giant guy on the enemy, although that would be pretty effective. The Human Universal Load Carrier was an attempt by Berkeley Robotics starting in the year 2000 to see what a human can do when given a little assistance. Carrying equipment is one of the biggest challenges of the Army, and it often makes it hard to travel from one location to another. So, the scientists asked, what if we could increase a soldier's carrying capacity? By how much? How about an inhuman 200 pounds while traveling 10 miles an hour? And all it would take was a simple exoskeleton. The Hulk was designed to fit around the legs and back, providing support and a powered assist while carrying a massively heavy backpack. Powered by batteries, it would run for up to 8 hours while marching and could operate for days with lighter use. While it did perform up to par for weight and none of the troops using it were injured by the weights, the Army wasn't quite satisfied with the freedom of movement it offered, and it could cause strain on muscles. While it's not currently used in combat, interest in the project remains, bringing us all a little bit closer to being Iron Man. In combat, the most important factor is none other than accuracy. Number 17. Precision-guided firearm. In today's army, many of the soldiers are trained marksmen, but many only get basic training. And in the event of a draft, it's likely some would be thrown into combat with only a few weeks of training. That's why today's military is focused on how to take a little of the work off the soldier and onto the gun itself. The precision-guided firearm is an upgraded sniper rifle that not only has the traditional tracking scope, but comes with wireless smart technology to pick up data to make it easier to hit your target. And when we say pick up data, we mean all of the data. The most advanced of all these weapons can hack into a local and larger network to pick up data from voice and video all around. The digital scope can also provide visual assistance for locking onto the target, similar to how fighter jets often have precise targeting mechanisms. If this sounds like super spy territory, that's because it is, and many of these weapons can track targets and figure out the best possible vantage point to hit them from, without much input from the man behind the scope. But what if it wasn't just the gun that was smart? Number 16. Smart bullets. Precision-guided munitions are not new. Missiles and torpedoes are often equipped with guiding mechanisms that can not only just lock onto targets, but change their trajectory if the target moves. In 2008, the Exacto program at DARPA switched their strategy from focusing solely on smart guns, developing bullets that can have the same abilities. The earliest model would illuminate the target with a laser designator, and the bullet would be keyed to follow that. It would be able to track targets up to a mile away and change position 30 times a second. But modern designs might be even more advanced. The research into smart bullets is ongoing, and Dr. Roland Barrett developed a model that would have 3 fiber optic eyes around it for tracking. Other designed bullets would be able to be controlled by radio waves or travel around corners automatically without needing to be fired from a curved barrel. These weapons are still in development, and the biggest roadblock in their way? Money. After all, most soldiers will only use one gun, but a lot of bullets, and making every one of them a smart bullet would involve a lot of technology. Maybe time to send those bullets through community college instead. Sometimes, though, you need non-lethal weapons. Number 15. Taser Shockwave. A stun gun can be a useful way to neutralize an enemy without killing or seriously hurting them, like when you need them coherent for interrogation. But that becomes a lot harder when the person is part of a large group of enemies, and they're all coming right at you. They're probably going to overwhelm you before you get the chance to fire the taser more than once, and that's if you don't run out of charge. But what if you could fire 10 tasers at one time? That's the question the mad scientists at the Taser Corporation decided to answer, and the resulting weapon was amazing, if not exactly practical. Meet the Taser Shockwave, a battery of stun guns attached to cables and loaded into a launcher. When triggered, the tasers shoot out and deliver powerful shocks to just about anyone they hit. It might look like a many-headed dragon, but it's effective at incapacitating attackers quickly and in large numbers, if it hits the target. Accuracy isn't really its strong suit, and in a combat situation, there's no guarantee it would hit its target. Taser continues to refine the weapon, and some think it might be more suited to crowd control than combat. And sometimes, you need weapons in the most unusual circumstances. Number 14. Heckler & Koch P11. You're on a submarine, and you get an alert. A saboteur is trying to sink you. You get into the water to engage, but there is just one problem. Your gun isn't equipped for firing underwater. Ordinary rounds lose range and accuracy when fired underwater. Fortunately, you're armed with the Heckler & Koch P11, one of the best underwater pistols ever developed. It's short and stubby, looking more like a checkout scanner than a gun, but it packs a punch. But the surface isn't the only thing that makes it different. The P11 only has 5 barrels as opposed to the usual 6. It fires steel darts rather than traditional bullets, but they can still tear through the enemy. And rather than being traditionally fired, it uses a battery pack in the grip. Also, don't use it recklessly. It can't be reloaded by users and has to be returned to the factory for more ammo. This isn't a weapon that's used too often unless we wind up fighting an army from the lost city of Atlantis, but its secrets are well kept. So well, in fact, its manufacturer won't comment on it. Sometimes the military goes small, and sometimes they go big. Number 13. Electromagnetic Laboratory Railgun. The U.S. Office of Naval Research is not a place you get into easily. This is where all the prototypes of the most advanced weapons in the military's stable can be found. But one of them has the potential to be one of the deadliest weapons ever created, taking an already powerful tool and supercharging it with modern technology. A railgun is a massive weapon that fires projectiles at rapid speed and would be one of the most powerful weapons in the U.S. arsenal without needing the equipment for traditional firing. So what is the secret of this massive prototype? Instead of chemicals designed to ignite explosions, this railgun would fire projectiles entirely using magnetic fields and electricity, and they would travel faster and hit harder than any bullet currently available, up to a whopping 5,600 miles per hour. This gives the railgun power associated with cruise missiles. It's currently in testing, and the military is optimistic about mounting it on ships soon enough. But to get there, they'll have to perfect the repeated fire capability, because for this gun, it's both quantity and quality, and that means a lot more tests. But what if the military didn't need to use humans at all? Number 12. The Fire Scout. When troops are in a pitched firefight and they see a helicopter from up above, it usually means one thing: backup is here. But the powerful defense contractor Northrop Grumman has given a new twist. The helicopter is here to provide support, but that doesn't mean there's anyone on board. The Fire Scout looks almost exactly like a standard military chopper, but you'll see a few differences. For one thing, it doesn't have windows, because there's no one inside to look out of them. The Fire Scout might be the most advanced drone ever created. It can take off and land independently, provide aerial fire support for ground troops, and has a top-of-the-line targeting system. While it's designed to be used in combat, it's also an effective surveillance tool. It was declared mission-capable in 2019 and took to the skies, although the Navy continues to develop and enhance it. This raises the question: if the smart machines are the wave of the future, which other heavy artillery could soon be roaming the battlefield without any soldiers on board? Naturally, we're about to find out. Number 11. The Black Knight. Tanks are the workhorse of the military. These treaded vehicles provide valuable shelter for soldiers, run over enemy lines, and are equipped with powerful guns. There's just one downside. If they take a hard hit, they can be hard to escape from in a hurry, which is why the mad geniuses of BAE Systems asked, what if we had a tank without the vulnerable people inside? Enter the Black Knight, a 12-ton tank designed as an unmanned ground combat vehicle. It looks like an ordinary tank on the surface, but much like the Fire Scout, looks can be deceiving. Let's just say you don't want to be in the way of this drone. It's armed with both a turret-mounted large gun and a coaxial machine gun, runs on traditional Caterpillar diesel engines, and its tractor treads make it ideal for off-road operations. It's operated by remote control, but also can use its computer system to make in-combat decisions, independently of operator input. While it's ideal for missions that are too dangerous to send soldiers into the field, its technology is still a work in progress as the military tries to perfect the wireless communication system. But many people in power think this is the remote tank that might be the wave of the future. The military has developed many non-lethal weapons, some with a devastating impact. Number 10. Phaser. It looks like a sci-fi laser gun, and it kinda acts like it too. The Phaser, officially titled the Personnel Halting and Stimulation Response Rifle, is a massive laser dazzler gun designed by the Air Force's Research Division. It doesn't fire a projectile, but can neutralize an entire field of enemies in seconds by unleashing a massive burst of light that can temporarily blind them. This is a low-intensity laser, which means that the victim should recover quickly, but it can leave an entire field of soldiers stumbling among each other and firing nowhere in particular. So why is this weapon not everywhere yet? It's not that the gun didn't work, it's that the military had to make sure it didn't work too well. Blinding weapons that can cause permanent damage are banned under a 1995 UN protocol, and using them is seen as a crime against humanity, so the military needed to make sure there were no lasting side effects. They also had to give it a really cool name, and someone in the design process was definitely a Star Trek fan. But unlike its namesake weapon, this one only has a stun setting. This next weapon might be the way out of some close quarters. Number 9. The Corner Shot. In the 1940s, the Nazi army debuted a new weapon, the Krumlauf, a rifle with a curved barrel that could shoot around corners. It was an innovative solution to a major combat problem, and it was a complete failure, with the bullets getting jammed and damaging the barrel after only a few shots. But over 50 years later, the design might have been perfected, ironically by an Israel weapons designer named Amos Golan. Designed in cooperation with American investors, the Corner Shot has become a key tool for modern militaries. But technology has marched on since the 1940s, and it shows. Unlike the failed version, this weapon doesn't try to shoot a bullet through a curved barrel. Instead, it mounts to a small pistol on the end of a larger weapon, allowing it to be aimed at the target that can be seen through a periscope lens. And it's not a high-powered weapon, but it's one that makes shooting targets from the safety of cover much easier. And in case you're looking for a little more firepower, it can be equipped with a 40mm grenade launcher that can send rounds flying in any direction you choose, without the risk of blowing up your own barrel. Sometimes it's not about the firepower you pack, but it's about what you see. Number 8. IVAS. Soldiers can be armed with the best weapons in the world, but in the fog of war, they're dependent on their own eyesight. If they're caught in smoke or in a snowstorm, their aim might be off, leading to missed targets or worse, friendly fire casualties. This gets even more dangerous when the enemy releases vision-clouding weapons, letting them get the drop on the soldiers, which is why teams in the United States Army are working on a unique new headset, one that will not just clear their vision, but plunge the soldiers into a new world. Are our soldiers ready for virtual reality? The Integrated Visual Augmentation System, or IVAS, is an augmented reality headset that eliminates visual fog and provides soldiers with a unique array of image options. This includes a thermal setting, so soldiers will be able to see hidden enemies. It also can filter out interference and let soldiers focus on what's important. The headset is in final testing, and the Army plans to use it both as a field tool and a training tool, with soldiers able to engage against virtual enemies in the headset. Maybe exclusive headset video games will soon make some pro gamers sign up for the service too. It's not the only field where the military is working on what sounds like science fiction. Number 7. Quantum Stealth. Guy Kramer comes from Canadian innovation royalty, being the grandson of the man who invented the first walkie-talkie. But he might be looking to outdo his granddad by cracking a concept H.G. Wells invented in fiction over a century ago. How do you turn someone invisible? The military has been working on a vehicle camouflage for a while, but options for mobile soldiers are much limited. That's where Quantum Stealth comes into play, a long-term project between Kramer's company Hyperstealth and military officials in both Canada and the USA. So what's the secret to his innovation? The keys to quantum stealth are being kept close to the military's chest, but what we know is that quantum stealth uses lenticular lenses, the same technology seen in 3D movie posters. The lenses refract light according to the angle they're viewed at, and the way that they're arranged creates dead spots where the object isn't visible, but the background is. While it doesn't render the subject completely invisible and can create a blurry spot, it's more than effective enough to confuse a soldier observing from a distance. So it's no surprise the government is investing heavily in the technology. But sometimes you need an earth-shattering kaboom. Number 6. XN1 Laws. Unleash the Death Ray. Laser weapons are part of science fiction lore, but the US government doesn't want to destroy any planets with them, we hope. The advantage of lasers is that they use a simple powered device and don't rely on ammunition, so they can deliver more than one hit in quick succession. The XN1 Laws was developed by the US Navy and first deployed for field testing in 2014, and the USS Ponce was the lucky ship to get to fire it first. It uses an infrared beam launched from a laser array to hit flying and sea-based targets. So, how does it work? For one thing, it's highly energy efficient, needing only an energy pulse to fire and none of the equipment. It can also be adjusted for power, being useful for temporarily blinding enemies at the lowest level. But when it's dialed up to the maximum level of 30,000 watts, it can deliver a massive punch. Not only can it target motors and fry sensors, but it can detonate explosive material on an enemy boat before it reaches its target. It might not be able to blow up enemy battleships from afar, but it's the most effective laser weapon yet. And when it comes to non-lethal tech, sometimes things get weird. Number 5. LED Incapacitator. The enemy is advancing, and the only thing that will defeat them is a flashlight? Well, not just any flashlight. The LED Incapacitator is one of the oddest weapons designed by the Department of Homeland Security's Innovation Research Office, and it's largely designed for use at border crossings and other locations where confrontations with suspicious individuals who might be carrying contraband are likely. Rather than using a traditional weapon, this weapon unleashes a series of random pulses of multicolored light, which switch frequencies often and cause pressure on the brain, and the effects can be messy. The first symptom is a severe headache, and subjects can experience temporary blindness because their eyes can't adjust to the flashing lights. But they also can't focus, become disoriented, and are hit with a wave of nausea, which is why this weapon has earned the nickname the Puke Ray. It's largely an effective weapon against individual targets, but some subjects have been proven largely immune. While it hasn't been deployed everywhere due to concerns over its effectiveness, the odds are it would at least be a useful distractor. But that's nothing compared to what this next non-lethal weapon does. Number 4. Active Denial System. The US military and defense contractor Raytheon wanted a way to maintain perimeter security and crowd control without having to rely on live fire, and they developed an option that comes out of science fiction. Known as the ADS, it works by firing an energy beam of similar wavelength to the way a microwave oven works. But instead of heating up your frozen burrito, the ADS is going to heat up you. It activates the water and fat molecules in the skin, suddenly heating them and creating a painful effect that sends anyone hit with it running. But surely, microwaving people can't be ethical, right? While the technology is scary, the effects have been minimal. A microscopic percentage of those affected develop minor burns and blistering, while most retreat from the painful sensation without suffering any obvious injuries. While the device could seriously hurt someone if focused on them, the device is intended to protect perimeters and deter people from entering, meaning they'll have the option to run away as soon as they feel the heat. Authorities are now exploring deploying it in both theaters of war and as a way to keep prisoners from escaping over the fence. This next weapon raises the question, is James Bond becoming real? Number 3. The Armatix IP-1. This weapon doesn't look like much, it's just a standard handgun. But if the agent carrying it gets attacked and disarmed, the enemy grabs their gun, they'll be in for an unpleasant surprise. Because it doesn't matter how many bullets are in the chamber, that gun is not firing. The Armatix IP-1, developed by a famous German firearms manufacturer, is notable for being one of the most advanced smart guns in the world. Not only is it optimized to be safe and easy to fire and equipped with a camera, but it can only be fired by its authorized user, and it pulls that off with an unassuming accessory. The Armatix IP-1 comes in 2 parts, the gun and the wristwatch it's linked to. It might look like a standard accessory, but it's actually an RFID system that communicates with a handgun and can wirelessly affect it when within 10 inches. If the gun is separated from the watch wearer, it becomes a paperweight. This is one watch battery you don't want to run out, so it indicates the charge on both parts, and it comes with a targeting system that can identify and only fire toward the assigned target. It's not a surprise that this gun is not only being considered for classified missions, but many people want some of its features added to standard guns. But what's the ultimate frontier in combat? It just might be droids. Number 2. Modular Advanced Armed Robotic System. What's better than armed combat vehicle drones? How about an armed robotic soldier that can head into battle instead of humans? We might be a long way from the cyborg wars, but that hasn't stopped the Defense Department from dreaming big. They've been experimenting with combat robots for a while, and the current models are more advanced than ever. Coming soon to a battlefield near you, the Mars, a nearly 400-pound robot armed with sensors, weapons, and cameras, and it's packing more firepower than any human could carry. How much? How about a machine gun? 4 grenade launchers, the capability to fire non-lethal gear like tear gas, as well as laser dazzler and a loudspeaker for communicating safely with the enemy. For non-combat missions, the Mars can be equipped with the ability to carry up to 120 pounds. While some combat robots are designed for artificial intelligence, the Mars is more analog, controlled by an operator at base like a drone. But it doesn't need to be a smart robot, it's got enough brawn to make up for the brains. But there's one more robot in the field that might take you by surprise and make you say, "What a good boy." Number 1. Robot dogs. A battlefield is stressful enough, but imagine seeing a large 4-legged animal approaching you. It looks kind of like a dog, but the proportions are off and it's moving fast. This isn't some weird desert beast, it's one of the military's most popular innovations, the Big Dog. This 4-legged military robot was developed by Boston Dynamics and DARPA in 2005 for equipment carrying purposes, essentially replacing the pack mules of old. Its 4-legged system would let it overcome rough terrain, and each one would have a complex onboard computer. But sometimes reality defeats innovation. The Big Dog project didn't work out for carrying military equipment because they were too loud for combat. Turns out all those moving parts aren't quiet. But this wasn't the end of the project. While the original shut down in 2015, a smaller all-electric model with a lower carrying capacity was soon introduced. And many current models are being equipped not just with carrying capacity, but with non-lethal defense capabilities. That means these robot dogs have a bite, and they might just be coming to a city near you. Modern Western civilization can trace its roots to ancient Greece, with the foundations for military and government systems drawn from 2 of the most legendary city-states to ever exist, Athens and Sparta. Athens would inspire Western civilization to rule fairly and espouse democratic ideals, while Sparta would form the backbone of military traditions meant to defend that democracy. But what was life really like in ancient Sparta? Hello and welcome to another episode of the Infographics Show. Today we're asking, what was life like for a Spartan warrior? Spartan society was, well, Spartan. It was a civilization that eschewed luxury and comfort in favor for discipline, precision, and obedience. Its men and women were wholly dedicated to the Spartan military, with almost the entirety of their efforts spent every day in supporting or strengthening Sparta's ability to wage war. Spartan citizens weren't even allowed to engage in trading, and coins were outlawed. Every free citizen was equal. There was no gender or wealth gap, as engaging in trade or even making clothing and farming was seen as work only fit for slaves to do. There was no 1%, as there was no interest in amassing wealth. Sadly, there was also little interest in the arts, science, or philosophy, unless it served the military. A Spartan soldier's life began at birth, with the child inspected and discarded if found to be physically or mentally handicapped in any way. When a child reached age 5, they would be inspected once more and killed if found to be too unhealthy. Sparta had no room for the weak. At age 7, male children were taken to a local agoge, a sort of military academy boot camp. From that moment on, a Spartan child no longer belonged to his parents, but rather to the state as a whole. At the agoge, Spartan children were purposefully underfed and encouraged to steal food, only to be severely beaten if they were caught. But not because stealing was wrong, but because they were in fact caught. This was meant to teach them to be stealthy and crafty, but also to endure hunger, as they may have to in the midst of a long campaign. You didn't have to be caught doing anything wrong in order to earn a beating though, as part of a Spartan child's training in becoming a soldier included routine and random beatings meant to ensure they grew up tough. Living in groups under the tutelage of an older man, boys were encouraged to fight amongst themselves to determine who was the strongest, although they were strictly taught to never fight each other in anger or hold grudges. This too was purely pragmatic rather than philosophical, as it ensured that morale stayed good amongst soldiers fighting side by side. Spartan children were not given beds to sleep on, but instead had to make their own from tough reeds pulled from riverbanks by hand, and forget about sheets or blankets. At age 12, they were given only a single item of clothing a year, a red cloak, and would not earn shoes until graduating into military service, going barefoot even in the middle of winter. This would prepare Spartan soldiers for the reality of life on the campaign trail, as Spartans did not carry sleeping cots, tents, or even blankets with them as they marched. sleeping on the ground itself wrapped only in their clothes. At age 12, a Spartan child was put under the tutelage of an older soldier in a sort of mentor relationship. Although many Greeks often made claims about pederasty in Spartan society, this one-on-one relationship was meant to pass on knowledge and experience, as well as build loyalty between soldiers and from the young child to the state. At age 18, a Spartan youth would then be initiated into adulthood through a practice called the Crypteia, a ritual seen as barbaric and brutal by the rest of the civilized world. During the Crypteia, Spartan teenagers formed into small groups and were tasked with murdering a number of slaves. Sometimes blades were provided, other times they were left to fend for themselves and improvise weapons or murder with their bare hands. The teenagers would then look for the largest and strongest of slaves and ambush the slave when unawares. Weak slaves or female slaves were rarely targeted as they were not seen as a great threat, and thus it was the biggest and strongest who were at risk of being murdered. Though participants in a Crypteia could be punished with beatings if caught, the beatings were punishment not for the murder, but for actually being caught. Slaves had no rights or protections, and in fact, every year the ruling Spartan body would declare war on their slaves, so their murder was not seen as a murder, but rather as a casualty in an ongoing war. Considering that Spartans relied completely on their slaves for everything from sewing their clothes to trading with the other city-states, it may seem insane that murder of their own slaves was encouraged and even mandated, but for all their warrior might, Spartans lived in constant fear of their slave population. Outnumbering normal Spartans 7-1, Spartans were all too aware that a revolt could be devastating to the city-state, and in fact, it very nearly ended a Spartan rule around 490 BC when slaves revolted and nearly overthrew the Spartan government. From that day on, Spartans kept a very tight leash on their slaves, and once even put wreaths on the heads of 2,000 of their strongest slaves and promised them their freedom only to lead them away to a temple and slaughter them all. At age 20, Spartans officially became part of the army, but they were not allowed to marry and live together in barracks until the age of 30. During this time, they also competed fiercely with each other for entry into the Spartan Hippeis, a royal guard of honor, of which only 300 of the best warriors would be chosen to accompany the king. Also at age 20, Spartans were voted into one of several public messes, with votes cast by members of those messes. Think of it as pledging to a fraternity the way college students do today, only with far less partying and drinking, as most Spartans did not drink alcohol and were warned against it from childhood. For Spartans, alcohol and any other substance that incapacitated you was seen as building weakness, and slaves would often be forced to get drunk on alcohol and then be publicly humiliated so that Spartan children could see the dangers of drinking. Votes for entry into a mess had to be unanimous, and this would build a strong camaraderie between the members of that mess and ensure cohesiveness in battle. Spartans had until the age of 30 to gain entry into a mess, after which if they still had not gained entry, they would be denied full Spartan citizenship, which means they were not allowed to vote or hold office. Upon joining the army at age 20, Spartans drilled day and night in battle formations. Spartan armies made the use of the dreaded phalanx formation, in which rows of soldiers would be stacked one after the other, with each soldier's shield protecting the right flank of the man next to him. This created an impenetrable wall of bronze bristling with spear points that was nearly impossible to defeat as long as it held its cohesiveness. Yet, as powerful as the phalanx was, if discipline failed for even a second and the army forced an opening, the entire formation would shatter, leaving soldiers vulnerable and exposed. This, in essence, was the entire point of Spartan training. The phalanx must never break, and in fact, Spartan phalanxes hardly ever did. With row after row of soldiers, each Spartan would push his shield into the back of the man in front of him, pushing the entire formation forward and pressing into the enemy. Those on the first 3 or 4 ranks would stab out with their spears or hurl them at the enemy, and if injured or cut down, the man behind him would immediately take their place. A living tank of bronze, leather, and human muscle. The Greek phalanx was a thing to be greatly feared, as the Persians would learn, and few were more formidable than those made up of Spartan men. Spartan society revolved entirely around their military might, and their adult life from ages 7 to 60 was devoted entirely to training and fighting. While not at war, Spartans spent every waking moment training and drilling, honing themselves for future battles. The ancient Greek historian Plutarch commented that for Spartans, war was seen as almost a holiday, saying their bodily exercises were less rigorous during their campaigns, and they were allowed a regimen less rigid. They were the only men in the world for whom war brought a respite in the training for war. yet brutally overseeing a population of slaves that outnumbered them greatly and routinely rebelled against them. It's perhaps little wonder that Spartans dedicated themselves wholly to fighting. In the end, though, this myopic focus on fighting would lead to Spartans influencing the military traditions of the modern Western world, but it would be their hated rivals, Athens, who would truly be the shining beacon of philosophy, science, and democracy that built a brighter future for mankind. They say that war is hell, but it can also be extremely strange. How strange, you ask? How about weapons that can supposedly fire 1 million bullets in the space of a minute? Or pigeons piloting bombs? Or a gun that won't kill you, but it'll make you violently puke everywhere? Welcome to the weird side of warfare, as we reveal the stunning secrets of the strangest weapons the militaries of the world have ever employed. While this list will have its fair share of utterly insane guns, if you're worried that this will be a laundry list of magazine capacities and fire rate statistics, worry no more. We're going much wider and much weirder in our search than weapons that only have barrels and triggers. Let's get into the madness. First, a gun that looks like it came straight out of a Looney Tunes cartoon. The Krumlauf STG-44 assault rifle, one of humanity's first attempts at firing around corners, at the expense of looking like a bank robber who just had his weapon origamied by Superman. The name Krumlauf translates literally to curved barrel, which was both the rifle's greatest asset and its greatest weakness. It was intended to be the rifle of choice for German tank crews during World War II, who could point the curved barrel out of the tank's escape hatch and aim it with the use of a periscope sight, all without directly exposing themselves to enemy fire. But bullets would often shatter in the barrel before eventually shattering the barrel itself, after firing 300 or so rounds. As you can imagine, it never really caught on. Ironically, it was Nazi Germany's perfect opposite, the nation of Israel, that eventually perfected the technology for shooting around corners, with tech appropriately titled Corner Shot. This accessory, designed by the Israeli Defense Forces in 2003 with American investments, was intended for use by SWAT teams who may need to shoot around tight corners and indoors without needing to put themselves in danger. Given it employs a more advanced version of the original periscope sight, it's fair to say we never had the corner shot without the Krumlauf. Never give up on your dreams, kids. But let's get weirder with it, a lot weirder. If you're a big fan of the Gears of War series, or if you've been known to watch Rooster Teeth's WWII series, you might have fantasized about a gun that also doubles up as a badass melee weapon. If that sounds like you, then you'll be delighted to hear it had already happened. Meet the Flintlock Axe Pistol. This absurd weapon was born out of necessity, given that reloading a flintlock pistol could be a very involved process. And in the heat of battle, you can't exactly ask your opponents to give you a few minutes while you carefully pour your gunpowder into the barrel. That's why this little number was incredibly popular with the Polish cavalry from the 16th to the 18th century, and the Swedish Navy all the way up to the year 1840. After you shoot your shot, you can still be plenty deadly by using your flintlock as a war axe. But when it comes to fusing a melee weapon with a gun, the flintlock axe is nothing compared to our next contender, the Apache revolver. Despite the name, this weird weapon actually has nothing to do with the Native American tribe. It actually comes from a scary French street gang from the early 1900s known as Les Apaches, who had a flair for both violence and showmanship. First hitting the streets in 1869, the Apache is a 6-shot revolver with a foldable handle that can double as a knuckle duster, as well as a fixed pocket knife that makes it a perfect backup weapon when you're out of bullets and too tired to punch. Despite its criminal origins, the gun did eventually go military, with a revolver of similar design ending up at the hands of the British commandos during World War II. But the weirdness of that pales in comparison to our next gun. Imagine, if you will, for a second, punching someone in the face and shooting them in the head at the same time, with one hand. Enter the Sedgley OSS-38, also known as the Sedgley fist gun. Created and used by the OSS during World War II, this weapon is a thick glove with a modified single-shot .38 caliber pistol attached, with a pressure pad rather than a trigger. A punch will depress the pressure pad, firing off the round into whatever was punched. The weapon was intended to be used in covert assassinations or as a close-range Hail Mary measure when all else fails. But when it comes to single-shot assassination tools, it's hard to beat the kiss of death, Soviet lipstick pistol. And yes, it is really exactly what it sounds like. From 1965, this romantic spy weapon was easy to sneak past border guards, but could still fire a 4.5mm round into the body of an unsuspecting target with a simple push. However, it would seriously wreck your day if you forgot you were carrying it and tried to touch up your lipstick. Speaking of guns that you should not put near your mouth despite names and appearances, meet the harmonica gun. You probably won't enjoy the music this one plays. This early attempt at high-capacity pistols never really caught on, but they are memorable for their strange design. The magazine was horizontal and breech-loaded, which a number of later technological advancements made obsolete, but you really have to wonder how was anyone ever supposed to fit a gun like this into their pocket. For our next few weapons, we're going to go even further into the past, namely ancient China, for the Nu repeating crossbow, a weapon of choice for assassins operating during the famous Warring States period. You may think of crossbows as a weapon that is accurate but slow. The repeating crossbows were something else, fired from the hip and operated by repeatedly pulling back the cocking lever until the magazine had exhausted all of its bullets. The assassins who used it often made up for its low stopping power by dipping the tips of the bolts in poison. But if you wanted a similar ancient Chinese proto-gun with a little more firepower, it's hard to go wrong with the Nest of Bees arrow launcher. Much like its namesake, it'd be painful to end up on the wrong end of this deadly military device. It's a hexagonal tube filled with 32 often poisoned rocket arrows designed to fire at once, porcupining whatever unfortunate soul is standing on the other end. But far more bizarre and dangerous than the Nest of Bees is the Rebellicon, a multiple-barreled volley gun that revolutionized artillery. Used as early as 1399 during the 100 Years' War between England and France, the Rebellicon fired off multiple fanned barrels at once, taking out everything in front of it. Fun fact, one of the many nicknames for the Rebellicon is Infernal Machine. But not all the Infernal Machines are designed to kill, at least not intentionally. Some are just meant to incapacitate. Enter the utterly deranged Taser Shockwave. The Taser Shockwave is basically a wall of electric shocks, a stationary rig consisting of 36 tasers in 2 rows capable of firing out electrified barbs in a crowd control situation. While this weapon is non-lethal on paper, tasers have caused fatal heart attacks on numerous occasions, and a taser shockwave is the power of a taser increased by a factor of 36. Yeah, seems just a little excessive. But not as excessive as this defunct baby from the one and only Saddam Hussein. We're talking, of course, about the now infamous Project Babylon Supergun, part of a category known as space guns because they are literally powerful enough to fire their projectiles into space. The Project Babylon Superguns began design and construction in 1988 with the help of Canadian heavy artillery expert Gerald Bull, though the weapons were never able to complete their development, as Bull was assassinated halfway through the design process, very possibly by agents of Mossad. Back in the world of non-lethal weaponry, we have the remarkably science fiction-looking phaser blinding gun. This outlandish rifle is meant to do exactly what its name suggests, by firing a dazzling ray of light that causes temporary blindness and disorientation. Blinding the enemy might seem like a solid strategy on paper, but an enemy without vision can still shoot back, albeit with an even greater chance of collateral damage. These weapons might also cause permanent blindness despite intentions, which led to them being banned by the 1995 UN Protocol on Blinding Laser Weapons. We guess they set the development of the phaser to stun. But just because blinding laser weapons were banned doesn't mean the militaries of the world haven't been working on other insane applications for their sci-fi dream tech. Meet the active denial system, colloquially known as the heat ray. This vehicle-mounted directed energy weapon was intended and even deployed for non-lethal crowd control in Afghanistan. It produced an extremely painful burning sensation on the skin with increased exposure, but according to proponents of the ADS, there is no long-term damage. Those who experience second-degree burns as a result of exposure may be less inclined to agree. Maybe energy weapons are too futuristic for your tastes and it's time to return to good old-fashioned projectiles. Then the Gyrojet rocket rifle has all the propellant explosives you need. Designed to gyroscopically fire rockets from its oversized barrel, the Gyrojet could theoretically be as portable as a standard-issue rifle while also packing a wallop on the level of a mortar. Theoretically being the operative word, as in practice the aim of this weapon was inconsistent, and slow load times and tests made it inferior to the small arms that it was trying to replace. Sometimes all the explosive power in the world doesn't matter if you can't hit a target. But if putting rockets in rifles wasn't stupid enough for you, how about putting pigeons in bombs? That's exactly the intention of Project Pigeon, a World War II weapons development plan first created by psychologist B.F. Skinner. Missile guiding technology really wasn't what it is today back then, so the militaries of the world were looking for creative ways to help their bombs find their targets. After finding some success in bat-based bombs, Yes, really. They figured, well, why not pigeons? We cannot stress enough that this was not a case of strapping tiny bombs to pigeons. This project gave pigeons tiny control centers inside larger bombs, hoping that their ability to think, in line with Skinner's model of behaviorist animal training, would allow them to find their way to enemy targets with ease. Yeah, it didn't really catch on. From birds of the sky to beasts of the sea, we have the Russian attack dolphins, the mammalian commandos that threaten to combine raw animal intelligence with aquatic maneuverability. In the modern day, the Black Sea naval base of Sevastopol is guarded by many Russian soldiers, not all of them human. Some of the marine operatives are in fact highly trained dolphins capable of finding and dispatching enemy divers. It isn't just dolphins either. On April 23, 2019, a beluga whale with Russian naval training was discovered off the coast of Norway. He was nicknamed Valdemir and is believed to have escaped captivity by using his own skills. And if you want to take this as an inspiration for a Russian take on The Bourne Identity, where Matt Damon plays an elite Russian beluga agent, you better be willing to pay us some royalties for our trouble. Though maybe you prefer military technology that doesn't need to be regularly fed fish. Maybe you want a method of taking down tanks that also feels like it could be ridden in a charming French or Italian indie film. Introducing the delightful and deadly Vespa 150 TAP anti-tank scooter. This official creation by Vespa for the French military is able to look chic while also terrifying your local tank crews with its speed, maneuverability, and M20 75mm recoilless rifle capable of firing high-energy anti-tank rounds. While the teams would generally stop to fire the weapons, in an emergency it was possible to fire the weapon while the Vespa was still on the move. But enough of that, it's too cool and too practical, and sometimes it takes a true visionary genius to craft a comically unusable weapon that nobody likes. Such is the case with James Puckle-esque and his appropriately named Puckle gun. This predecessor to the modern machine gun was a flintlock weapon that could fire one shot every 6 seconds, which was respectably swift for the time. The bullets themselves could come in two varieties, normal and inexplicably square-shaped. According to Puckle, these square-shaped bullets caused more damage and could even convert Muslim Turk targets to Christianity. Somehow, Puckle was a very odd duck. But what if, instead of square projectiles, you could just fire really, really big ones? If that revs your engine, then you're gonna love the Pumhart von Steyr. This nearly 9-ton piece of 15th century artillery could fire a 1,520-pound stone ball over 2,000 feet with the aid of 33 pounds of gunpowder. As you probably have guessed by now, its main use was breaching fortresses in siege warfare, but if you took a shot from it, well, there wouldn't be much left of you afterwards. Some medieval combat tactics never die out, and this is true of bombarding the enemy with foul stenches a la the skunk, a powerful stink weapon. The skunk is usually mounted on the back of a vehicle and sprays a yellow mist that has the odor of rotten sewage. The versatile fluid can also be contained in canisters and deployed in the form of grenades. From most accounts, the smell is unbearable as it lingers on live targets for days regardless of how much they bathe. Several police departments across the United States have purchased the skunk, so be ready to smell it on a street corner near you. But why make your enemies really stinky when you could just crush them with a 20-foot tungsten pillar literally dropped from orbit? That might sound like a weapon Wile E. Coyote would buy from the Acme Company, but this was an actual Cold War weapons project known as Rods from God. Known scientifically as kinetic orbital bombardment, recent studies have actually shown this weapon wouldn't be all that effective compared to more conventional armaments. While the intention was to have the projectile descend toward the target at hypersonic speeds, this would not meaningfully increase the Rods from God's damage compared to medium or even low-speed descent, though it still completely annihilates you, turning you and the immediate area around you into superheated plasma if one happened to fall on your bedroom while you were watching this video. Speaking of God, if you want to obliterate a target with more bullets than he ever thought to put on this earth, there's always the Metal Storm super machine gun. Developed in 2007, the Metal Storm was a prototype machine gun system known for its blistering fast rate of fire and the sheer amount of bullets it could deploy, roughly 1 million rounds per minute. There's never been a machine gun with close to that rate of fire used on any battlefield, mostly because no conflict on Earth has ever required that level of concentrated firepower. I mean, maybe if Godzilla ever turns up, global militaries will suddenly see a spike in demand for the Metal Storm. Let's go a little further back in time to the earliest days of semi-automatic weaponry and the misleadingly named Mars automatic pistol first gracing the battlefields and old-timey bar fights in the year 1890. While it's a collector's item today, the British military operatives who were forced to use it before its discontinuation in 1907 absolutely hated the thing. It was famous for its mule-like kickback, absurdly large muzzle flash, and tendency to break down, thanks to its extreme mechanical complexity. One British naval captain said, "No one who fired one with the pistol wished to shoot it again," while others describing the experience of using this primitive semi-auto as singularly unpleasant and alarming. After all, the British couldn't leave all the tales of bizarre gunsmithing to the Russians. That being said, another bizarre Russian invention is the vomit gun, which uses the same dazzling approach to warfare as the classic phaser. But rather than just disrupting eyesight, the vomit gun aims to go a step further and induce delirium and sickness in those it's fired at. The device has been mounted on a naval frigate and used to suppress night vision technology as well as radar sensors within the area. Those hit by the weapon during the test believed that they had seen a ball of light moving in front of their eyes and came away from contact with the weapon dizzy and disoriented. There have been a lot of ill-considered weapons on this list, guns that were downright weird ideas from top to bottom. But in that regard, basically nothing can compare to the truly colossal insanity of the Davy Crockett nuclear mortar. Yep, you heard that correctly, nuclear mortar. The M29 Davy Crockett weapon system was a recoilless rifle much like the one attached to the Vespa anti-tank scooter earlier, which can fire a tactical nuclear payload and decimate your enemy. Personally, we think if you fused the two technologies, you'd never be stuck in traffic ever again. This has been your crash course on the wackiest parts of warfare. Do you have a favorite among the weird weapons we discussed today? Pull the trigger and let us know down in the comments. Freedom ain't free. It apparently costs exactly $816.7 billion in fiscal year 2023. This is the biggest U.S. defense budget to date. But how does the U.S. spend this massive budget, and how much of it goes to new weapon systems that are at least 50% UFO technology? This year's military budget has some special exemptions that don't appear on other budgets. It directly appropriates $12.6 billion to combat the effect of inflation in defense purchases. That means $12.6 billion is not going to buying anything new, just to cover the increased costs due to global inflation in the post-COVID-19 pandemic era. $3.8 billion is going toward covering added costs of inflation related to labor costs in military construction alone. That's not surprising, considering the United States military is one of the world's largest developers, building infrastructure around the world. However, something that puts into focus how much the U.S. military spends on fuel and why it's so interested in green energy is the whopping $2.5 billion set aside specifically to offset inflation's impact on fuel purchases. Imagine if you were paying an extra $2.5 billion on top of your normal gas bill. With recruitment shortfalls plaguing the world's militaries, the U.S. is investing in significant pay bonuses and special pay for service members in specific career fields. These bonuses extend to new personnel with skills the military is in need of, or personnel who train while in the military to gain certain proficiencies. If you're a new recruit with the right qualifications, you could net yourself as much as a $50,000 sign-on bonus, and if you're currently in active duty and train in specific skills the Army needs, such as persuasion, foreign languages, or technical explosives, you could net yourself a bonus totaling up to $40,000. Specific career fields the U.S. Army is looking for, which qualify for seasonal bonuses ranging from $3,000 to $15,000, include special forces with basic foreign language proficiency, psychological operations specialist, microwave systems operator-maintainer, human intelligence collector with a language proficiency, and air missile defense crew member. If you want a hot tip, learn an Arabic language or Chinese, and your recruiter will likely be offering you a significant bonus. How the budget is spent, though, starts first with the President's National Security Strategic Guidance. This is the vision the President of the United States of America sets for its military, what threats to prioritize or new areas to exploit. This in turn forms the National Defense Strategy, the fine strokes of which are classified, but the broad strokes includes the 4 priorities of 2023. The first and foremost priority is defending the homeland from the growing multi-domain threat posed by the People's Republic of China. That is a direct quote from the NDS. But what does it mean? China is identified as the foremost threat to the United States, its allies, and their shared interests. American national strategy is to contain and mitigate that threat at the economic, political, and military level. This includes countering China's growing capabilities as a multi-domain threat, a challenge the US military hasn't had to face since the Cold War. Number 2 on the agenda is deterring an attack against the United States, all its allies, and partners. For the US, ensuring the current, mostly peaceful world order is a top priority because the best way to win a war is to never have to fight one in the first place. Global stability is good for everyone, and the reason you enjoy cheap electronics and other luxuries is a robust global trading system underpinned by the US Navy. For the first time in history, trade goods can be shipped around the world without fear of interdiction or any form of bullying by a hostile power, or pirates. But the US is heavily invested in limiting actual conflict as well. In the middle of October of 2023, a US Navy ship intercepted several long-range land attack missiles fired out of Yemen. It's unknown who the ultimate targets were, but it's likely it was Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Jordan, or even Israel. They were likely fired by Iran-backed militias and specifically meant to stir up regional conflict. The US's heavy military presence in the Middle East ensures the free flow of oil, and contrary to popular narratives, it's not even directly for US benefit. America imports most of its oil from Canada, with about 11% of its oil imports coming out of the Middle East. The reason the US has a vested interest in the flow of oil out of the region is for global stability, as many other countries depend on it. Happy countries don't start wars, which keeps global trade flowing, which benefits the US and everyone else. The US also maintains a heavy presence in Southeast Asia and in Europe, where its forces are a major bulwark to regional aggressors like China or Russia. Third on the national defense strategy is deterring aggression while still being able to prevail in an active war. This means that the US defense budget needs to be robust enough to handle a shooting war while also ensuring US forces elsewhere remain credible deterrents against future hostilities. This one has been an increasingly tricky concept as America's rivals begin to catch up on its capabilities. In 2000, the US had an official policy of being able to fight and win 2 major wars simultaneously. Today, this is simply not feasible given the rapid modernization of the Chinese military, whom the US considers its primary threat. Lastly, the National Defense Strategy highlights the need to build a resilient joint force and defense ecosystem. This means prioritizing funding for robust training for all active duty members, with the US having the most aggressive training schedule of any of the major militaries. It also means, however, investing into the total defense ecosystem, from national defense contractors to war colleges, think tanks, etc. For the US military to remain the world's best, it needs an entire ecosystem that encourages innovation and education. Going into specifics, the National Defense Strategy highlights the People's Republic of China as the US's greatest strategic competitor and pacing challenge. China has significantly closed the gap between its military and the US's, and America is not happy with even a distant second-place competitor. New investments aim to kickstart a process of innovation and create yet another major offset or strategic shift that ensures uncontested dominance. Key areas of focus include advances in stealth technologies, nanomaterials and construction, and artificial intelligence. Out of its vast budget, the Department of Defense has highlighted other smaller but key objectives. First is an emphasis on integrated deterrence through investments in the nuclear triad, space and cyberspace, and missile defense. The US aims to make itself a very hard nuclear target and thus ensure its continued safety in a world where Iran could develop nukes if it really wanted to, and North Korea already has. Russia's nuclear saber-rattling might be all a bluff, but the DoD takes it very seriously, and the billions spent in deterrence will serve as a reminder that attacking the US ensures one's own extinction. Another major focus is on what the DoD refers to as campaigning. Under the Biden administration, a renewed focus has been put on strengthening partnerships and alliances after the uncertainty or even outward hostility toward partners during the previous administration. The US's greatest advantage is its network of allies and partners, the likes of which the world has never seen before. It's this vast network that acts as a major force multiplier for the US military, giving it a global reach and deterrence. But the Biden administration is looking to expand that network even further and thus help offset some of the costs of deterrence by bringing in even more allies or partners. So far, this has been very successful, especially in the South Pacific, where China is finding itself increasingly isolated. A major investment in innovation and reforming acquisition practices aims to fix the multi-year process it usually takes to bring new capabilities on board. The war in Ukraine has shown the need for rapid adaptability, and the US is aiming to streamline the procurement of new capabilities while encouraging innovation. Climate change has been identified by the DoD as a major threat to not just its readiness, but the global order. Significant funds are allocated toward renewables and hardening installations against the effects of climate change. Fuels such as biodiesel or all-electric combat vehicles will help make the US more resilient in combat. A $55 billion investment into military healthcare is aimed at improving the care that active duty and veterans both receive. To help with morale issues, the new budget is also allocating $9.2 billion for family support programs, including on-base recreation centers and all kinds of services from financial advisors to counseling. $500 million is going to implement some of the recommendations from the Independent Review Commission, which found sexual assault to be an ongoing problem in the U.S. military. In the wake of the contentious 2020 election and former President Trump's current campaign rhetoric and undermining of democratic and legal institutions, extremism within the ranks has also been found to be a significant concern, and part of the $500 million will go to combating it. Now let's get into some numbers. First up is nuclear modernization and deterrence. With an aging nuclear arsenal, the U.S. identified a priority need to modernize and update its nuclear capabilities. The Minuteman III ICBM was built in the 70s and continues to be the mainstay of American nuclear deterrence. Its replacement, the LGM-35A Sentinel, is well under development and receiving $3.6 billion in funding this year. The money will go toward the development of the missile itself, but also modernization and replacement of Minuteman III infrastructure, which is set to begin in the late 2020s. Next up is the Long-Range Standoff Cruise Missile, which is receiving $1 billion in funding. This air-launched cruise missile is replacing the AGM-86B air-launched cruise missile, which is the U.S. Air Force's primary tool for nuclear deterrence. With new and evolving anti-air threats, the LRSO will modernize the Air Force's ability to hold strategic targets at risk of nuclear attack, and thus strengthen deterrence. The biggest item on the list is the Columbia-class submarine, receiving $6.3 billion in funding. This is the replacement to the Navy's current boomers, the Ohio class. It'll be a sub which can take on both nuclear and conventional strike missions and modernize the undersea leg of the nuclear triad. Related is a life extension program for the Trident II submarine-launched ballistic missile. This is receiving $1.7 billion in funds and has the goal of extending the service life of America's current stockpile of submarine-launched nuclear missiles. The famous Trident II will be receiving new electronics and guidance packages, as well as a redesign to allow for more easy upgrades in the future. The program the DoD is least likely to talk about is the B-21 bomber, which is receiving a major boost in funding to $5 billion. The B-21 Raider will have both a nuclear and conventional mission and become the most important aircraft in the U.S. arsenal. With a goal of 100, this will be the biggest stealth bomber fleet in the world, a significant deterrent to both conventional and nuclear conflict. A low-rate initial production contract is expected to be issued by the Air Force by the end of this year. $20 million is going toward the mission of converting the F-35 to be nuclear capable. This will result in the F-35 replacing the F-16 in the nuclear deterrence mission, with the aircraft receiving nuclear certification in 2024. Up next is heavy investments into space and space-based systems. How heavy an investment? Good luck getting the DoD to give you any hard figures. Like many budget items, the DoD can obfuscate exact funding figures in some areas in order to deny any potential adversary an inside look at capabilities. What is known is that the U.S. sees space as an increasingly important part of national security, with key priorities in developing resilient space-based surveillance and communications. A new generation of thermal imaging satellites aims to modernize America's early warning system. An unspecified amount of funds will also go towards shooting down space aliens and plundering their UFO secrets. There are some major weapons programs that stand out on their own as huge investments for the United States. These are key systems that the U.S. views as absolutely integral to its continued dominance in the air, on land, or at sea. The F-35 is receiving $11 billion in funding for both acquisition and upgrading to the new Block 4 configuration, which is dramatically increasing the capabilities of what is already the most capable aircraft in the world. The F-15EX is receiving $2.8 billion of funding for the purchase of 24 new airframes. This might come as a surprising turn of events for some, given the Air Force's continued acquisition of the F-35. But the F-15EX features significant upgrades over the standard F-15. and fulfills one very important mission the F-35 currently can't, being a missile truck. With the ability to carry 12 missiles, the F-15EX will work side by side with the F-35 to shoot down targets that would normally threaten the 4.5-gen fighter. The NGAD, or the Next Generation Air Dominance Program, is receiving $1.7 billion in funding. This is undoubtedly not what the program is receiving, merely what the DoD is willing to publicly admit it is sinking into what'll be the world's first 6th-generation fighter. Reverse engineering crashed UFOs is hard though, so the program will not result in an operational fighter until the early 2030s. The KC-46A tanker is receiving $2.9 billion for the acquisition of 15 additional aircraft. These are badly needed for the Air Force, given the aging status of its tanker fleet, and are crucial for air operations around the world. While the U.S. fighter pilots may get all the glory, without their tanker buddies they wouldn't be able to fly more than a few hundred miles from home base. Show some love in the comments for these flying gas station attendants, because it is an insanely dangerous job, and in the case of war, they are a priority target that can't even defend themselves. The CH-53K King Stallion helicopter program is receiving $2.3 billion for the purchase of 10 additional aircraft. The CH-53K is the world's most powerful heavy-lift helicopter and serves primarily to deliver supplies and equipment to troops undertaking amphibious assault operations. However, with the ability to fly higher than ever before, there is nowhere the CH-53K can't deliver everything from food and ammo to howitzers. $1.3 billion will go to purchasing the E-2D AHE, or Advanced Hawkeye, with the U.S. Navy adding 5 to its inventory in 2023. These aircraft are critical for naval airborne operations, providing early warning radar coverage and command and control for hundreds of miles in every direction. A big emphasis on drones is represented, with nearly $3 billion going to Triton, Stingray, and Reaper unmanned vehicles. The future is increasingly looking like a drone one, and these attritable combat systems have proven their worth in U.S. operations around the world. A notable drone mention is the $200 million being invested in development of an as-yet unnamed drone meant to provide direct overwatch and fire support for special operations forces. This will likely be a heavily armed but stealthy drone with long loiter time and excellent surveillance capabilities, able to deliver pinpoint firepower within seconds to operators deep behind enemy lines. Moving to major naval purchases, the Virginia-class submarine, which is replacing the Los Angeles-class nuclear attack sub, is receiving $7.3 billion in funding for the acquisition of 2 additional boats, or at least that's the hope, because shipbuilding on the Virginia-class is woefully behind schedule at a time that the Chinese are pumping out ships at a breakneck speed. $5.6 billion is going toward 2 brand-new Arleigh Burke destroyers, even as its replacement is still undergoing development. Ongoing construction of the Ford-class aircraft carrier, the most advanced supercarrier on the planet, will cost the DoD $3.2 billion this year alone, though no carrier is expected to be procured. This is merely payment on the acquisition contract, as it takes 5 to 7 years, or sometimes as much as 12 years, to build a new carrier. The Constellation class of new frigates still in development will receive $1.3 billion with the expected acquisition of 1 ship of the class. However, the Constellation class is not expected to enter operational service until 2026, when hopefully, if God is indeed a merciful God, the U.S. Navy will stop destroying the American budget by buying more useless littoral combat ships. A new San Antonio-class amphibious transport ship will be purchased for $1.8 billion, alongside an America-class amphibious assault ship for $1.1 billion. This represents the U.S. commitment to the Pacific and preparation for combat operations against the People's Republic of China across the island chains of the South Pacific. 2 new fleet replenishment oilers will be procured at a cost of $1 billion, along with an additional towing, salvage, and rescue ship for $100 million. A $300 million investment into large, uncrewed surface vessels represents the Navy's focus on building a fleet of drone ships to supplement its manned capabilities. As the Chinese Navy explodes in size, the U.S. is looking to offset the numbers advantage with unmanned ships. However, the program is still in the development phase as the Navy tries to figure out what roles exactly unmanned ships are best suited for. In space, there are 3 major programs being funded, and all are critical to U.S. capabilities. $1.6 billion is being spent on the launching of 6 classified payloads as part of the National Security Space Launch Program. What is the military putting into space that's so valuable? Other than new generations of satellites, if we actually knew and told you, we'd have to kill you. And who would generate our ad revenue then? A new generation of GPS satellites is being put into orbit for the low price of $1.8 billion. This includes research and development, as well as manufacture and launch. With greatly improved anti-jamming capabilities, GPS-3 aims to keep the U.S. military in contact with their satellites in even heavily denied environments. The space-based missile warning system is receiving $4.7 billion in funding for further development. This network of satellites will replace aging early warning satellites and feature greatly improved capabilities to help the U.S. respond faster and better identify incoming threats, allowing for more effective response. With just over $6 billion in funding, the U.S. military is investing heavily into the development and acquisition of a wide variety of different missiles. Key among these are the Precision Strike Missile, a next-generation replacement for the U.S. Army's ATACMS, which recently debuted in Ukraine to rave reviews from the Russians. They were literally dying over it. The Army will receive 120 of the PSM for continued testing. The Joint Air-to-Surface Standoff Missile, or JASM, if you're not a nerd, is receiving nearly $1 billion in acquisition funds alone, representing the procurement of 581 new missiles. The JASM is a next-generation land attack missile, which can be fired from well out of the range of enemy air defenses to hold even fiercely denied targets at risk. Its seaborne cousin, the LRASM, is costing $500 million for the acquisition of 88 more missiles, nearly double the number of missiles acquired in 2022, and representing the U.S. gearing up for a fight against China. To offset supplies given to Ukraine, the U.S. is spending $812 million in acquiring 4,718 new GMLRS. These are highly effective precision rockets being used by Ukraine from its HIMARS. While GPS jamming by Russia has decreased their effectiveness, new software updates have restored HIMARS to its job of permanently democratizing Russian soldiers and their equipment. A significant investment in Patriot missiles of $1.037 billion will lead to the procurement of an additional 252 missiles and their launch platforms. Some of these will go to offset supplies given to Ukraine, while others will go toward hardening U.S. facilities abroad from missile attack, especially in the South Pacific. And speaking of the Pacific, $6.1 billion is earmarked specifically for supporting U.S. Indo-PACOM operations. The biggest line items here are $1.8 billion for modernizing facilities and equipment, and $2.3 billion alone just for training exercises, experimentation, and innovation. A radical shift in culture seeks to outfight the Chinese in any potential conflict by encouraging a new generation of scientists, engineers, and soldiers to think well outside the box. $1.2 billion will go toward improving the infrastructure and resiliency of U.S. forces in the region, with a focus on hardening against air and missile attack, but also limiting the damage of global climate change. America's bases in Guam, for example, are under threat by rising sea levels, and coastal infrastructure improvements aim to reduce the threat. European Command will receive $4.2 billion in funding, an increase of $400 million from the previous year. The U.S. is also looking to station an additional 200 soldiers in Europe as part of its growing logistics chain for U.S. equipment being used in Ukraine. The increase in funding will reflect additional training and exercises with NATO allies and partners, as well as enhanced pre-positioning of military equipment in Europe in case Russia decides it's tired of existing. An initial $300 million is earmarked specifically for Ukraine assistance, which is widely regarded as the single best defense investment the U.S. has undertaken since the Cold War. With the threat of ISIS diminishing, U.S. Central Command received $5.5 billion less than last year, and total CENTCOM's budget went from $34.3 billion in 2022 to $27.3 billion in 2023. Is there finally harmony in the Middle East? Is Saudi Arabia finally paying for its own defense? Keep dreaming. The change in budget represents a shift to other areas of priority for the U.S. military. Unfortunately, the October 7th terror attacks on Israel by Hamas and other terrorists, and the resulting spread of violence, 2024's budget's probably going to go back up for U.S. CENTCOM. The current biggest budget items for CENTCOM currently are ongoing operations and force protection at $5.6 billion. This includes items such as special combat duty pay, pay for mobilized reservists, cost of actual military operations, communications, pre-deployment training, supplies, deployment of combat and support forces, and more body armor and personal protective equipment. In-theater support is earmarked at $16.9 billion. This is technically part of ongoing operations, but includes the additional costs such as supporting expeditionary forces and the millions of dollars in high explosives bringing freedom to the Middle East, one fire mission at a time. $1.93 billion is being spent on security cooperation with allied or partner governments and institutions in the area, with an emphasis on counter-terrorism operations. This money goes directly to promoting regional stability by working together to counter transnational threats such as criminal networks and terrorist groups. It also includes training between U.S. and host nation troops to improve interoperability of both and improve proficiency of partner nations. Surprisingly, $520 million goes toward border security for various nations, with the U.S. financing security capabilities meant to combat the flow of drugs, narcotics, and extremist organizations. With the threat of war on the horizon, the U.S. is investing heavily into readiness. $2.4 billion in funding is going to equipment refresh or replacing old and worn-out equipment from deployments. The Army is investing $29.4 billion into training and readiness programs, including home station training and the Pacific Deterrence Initiative and European Deterrence Initiative. $12.9 billion will go to training the U.S. Army's ground forces and $3.5 billion for its aviation wing. The Navy is getting the biggest training budget of all, with $47.4 billion in 2023. This is hardly surprising, as the U.S. is primarily a maritime nation, and the U.S. Navy is the most important naval force in the world. $10 billion is going straight into ship maintenance as the Navy works to reduce maintenance costs and backlog, a serious drain on readiness. $14.4 billion is going to its aviation, hardly a surprise given the Navy pilots will be at the front lines of a future war with China. The Marines are receiving $4 billion for its ground combat troop training and $5.5 billion for its aviation. With the growing importance of marine aviation, this is hardly a surprise. The Air Force has the second highest readiness budget at $38.5 billion. It's requesting $28 billion alone for expanding the number of flight hours its pilots undertake. $18.1 billion is going to replenishing its inventory of aircraft and various weapon systems. Any war with China will take place at sea and in the air, so it's unsurprising that the Air Force is dramatically ramping up training for its aviators. The U.S. Space Force, meanwhile, which we'll admit we nearly forgot about, is receiving $3 billion in readiness funds. This is significant, given the Space Force only has a few thousand members and nearly the same budget as the Marine Corps. But that's because space is expensive, and keeping American space-based assets is doubly so. Key priorities are ensuring the survival of U.S. assets in case of hostilities with either Russia or China, with growing concern toward Chinese anti-satellite capabilities. The Space Force is also enacting Space Flag, a large force exercise similar to America's Red Flag. It'll be a training exercise focused on gaining and maintaining space superiority, and one iteration of the exercise will include partners from Australia, Canada, and Great Britain. $16.5 billion is going to science and technology. This funding goes to a variety of promising avenues of research, some of which won't have payoffs for many years or even decades. However, it's from this budget that things like the internet, lithium-ion batteries, AI, GPS, and microelectronics all have their origin. This funding can be grants to various groups or research and development taking place in the dozens of laboratories that support the Department of Defense. This is where Umbrella got its research grants, and the next technological revolution could be brewing. The National Defense Education Program is aimed at providing funding for programs that provide STEM outreach as early as kindergarten. Its goal is to encourage American education in STEM fields and thus keep America competitive on the global stage. A big focus has been on funding programs for minorities, such as the Research and Education Program for historically black colleges and universities. The goal is to tap into potential that historically the U.S. military has been locked out of due to disparities in the opportunities available to minority populations. If you've got the next great way to explode someone, the U.S. military doesn't care what the color of your skin is. The DoD has identified specific areas it considers critical to U.S. capabilities in the near future and beyond. This includes seed funding for research, funding to adopt existing technology, and the development of technology specifically for the defense sector. Seed areas include biotechnology, quantum science, future generation wireless technology, and advanced materials. This type of research may not have a direct application for years, but the Department of Defense considers development in these areas critical not just to the military success of the nation, but its financial success as well. Areas where the DoD is working on adapting tech to the military includes AI autonomy, microelectronics, integrated network system of systems, space technology, renewable energy generation and storage, advanced computing and software, and human-machine interfaces. These are areas of technology where solid foundations have already been laid, or the technology already has civilian application. The matter is funding ways to incorporate them into a military purpose. Often, it's exactly this funding that allows a company to create a viable commercial product. Lastly are areas of research specific to the military, and this includes directed energy systems, hypersonics, and integrated sensing and cyber. The U.S. defense budget is huge, the largest in the world, and more money than a significant amount of nations have in their budget, period. However, these are the highlights of the 2023 budget, painting a clear picture that the United States Department of Defense expects a major military confrontation in the near future. The last war that China won was the Xinhai Revolution, and the only reason it was victorious was because China was fighting against itself. It's this war that led to the founding of the People's Republic of China that exists today. However, if we go back in time, the Chinese military rarely fared well in armed conflicts against foreign powers, and a lot of mistakes have been made by Chinese soldiers, generals, and leaders. We're going to take a look at some of the worst Chinese military mistakes in history. However, its biggest shortcoming might not be what you think. We're going to take you on a journey through China's past military blunders in the order in which they happened. In some of these wars, China fared worse than others, but the common thread is that the Chinese military lost each one, and there were devastating consequences for the Chinese people as a result. The failure to conquer territory in some situations and protect the homeland in others has led to China losing battles and wars that could have been won with a little more strategic planning. The First Opium War. The Opium Wars were a result of Chinese leadership trying desperately to stop the opium trade within its borders. Unfortunately for China, opium was extremely popular in Europe and was the largest export to Asia for countries like Britain and France at the time. By 1820, much of the population in China was either using or involved with opium in some way. The widespread addiction and connection to the drug led to the Chinese government cracking down on the opium trade, and in the spring of 1839, 20,000 chests of the drug were destroyed or confiscated by the government at a British warehouse in Guangzhou. Around 1,400 tons of opium were destroyed, unsurprisingly angering the Brits who were hoping to sell it for a hefty profit. Around this time, the First Opium War began, and China made some serious military mistakes that would cost them the war and lead to the deaths of thousands of Chinese soldiers and civilians. The following year, in 1840, British forces defeated China's Qing military in a series of campaigns. This was because Qing forces were not properly equipped or prepared to go up against the British. Throwing Chinese troops at an enemy force would be a common thread in military mistakes made by the Chinese over the coming decades. Knowing that the British had the most formidable navy in the world, China's leaders should have focused on protecting major waterways and ports. However, Beijing seemed to let the British command major channels and rivers without putting up much of a fight. Unfortunately for China, it didn't have the ships or the technology to stand up against the British Navy, and its ground soldiers were useless in naval battles. As the war progressed, the British Navy destroyed the Chinese blockade along the estuary where the Pearl River, now known as the Zhujiang, empties into the South China Sea near Hong Kong. The British fleet traveled up the river to Guangzhou, where they attacked and eventually occupied the city in May 1841. The British continued to win victory after victory as the Qing military struggled to keep the invading force at bay. The Chinese soldiers were dedicated and gave their lives to protect their homeland, but they were not as well trained or as well equipped as the British. The Qing leadership knew this, but continued to throw its soldiers at the British in hopes that they would somehow push the enemy out of their borders. This was a mistake that would cost the Chinese government and its people in the end. A hasty counterattack was launched by the Chinese troops in the spring of 1842, but the British held their ground and used the opportunity to take the culturally and economically significant city of Nanjing. This led the Chinese leadership to seek peace, resulting in the Treaty of Nanjing. China was forced to pay Britain for the losses it sustained while also surrendering Hong Kong to British control. The number of ports that Britain could trade with increased from 1 to 5, and since the British won, opium would once again flow between China and Europe. The First Opium War was a huge military failure for China, eventually leading to Britain wanting more influence in the region. To understand just how badly the First Opium War went for China, we can look at some key statistics. Around 20,000 British troops and allies were sent to China to fight. The Qing military consisted of approximately 200,000 troops, half of which were mobilized for the war. In hindsight, the Qing leadership should have probably utilized more of their forces to push the British out of their territory. It's estimated that the British forces sustained around 800 casualties, of which only about 70 died in battle. China, on the other hand, lost 3,100 men and 4,000 others were injured. These numbers clearly show that the Chinese military was out of their depth and some significant changes needed to be made to the tactics they used. The Second Opium War. Unfortunately for China, their military wouldn't fare much better in the Second Opium War. Before this war even kicked off, due to a series of unfortunate events, the Qing government had to contend with a rebellion. In 1851, a man by the name of Hong Juquan declared himself the brother of Jesus Christ and started his own brand of religion known as Taiping Christianity. Juquan started a revolution in southern China by uniting ethnic minority groups who felt overtaxed and oppressed by the Qing rulers. The Taiping Rebellion began in January in the southern province of Guangxi. An army of 10,000 men led by Fang Yunshuan and Wei Changhui attacked Qing forces in Jintian, in present-day Guiping, Guangxi. The rebel army surprised the Qing forces, known as the Green Standard Army, and pushed them out of the region. When Qing units tried to launch a counterattack, it was successfully repelled by the Taiping army. With every battle its troops won, the Heavenly Kingdom's message spread and more people joined the Taiping Rebellion. The British saw the distracted Qing military as being even weaker than before and used the rebellion to further expand its influence in the region. Britain once again renewed hostilities against the Chinese, and the Qing leadership found itself fighting two wars simultaneously. Their first mistake in this conflict was treating ethnic minorities as lower-class citizens and subjugating populations throughout southern China. However, if the Qing leadership had not conceded so much to the British after the First Opium War, giving them a taste of future riches that could be pulled from the Chinese territory, perhaps the British wouldn't have almost immediately jumped at the chance to attack when the Qing military was focused elsewhere. Regardless, the Second Opium War would be another military blunder by the ruling Qing dynasty. In October of 1856, the British once again sailed up the Pearl River and sieged Canton. When the British couldn't break the stalemate between its forces and the Chinese, they collaborated with the French to bolster their numbers. Once France joined the fight, it was only a matter of time before Canton fell, which happened in 1857. The Europeans deposed the leadership and installed officials who were more sympathetic to their cause. Eventually, the British and French forces reached Tianjin, and the Qing were once again forced to enter negotiations that would not go in their favor. New ports were opened to European traders and residences in Beijing were given to foreign envoys. However, the biggest win for the Europeans and a huge blow to the Chinese leadership is that by the end of the Second Opium War, the drug would become formally legalized. This gave European traders easier access to the product that was making them so much money. Although it's almost always a mistake to fight two wars simultaneously, the Qing had very little choice in the matter. The Taiping Rebellion would have torn the country apart, and the encroachment by European powers would not be stopped due to the lucrative opium trade. The Second Opium War resulted in around 2,500 casualties for the Chinese and approximately 700 casualties on the European side. However, the Taiping Rebellion cost the lives of between 20 and 30 million people. Some scholars even suggest that as many as 100 million civilians and soldiers may have died during the Civil War due to famine, disease, and fighting. Just over 2 decades after the carnage of the Second Opium War and the Taiping Rebellion, the Chinese military once again found themselves at war with a familiar foe. The Sino-French War broke out when France began encroaching on the Vietnam territory that China had previously laid claim to. For years, the Vietnamese people had suffered under Chinese oppression and empty promises of modernization. This led to a nationalization movement across the country. So when France promised European infrastructure as well as access to more resources through trade and mild colonization, it seemed like a better deal for the Vietnamese leadership. By 1880, French troops had reached the borders of Chinese-held Vietnam, known as Cochin China. France had been able to defeat Chinese forces in the past alongside the British in the Second Opium War, and it was clear that the Chinese military had continuously made the same mistake of overextending itself. So French leadership concluded that the Chinese military was only a small barrier to overcome in order to secure Vietnam. This led to the French pushing further north and moving troops into Hanoi and Haiphong. China tried to be strategic in its response, but like in the past, things didn't always go their way, and thousands of Chinese soldiers would die. The Sino-French War was another military defeat in just over half a century. Between 25,000 and 35,000 Chinese troops were sent to Vietnam to protect the territory, but did very little to push France out of the region. In 1882, the great Chinese statesman Li Hongzhang tried to negotiate an agreement to turn Vietnam into a joint protectorate of France and China. However, when French leadership received the proposal, they immediately rejected it and responded by deploying more troops to the area. The Chinese government became overrun by war parties advocating for China to take a more aggressive stance in Vietnam, a decision that would end in tragedy. As more and more reinforcements were sent to the south, France leveraged their superior weapons and technology to fend off wave after wave of Chinese soldiers. Li Hongzhang created a new contract called the Li Fournier Agreement that would allow France to trade throughout the Tonkin region. China would also withdraw its troops from Vietnam in exchange for not having to pay indemnities. However, many in the Chinese government still wanted war, and for China to remain the dominant power in the region. This constant push to go to war was a huge error. General Zhang Zhidong took command of Chinese forces in Vietnam and enjoyed initial success in his campaigns to the south. However, when the new Chinese fleet of 11 steamers reached the coast of Vietnam, the French quickly destroyed them. In 1885, the Chinese military suffered several major defeats, solidifying the fact that the war parties in Beijing had made a terrible mistake. At the Battle of Ho Mok, the French 1st Brigade of the Tonkin Expeditionary Corps defeated Black Flag and Yunnan Army's forces. This prevented Chinese soldiers from reaching the French outpost at Tuyen Quang, which could have been a turning point in the war. When the siege was finally called off and the Chinese forces retreated to the west, around 76 French soldiers had been killed, with Chinese casualties much higher. The Sino-French War ended when a peace treaty was signed in Paris in 1885. China agreed to recognize the Lee Fournier Agreement and provided France with trade opportunities throughout much of Vietnam. China was also forced to remove its armies from the region. The First Sino-Japanese War. The 1800s was a rough century for the Chinese military. Seemed as if the country was constantly at war with either colonial powers or other powers in Asia. In 1894, conflict erupted between Japan and China. Japan had been looking to modernize and simulate the success of European colonization. They had their sights set on mainland Asia and believed China was not nearly as powerful as they claimed, which turned out to be true. Civil unrest, poor leadership, and constant war had taken a toll on China. This spelt bad news for Korea, one of China's most important tributary territories, as it contained a vast amount of coal and iron that was vital to modernizing the region. Japan knew Korea could also serve as a staging ground for future invasions from the mainland to their islands. If Japan was to continue to grow its power and influence, it needed to expand its borders, and Korea's location and natural resources made it the perfect territory to colonize. In 1875, Japan began influencing politics in Korea to allow for more lucrative trade opportunities. Tokyo then began to support radical forces within the Korean government that wanted to push the country toward modernization, while the Chinese backed the conservative officials who were more closely aligned with their own desires. Things started to go from bad to worse when pro-Japanese reformers tried to overthrow the Korean government in 1884. This led to China sending in troops led by General Yuan Shikai to rescue the Korean king, but resulted in the deaths of several Japanese legation guards. War was narrowly avoided and things in Korea remained relatively stable for a decade. Then in 1894, while Japan's modernization program was in full swing, China assassinated a pro-Japanese revolutionary vying for power in the Korean government. This enraged the Japanese leadership. When the Tonghak Rebellion broke out in Korea and China sent troops to squash the rebellion, Japan responded by sending 8,000 of their own soldiers. Japan also managed to sink the British steamer Koshing carrying China's reinforcements. This attack only heightened the tensions between the two nations. On August 1, 1894, war between Japan and China officially was declared. Many believe that since China had a much larger military, it would be able to secure an easy victory. However, like the mistakes in the past, China relied too heavily on numbers and not enough on sound tactics. China did not take into consideration how rapidly Japan had modernized. Having better equipment, ships, and weapons, Japan began to win overwhelming naval and land victories, shocking the Chinese leadership and the rest of the world. The Japanese quickly defeated Chinese forces at the Battle of Pungdo, Battle of Songwan, and the Battle of Pyongyang, where approximately 2,000 Chinese soldiers were killed, while Japan only lost around 150 men. At the Battle of the Yalu River, 12 Japanese ships defeated 14 Chinese vessels. China suffered another 1,350 casualties, while Japan's losses were closer to 380 troops. Chinese forces didn't fare much better as the fighting continued into the next year. At the Battle of Weihaiwei, Qing forces lost 4,000 men, had one battleship captured, and another scuttled. China also had 6 torpedo boats destroyed and another 7 captured in this single battle. The Battle of Yingqiu led to the end of major combat during the First Sino-Japanese War. 55,800 Japanese troops and over 100 artillery guns were used to attack the bulk of Chinese forces, which numbered between 40,000 and 60,000. Additionally, 5,700 Chinese soldiers were killed, with another 6,000 being taken captive by the Japanese. During the battle, the Japanese lost less than 1,000 men. It was a total and utter defeat for the Chinese military. They had greatly underestimated their enemy, which was evidently a big mistake. The same tactic of relying on superior numbers rather than sound military strategy and modernization once again cost China the war. With so much success in Korea, Japan decided to take the fight to China. By March of 1895, Japan had invaded Shandong province and Manchuria. The Japanese Navy and ground forces were quickly approaching Beijing. China sued for peace, and the Treaty of Shimonoseki was ratified, which ended the war. China was forced to pay indemnity and give Japan trading rights within Chinese territory. The tragic part for China was that it had yet to win a major conflict during the 19th century, which led Western powers to seek even more concessions from the nation, as there was nothing they could do about it. The Chinese military was weak even if it had superior numbers. The century-long defeat of Chinese forces led to reform within the country as revolutionary activity against the Qing dynasty began. The Second Sino-Japanese War. While the Western world recovered from the horrors of the First World War, another conflict began to brew between Japan and China. Japan continued to modernize and spread its influence in Asia throughout the early 20th century. China was rightfully concerned by this and looked to resist Japanese expansionist policies. For most of the early 1900s, Japan maintained control of Manchuria. A significant part of the Manchurian population was recognized as being Chinese, even though most were actually of Manchu descent. And in order to gain sovereignty over its own territory, China began to take a more aggressive stance against the Japanese colonial practices. Between 1931 and 1932, Japan had enough of China standing in the way of its expansionist dreams. Japanese forces seized the city of Mukden and established the puppet state of Manchukuo. By the spring of 1934, it became clear that Japan was no longer satisfied with only controlling territory north of the Great Wall and declared all of China a Japanese preserve. Tokyo stated that China could no longer take action or make decisions without the consent of Japan. By 1937, China could no longer accept Japanese aggression on the mainland. A minor conflict along the Marco Polo Bridge close to Beijing started on July 7, 1937, as the result of a, quote, misunderstanding. However, this small battle quickly escalated into the Second Sino-Japanese War, when it became clear that China would not just bow to Japanese demands. The nationalists and the communists in China found a common enemy in the Japanese and put their differences aside for the time being to fight as a united front. This bolstered Chinese military numbers, but like in past conflicts, China would find that large numbers don't win wars. Due to political unrest and the oppressive nature of Japanese policies in the region, Beijing had not invested nearly enough time or resources into modernizing its military, making it ill-equipped to fight a war. When the conflict started, Japanese forces rapidly dispatched Chinese opposition. It only took 2 years for Japan to capture most of China's ports and major railways. By 1937, Chinese forces had been pushed out of Shanghai, and in December, Nanjing, the nationalist capital, fell to Japan. The occupation of the city and the decimation of its population by the Japanese would become known as the Nanjing Massacre. Around 300,000 Chinese civilians were slaughtered by Japanese troops. After the fall of Nanjing, Japanese forces dominated China. They took Canton, Shanxi, and Inner Mongolia. Chinese defense was ineffective in almost every battle. Its military had no control over the sea or air, as Chinese technology was so far behind the modernized Japanese forces. China's losses were staggering, but the nation's size and large population allowed it to endure much longer than the Japanese had anticipated. Every time Japanese forces would close in on a location of the Chinese leadership, they would pack everything up and move further west. This eventually led to a stalemate. China's tactics theoretically kept them from losing the Second Sino-Japanese War, but at the cost of hundreds of thousands of lives and millions of people wounded. By the time World War II broke out, nationalist China had run into serious economic and social problems as Japan occupied much of the country, and there was unrest among the Chinese people. Once again, rather than focusing on its citizens, the Chinese leadership poured everything into the war effort even though it had very little chance of succeeding. This led to a massive number of refugees fleeing west, runaway inflation, and a general bad time for the civilians within China's borders. Malnutrition ravaged the population, and the Chinese people lost faith in their government. There was no good option for China when Japan became aggressive, but the mistakes and missteps that the nationalist government made led to large amounts of pain and suffering for the Chinese population. When more and more support for communism arose in China, the government instituted oppressive measures to try to suppress the movement. This was another mistake that had ramifications for both the war and the country as a whole. The Communist Party gained more control as the result of nationalist crackdowns, and its armies grew. Like in the Second Opium War, the Chinese military was about to be faced with a war against its own people and a foreign invader. Clashes between the nationalist forces and communist forces began throughout the region, all while Japanese occupied much of the country. The inability of China to remain unified even during one of its bloodiest wars in history shows how poor leadership may have been one of its biggest weaknesses. The main reason China was eventually able to reclaim the territory occupied by Japan was because of the intervention of the United States. As the war in the Pacific erupted in 1941, the U.S. began sending supplies to China from India. The U.S. trained Chinese soldiers and engineers. However, Chinese forces had been diminished to the point that they played a relatively small role in pushing Japan out of mainland Asia. Modern day. On October 1, 1949, the People's Republic of China was formed. Since then, China has not participated in a major war. We'll circle back to this fact as being one of the military mistakes of the current Chinese leadership. That being said, China was involved in some very minor conflicts. Early in the morning of October 23, 1962, the sun rose over the hilltops of the Himalayas. Indian soldiers heard the far-off sound of artillery fire echoing off the cliff faces. Shells exploded along the line of actual control between Chinese-controlled Tibet and India. A contingent of Chinese soldiers approached the border and began to fire at the Indian border guards. This was a poorly planned attack, but it appeared at the time that China was ready to start a full-blown war with India. The Indian soldiers were overrun, 17 men died, and 13 more were captured by the Chinese invasion force. The remaining Indian soldiers fell back to the nearby Buddhist monastery at Tawang, which the Chinese attacked the following day. Small skirmishes broke out across the region. Indian soldiers tried to mount a resistance, but the mountains made this area incredibly hard to reach. The Chinese soldiers continued to march south toward Assam, one of the region's wealthiest and most important settlements. Just under a month after Chinese forces crossed the line of actual control, they retreated back to their side of the border. On November 21, 1962, the Chinese declared a ceasefire, and the war to control the Himalayas came to a swift end. At the time, it seemed China would be successful in occupying Arunachal Pradesh. They had taken numerous mountain villages and towns, so the Indian military couldn't believe their luck when the Chinese military just gave up, for no apparent reason. 1,383 Indian soldiers were killed in the brief war, and around 1,700 went missing in the treacherous landscape of the Himalayan mountains. Chinese records indicate their forces had killed 4,900 Indian soldiers and citizens and captured another 3,968. However, the actual numbers are likely somewhere between the two nations' reports. To this day, no one except for the Chinese government knows why their troops were recalled. Maybe they had other plans, or perhaps the Chinese military thought they had overextended themselves and couldn't resupply its own troops. Yet, even though the Chinese could have taken the Arunachal Pradesh region of India in 1962, they didn't, which seems odd as there would be continued fighting along the border for decades to come. China also briefly invaded Vietnam in 1979 for 29 days. However, no territory was seized or any major changes made to the borders or geopolitics in the region as a result of the Chinese military action. We've now come to the worst military mistake in recent Chinese history. It's not that Chinese leadership has made exceedingly bad decisions or thrown its soldiers into the meat grinder like in the 19th century. Instead, it has to do with the fact that China has not been in a major conflict since World War II. We're not condoning warmongering or saying that countries should constantly be at war, but there's no denying that militaries such as the United States have a lot more experience in warfare than China does. China rarely takes part in UN peacekeeping missions, and since it has remained relatively isolated in terms of military alliances, its joint operations and training have been limited as well. China's worst military mistake of the modern era is that its troops are likely not prepared to fight a war. A lack of wartime knowledge greatly hinders the effectiveness of the Chinese military. Could their unwillingness to engage in past conflicts or work more closely with nations with experience in fighting wars, such as is done with the NATO alliance, be China's biggest military mistake when it comes to future wars? Only time will tell. It's not out of the realm of possibility that if China does end up going to war over Taiwan or any other border dispute, it may fall back on its old tactic of throwing as many troops at the enemy as possible without strategic planning or consideration for their opponent's capabilities. As history has shown, this tactic has not worked out great. Yet, China's made this very same mistake repeatedly. 2 years after the withdrawal from Afghanistan, media from both sides of the political aisle is using a similar language to describe the evacuation. We see words such as botched, betrayal, debacle, a chaotic retreat, bloody shambles that was always destined for disaster, with scathing reports now shedding light on what the New Yorker called an uncomfortable truth. What's more, according to a Gallup poll, 50% of Americans think the war in Afghanistan was a giant mistake, that Afghanistan is no better off or is even worse after the U.S.'s 20-year presence there. 61% of Americans, according to an NPR PBS NewsHour Marist poll, did not approve of the handling of the withdrawal process. The Taliban overrunning everything and owning the whole country won't happen, we heard from the White House prior to the evacuation, which also said the withdrawal would be hasty and would be done responsibly, deliberately, and safely. President Joe Biden later talked to the extraordinary success of this mission, words he had to roll back later while facing a barrage of criticism. In 2023, one U.S. soldier who saw it all looked back and said the entire thing was a catastrophe. Like many other soldiers who risked their lives to get people out of Afghanistan, this man had seen bodies ripped apart in terrorist attacks, the body parts of victims tangled in razor wire. He'd seen his own fallen brothers and sisters in arms literally blown to pieces. He'd witnessed mobs of desperate Afghan citizens trying to escape the country heave and sway in killer crowds, adults suffocating in mad stampedes as they held their screaming infant children in their hands, children soon to become orphans. "I've never seen anything like it," said another U.S. soldier, a hardened veteran of war who, like many people, wondered how the military might of the USA could be chased out of a country by poorly armed, badly led men who looked more like farmers than trained combat fighters. Was it all worth it? Many have asked. As one U.S. commentator on the war stated, 2,500 American dead, 20,000 injured, $1 trillion or more expended, and for what? As you'll see later in this video, it was actually more like $2 trillion. The withdrawal from Afghanistan was the embodiment of chaos, where goodwill, bravery, savagery, and downright deadly mistakes snowballed into something unbelievably nightmarish. This is the full story. The early 1990s. It's the early 90s. Afghanistan has just seen anti-communist guerrilla warriors be victorious, the Mujahideen, who with $20 billion in funding from the USA has come out on top. The collective was made up of various groups fighting the Soviets, each with pro-Islamic objectives but still independent of each other. With the Soviets gone, the rebels are fragmented across Afghanistan. One of those rebel groups is the Taliban. The Taliban, a word that means students in the Pashto language, emerges as the greatest power amongst the rebels. They are a Sunni Islamist nationalist group made up of mostly peasant farmers and men who have studied Islam in Afghani and Pakistani religious schools. These men have promised to restore order to Afghanistan after the Soviets exited in what was a 9-month-long withdrawal ending in February 1989. The order the Taliban is talking about is in line with Islamic law, Sharia, a law that today in 2023 is in full swing, a curse for many people living in the country, especially women. The mid-90s. By 1996, the Taliban has exerted its influence all over the country. This year, they claim victory in the province of Herat on the border with Iran. A year later, they take the capital, Kabul. This is a city that has once been a major stop on the so-called hippie trail, where Westerners on their way to India in the 70s would stop off to smoke spliffs and admire the arts and crafts sold on Chicken Street. It's already hard to imagine in 1996 that Kabul used to be such a center of vibrant hedonism. Hedonism is exactly what the Taliban doesn't want in their country. These religious fundamentalists are not very much fun. In 1998, they have control over about 90% of Afghanistan, promising the people law and order, peace and stability. They win the hearts and the minds of much of the population who've seen their lands destroyed by conflict with the foreign occupier. The Taliban sell the people on peace and unity, saying they are at the heart of Afghan identity. Many welcome the Taliban when they see their roads are safer and commerce begins to flourish again. They're happy when they see corruption among officials being prosecuted. The Taliban does try to stamp out lawlessness, admittedly with acts such as amputations for theft and beheadings for serious crimes. In terms of human rights, they're also breaking the law. For others in the country, much of the educated and the affluent, the Taliban's brand of rough justice and views on women's rights, which are almost no rights, is from an age gone by. They are no fans of the Ministry for the Promotion of Virtue and Prevention of Vice, which demands males grow beards while ordering women to cover themselves up with a burqa lest they be publicly whipped. This was a country that in the 1970s was seen as progressive for this part of the world. Women, educated women, walked down the street with their hair flowing down their shoulders, some dressed in high heels and short skirts, chatting with many Western men on their adventures across the world in search of freedom and deeper meaning. As an Afghan woman told Amnesty International recently, "As a girl, I remember my mother wearing miniskirts and taking us to the cinema. My aunt went to university in Kabul." In the mid-90s, the Taliban put an end to all of that. They banned TV, cinema, music, and said women should not study after the age of 8. They're now not allowed to even work or leave the house without a male at their side. The Taliban might have brought back some amount of stability in a terribly unstable nation, but they've brought with it the archaic brutalities of flogging, stoning, and public humiliation. In 1996, they cut off the end of a woman's finger as punishment for wearing nail polish. They later found a secret school run by a woman, who is then thrown down some stairs and tortured. Warned that if she doesn't plead loyalty to them, they'll stone her family to death. Women are whipped constantly for breaches of perceived impropriety. It's a human rights disaster. Many people flee. Many become part of a resistance, but to understand this video today, you need to know that they also had support. The Taliban's version of law and order is perhaps good for certain hardliners and certainly good for pro-Taliban elites, but it's not good at all for many modern thinkers in Afghanistan. One day in the future, it'll be the reason why women will risk their lives trying to escape when the Taliban, once a beaten force, comes back to power, and the US tries to get tens of thousands of people out of the country in what will turn out to be a very rushed affair. 1999. The UN Security Council this year adopts Resolution 1267, an Al-Qaeda and Taliban sanctions committee, which states that the Taliban are in cahoots or at least hiding the terrorist organization Al-Qaeda. The UN imposes sanctions on funding, arms shipments, and travel. September 9, 2001. Ahmad Shah Massoud, an Afghan politician and powerful military commander who fought against the Soviets and later led a Northern Alliance coalition against the Taliban, is killed. He's injured in a bomb attack and later dies in a hospital. The mastermind behind the taking out of this celebrated guerrilla fighter and sometimes friend of the West is none other than Osama bin Laden, the man who's dedicated his life to fighting what he calls Western imperialism and super-aggressive foreign policy. He's a terrorist of the highest order, already at this time on the FBI's most wanted terrorist list. A poet, a soccer fan, and an ultra-violent religious fundamentalist, bin Laden once studied English at Oxford University, but he's come to detest the West, especially the superpower of the USA. In reaction to the US's military-focused foreign policy, he once said, "All citizens bear responsibility for its government's actions, and civilians are therefore fair targets. Welcome to terror, and what will be a war against it." September 11, 2001. Al-Qaeda terrorists hijack 4 U.S. commercial airliners, crashing them into the World Trade Center in New York City, as well as the Pentagon in Washington, D.C. A 4th plane goes down in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. Around 3,000 people die. Americans are in shock. The whole world is in disbelief. In a speech to the nation, President George W. Bush says solemnly, "Today, our fellow citizens, our way of life, our very freedom came under attack in a series of deliberate and deadly terrorist acts." He ends his speech by promising, "America has stood down enemies before, and we will do so this time. None of us will ever forget this day. Yet we go forward to defend freedom and all that is good and just in our world." Soon the world will find out that Osama bin Laden and his Al-Qaeda movement are behind the attack. Of the 19 hijackers, 15 belong to the nation of Saudi Arabia, 2 from the UAE, and 1 each from Lebanon and Egypt. Nonetheless, the Taliban is accused of hiding bin Laden, and this is how our story turns into the American war in Afghanistan. October 1, 2001. News media reports that the Taliban has admitted that bin Laden is hiding in a secret location inside Afghanistan for his safety and security. Kabul's ambassador to Pakistan, Mullah Abdul Salam Zaif, states he is under the control of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan. This is a turn of events, since only days before the Taliban said they had no idea where bin Laden was. Mullah Muhammad Omar, the one-eyed spiritual leader of the Taliban and founder of the Taliban, says on TV that the Americans as a country are cowardly, and he infuriates Americans even more by saying not to worry as they don't have the courage to come here. In November, he talked about the destruction of America, saying he hoped the country would fall to the ground. This is an America in mourning, a country looking for revenge or at least some kind of justice. To say Omar poked the bear would be an understatement. Much of the US population, still in grief, was glowing like red-hot pincers taken from a fire and ready to be plunged into the enemy. Many years from now, though, these same people may believe their country's government sought revenge in the wrong places, but right now, people's emotions are still naturally inflamed by what's happening. Bush tells the US public that the US will win the war against terrorism and later orders the Taliban to deliver the United States authorities all the leaders of al-Qaeda who hide in their land. October 6, 2001. The US military, with British support, start bombing Taliban forces on this day, officially launching Operation Enduring Freedom. Australia, Canada, France, and Germany also say they will join in, with all Western allies working with the anti-Taliban Northern Alliance and ethnic Pashtun anti-Taliban forces. Both these groups in Afghanistan have already been causing mayhem for the Taliban. The Westerners will need plenty of support. They know little about this country. At this point in time, the US doesn't even have a decent map of Afghanistan's terrain. Donald Rumsfeld will later say in his memoirs that they were having to use old British Empire maps of Afghanistan. This and the ignorance of various other matters related to this very distant nation will prove to be a hindrance to fighting as time goes on. As critics will later say, the war started as a righteous-sounding war, with Americans still mourning, their minds scarred by moving pictures of people jumping from smoldering tall buildings. At this point, the US is seen by many as a crusader carrying aloft the sword of justice, bringing it down on tyranny and defeating evil. But as time goes on, the war takes many complexities. People will start asking, what are we doing there? What do we want at the end of it? Is it worth all the money and the lives it's costing? Many Americans will want to withdraw, but as you'll see, withdrawal will be complicated. November 2001. The Taliban is roundly beaten by foreign and international forces. On November 14th, the UN Security Council passes Resolution 1378. This demands that a central role for the United Nations be established as a transitional administration in the country, while member states are invited to send peacekeeping forces to promote stability and deliver aid. December 5th, 2001. An interim pro-West government is formed. December 9th, 2001. The Taliban regime falls after its forces hold up their hands in Kandahar, and its leader, Mr. Omar, goes into hiding. Al-Qaeda leaders do the same. April 17, 2002. President Bush announces a plan to build an Afghanistan that is free from this evil, the Taliban, and is a better place in which to live. Congress puts aside $38 billion in humanitarian and reconstruction aid for Afghanistan that will be spent until 2009. In the coming months, the U.S. will begin to work on reconstruction. American big business has secured contracts worth many billions. Afghanistan and Iraq, another enemy in the war on terror following 9/11, together will cost the U.S. $5 trillion. That is a lot of money, a lot of risk, but there is still optimism among many Americans. May 2003. U.S. Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld announces that major combat in Afghanistan has ended. President Bush tells the American people it's mission accomplished in Iraq. It's not by a long way. The war on terror is actually still in its first phase. A little thing called ISIS hasn't even popped its ugly head up yet. 2005 and 2006. We see a new constitution in Afghanistan, a new president, and what looks like democracy. But in 2006, we also see the UN coalition falling out over commitments and risks. While insurgencies cause havoc with attacks throughout the country, these attacks will go on for years. 2009. In light of the attacks, the new US President Barack Obama pledges to send 17,000 more US troops to the war zone in Afghanistan to counter what is now a worrying Taliban resurgence. By August this year, between 60 to 68,000 US troops are involved in operations in the country. The British have also sent a few thousand men and put aside $23 billion. Other NATO countries and Afghans are also involved in reconstruction efforts while fighting what still seems to be like a good fight. May 1, 2011. Bin Laden is killed by U.S. forces in Pakistan. Polls now show the majority of Americans don't want their troops in Afghanistan anymore. Men and women are dying, and it's expensive to fight and reconstruct a foreign nation that to some extent doesn't want you there. The Brookings Institute will later say American policy was guided by fantasies. What it thought the Afghan people wanted and what they actually wanted were two different things. Many Americans are critical of the U.S.'s presence in Afghanistan. Later, the LA Times will write, the only winner in Afghanistan was America's military-industrial complex. That's how many Americans already feel in 2011. But many others worry about what'll happen if the Americans leave. Will Afghanistan become a cauldron of U.S.-hating terrorists, where young men are schooled on how to murder en masse people they call infidels? This is one major reason why some people are reluctant to pull the troops out. They want to see a reconstructed Afghanistan a safer place where democracy flourishes. With the benefit of hindsight, a writer for Political will say in 2021 what many people felt in 2011. Less money could have been spent, fewer lives could have been lost, But that America couldn't have done much more than muddle along for years in the face of a relentless enemy is the unsatisfying, sometimes frustrating coda to our longest war. This writer, Carter Malkassian, one-time senior advisor to General Joseph Dunford, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, was in Afghanistan back in the day, seeing with his own eyes how the local police and the average Afghan soldier were less interested in fighting than the Taliban forces were. He explained, more Afghans were willing to serve on behalf of the government than the Taliban, but more Afghans were willing to kill and be killed for the Taliban. That edge made the difference on the battlefield. He cited a 2012 Asia Foundation survey which he called the most respected survey of the Afghan people. The survey revealed that of those who sympathized with the Taliban, 77% said it was because the Taliban were Afghans, Muslims, and waging jihad. While many Afghans did not want to live under the strict autocracy of the Taliban, for many others it wasn't hard to convince them that the foreign occupiers were their true enemy. These occupiers, saying they'll rebuild the country, didn't even speak the language and never understood much about Afghan customs and beliefs. But Afghans who allied themselves with the US felt that they'd be in danger if the US left. The US had a duty of care. The war seemed impossible to win and impossible to lose outright, but now it was hard to get out. The US and its allies had dug a really big hole for themselves. A Pew Global Attitude survey said that the majority of people in 16 out of 22 countries wanted the military forces to be withdrawn as soon as possible. 2015. President Obama reduces the number of US troops in Afghanistan to 10,000. This is down from 100,000 in 2011. This is good news for many Americans. In an earlier Gallup poll, 48% of Americans said they didn't even know why American soldiers were in Afghanistan in the first place. 2017. As the strength of the Taliban grows, the US drops its most powerful non-nuclear bomb, the 20,000-pound, $170,000 GBU-43B massive ordnance air blast, at a cave complex where the Islamic State operatives are believed to be hiding out. The now President Donald Trump calls it very successful, but no casualty numbers are given. This mother of all bombs is so large that it has to be dropped from a cargo plane. The Afghan government is in the loop, according to the New York Times. Notably, Afghanistan's former president, Hamid Karzai, said this is not the war on terror, but the inhuman and most brutal misuse of our country as testing ground for new and dangerous weapons. It is upon us Afghans to stop the USA. You should know that this is a man that used to be a friend of the USA. At the same time, the US military calls the war with the Taliban a stalemate. 2018. The US launches airstrikes against opium labs in the country in an effort to reduce the Taliban's finances. The Trump administration cuts off billions of dollars of assistance to Pakistan after accusing the country of helping to hide Taliban operatives. 2019. Peace talks are on the table if the Taliban promises to ensure no terrorists thrive on their soil. In December, the New York Times writes, US to withdraw about 7,000 troops from Afghanistan. 2020. In March, it's reported that the Taliban has launched a series of attacks against Afghan forces. 76 such attacks occur across 24 provinces. This comes after the US military and the Taliban signed a peace agreement. Now the US is concerned that they might be leaving the Afghan people to be slaughtered. If they leave, will the Taliban go on a rampage? The Taliban says no, but the attacks are hardly confidence-inspiring. Still, later in the year, the Taliban and the Afghan government meet in Qatar to discuss a willingness for peace while talking about a new framework for governing the nation. April 14, 2021. President Joe Biden announces that the U.S. will withdraw all troops by May 1st. Echoing Trump's previous statements about forever wars, Biden says it's time to end America's longest war. He says 3,500 troops in Afghanistan will retreat no matter what. It has to end, he says. NATO troops will also leave. Over the years, 1,144 non-US NATO soldiers have been killed, mostly British at 457, Canadian 159, and French at 90. 66,000 to 69,095 Afghan security forces have lost their lives in the war, as have 52,893 Taliban, a couple thousand ISIS, and 2,400 Al-Qaeda. After spending what's said to be about $2.3 trillion, the U.S. is leaving, with 2,324 U.S. military personnel dead and 3,917 U.S. contractors dead. 46,319 Afghan civilians have also died in the conflict, and around 67,000 people have been killed in Pakistan in relation to the war. Amnesty International says both sides, Taliban and coalition forces, committed war crimes, including torture and massacres. With these numbers in mind, not to mention the hundreds of thousands of displaced people, the trauma of a nation and the destruction of buildings and farmland. It's a hard pill to swallow for some to leave the Taliban back in power just as they were when all this started. Still, the White House will later say there were no signs that more time, more funds, or more Americans at risk in Afghanistan would have yielded a fundamentally different trajectory. It's game over. David has felled Goliath, not with one stone but with bloody perseverance and the fact that they could always say they were the ones being occupied by a foreign invader. It was never going to be easy turning the people against who many perceived as their own kind. But this has left the American allies in Afghanistan, the many critics of the Taliban, the US partners, in a very tenuous position. Biden's words on this day have sent shockwaves throughout Afghanistan. The Taliban doesn't exactly have a good track record where human rights are concerned. This, they think, is going to be the end of us. Many start scrambling to leave. May. The one thing the US doesn't want now is a messy evacuation. The Americans send security alerts and make tens of thousands of direct phone calls to US citizens in Afghanistan and also to US partners. The White House talks about the possibility of a rapid deterioration of the security situation and the collapse of the Afghan government. High-risk scenarios are discussed, but no one expects what will happen. They don't see a house of cards collapse. The projections are not close to the reality that will happen. July. As the Americans gradually pull out, the Taliban seizes control of Afghanistan piece by piece, district by district. This month, the US intelligence community warns that the current Afghanistan government will be no more in 6 to 12 months. They're about to get a big surprise. August 14th. Now that the Taliban are in control of all border crossings in the country, Kabul airport is the only secure way out. There are about 3,000 US troops at the airport, as well as 600 British troops. Their primary mission is to ensure the safe passage of embassy staff, nationals of their countries, and coalition forces out of Afghanistan. Diplomats have been told to destroy all documents in their offices, to even get rid of anything with logos and flags on them just in case the Taliban misuses them later. The destruction effort means that many of the documents and passports of Afghans who applied for visas to get out of the country are now gone. Panic already fills the streets as the Taliban surround Kabul. Worried citizens see the Americans on the move. It feels like the beginning of a storm, like a giant person-consuming tornado heading into the city to swallow everyone up. U.S. media announces the Department of State advises all people waiting for processing to find shelter and wait for further instructions. They should not go to the airport until they are called to do so and should follow the instructions carefully. People are scared out of their wits. Many have worked with the Americans. Women who have jobs or are studying don't want to live under Taliban oppression. Some of them have queued outside the embassy for weeks before this day, but to no avail. August 15th. Chaos is in the air as the Taliban take control of Kabul. U.S. Army CH-47 Chinooks and UH-60 Blackhawks are seen collecting embassy staff. Military vehicles buzz around, more than aware of the Taliban presence. About 5,000 troops, mostly from the U.S., are still in the city. Another 1,000 arrived to protect the airport. It won't be enough. Crowds of people ignore orders and head to the airport running, pushing their way forward. As they arrive, they see heavily armed U.S. soldiers. They see activity, hope, people leaving on planes. Some wave their passports in the air, screaming they too have been promised passage out of the country. More trucks arrive in the city filled with men armed with US-made weapons that they've taken from the Afghan forces. Many of these men on the trucks joined the cause after losing family members in the war. They are more than motivated to fight the US-backed Afghans. Some of them race to the presidential palace. This is what victory feels like. They finally won, they think. The streets of Kabul are filled with people running in all directions. Cars honk amidst the occasional gunfire. Women are seen clawing their faces, crying, muttering. The Taliban are here. Kabul has fallen. The Taliban shoots warning shots in the air, telling them there's no need to leave, that it's safe for them, that they're here not as aggressors but as saviors. For the women, these are lame words. The Taliban uses their trucks and guns to herd the people away from the place they want to go, the airport. They aren't shooting anyone, but they are certainly not afraid to beat them back with sticks and the butts of their rifles. These are newly acquired rifles, trophies of a sort. During the Taliban's successes in taking back control all over Afghanistan, they have unarmed Afghan forces who over the years have made use of the billions of dollars of military hardware supplied by the Americans. The Taliban have seized 650,000 weapons, 350,000 M4s and M16 rifles, 65,000 machine guns, 25,000 grenade launchers, and 2,500 mortars and howitzers. On this day's initial push to the airport, close to 5,000 people have arrived. There's no way in hell they'll all get through today. The Americans put up more barriers, but people try to charge through them and climb over them. They breach the barriers, running onto the runway. The US and British troops try their best to push them back, sometimes having to fight them off. If these people remain on the runway, no one will get out. The soldiers, mostly US Marines and British paratroopers, do everything they can to clear the runways. This is incredibly unnerving for them. Anyone could be in these crowds, desperate civilians or desperate terrorists, with bombs strapped to their bodies. August 16th. Early in the morning, crowds wait outside the airport. People are shouting, crying. Some have had no water for 24 hours. As the day heats up, maybe 8 or 10,000 people are now at the airport, each desperately trying to get out. Apache helicopters fly overhead, swooping down low to disperse the crowds who've reached the runway. "Why aren't they taking us?" one woman can be heard asking. "They said they'd take us." Outside the wall, it's like a scene from a zombie movie. US soldiers shout again and again, "Get back! Get back!" They fire warning shots. They have no idea if any of these people are carrying bombs or guns. They have to protect the airport and the people inside it. If those outside have any chance of getting in, they need to be processed first in an orderly manner. Right now, that seems all but impossible. In the evening, there's a mad stampede outside the wall. A woman is crushed as she's still holding onto her child's hand. Shots can be heard. No one knows who fired them. The crowd sways again. A man and 2 children lay dead on the floor when it clears. A massive C-17 military transport aircraft now lands at the airfield. It's soon surrounded by countless people running at the side of it, touching it as if by doing that they'll simply vanish with the plane to a distant land, a safe haven. "Get those people off the damn runway," a US officer can be heard shouting. The troops try their best, but they're overwhelmed. They can't just shoot them. The C-17 picks up speed, but people have climbed onto the side now. This is an act of utter desperation. When the plane takes off, they fall to the ground and crash on the runway. Some of them chose to jump. The crowd down below couldn't see why, but these men had sat where the wheels were, and when the pilot retracted the wheels, the men had 2 choices: be crushed or jumped, so they jumped. One of them was Fida Muhammad, a 24-year-old dentist who had been doing well in Kabul after opening his own dental clinic. He landed on a house roof, waking the owner up, who went outside and saw 2 battered bodies lying on the roof. The US military later reported that they found human remains in the wheels when the plane landed in Qatar, but didn't say how many bodies. It was also discovered that a 17-year-old soccer player, a big Lionel Messi fan, had been crushed on the runway when he got in the way of the wheels. He just called his brother and told him, "Pray for me, I'm going to America," to which the brother responded, "What will you do in America?" Several times, the Americans and British lose and regain the use of the runway. Now there are dead bodies lying around that need to be cleared off. Families stand around the deceased, weeping. "Get them off the runway," an officer screams to his men. Some of these soldiers will need psychological counseling for what they'd just seen. British soldiers will also receive therapy after seeing something that later happens to their American military friends and Afghanistan civilians. For many, the withdrawal will be more traumatic than the war itself. There's only one thing they can do. The Americans ask Afghan special forces to clear the airport and the runway. The Afghan soldiers don't ask politely. They don't even push people around. They mow the civilians down in trucks, shooting some of them. It turns into a small massacre, dead bodies everywhere. A US soldier later says in an interview, "But it cleared the runway." No one knows how many Afghan civilians have died already in the crush or on the runway, but the number that people back home hear from the media is almost certainly less than the reality. In a speech, President Biden says he made the right decision despite the chaos. However, he and everyone else did not expect Kabul to fall so quickly. He said, "The truth is, this did unfold more quickly than we had anticipated. So what's happened? Afghanistan's political leaders gave up and fled the country. The Afghan military collapsed, sometimes without trying to fight." He adds, "We gave them every chance to determine their own future. What we could not provide was the will to fight for that future." He says the withdrawal was always expected to be hard and messy, but no one really expected it to be this messy. And soon, hard and messy will feel like unsuitable adjectives. Things are going to get much worse than hard and messy. August 17th. The Taliban orders a press conference in an effort to persuade the thousands of people at the airport to stay in the country. Their spokesman says, "There's nothing to fear. Don't fear the country. The hatred is over. You don't need to escape." He adds, "His Excellency says those who stood against us will all be forgiven. Everyone is forgiven. Those at the airport can go home right now. Nothing will happen to them." A year later, in 2022, Amnesty International writes about life under the Taliban after the withdrawal. Peaceful protesters faced arbitrary arrests, torture, and enforced disappearance. The Taliban conducted extrajudicial executions, arbitrary arrests, torture, and unlawful detention of perceived opponents with impunity, creating an atmosphere of fear. Public executions and floggings were used as punishment for crimes such as murder, theft, illegitimate relationships, or violating social norms. They didn't go around massacring people in the streets after the US left, but they hit any kind of criticism with a sledgehammer. At the press conference, they said women could work. Yet an Afghan female reporter that very day was denied entrance to the conference because she was a woman. The Afghan Minister for Women's Affairs later said she was told outright that if she did not leave the city within 3 days, she would be assassinated. At least now the Americans have the people back outside the barriers. They've fortified 3 gates, the North Gate, the East Gate, and the Abbey Gate. Masses of crowds push against all of them. Many are up to their waists in the filthy water of a sewage canal. Some are collapsing from exhaustion. An order is given. The Marines on the ground cannot believe their ears. They are to work with the Taliban, the same guys they've been trying to kill for 20 years. The agreement is that the Taliban will take care of external security and the Americans can concentrate on the inside of the airport. An agreement had to be made. Both the US and the Taliban have received intel stating ISIS is about to attack. Still, a soldier will later say, "I'll never forget standing shoulder to shoulder with the Taliban." The deep-seated hatred as I looked into his eyes, the instinct that wanted to fight. You could tell that it was in him as well. As soon as they opened one of the gates, a whole flood of people pushes through, women, men, and children squeezed between them. "Back the F off! Back off!" soldiers scream over and over as somewhere nearby, someone fires off a round of ammunition. As the day comes to an end, the heaving crowd outside stretches for miles. The American troops are overwhelmed by the sheer disorder. It's a security nightmare. The fear is palpable and also justified. Violence is brewing. Something terrible is going to happen. Everyone knows it. The situation is out of control, and terrorists thrive in chaos. When a Marine gets some much-needed shut-eye that night, screaming and gunfire fill his ears. The last thing he saw before he went to bed was a kid trying to pull himself off the razor wire. As the Marine drifts off to sleep, a Taliban soldier outside the wall watches a woman collapse. He too never expected such devastation in the end. For once, the Taliban and the Americans can agree. This is madness. August 18th. It's a similar scene as day breaks. But when that American soldier returns to the wall, he notices more desperation in the air. People are dying from exhaustion. With this added desperation, a literal fight for their lives, the crowd pushes harder, ignoring the Americans' constant shouting to get the hell back. To disperse the crowd, the Americans use more CS gas, firing off non-lethal grenades. Afghans are shot by rubber bullets dropping to the ground. The gate cannot be breached. Any one of those people could be planning to blow up the airport. On this day, desperate parents in the crowd pass their baby on top of the crowd as if it were a piece of luggage. If they die, so be it, but they want their baby to survive. It makes its way to the wall, where a Marine grabs it by one arm and passes it behind him. The picture will be published worldwide, but over the last few days, it's just par for the course. The baby will survive and be reunited with its parents. The child, mother, and father will get out of the country. An elderly man has just died in a tear gas cloud. A woman screams, "It's not worth dying for this." She tells her friend to give up. Life under the Taliban is better than suffocation, she says. Those with passports and white sheets of paper in their hands will not give up. The papers they are thrusting in the direction of the Marines are apparently letters from the US Department of State, but of course, these have been copied hundreds of times, so they're certainly no ticket to America. Their names aren't even on them. As the day ends, there's a lull near one of the gates. A man, his shirt covered in blood, his pants caked in his own excrement, stinking and filthy, walks up to an American soldier and says quite calmly, "Please let me through. The Taliban will kill me." Just following orders, the soldier pushes the man back and he lands in the sewage canal. The Marine hates what's happening here, but the risk is too high to let the man get that close. If he does, he might let the wrong man through and boom, death and destruction will follow. He must follow orders, but for him and most other soldiers, it's an incredibly depressing situation. August 19th. A teenage girl at the edge of the crowd is heard saying, "I haven't seen my mom since last night, she's lost." The girl weeps as a concerned woman tells her her mother will be all right. The truth is that scores of kids have been made orphans after their parents died in the crush. Standing in the same shot is a lone boy who has the letters USA written on the back of his hand in black ink. Maybe he thinks this will help his chances of getting out. An Afghan man approaches British soldiers belonging to the parachute regiment. He's angry. He's sad. Why did she die? Why not hospital? Why is this happening to us? He's talking about his wife, who the soldiers just covered up after she collapsed and died from the heat and the crunch of the crowd. What is going to happen to our children? The man asks, weeping. I'm sorry, but we did the best we could. We really did, says a British soldier. Another says, my heart breaks for you, mate. Still, these soldiers have to keep pushing these people back. Anything could happen. August 20th. There is some order at last, despite tens of thousands of people around the airport now. More people pass through the gates for processing. The Department of State verifies their papers so these people can get through the terminal and fly out of the country. They clamber into the vast interior of a C-17. On takeoff, the entire plane is packed full. People strapped to the side, sitting on the floor. Some have one bag with them, their life's possessions. Others have nothing with which to start their new life in the USA or wherever else they'll be sent. August 21st. U.S. intel says one of the gates is currently being targeted by terrorists. A Marine asks another Marine, are they targeting us or are they targeting the crowd? Threat reports are continually issued all day. The north and east gates are at the end of long roads where it's feared vehicles will be rigged up to IEDs. There's nothing the troops can do to stop a stampede later on this day. 7 Afghans die. One is a 2-year-old girl. Her mother, father, 3 sisters, grandparents, and cousin abandon all hope of getting out of the country and head back to the city. If there's good news, it's that a pregnant woman who'd been fortunate enough to get on a C-17 gives birth in the air. The mother and baby are reported to be doing fine when the plane lands. August 24th. Both the Americans and the Taliban have received reports that ISIS is here and intends to attack imminently. They've heard this before, but the threat level is now higher. A car bomb is likely but not certain. Around 21,000 people have already been evacuated, including diplomats and workers from the US and other Western nations. The planes come and go all the time. Around 5,800 US military stay at the airport, plus close to 1,000 British troops. Afghanistan isn't finished with them yet. August 26th. The bomb threat is now at the highest level. ISIS is here. There's little doubt about it. A decision is made to stop processing people through the east and north gates, which leaves one gate open, the Abbey Gate. The crowd around the airport moves and is now concentrated around Abbey Gate. The UK Armed Forces Minister James Happy tells British news media there will be an imminent lethal attack. All Western nations with citizens in Kabul issue similar warnings. It's not a matter of if, but when. Joe Biden also warns that ISIS will attack, saying that these extremists are not just an enemy of the USA, but a sworn enemy of the Taliban. And then it happens. A huge explosion outside the gate tears through the crowd at 5:50 p.m. local time. The blast blows the head of a woman right off her shoulders. The head lands on the razor wire fence. Looking like something from medieval times. Carnage like I'd never seen before, a Marine will later say. His fellow Marines, a few good of them, are part of the carnage, lying dead, bleeding out, or coming around in a state of shock. 11 men and 2 women from the US military die in this attack. 170 Afghans die. Body parts are strewn everywhere. The dying lay on the floor groaning. There's gunfire, but from whom? It's hard to tell. Later it'll be said that some Marines panicked and opened fire on the crowd, possibly killing innocent civilians. It's utter chaos. Is ISIS shooting? The Taliban? The Marines? Reports will later emerge that the Marines shot at ISIS men who opened fire, but autopsy reports will show that citizens died from gunshot wounds. It's unclear how it happened, but they were shot from a higher position. The confusion is indicative of the chaos. Parents and children lie dead on the floor. The sewage canal, the thick feces-filled water, is turning red. A mass of bodies are floating in it. A male body suddenly jerks up from the water, spitting out the filth from his lungs. He's been shot, but he's alive. His 3 brothers, who with him had all been hoping to get to the US, have been killed by the blast. The US mourns 11 Marines, plus a soldier from the 8th Psychological Operations Group, and a Navy corpsman. Their families will later demand answers. How could this happen, they'll ask. The US hasn't lost a service member in Afghanistan since 2020, and now this. Utter chaos and a lifetime of trauma for witnesses and families. 2 of the civilians dead are British dual nationals, one of them a child. Initial reports will say 28 Taliban deaths, but the Taliban will not give the exact number. 150 people have been injured, including 28 Americans. August 27th. A wider perimeter is now established. The tension is so severe it feels like it'll cause an earthquake. It's now been established that the bomber had worn an explosive vest, walked toward the canal where US forces were checking passports, and blew himself up. According to a survivor, it was as if a giant had whipped the ground from underneath their feet. The British troops, who the press said were offered therapy after the withdrawal, were close by. They saw the Americans die, the grisly aftermath of the explosions, men and women they'd befriended, trusted, needed, not to mention the death of civilians who were in bits and pieces all around. There were rumors of a second explosion at a hotel not far away from the airport, but thankfully there's no bomb. Everyone is panicked, everyone is in shock. When will the next attack happen is all they can think of. Bodies, or what's left of them, are now wrapped up in sheets and laid in lines for families to collect. A young Hazara girl about 8 years old lifts off a sheet and faints. It's her mother. "I feel very scared. I have no one," she says when she comes around. She was also injured in the explosion. She's now missing a hand. As she's being treated, a British soldier walks over to a reporter from the independent newspaper and says, "We'll look after her, don't worry. Do you know I've been in the army for 12 years and what's happening here is the worst I've ever experienced?" A younger British soldier then talks, saying, "I've never seen a dead body before. Joining the army, I expected to see people die, but not this. I didn't expect this." Many of their American friends will say the same thing later, that this withdrawal was an absolutely bloody, horrible catastrophe. An Afghan woman then speaks, acknowledging the chaos around her, but saying, "I don't know what I'll do if I get turned down. I can't live under the Taliban. That would be impossible. I would rather be dead." She then looks at a dead body close by and thinks about what she's just said, adding, "I didn't mean that. I don't want to die. Those poor people and their families. I wonder if people in the world outside realize what is happening here." For US and British soldiers alike, this is carnage. It's unbelievably distressing and stressful. Surely it could have been avoided, they think. Still, they have a job to do. More than ever, they study the crowd. Another bomb attack is expected. They could be next to be covered by a sheet. Just as they're speaking to reporters, someone screams, "Get down! Keep down!" Later in the day, the US Air Force launches an airstrike against a vehicle suspected of carrying 3 ISIS members in Nangarhar province. 2 die. People the Pentagon call high-profile ISIS targets who had been planning another attack at the airport. Lives have possibly been saved. This is positive news, but the threat is still there. August 28th. The stench of rotting flesh is unbearable at the wall. The sewage canal is a soup of feces, urine, blood, and human viscera. At nighttime, dogs come to rip chunks from the rotting corpses. Hordes of them arrive, somehow able to detect a feast of human meat from a long way off. What kind of new horror is this, thinks a Marine, shaking his head in disbelief. August 29th. In November, the New York Times will write that the White House and the Pentagon will become the center of numerous investigations regarding the withdrawal from Afghanistan. One of the main reasons is what happens next. On this day, a Hellfire missile strikes a Toyota sedan in a densely populated neighborhood where families live and children run around. The military at first says that bombs were being loaded into the car, that this car had been at a safe house and that there had been an explosion nearby. They say they had no choice but to strike. But subsequent investigations and Freedom of Information requests prove this to be false. The military lied. The New York Times will later write, Mark A. Milley, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, initially called the Kabul drone attack a righteous strike, but almost everything senior defense officials asserted in the hours, days, and weeks after it turned out to be false. The driver of the Toyota, Zimari Ahmadi, was said to be at the center of a terrorist plot. He actually worked for Nutrition and Education International, the California-based aid group, and had been loading water bottles into the car. Suddenly, he was in the sights of 6 Reaper drones. Unaware, of course, what was above him, he was blown almost into non-existence. It was later shown that just as the missile was launched, 3 little kids had just come to greet Ahmadi at the car. One second they ran up to him in their excitement, and the next second their bodies were vaporized. Others were killed nearby. The death toll was 7 children and 3 adults. The adults included 1 translator who worked for the US military. The others had visas for America, having worked for international organizations. Could this withdrawal get any worse? Midnight contemplation. A U.S. Marine smoking a cigarette outside the barracks at the airport peers at the surrounding mountains that are silhouetted on the horizon. He shakes his head, thinking about the last 2 decades, about the last few days of carnage. He stares at those mountains and thinks about the foreign invaders of the past, who'd also regretted occupying Afghanistan. What a country, he says under his breath, while blowing out Marlboro smoke. He thinks about the British Empire's unfinest hour, the 1842 retreat from Kabul, when this mighty country, the most powerful nation on earth at the time, was embarrassed by Afghan tribesmen during the First Anglo-Afghan War. Around 16,500 people in the British column trying to retreat were either murdered, captured, or died from exposure. There was just one European military survivor. A British woman who survived the attack wrote in her diary, "The sight was dreadful, the smell of the blood sickening, and the corpses lay so thick it was impossible to look away from them. And it took some care to guide my horse so as to not tread upon their bodies." Britain avenged the slaughter, sending an army of retribution to Afghanistan, They crushed the Afghans, burning villages to the ground, massacring soldiers and families, but not before committing heinous acts on the women. After what was called the greatest military humiliation of the 19th century, the Brits got out of Afghanistan with blood on their hands. There would be a second, 1878 to 1880, and a third Afghan war in 1919 for the Brits. Each time the Brits realized what the Americans later realized, that tribal warriors, even if badly paid and badly armed, are a force to be reckoned with. At some point, they'll create untold havoc for the occupiers. The Soviets learned the same thing. Were we ever going to win here, thinks the Marine, squishing the cigarette butt beneath the sole of his boot. August 30th. The Afghan civilians are gone. The last American civilian to leave will be the acting ambassador Ross Wilson. This is it, think the US and the British soldiers at the end. They're finally going home. Aware that earlier in the day anti-missile defenses had to intercept ISIS rockets, they won't feel safe until they touch down on friendly soil. They've smashed everything in sight. They've ripped bed sheets apart, taken hatchets to shelves. They've wrecked every last table, smashed windows, eviscerated car engines and machinery. Right before the final plane leaves, they blow up artillery, rocket defenses, and mortar systems that they've been using to protect the airport. The rest of the aircraft are rendered unusable, barely even salvageable. In total, the Americans, and to a much lesser extent the British, have left hundreds of billions worth of equipment behind. The Taliban, at least, will get nothing usable from the airport. The last soldier to go is Major General Chris Donahue, the commanding general of the 82nd Airborne Division. His C-17 departs at 11:59 p.m. local time, August 31st. This is where it ends, the 20 years of pain. This protracted toothache of Afghanistan is now over. The Americans shout to the Taliban victoriously are gone. They rush to the airport taking selfies with bashed-up American trucks and celebratory group photos. Some of them laugh in surprise when they behold the destruction. In a video, a soldier can be heard saying, "They didn't leave a single thing undamaged. What a mess." A Taliban fighter will later say in an interview, "They spent 20 years using their modern equipment to destroy us, kill us, and oppress us. This was the end." President Biden appears on TV telling the people the war in Afghanistan is now over. He talks about the extraordinary success of the mission. For many American observers, this is far from the truth. The only success was that it was over. Despite the carnage, 124,000 people were evacuated in the Kabul airlift, the largest airlift in U.S. history. Most of the refugees have been resettled in the U.S., but around 20,000 went to the UK and thousands to Canada, fewer to Australia and New Zealand. That's a success, at least. General Mark Milley will later call the withdrawal a logistical success but a strategic failure. Afghanistan itself, the country after the withdrawal, was not a success. The economy after the Taliban came back to power plummeted. The UN warned that without help, Afghanistan would become home to massive humanitarian crises. Yet, with the Taliban in control, countries were wary about throwing money that way. The US, fearing that Afghanistan under the Taliban might still pose a terrorist threat, froze the country's central bank assets at $9.1 billion, which is still not available. In short, as a nation on the whole, post-war Afghanistan was ducked. It's ducked even with donations, of which about $2 billion is from the US, the biggest of the donors. For the citizenry, it's been difficult under the Taliban, and life has been made worse because so many of the best educated citizens left. 97% of the people now live in poverty. Women's rights and rights of expression are almost non-existent. Extremist rule is ruthless, especially for women. China, the country aiming to have more political and economic global influence than the US, says it's planning to invest billions in infrastructure in Afghanistan. And the Taliban just inked an oil drilling deal with the communists. Still, as Western pundits are asking, will China, like the Soviets, the British, and the US, lose mountains of money trying to buy stability and influence in this tempestuous region? It's a gamble that might backfire. Good news, info fans, the world is on the brink of multiple major regional conflicts. That means a ton more content for us to provide for your viewing pleasure. And if you got stock in Northrop Grumman or Rheinmetall, get ready to cash in because 2024 is going to be a hot one. These are the top 10 militaries of 2024. Number 10. Italy. Italy's been a surprising up-and-comer the last few years, outpacing absolute European powerhouse and NATO's favorite bad boy, Turkey. But everyone's least favorite type of bacon is going to have to take a back seat because Italy is knocking it out of the top 10 altogether. Italy's been a curious case when it comes to defense spending. While publicly its political parties largely played down any ambitions to increase defense spending, a European tradition, secretly the government's been passing a series of defense increases since 2018. Russia's attempt to destroy Russia by invading Ukraine put the spook on the current Italian right-wing government, who vowed increased defense spending to reach NATO's goal of 2% of GDP. Currently, Italy spends only 1.51% of GDP on its defense. Big budget items include 41 more F-35 fighters, which is big news after Italy slashed its plans to buy 131 of the 5th-gen jets down to only 90. The F-35 largely is the reason why Italy has surged past a real military heavyweight like Turkey to take the number 10 spot. Turkey famously was cut out of the F-35 program altogether by US President Barack Obama after it bought S-400 units from Russia. President Obama warned the Turks that Russians could use the platforms to gather data on the F-35s in the Turkish inventory, but he was ignored. Subsequently, he pulled the plug on the F-35 deal altogether. Now, as NATO fleets of F-35s grow, Turkey is left eating their dust despite attempts at a homegrown 5th-generation fighter that have left many skeptical. Italy's also taking its role in Mediterranean defense seriously. Recently, Navy Chief Admiral Enrico Credendino stated that the Italian Navy was critically short on drones and anti-submarine warfare aircraft. He commented that whenever they required such capabilities, they were forced to ask their American allies in Sicily to cover for them. Further, Credendino is looking to boost recruiting to address a critical shortfall of personnel. Currently, Italy cannot guarantee proper crew rotations for its naval fleet, putting undue stress on personnel and significantly limiting operational uptime. Italy's also looking to purchase the American-made HIMARS after its stunning performance in Ukraine. However, it is unknown when it'll get its hands on the weapon system, given the whole global demand for the system that surged in the wake of Russia's invasion. A pressing need for new tanks and armored vehicles is also pushing the Italian government to invest heavily in both. Italy's looking to greatly increase its presence in Africa to combat rising extremism and help ensure continental stability. As part of its refocus on strengthening ties within the United States, and in the wake of Chinese anger over Italy leaving the Belt and Road Initiative, Italy's also looking to expand its ability to project power in the Southeast Pacific theater. This includes a dramatic naval expansion, which will place a focus on anti-submarine warfare and drones. Number 9. France. France is by far Europe's most capable military power, and if you removed the nuclear option from the only other European NATO power ranked above it, it would easily be Europe's most powerful military, period. But France has a critical problem that significantly hampers its odds of rising higher on the list, and it keeps it locked in the number 9 spot. While France fields some of the best combat systems in the world, its focus on quality over quantity means that it doesn't field a lot of them. And this leaves the military incapable of prolonged military campaigns. At even a quarter the rate of equipment loss that Ukraine has faced, France would have capitulated to Russia within months. Well, if it was forced to fight on its own, that is. The war in Ukraine has been costly for France, who is struggling to replace the Caesar howitzers it donated, given that it only started with 70 to begin with. With only about 200 Leclerc tanks, France can ill afford to donate any, and replacing equipment has historically been France's biggest problem. Even the French have admitted that their defense industry struggles to produce replenishment for even low-intensity conflicts in Africa, and currently the company that makes the Caesar howitzer only produces 4 a month. That production is being scaled up to 8 by mid-2024, but the point still stands. France cannot fight an industrialized conflict, even if its technology far outmatches anything an adversary like Russia can throw at it. Sadly, while the US and others look to significantly expand their military stock, France seems stuck in the old post-World War II days. The European power is continuing to bet that high technology, speed, and surprise will be able to inflict catastrophic defeats early on in a conflict, preventing a slow-burning multi-year war like Ukraine. Much like the UK, France's focus has been myopically skewed toward the use of nuclear weapons. Its Air Force and Navy are primarily designed for nuclear missions, and French military doctrine still sees nuclear weapons as the ultimate guarantor against invasion. But the war in Ukraine has shown that major industrial conflicts can still rage without the use of nuclear weapons, and if France found itself tested similarly, it would fail. France's biggest problem is not the quality of its forces or even equipment, but rather that it simply needs more of everything in its inventory. New thinking has penetrated French defense circles, arguing for a focus on adequate technology at large scale, rather than extremely capable technology at extremely low scale. What France needs the most is a happy medium, but for now the nation remains a significant cut above any competitor as long as the war is very short. Number 8. Japan. Japan's place at number 8 on the list is only temporary because the Japan of 2025 will become unrecognizable. Japan is undertaking a 5-year, $315 billion military expansion, the greatest rearmament since World War II. But Hawaii natives can rest easy, because the reason for Japanese military expansion is the increasing power of China, not the US. As China continues to antagonize regional powers through its illegal reclamation of islands to turn them into military fortresses and insistence that all waters in the infamous Nine-Dash Line belong to it, Japan is hoping that a significant increase in military power will deter China from starting a mess in the first place. Japan's also taking lessons from the Ukraine conflict and making a massive investment in increasing the amount of spare parts and other equipment needed for maintenance. This will place the Japanese Defense Forces in an excellent position to weather the high attrition of modern conventional warfare. But more importantly, it'll address current maintenance problems forcing Japanese airplanes to remain grounded. The US and Japan also announced a joint cyber warfare venture, with Japan investing billions into cyber offense and defense, which will feature prominently in any future war. An investment in helicopters and troop landing vessels is aimed directly at denying China the opportunity to seize and hold islands in the disputed Senkaku Islands, a key concern for Japan. Japan is seeking to hit 2% of GDP in defense spending over the next 5 years, with its defense budget expanding to a tenth of all public spending. This will catapult Japan straight to the number 3 spot of biggest global defense spenders, and it's all aimed at deterring China. But some of Japan's future acquisitions have created significant internal debate over its pacifist status. These include the purchase of about 400 of the latest variant of the American Tomahawk cruise missile at a cost of $1.4 billion. It's also tapping Mitsubishi Heavy Industries to develop 3 new long-range missiles that Japan's planning to add to its arsenal. These missiles will allow Japan to, for the first time, strike inside China itself, which has prompted a bit of a constitutional crisis in the pacifist power. Many have called Japan's military buildup illegal, and yet Japan's leadership remains clear-eyed. In the wake of the stockpiling of thousands of missiles by the Chinese People's Liberation Army Rocket Force and China's plan to build a fleet of supercarriers, Japan can no longer remain safe, striking just beyond its own borders. The nation's having a bit of a domestic problem with its new ambitions, however, mostly because its native industry is not fully on board with the plan. Mitsubishi Heavy Industries is Japan's largest defense company, and yet military sales only account for a tenth of its total income. Other manufacturers have expressed concerns to the Japanese government that investing into building military hardware simply isn't profitable, and there is significant concern of multi-million-dollar manufacturing plants simply remaining empty after Japan's rearmament is complete. Japan is hoping that by increasing the profit margin from a few percentage points to 15%, it can compel native industries to invest in Japan's rearmament. For now, though, Japanese industry is not ready to meet the challenge, and it'll likely be forced into delaying its massive rearmament or purchasing weapons from foreign sources like the US. Number 7. Pakistan. Pakistan has seen a dramatic rise in power to the number 7 spot globally, largely thanks to exploiting its natural resources. In Pakistan, the military has been described as a military with a nation rather than the other way around, given the military's influence over the Pakistani government. Now Pakistan is in effect a military-run power, and this is causing serious problems that threaten the nation's future. With a defense budget of $7.5 billion and an active duty force of 654,000, Pakistan's military is huge. Its equipment faces significant modernity issues, though. It is looking to replace its aging stocks with new hardware. China and Pakistan have inked a deal for the latter to purchase 680 VT-4 main battle tanks, a third-generation model with advanced features. To date, Pakistan has 176 of the tanks, and these are the most modern and capable model out of a fleet of 3,700 MBTs, its most numerous model of its Al-Zarar tank, built in cooperation with China, of which the nation has 750. However, this is a second-generation model that will fare extremely poor against modern armor. Its most numerous armored personnel carrier is the American-made M113, a thoroughly obsolete model that doesn't fare well on the modern battlefield. In second place is its fleet of Italian-made Iveco VM90s, which are literally just trucks, with no protection whatsoever. Pakistan's Air Force is not faring much better, currently being made of a mix of Chinese, American, and French aircraft, though the country is looking to reverse the logistics nightmare by heavily investing in the Chinese-made JF-17s and J-10Cs. However, Pakistan is currently experiencing an economic crisis with no clear solution in sight, with catastrophic inflation, the worst in its history, ravaging the value of the Pakistani rupee. With the military intervening in public affairs, gross financial mismanagement, and a tanking economy, Pakistan's spot on this list does not seem secure. Number 6. South Korea. South Korea, or the Fun Korea as it's known in defense circles, is a military powerhouse because its existence literally depends on it. With some very angry boys on its northern border, South Korea doesn't have the luxury of European countries who don't take their own defense seriously. The nation made news when Poland announced it was snubbing Germany and it'll start purchasing tanks straight from South Korea. This was a monumental accomplishment for South Korea, who had been trying to crack the European defense market for years, and it made South Korea a global defense player for the first time in history. Other nations have followed suit, purchasing a variety of arms from South Korea, including advanced artillery systems. This surge in demand didn't happen just because South Korean arms are good. They are. It's also that the European defense industry has been caught with its strudel out in the wake of the Ukraine war and is overwhelmed with purchase orders. At a time when the U.S. Secretary of Defense was privately telling his British counterpart that the U.S. no longer considered the U.K. a world-class military power, U.S. officials were praising the South Korean military as one of the best in the world. While European powers struggle with very serious readiness issues, U.S. military leaders noted that South Korea's military was ready to, quote, fight tonight. This is critical for a nation whose northern neighbor has actively called for its destruction. U.S. officials praise the South Korean military so highly because, for all intents and purposes, it's a mirror of the U.S. military. South Korean and U.S. troops train jointly, and to the exact same standards. Both militaries are designed to freely incorporate into one another, allowing them to run joint operations. However, there are troubling signs in the South Korean military. Many within South Korea itself have criticized the government's focus on modernizing and building up its air and naval forces, which is understandable in the wake of an increasingly hostile China. However, this has left the army to be South Korea's red-headed stepchild, and army personnel are increasingly raising the alarm about the shrinking size of its ground combat force. While South Korea hopes that its overwhelming advantage in the air would overcome North Korea's numbers, North Korea still has a whole lot of numbers. With the South Korean defense industry going global, though, the nation is not set to be budged from its spot anytime soon. And if it wasn't for nuclear weapons, we think South Korea would trounce the pants off most other powers above it on the list. Number 5. UK. This one's gonna make a lot of you tea drinkers angry, but the UK doesn't deserve to be in the number 5 spot. The only reason it's in the number 5 spot is because it has nukes. That's it. And that's its biggest problem, as admitted by their own defense analysts. The UK has relied on its nuclear weapons to deter conflict ever since the end of the Cold War, resulting in a military that is half the size that it should be, and one that, by the UK's own admission, lacks the capability to fight on its own for more than a few days. But that's not our hot take, that's coming straight from the UK's own defense sector. After a brief period of outrage, when the US told Defense Secretary Ben Wallace that it no longer considered the UK a top-tier fighting force, British analysts took to the airwaves to admit, sadly, the US's assessment was correct. According to British sources, the nation lacks the capability to weather the type of drone and missile attack Ukraine is facing, and if called upon to fight, the nation would take as much as 10 years to field a 30,000-strong infantry force complete with supporting tanks and helicopters. The UK is in the worst period of military readiness in centuries, and were it to find itself in a more dangerous time, it would have likely ceased to be independent long ago. Well, save for its nukes, but that's its biggest problem. The threat of using nuclear weapons is a strong one, but the UK has used its nuclear shield to absolutely atrophy its once world-renowned fighting forces. The UK's problems are numerous, from a lack of defense investment to continued personnel cuts. The British military does have some top-tier weaponry. Storm Shadow missiles have proven their deadly effectiveness in Ukraine, and given Russia its single greatest headache since the introduction of HIMARS. But the problem is that the nation has these types of weapons in very low numbers, and its defense industry is not even remotely prepared to replace them. The UK finds itself dealing with a post-Brexit economic downturn made worse by the COVID pandemic. Now inflation is putting yet another nail in the coffin of the UK's military budget. Yet despite this, British leaders have at last come to terms with the fact that their military is no longer a combat-credible force. The UK does have aircraft carriers, but to man them must cannibalize crews from other ships, and a scenario where both the British Air Force and the British Naval Air Force operate simultaneously is extremely unlikely. The nation currently must prioritize one over the other. A dwindling fleet and lackluster recruitment number only adds to the UK's woes, as does equipment that is rapidly aging out of service with no replacements anywhere in sight. The only reason it's made it to the 5th spot on the list is because of its potent nuclear arsenal, but in a conventional war, pretty much every power below it on the list would defeat the UK in short order. Number 4. India. The pupil has surpassed the master. Once a colony of the United Kingdom, today if India wanted to, it could probably make the UK its colony. India has a massive population, giving it an incredible pool of available manpower in case of an emergency. The nation also has a modern, robust military with a respectable air and naval force capable of power projection far from its own borders. As a member of the Carrier Club, India is very well suited to protecting its interests even far from its own shores. But India has its problems too. The nation finds itself at a crossroads, facing a full-blown military crisis in the near future. Historically, India has been closer to Russia than the US and its Western partners, and Russia has been India's biggest provider of arms. However, as China rapidly modernizes and the serious deficiencies in the Russian weapons have been exposed by the war in Ukraine, India is facing the troubling proposition of fighting its next war with an obsolete military. India's biggest geopolitical headaches are China and Pakistan, and while India is more than capable of dealing with the Pakistani threat, the two nations have joined up in a decidedly anti-Indian axis. China represents an uphill battle for India, and the nation is modernizing faster than India is. The situation is severe enough for India to break its close relationship with Russia and seek closer ties with the US, and most importantly with the US defense industry. Much of India's arsenal is of Russian origin, and the world has gotten a good look at how well Russian equipment fares against even small arsenals of Western weapons. This has shaken confidence globally in Russian arms, and the nation's arms sales have dropped precipitously in the wake of its invasion of Ukraine. But Russia's low quality was already evident years ago, when India broke off its cooperation with Russia in development of the Su-57. After millions invested in the effort, Indian engineers finally realized that Russia's Su-57 would never be able to match the F-35 or F-22 in neither stealth nor capabilities, and the nation decided to pull the plug. This effectively crippled Russia's Su-57 program, as the nation was unable to meet the budgetary demands all on its own. And it's the biggest reason for the lack of an operational aircraft today. India knows it desperately needs to modernize its aging air fleet, and now there's serious concerns about even tried-and-true Russian systems due to the nation's war in Ukraine and major supply delays. The US smelled an opportunity, and in February of 2023 they sent F-16s, F-18 Super Hornets, F-35s, and B-1B Lancers to take part in an air show in India. Meanwhile, Russia's largest defense company, Rosoboronexport, had a shared stall where it displayed miniature models of aircraft, trucks, radars, and tanks. Yep, toys. The impact was huge on Indian defense circles, and while F-35s are not on the table yet, there has been growing interest in purchasing US weapon systems to modernize the Indian military. There is significant resistance to purchasing American weapons though, or even more Russian ones, as the nation looks to build up its own native defense sector. This is a preferred capability, as it would free its military from relying on foreign logistics and suppliers, while strengthening its own economy and its tech sector. But while India has many talented engineers and scientists, they lack the experience necessary for a modern, thriving defense sector. This can be corrected in time and with experience, but India might not have that time thanks to the growing pressure from China. For now, India's saving grace is the mountainous border between itself and China, which makes invasion from the north impossible, and strengthening its partnership with America, which would react strongly to a Chinese attack on India, and its sizable stockpile of modern nuclear arms. We predict that as Russia diminishes, India will soon take one of the top 3 spots though. Number 3. Russia. Russia was once the world's second strongest military power, except it probably wasn't, and we were all just drinking the Vladimir-flavored Kool-Aid. Just months before its catastrophic invasion of Ukraine, major publications routinely ran articles touting the capabilities of the modern Russian military, a true combined arms force that inspired more than its fair share of US defense spending. We are no different. We reported the exact same thing Western analysts were saying for years about the Russian military, but as it's famously been said, war doesn't tolerate bullshit. If you claim that your tanks are the best in the world, well, the enemy gets a rebuttal in that conversation. And Ukraine's rebuttal against Russia's most modern tanks has been brutal. Though it wouldn't be fair to say Russia's best is bad. In truth, some of the best equipment is really quite good. It's just that there is exceedingly little of it. Russia's Su-35 is an extremely capable 4.5-gen fighter. It's so deadly that Russia's own air defenses blasted one out of the sky, despite literally having just been modernized. A few days later, they did it again. The answer to the proverbial question of what air defense doing seems to be blasting its own most modern jets out of the sky. Now, to be fair, it's difficult to accurately judge just how good Russian equipment is. mostly because without fail its biggest flaw is the human element. Russian troops suck. This is the professional observation of a global defense analyst. They are poorly trained, they have low morale, and practically no discipline. Put some of the best equipment in the hands of some of the worst troops in the world, and the results will be predictable. For instance, we know for a fact that Russia's electronic warfare equipment is really quite good. It is so good that Russia had to turn it off because it was blocking its own communications and electronic signals. Quick side note, thanks Russia for abandoning your most modern EW vehicle right outside Kyiv in perfect working condition so NATO intelligence could tear it apart inch by inch. If you got a Ferrari, but you drive it like a tractor, it's hard to judge the true merits of said Ferrari. Then again, when we've seen Russia's most modern weapons in a fight, the results were lackluster. Russia bragged about its, quote, hypersonic missile, the Kinzhal. As soon as American Patriot air defense batteries joined the chat, Russia's Kinzhals started going boom, tens of thousands of feet above places they were meant to go boom at. The world has taken note, too. Not only are Russian arms sales significantly down, but American arms sales have actually increased dramatically as demand for US systems seeing action in Ukraine is going through the roof. The bulk of the Russian military is, well, as bad as you can imagine. It was already operating borderline museum-grade equipment when it poked the hornet's nest that is Ukraine, making the modern Russian military a self-fulfilling joke as it operates vehicles and weapons built in the immediate aftermath of World War II. The only reason Russia remains so high on this list is due to two reasons. The first is its nukes, of which it has the largest stockpile in the world, or at least that's what it claims. After what we've seen the last 2 years, nobody would be much surprised to find out most of Russia's arsenal had been sold off at the nearest flea market by conscripts. There are serious questions about just how effective the remainder of its stockpiles are, and of the nuclear weapons that Russia does have that legitimately work. Its own air defenses would probably end up destroying the aircraft or the missiles trying to deliver them. Russia's also very big, and its equipment stockpiles are some of the deepest in the world. Russia is basically a hoarder state. In preparation for an apocalyptic war with the US and its allies, the old Soviet Union stockpiled everything it possibly could, no matter how obsolete it was. That tactic had merit too. If it wasn't for those vast strategic reserves, Russia's already catastrophic war would have gone much worse. Number 2. China. China has supplanted Russia in a relationship that began back in the Cold War, and it's now without a doubt the second most powerful military in the world. The rise of the Chinese military mirrors the meteoric rise of the nation itself. In the 1990s, the Chinese military was so weak it couldn't even challenge a single carrier America sailed between Taiwan and China during the Third Taiwan Strait crisis. But today, China's military has grown significantly in power to the point of now fielding the world's largest naval force. Though here, we need some caveats, because the US Navy still outnumbers it by almost 50% in number of battle force missiles, and the US Navy displaces 4.5 million tons versus the Chinese Navy's 2 million tons. While China might have more ships, the US has more capable ships. However, China's made it very difficult for the US to fight any war in the Pacific. In the strategy known as anti-access area denial, China's created significant sea-air conundrums for the US Navy in the form of long-range strike aircraft, over-the-horizon radars, and the largest missile force in the world. The People's Liberation Army Rocket Force is one of a kind. It's dedicated to missile warfare, and its series of anti-ship ballistic missiles are a significant threat to US naval assets and bases in the region. The J-20 has proven itself to be a competent 5th-gen fighter, even if it lacks more advanced systems and stealth characteristics of the American F-35 or the soon-to-be-retired F-22. However, with the fleet suspected to be at over 200 and growing, China is the only nation in the world that can actually challenge the US Air Force. Its naval power is growing by leaps and bounds as well. Not only does China have more shipyards than the US, its largest shipyard is bigger than all US shipyards put together. While the US still retains the mass and missile advantage, it won't matter if China can simply zerg the US Navy with sheer numbers. With the Type 003 carrier coming online soon, China will be the only other nation to build a carrier capable of challenging a US supercarrier. But that is if China can fix serious problems with its carrier fighter program, which represents the nation's biggest Achilles heel, an immature defense sector. While far more capable than India's defense sector, China's modern defense industry is built almost entirely on stolen Western and Russian technology. As has been observed before, China has proven it extremely adept at stealing and reverse engineering military technology, but far less so at developing said technology on its own. This threatens to place the Chinese defense industry in permanent second place to Western firms, as the nation lacks not just experience but precision in modern manufacturing, as evidenced by its reliance on Western and South Korean tooling machines. China is capable of correcting course, but faces serious roadblocks as the world has moved to block the Chinese economy from gaining access to the most advanced computer chips. At every turn, China faces increasing hurdles to fulfilling its ambitions of taking the #1 spot. And truthfully, it's unknown just how good the Chinese military is. The nation has not fought a war since the 1970s and only recently established a joint command for its military. With so much of its military doctrine inherited from the Soviet Union, China risks facing the same catastrophe as Russia in an attempt to invade Taiwan or otherwise push the US out of the Pacific for good. Number 1. USA. In the top spot, it's the United States of America, the nation that invented freedom and global Cold War companionship title belt holder for 32 years in a row. It's a country that'll kill a terrorist earning 20 cents a day with a missile that costs $100 million to develop. And when you complain of collateral damage, it'll just spend millions to kill you with flying swords. There's 3 things America does best: freedom, winning NFL World Championship titles, and fighting wars. Unlike Russia, when the US develops a new weapon system and states its capabilities, the world leans in to listen. The nation has both the largest bald eagle population and best defense industry, which we assure you is not a coincidence. Americans may not have healthcare and take Ubers to the emergency room because they'll never financially recover from an ambulance ride, but they have 11 carrier strike groups with enough combined firepower to be a top 10 military all on its own. Long ago, the US decided the best way to win a war was to wage it with the best technology around. Like any large military with literally millions of individual weapon systems, the US has some modernity issues, but these are few and actively becoming overcome. Plans to overhaul the US military, however, met with catastrophic failures in the 2000s, partly due to a shift in priorities to the low-intensity anti-terrorism conflicts, and partly because the US military went on a multi-year bender where it wasted entire nations' worth of GDP on utter boondoggles. The US Army's Future Combat Warrior program was supposed to field soldiers from the battlefields of the 41st millennium. Every piece of soldier equipment was to receive a huge technological upgrade to give each soldier unsurpassed overmatch over any adversary. In the end, after billions of dollars spent, the US Army discovered that implementing technology is, hard. Putting that technology on systems designed to be worn or carried by soldiers in a battlefield is significantly harder. So with a collective shrug to the billions of dollars wasted with no results, the Army gave up on the entire affair. The US Air Force was forced to spend astronomical sums to bring the F-35 online. But the worst offender by far is the US Navy, who should legitimately be investigated as a potential insider threat due to the incredible amounts of money it spent on garbage. In a secret attempt to destroy America by bankrupting it, the Navy invested into multiple utter boondoggle programs, like the Zumwalt and Littoral combat ship. The former would prove to have a main gun that couldn't be used, mostly because its ammunition cost $1 million a shot. The latter would produce a ship so incapable of even peacetime service that its operators have taken to calling it the Little Crappy Ship. To make matters worse, Congress refuses to cancel production contracts on a ship widely hailed as being completely non-survivable in a combat scenario. America's problem was too many investments in too many immature technologies, which led to a collective gasp of surprise as the excitement wore off and the US realized that China had significantly closed the gap between itself and the US. However, what systems the US does field are world-class, and it fields a whole lot of them. Russia continues to find it difficult to counter the effects of 24 Ukrainian HIMARS. The US has 450 left in its inventory. The F-35 has proven to be everything promised, well, everything except cheap. And the US is adding over 100 airframes to its inventory every year, prompting some Chinese analysts to comment that the time for China to challenge the US is shrinking. The US also has major updates for every major combat platform already in development. Even with only a fraction of the US air fleet consisting of F-35s, both the US Air Force and Navy are developing a 6th-generation replacement, and the Air Force has already flown its version. Ford-class carriers will continue to come online over the next decade, with the first of its class deployed on its first combat deployment to support regional stability in the wake of the conflict between Israel and Hamas. America's fleet of cruisers and destroyers will soon be phased out by their replacements, and the B-21 Raider will start rolling off factory floors within months of this script. To back all of this up, the US military takes training very seriously, routinely hosting realistic training exercises both at home and abroad with coalition partners. The US military is an extremely credible force. The threat posed by a single carrier strike group has historically been enough to quell most simmering conflicts. What truly makes the US military an insurmountable opponent, though, is its global network of partners and allies. History's most broad military coalition that literally circles the globe. When you mess with the US, you aren't just getting the best the US has to offer, you're inevitably getting the best from any number of US partners. As long as the US Navy doesn't continue trying to bankrupt America by destroying its bank account, the US seems set to continue dominating the world with its stolen UFO technology as the world's #1 military. Now go check out Real Reason China Wants to Expand, or click this other video instead.